15. After Smith's death, Rigdon's last days. The murder of the Smiths caused a panic, not among the Mormons, but among the other inhabitants of Hancock County, who looked for summary vengeance at the hands of the prophet's followers, with their famous legion to support them. The state militia having been disbanded, the people considered themselves without protection, and Governor Ford shared their apprehension. Carthage was at once almost depopulated, the people fleeing in wagons, on horseback, and on foot, and most of the citizens of Warsaw placed the river between them and their enemies. I was sensible, says Governor Ford, that my command was at an end, that my destruction was meditated as well as the Mormons, and that I could not reasonably confide longer in one party or the other. The panic-stricken executive therefore set out at once for Quincy, 40 miles from the scene of the murder. From that city the governor issued a statement to the people of the state, reciting the events leading up to the recent tragedy, and, under date of June 29, ordered the enlistment of as many men as possible in the militia of Adams, Marquette, Pike, Brown, Schuyler, Morgan, Scott, Cass, Fulton, and McDonough counties, and the regiments of General Stapp's brigade, for a 12 days campaign. The independent companies of all sorts, in the same counties, were also told to hold themselves in readiness, and the federal government was asked to station a force of 500 men from the regular army in Hancock County. This last request was not complied with. The governor then sent Colonel Fellows and Captain Jonas to Nauvoo by the first boat, to find out the intentions of the Mormons as well as those of the people of Warsaw. Meanwhile the voice of the Mormon leaders was for peace. Willard Richards, John Taylor, and Samuel H. Smith united in a letter, written in the first-person singular by Richards, on the night of the murders, addressed to the prophet's widow, General Deming, commanding at Carthage, and others, which said, "The people of the county are greatly excited, and fear the Mormons will come out and take vengeance. I have pledged my word the Mormons will stay at home as soon as they can be informed, and no violence will be on their part. And say to my brethren in Nauvoo, in the name of the Lord, be still, be patient. Only let such friends as choose come here to see the bodies. Mr. Taylor's wounds are dressed and not serious. I am sound." This quieting advice was heeded without even a protest, and after the funeral of the victims the Mormons voted unanimously to depend on the law for retribution. While things temporal in Nauvoo remained quiet, there were deep feeling and great uncertainty concerning the future of the church. The first presidency had consisted, since the action of the conference at Far West in 1837, of Joseph and Hiram Smith and Sidney Rigdon. 2 of these were now dead. Did this leave Rigdon as the natural head? Did Smith's son inherit the successorship, or did the supreme power rest with the 12 apostles? Discussion of this matter brought out many plans, including a general reorganization of the church, and the appointment of a trustee or a president. Rigdon had been sent to Pittsburgh to build up a church, and Brigham Young was electioneering in New Hampshire for Smith. Accordingly, Phelps, Richards, and Taylor, on July 1 issued a brief statement to the church at large, asking all to await the assembling of the 12. John Taylor so stated at Rigdon's coming trial. This, perhaps, contradicts the statement in the canon's Life of Brigham Young, that Rigdon had gone there, to escape the turmoils of Nauvoo. Rigdon arrived in Nauvoo on August 3, and preached the next day in the grove. He said the Lord had shown him a vision, and that there must be a guardian appointed to build the church up to Joseph as he had begun it. Cannon's account, in the Juvenile Instructor, says that at a meeting at John Taylor's the next day Rigdon declared that the church was in confusion and must have a head, and he wanted a special meeting called to choose a guardian. On the evening of August 6, Young, H. C. Kimball, Lyman White, Orson Pratt, Orson Hyde, and Wilford Woodruff arrived from the east. A meeting of the 12 apostles, the High Council, and High Priests was called for August 7, at 4 p.m. which Rigdon attended. He declared that in a vision at Pittsburgh it had been shown to him that he had been ordained a spokesman to Joseph, and that he must see that the church was governed in a proper manner. "I propose," said he, "to be a guardian of the people. In this I have discharged my duty and done what God has commanded me, and the people can please themselves, whether they accept me or not. A special meeting of the church was held on the morning of August 8. Rigdon had previously addressed a gathering in the grove, but he had not been winning adherents. As we have seen, he had alienated himself from the men who had accepted Smith's new social doctrines, and a plan which he proposed, that the church should move to Pennsylvania, appealed neither to the good judgment nor the pecuniary interests of those to whom it was presented. Young made an address at this meeting which so wrought up his hearers that they declared that they saw the mantle of Joseph fall upon him. When he asked, "Do you want a guardian, a prophet, a spokesman, or what do you want?" not a hand went up. Young then went on to give his own view of the situation. His argument pointed to a single result, the demolition of Rigdon's claim and the establishment of the supreme authority of the 12, of whom Young himself was the head. W. W. Phelps, P. P. Pratt, and others sustained Young's view. Before a vote was taken, according to the minutes quoted, Rigdon refused to have his name voted on as spokesman or guardian. The meeting then voted unanimously in favor of supporting the 12 in their calling, and also that the 12 should appoint 2 bishops to act as trustees for the church, and that the completion of the temple should be pushed. On August 15 Young, as president of the 12, issued an epistle to the church in all the world in which he said, "Let no man presume for a moment that his, the prophet's, place will be filled by another. For, remember he stands in his own place, and always will, and the 12 apostles of this dispensation stand in their own place, and always will, both in time and eternity, to minister, preside, and regulate the affairs of the whole church." The epistle told the saints also that, it is not wisdom for the saints to have anything to do with politics, voting, or president-making at present. Rigdon remained in Nauvoo after the decision of the church in favor of the 12, preaching as of old, declaring that he was with the brethren heart and soul, and urging the completion of the temple. But Young regarded him as a rival, and determined to put their strength to a test. Accordingly, on Tuesday, September 3, he had a notice printed in the Neighbor directing Rigdon to appear on the following Sunday for trial before a high council presided over by Bishop Whitney. Rigdon did not attend this trial, not only because he was not well, but because, after a conference with his friends, he decided that the case against him was made up and that his presence would do no good. When the High Council met, Young expressed a disbelief in Rigdon's reported illness. He said that, having heard that Rigdon had ordained men to be prophets, priests, and kings, he and Orson Hyde had obtained from Rigdon a confession that he had performed the act of ordination, and that he believed he held authority above any man in the church. That evening 8 of the 12 had visited him at his house, and, getting confirmation of his position, had sent a committee to him to demand his license. This he had refused to surrender, saying, "I did not receive it from you, neither shall I give it up to you." Then came the order for his trial. Orson Hyde presented the case against Rigdon in detail. He declared that, when they demanded the surrender of his license, Rigdon threatened to turn traitor. His own language was, "Inasmuch as you have demanded my license, I shall feel it my duty to publish all your secret meetings, and all the history of the secret works of this church, in the public journals." 93 He intimated that it would bring a mob upon us. Parley P. Pratt, the member of Rigdon's old church in Ohio, who, according to his own account, first called Rigdon's attention to the Mormon Bible, next spoke against his old friend. After Amasa Lyman, John Taylor, and H. C. Kimball had spoken against Rigdon, Brigham Young took the floor again, and in reply to the threat that Rigdon would expose the secrets of the church, he denounced him in the following terms. "Brother Sidney says, if we go to opposing him, he will tell our secrets. But I would say, oh, don't, Brother Sidney. Don't tell our secrets, oh, don't. But if he tells our secrets, we will tell his. Tit for tat. He has had long visions in Pittsburgh, revealing to him wonderful iniquity among the saints. Now, if he knows of so much iniquity, and has got such wonderful power, why don't he purge it out? He professes to have the keys of David. Wonderful power and revelations. And he will publish our iniquity. Oh, dear brother Sidney, don't publish our iniquity. Now don't. If Sidney Rigdon undertakes to publish all our secrets, as he says, he will lie the first jump he takes. If he knew of all our iniquity, why did he not publish it sooner? If there is so much iniquity in the church as you talk of, Elder Rigdon, and you have known of it so long, you are a black-hearted wretch because you have not published it sooner. If there is not this iniquity, you are a black-hearted wretch for endeavoring to bring a mob upon us, to murder innocent men, women and children. Any man that says the 12 are bogus makers, or adulterers, or wicked men is a liar. And all who say such things shall have the fate of liars, where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth. Who is there who has seen us do such things? No man. The spirit that I am of tramples such slanderous wickedness under my feet. 94. At this point the proceedings had a rather startling interruption. William Marks, president of the stake at Nauvoo, and a member of the High Council, who, as we have seen, had rebelled against the doctrine of polygamy when it was presented to him, took the floor in Rigdon's defense. But it was in vain. W. Phelps moved that Rigdon be cut off from the church, and delivered over to the buffetings of Satan until he repents. The vote by the council in favor of this motion was unanimous, but when it was offered to the church, some 10 members voted against it. Phelps at once moved that all who had voted to follow Rigdon should be suspended until they could be tried by the High Council, and this was agreed to unanimously, with an amendment including the words, "or shall hereafter be found advocating his principles." After compelling President Marks, by formal motion, to acknowledge his satisfaction with the action of the church, the meeting adjourned. Rigdon's next steps certainly gave substance to his brother's theory that his mind was unbalanced, the family having noticed his peculiarities from the time he was thrown from a horse, when a boy. He soon returned to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where his first step was to resuscitate the Messenger and Advocate, which had died at Kirtland. In a signed article in the first number he showed that he then intended to contend for the same doctrines, order of government, and discipline maintained by that paper when first published at Kirtland, in other words, to uphold the Mormon Church as he had known it, with himself at its head. But his old desire for original leadership got the better of him, and after a conference of the membership he had gathered around him, held in Pittsburgh in April, 1845, at which he was voted first president, prophet, seer, revelator, and translator, he issued an address to the public in which he declared that his Church of Christ was neither a branch nor connection of the church at Nauvoo, and that it received members of the Church of Latter-day Saints only after baptism and repentance. In an article in his organ, on July 15, 1845, he made assertions like these: "The Church of Christ and the Mormons are so widely different in their respective beliefs that they are of necessity opposed to one another. As far as religion is concerned, there is scarcely one point of similarity. The Church of Christ has obtained a distinctive character." Rigdon told the April conference that he had one unceasing desire, namely, to know whether God would accept their work. At the suggestion of the Spirit, he had taken some of the brethren into a room in his house that morning, and had consecrated them. What there occurred he thus described: "After the washing and anointing, and the patriarchal seal, as the Lord had directed me, we kneeled and in solemn prayer asked God to accept the work we had done. During the time of prayer there appeared over our heads in the room a ray of light forming a hollow square, inside of which stood a company of heavenly messengers, each with a banner in his hand, with their eyes looking downward upon us, their countenance expressive of the deep interest they felt in what was passing on the earth. There also appeared heavenly messengers on horseback, with crowns upon their heads, and plumes floating in the air, dressed in glorious attire, until, like Elisha, we cried in our hearts, the chariots of Israel and the horsemen thereof. Even my little son of 14 years of age saw the vision, and gazed with great astonishment, saying that he thought his imagination was running away with him. After which we arose and lifted our hands to heaven in holy convocation to God. At which time was shown an angel in heaven registering the acceptance of our work, and the decree of the great God that the kingdom is ours and we shall prevail." While the conference was in session, Pittsburgh was visited by a disastrous conflagration. Rigdon prayed for the sufferers by the fire and asked God to check it. During the prayer, this quotation is from the official report of the conference in the Messenger and Advocate, page 186, an escort of the heavenly messengers that had hovered around us during the time of this conference were seen leaving the room. The course of the wind was instantly changed, and the violence of the flames was stayed. Rigdon's attempt to build up a new church in the East was a failure. Urgent appeals in its behalf in his periodical were made in vain. The people addressed could not be cajoled with his stories of revelations and miraculous visions, which both the secular and religious press held up to ridicule, and he had no system of foreign immigration to supply ignorant recruits. He soon after took up his residence in Friendship, Allegheny County, New York, where he died at the residence of his son-in-law, Earl Wingate, on July 14, 1876. In an obituary sketch of him the Standard of that place said, "He was approached by the messengers of young Joseph Smith of Plano, Illinois. But he refused to converse or answer any communication which in any way would bring him into notice in connection with the Mormon Church of today. It was his daily custom to visit the post office, get the daily paper, read and converse upon the chief topics of the day. He often engaged in a friendly dispute with the local ministers, and always came out first best on New Testament doctrinal matters. Patriarchal in appearance, and kindly in address, he was often approached by citizens and strangers with a view to obtaining something of the unrecorded mysteries of his life. But citizen, stranger and persistent reporter all alike failed in eliciting any information as to his knowledge of the Mormon imposture, the motives of his early life, or the religious faith, fears and hopes of his declining years. Once or twice he spoke excitedly, in terms of scorn, of those who attributed to him the manufacture of the Mormon Bible, but beyond this, nothing. His library was small, he left no manuscripts, and refused persistently to have a picture of himself taken. It can only be said that he was a compound of ability, versatility, honesty, duplicity, and mystery. One person succeeded in drawing out from Rigdon in his later years a few words on his relations with the Mormon Church. This was Charles L. Woodward, a New York bookseller, who some years ago made an important collection of Mormon literature. While making this collection he sent an inquiry to Rigdon, and received a reply, dated May 25, 1873. After apologizing for his handwriting on account of his age and paralysis, the letter says, "We know nothing about the people called Mormons now. 95 The Lord notified us that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints were going to be destroyed, and for us to leave. We did so, and the Smiths were killed a few days after we started. Since that, I have had no connection with any of the people who stayed and built up to themselves churches, and chose to themselves leaders such as they chose, and then framed their own religion. The Church of Latter-day Saints had 3 books that they acknowledged as canonical, the Bible, the Book of Mormon, and the Commandments. For the existence of that church there had to be a revelator, one who received the word of the Lord. A spokesman, one inspired of God to expound all revelation, so that the church might all be of one faith. Without these 2 men the Church of Latter-day Saints could not exist. This order ceased to exist, being overcome by the violence of armed men, by whom houses were beaten down by cannon which the assailants had furnished themselves with. Thus ended the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and it never can move again till the Lord inspires men and women to believe it. All the societies and assemblies of men collected together since then is not the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, nor never can there be such a church till the Lord moves it by his own power, as he did the first. Should you fall in with one who was of the Church of Christ, though now of advanced age, you will find one deep read in the revelations of heaven. But many of them are dead, and many of them have turned away, so there are few left. I have a manuscript paper in my possession, written with my own hands while in my 30th year, but I am too poor to do anything with it, and therefore it must remain where it is. During the great fight of affliction I have lost all my property, but I struggle along in poverty to which I am consigned. I have finished all I feel necessary to write. Respectfully, Sidney Rigdon. Rigdon's affirmation of his belief in Smith as a prophet and the Mormon Bible when he returned to Pennsylvania was proclaimed by the Mormons as proof that there was no truth in the Spaulding manuscript story. But it carries no weight as such evidence. Rigdon burned all his old theological bridges behind him when he entered into partnership with Smith, and his entire course after his return to Pittsburgh only adds to the proof that he was the originator of the Mormon Bible. And that his object in writing it was to enable him to be the head of a new church. Surely no one would accept as proof of the divinity of the Mormon Bible any declaration by the man who told the story of angel visits in Pittsburgh. 16. Rivalries over the succession. Rigdon was not alone in contending for the successorship to Joseph Smith as the head of the Mormon Church. The prophet's family defended vigorously the claim of his eldest son to be his successor. Lee says that the prophet had bestowed the right of succession on his eldest son by divination, and that, it was then, after his father's death, understood among the saints that young Joseph was to succeed his father. And that right justly belonged to him, when he should be old enough. Lee says further that he heard the prophet's mother plead with Brigham Young, in Nauvoo, in 1845, with tears, not to rob young Joseph of his birthright, and that Young conceded the son's claim, but warned her to keep quiet on the subject. Because, you are only laying the knife to the throat of the child. If it is known that he is the rightful successor of his father, the enemy of the priesthood will seek his life. Strang says, anyone who was in Nauvoo in 1846 or 1847 knows that the majority of those who started to the western exodus, started in this hope, that the younger Joseph would take his father's place. At the last day of the conference held in the temple in Nauvoo, in October, 1845, Mother Smith, at her request, was permitted to make an address. She went over the history of her family, and asked for an expression of opinion whether she was a mother in Israel. One universal yes rang out. She said she hoped all her children would accompany the saints to the west, and if they did she would go, but she wanted her bones brought back to be buried beside her husband and children. Brigham Young then said, we have extended the helping hand to Mother Smith. She has the best carriage in the city, and, while she lives, shall ride in it when and where she pleases. Mother Smith died in the summer of 1856 in Nauvoo, where she spent the last 2 years of her life with Joseph's first wife, Emma, who had married a Major Bideman. Emma caused the 12 a good deal of anxiety after her husband's death. Pratt describes a council held by her, Marks, and others to endeavor to appoint a trustee in trust for the whole church, the necessity of which she vigorously urged. Pratt opposed the idea, and nothing was done about it. Soon after her husband's death the Times and Seasons noticed a report that she was preparing, with the assistance of one of the prophet's Iowa lawyers, an exposure of his Revelations, etc. James Arlington Bennett, who visited Nauvoo after the prophet's death, acting as correspondent for the New York Sun, gave in one of his letters the text of a statement which he said Emma had written, to this effect. I never for a moment believed in what my husband called his apparitions or revelations, as I thought him laboring under a diseased mind. Yet they may all be true, as a prophet is seldom without credence or honor, excepting in his own family or country. Mrs. Smith, in a letter to the Sun, dated December 30, 1845, pronounced this letter a forgery, while Bennett maintained that he knew that it was genuine. 96. The organization, or, as they define it, the reorganization of a church by those who claim that the mantle of Joseph Smith, Jr. descended on his sons, had its practical inception at a conference at Beloit, Wisconsin, in June, 1852, at which resolutions were adopted disclaiming all fellowship with Young and other claimants to the leadership of the church. Declaring that the successor of the prophet must of necessity be the seed of Joseph Smith, Jr. At a conference held in Amboy, Illinois, in April, 1860, Joseph Smith's son and namesake was placed at the head of this church, a position which he still holds. The reorganized church has been twice pronounced by United States courts to be the one founded under the administration of the prophet. Its teachings may be called pure Mormonism, free from the doctrines engrafted in after years. It holds that, the doctrines of a plurality and community of wives are heresies, and are opposed to the law of God. Its declaration of faith declares its belief in baptism by immersion, the same kind of organization, apostles, prophets, pastors, etc. that existed in the primitive church, revelations by God to man from time to time, until the end of time, and in the powers and gifts of the everlasting gospel, viz. The gift of faith, discerning of spirits, prophecy, revelation, healing, visions, tongues, and the interpretation of tongues. No one ever heard of this church having any trouble with its Gentile neighbors. The reorganized church moved its headquarters to Lamoni, Iowa, in 1881. It has a present membership of 45,381, according to the report of the General Church Recorder to the Conference of April, 1901. Of these members, 6964 were foreign, 286 in Canada, 1080 in England, and 1955 in the Society Islands. The largest membership in this country is 7,952 in Iowa, 6,280 in Missouri, and 3,564 in Michigan. Utah reported 685 members. The most determined claimant to the successorship of Smith was James J. Strang. Born at Scipio, New York, in 1813, Strang was admitted to the bar when a young man, and moved to Wisconsin. Some of the Mormons who went into the North Woods to get lumber for the Nauvoo temple planted a stake near La Crosse, under Lyman White, in 1842. Trouble ensued very soon with their non-Mormon neighbors, and after a rather brief career the supporters of this stake moved away quietly one night. Strang heard of the Mormon doctrines from these settlers, accepted their truth, and visiting Nauvoo, was baptized in February, 1844, made an elder, and authorized to plant another stake in Wisconsin. He first attempted to found a city called Vary, where a temple covering more than 2 acres of ground, with 12 towers, was begun. When Smith was killed, Strang at once came forward with a declaration that the prophet's revelations indicated that, at the close of his own prophetic office, another would be called to the place by revelation, and ordained at the hands of angels. That not only had he, Strang, been so ordained, but that Smith had written to him in June, 1844, predicting the end of his own work, and telling Strang that he was to gather the people in a Zion in Wisconsin. Strang began at once giving out revelations, describing visions, and announcing that an angel had shown him plates of the sealed record, and given him the Urim and Thummim to translate them. Although Strang's whole scheme was a very clumsy imitation of Smith's, he drew a considerable number of followers to his Wisconsin branch, where he published a newspaper called the Vary Herald, and issued pamphlets in defense of his position. And a Book of the Law, explaining his doctrinal teachings, which included polygamy. He had 5 wives. His herald printed a statement, signed by the prophet's mother and his brother William, his 3 married sisters, and the husband of one of them, certifying that the Smith family do believe in the appointment of J. Strang. Among other Mormons of note who gave in their allegiance to Strang were John E. Page, one of the 12, whom Phelps had called the Sundial, General John C. Bennett, and Martin Harris. Strang gave the Mormon leaders considerable anxiety, especially when he sent missionaries to England to work up his cause. The Millennial Star of November 15, 1846, devoted a good deal of space to the subject. The article began. Sketches of notorious characters, James J. Strang, successor of Sidney Rigdon, Judas Iscariot, Kane and Company. Envoy extraordinary and a minister plenipotentiary to His Most Gracious Majesty Lucifer L., assisted by his allied contemporary advisers, John C. Bennett, William Smith, G. T. Adams, and John E. Page, Secretary of Legation. Strang announced a revelation which declared that he was to be king in Zion, and his coronation took place on July 8, 1850, when he was crowned with a metal crown having a cluster of stars on its front. Burnt offerings were included in the program. This ceremony took place on Beaver Island, in Lake Superior, where in 1847 Strang had gathered his people and assumed both temporal and spiritual authority. Both of these claims got him into trouble. His non-Mormon neighbors, fishermen and lumbermen, accused the Mormons of wholesale thefts. His assumption of regal authority brought him before the United States Court, where he was not held. And his advocacy of the practice of polygamy by his followers aroused insubordination, and on June 15, 1856, he was shot by 2 members of his flock whom he had offended, and who were at once regarded as heroes by the people of the mainland. A mob secured a vessel, visited Beaver Island, where Strang had maintained a sort of fort, and compelled the Mormon inhabitants to embark immediately, with what little property they could gather up. They were landed at different places, most of them in Milwaukee. Thus ended Strang's kingdom. Another leader who set up for himself after Smith's death was Lyman White, who had been one of the 12 in Missouri, and was arrested with Smith there. White did not lay claim to the position of president of the church, but he resented what he called Brigham Young's usurpation. In 1845 he led a small company of his followers to Texas, where they first settled on the Colorado River, near Austin. They made successive moves from that place into Gillespie, Burnett, and Bandera counties. He died near San Antonio in March, 1858. The fact that White entered into the practice of polygamy almost as soon as he reached Texas, and still escaped any conflict with his non-Mormon neighbors, affords proof of his good character in other respects. The Galveston News, in its notice of his death, said, Mr. White first came to Texas in November, 1845, and has been with his colony on our extreme frontier ever since, moving still farther west as settlements formed around him, thus always being the pioneer of advancing civilization, affording protection against the Indians. After White's death his people scattered. A majority of them became identified with the reorganized church, a few gave in their allegiance to the organization in Utah, and others abandoned Mormonism entirely. 17. Brigham Young. Brigham Young, the man who had succeeded in expelling Rigdon and establishing his own position as head of the church, was born in Whitingham, Windham County, Vermont, on June 1, 1801. The precise locality of his birth in that town is in dispute. His father, a native of Massachusetts, is said to have served under Washington during the Revolutionary War. The family consisted of 11 children, 5 sons and 6 daughters, of whom Brigham was the 9th. The Youngs moved to Whitingham in January, 1801. In his address at the centennial celebration of that town in 1880, Clark Gilson said, Henry Goodnow, Esq., of this town says that Brigham Young's father came here the poorest man that ever had been in town. That he never owned a cow, horse, or any land, but was a basket maker. Mormon accounts represent the elder Young as having been a farmer. His circumstances permitted him to give his children very little education, and, when 16 years old, Brigham seems to have started out to make his own living, working as a carpenter, painter, and glazier, as jobs were offered. He was living in Aurelius, Cayuga County, New York, in 1824, working at his trade, and there, in October of that year, he married his first wife, Miriam Works. In 1829 they moved to Mendon, Monroe County, New York. Joseph Smith's brother, in the following year, left a copy of the Mormon Bible at the house of Brigham's brother Phineas in Mendon, and there Brigham first saw it. Occasional preaching by Mormon elders made the new faith a subject of conversation in the neighborhood, and Phineas was an early convert. Brigham stated in a sermon in Salt Lake City, on August 8, 1852, that he examined the new Bible for 2 years before deciding to receive it. He was baptized into the Mormon Church on April 14, 1832. His wife, who also embraced the faith, died in September of that year, leaving him 2 daughters. Young married his second wife, Mary A. Angel, in Kirtland on March 31, 1834. His application for a marriage license is still on file among the records of the probate court at Chardon, now the shire town of Geauga County, Ohio, and his signature is a proof of his illiterateness, showing that he did not know how to spell his own baptismal name, spelling it Brigham. Young began preaching and baptizing in the neighborhood, having at once been made an elder, and in the autumn of 1832, after Smith's second return from Missouri, he visited Kirtland and first saw the prophet. Mormon accounts of this visit say that Young spoke in tongues, and that Smith pronounced his language, the pure Adamic, and then predicted that he would in time preside over the church. It is not at all improbable that Joseph did not hesitate to interpret Brigham's tongues, but at that time he was thinking of everything else but a successor to himself. Young, with his brother Joseph, went from Kirtland on foot to Canada, where he preached and baptized, and whence he brought back a company of converts. He worked at his trade in Kirtland, preaching as called upon, from that time until 1834, when he accompanied the Army of Zion to Missouri, being one of the captains of tens. Returning with the prophet, he was employed on the temple and other church buildings for the next 3 years, superintending the painting of the temple, when he was not engaged in other church work. Having been made one of the original Quorum of 12 in 1835, he devoted a good deal of time in the warmer months holding conferences in New York State and New England. When open opposition to Smith manifested itself in Kirtland, Young was one of his firmest defenders. He attended a meeting in an upper room of the temple, the object of which was to depose Smith and place David Whitmer in the presidency, leading in the debate, and declaring that he knew that Joseph was a prophet. According to his own statement, he learned of a plot to kill Smith as he was returning from Michigan in a stagecoach, and met the coach with a horse and buggy, and drove the prophet to Kirtland unharmed. When Smith found it necessary to flee from Ohio, Young followed him to Missouri with his family, arriving at Far West on March 14, 1838. He sailed to Liverpool on a mission in 1840, remaining there a little more than a year. In all the discords of the church that occurred during Smith's life, Young never incurred the prophet's displeasure, and there is no evidence that he ever attempted to obtain any more power or honor for himself than was voluntarily accorded to him. He gave practical assistance to the refugees from Missouri as they arrived at Quincy, but there is no record of his prominence in the discussions there over the future plans for the church. The prophet's liking for him is shown in a revelation dated at Nauvoo, July 9, 1841, SEC 126, which said, "Dear and beloved brother Brigham Young, verily thus saith the Lord unto you, my servant Brigham, it is no more required at your hand to leave your family as in times past, for your offering is acceptable to me. I have seen your labor and toil in journeyings for my name. I therefore command you to send my word abroad, and take special care of your family from this time, henceforth, and forever. Amen." The apostasy of Marsh and the death of Patton had left Young the president of the 12, and that was the position in which he found himself at the time of Smith's death. One of the first subjects which Young had to decide concerned revelations. Did they cease with Smith's death, or, if not, who would receive and publish them? Young made a statement on this subject at the church conference held at Nauvoo on October 6 of that year, which indicated his own uncertainty on the subject, and which concluded as follows. Every member has the right of receiving revelations for themselves, both male and female. As if conscious that all this was not very clear, he closed by making a declaration which was very characteristic of his future policy: "If you don't know whose right it is to give revelations, I will tell you. It is I." We shall see that the discontinuance of written revelations was a cause of complaint during all of Young's subsequent career in Utah, but he never yielded to the demand for them. At the conference in Nauvoo, Young selected 85 men from the quorum of high priests to preside over branches of the church in all the congressional districts of the United States. And he took pains to explain to them that they were not to stay 6 months and then return, but to go and settle down where they can take their families and tarry until the temple is built, and then come and get their endowments. And return to their families and build up a stake as large as this. Young's policy evidently was, while not imitating Rigdon's plan to move the church bodily to the east, to build up big branches all over the country, with a view to such control of affairs, temporal and spiritual, as could be attained. "If the people will let us alone," he said to this same conference, "we will convert the world." Many members did not look on the 12 as that head of the church which Smith's revelations had decreed. It was argued by those who upheld Rigdon and Strang, and by some who remained with the 12, that the revelations still required a first presidency. The 12 allowed this question to remain unsettled until the brethren were gathered at Winter Quarters, Iowa, after their expulsion from Nauvoo, and Young had returned from his first trip to Salt Lake Valley. The matter was taken up at a council at Orson Hyde's house on December 5, 1847, and it was decided, but not without some opposing views, to reorganize the church according to the original plan, with a first presidency and patriarch. In accordance with this plan, a conference was held in the log tabernacle at Winter Quarters on December 24, and Young was elected president and John Smith patriarch. Young selected Heber C. Kimball and Willard Richards to be his counselors, and the action of this conference was confirmed in Salt Lake City the following October. Young wrote immediately after his election, "This is one of the happiest days of my life." The vacancies in the 12 caused by these promotions, and by White's apostasy, were not filled until February 12, 1849, in Salt Lake City, when Lorenzo Snow, Erastus Snow, C. C. Rich, and F. D. Richards were chosen. 18. Renewed trouble for the Mormons, the burnings. The death of the prophet did not bring peace with their outside neighbors to the Mormon Church. Indeed, the causes of enmity were too varied and radical to be removed by any changes in the leadership, so long as the brethren remained where they were. In the winter of 1844 to 1845, charges of stealing made against the Mormons by their neighbors became more frequent. Governor Ford, in his message to the legislature, pronounced such reports exaggerated, but it probably does the governor no injustice to say that he now had his eye on the Mormon vote. The non-Mormons in Hancock and the surrounding counties held meetings and appointed committees to obtain accurate information about the thefts, and the old complaints of the uselessness of tracing stolen goods to Nauvoo were revived. The Mormons vigorously denied these charges through formal action taken by the Nauvoo City Council and a citizens' meeting. Alleging that in many cases, outlandish men had visited the city at night to scatter counterfeit money and deposit stolen goods, the responsibility for which was laid on Mormon shoulders. It is not at all improbable that many a theft in western Illinois in those days that was charged to Mormons had other authors. But testimony regarding the dishonesty of many members of the church, such as we have seen presented in Smith's day, was still available. Thus, Young, in one of his addresses to the conference assembled at Nauvoo about 2 months after Smith's death, made this statement: "Elders who go to borrowing horses or money, and running away with it, will be cut off from the church without any ceremony. They will not have so much lenity as heretofore." A lady who published a sketch of her travels in 1845 through Illinois and Iowa wrote, "We now entered a part of the country laid waste by the desperadoes among the Mormons. Whole farms were deserted, fields were still covered with wheat unreaped, and cornfields stood ungathered, the inhabitants having fled to a distant part of the country. Friends gave us a good deal of information about the doings of these saints at Nauvoo, said that often, when their orchards were full of fruit, some 16 of these monsters would come with bowie knives and drive the owners into their houses while they stripped their trees of the fruit. If these rogues wanted cattle, they would drive off the cattle of the Gentiles." A trial concerning the title to some land in Adams County in that year brought out the fact that there existed in the Mormon Church what was called a oneness. 5 persons would associate and select one of their members as a guardian, then, if any of the property they jointly owned was levied on, they would show that one or more of the other 5 was the real owner. While the Mormons continued to send abroad glowing pictures of the prosperity of Nauvoo, less prejudiced accounts gave a very different view. The latter pointed out that the immigrants, who supplied the only source of prosperity, had expended most of their capital on houses and lots, that building operations had declined, because houses could be bought cheaper than they could be built, and that mechanics had been forced to seek employment in St. Louis. Published reports that large numbers of the poor in the city were dependent on charity received confirmation in a letter published in the Millennial Star of October 1, 1845, which said that on a fast day proclaimed by Young, when the poor were to be remembered, people were seen trotting in all directions to the bishops of the different wards, with their contributions. We have seen that the gathering of the saints at Nauvoo was an idea of Joseph Smith, and was undertaken against the judgment of some of the wiser members of the church. The plan, so far as its business features were concerned, was on a par with the other business enterprises that the prophet had fathered. There was nothing to sustain a population of 15,000 persons, artificially collected, in this frontier settlement, and that disaster must have resulted from the experiment, even without the hostile opposition of their neighbors. Is evident from the fact that Nauvoo today, when 50 years have settled up the surrounding district and brought it in better communication with the world, is a village of only 1321 inhabitants, census of 1900. Politics were not eliminated from the causes of trouble by Smith's death. Not only was 1844 a presidential year, but the citizens of Hancock County were to vote for a member of Congress, 2 members of the legislature, and a sheriff. Governor Ford urgently advised the Mormons not to vote at all, as a measure of peace. But political feeling ran very high, and the Democrats got the Mormon vote for president, and with the same assistance elected as Sheriff General Deming. The officer left by Governor Ford in command of the militia at Carthage when the Smiths were killed, as well as 2 members of the legislature who had voted against the repeal of the Nauvoo city charter. The tone of the Mormons toward their non-Mormon neighbors seemed to become more defiant at this time than ever. The repeal of the Nauvoo charter, in January, 1845, unloosened their tongues. Their newspaper, The Neighbor, declared that the legislature had no more right to repeal the charter than the United States would have to abrogate and make void the Constitution of the state. Or than Great Britain would have to abolish the Constitution of the United States, and the man that says differently is a coward, a traitor to his own rights, and a tyrant. No odds what Blackstone, Kent or Story may have written to make themselves and their names popular, to the contrary. The Neighbor, in the same article, thus defined its view of the situation, after the repeal. Nor is it less legal for an insulted individual or community to resist oppression. For this reason, until the blood of Joseph and Hiram Smith has been atoned for by hanging, shooting or slaying in some manner every person engaged in that cowardly, mean assassination, no Latter-day Saint should give himself up to the law. For the presumption is that they will murder him in the same manner. Neither should civil process come into Nauvoo till the United States by a vigorous course, causes the state of Missouri and the state of Illinois to redress every man that has suffered the loss of lands, goods or anything else by expulsion. If any man is bound to maintain the law, it is for the benefit he may derive from it. Well, our charter is repealed. The murderers of the Smiths are running at large. And if the Mormons should wish to imitate their forefathers and fulfill the scriptures by making it hard to kick against the pricks by wearing cast steel pikes about 4 or 5 inches long in their boots and shoes to kick with, what's the harm? Such utterances, which found imitation in the addresses of the leaders, and were echoed in the columns of Pratt's Prophet in New York, made it easy for their hostile neighbors to believe that the Mormons considered themselves beyond the reach of any law but their own. Some daring murders committed across the river in Iowa in the spring of 1845 afforded confirmation to the non-Mormons of their belief in church-instigated crimes of this character, and in the existence and activity of the Danite organization. The Mormon authorities had denied that there were organized Danites at Nauvoo, but the weight of testimony is against the denial. Gregg, a resident of the locality when the Mormons dwelt there, gives a fair idea of the accepted view of the Danites at that time. They were bound together with oaths of the most solemn character. And the punishment of traitors to the order was death. John A. Moe's band of pirates, who flourished at one time near Jackson, Tennessee, and up and down the Mississippi River above New Orleans, was never so terrible as the Danite band, for the latter was a powerful organization, and was above the law. The band made threats, and they were not idle threats. They went about on horseback, under cover of darkness, disguised in long white robes with red girdles. Their faces were covered with masks to conceal their identity. Phineas Wilcox, a young man of good reputation, went to Nauvoo on September 16, 1845, to get some weak ground, and while there disappeared completely. The inquiry made concerning him led his friends to believe that he was suspected of being a Gentile spy, and was quietly put out of the way. William Smith, the prophet's brother, contributed to the testimony against the Mormon leaders. Returning from the East, where he had been living for 3 years when Joseph was killed, he was warmly welcomed by the Mormon press, and elevated to the position of patriarch, and, as such, issued a sort of advertisement of his patriarchal wares in the Times and Seasons and Neighbor, inviting those in want of blessings to call at his residence. William was not a man of tact, and it required but a little time for him to arouse the jealousy of the leaders, the result of which was a notice in the Times and Seasons of November 1, 1845, that he had been cut off and left in the hands of God. But William was not a man to remain quiet even in such a retreat, and he soon afterward issued to the saints throughout the world a proclamation and faithful warning, which filled 8.5 columns of the Warsaw Signal of October 29, 1845. In which, in all meekness of spirit, and without anger or malice, William possessed most of the family traits. He accused Young of instigating murders, and spoke of him in this way. It is my firm and sincere conviction that, since the murder of my 2 brothers, usurpation, and anarchy, and spiritual wickedness in high places have crept into the Church, with the cognizance and acquiescence of those whose solemn duty it was to guardedly watch against such a state of things. Under the reign of one whom I may call a Pontius Pilate, under the reign, I say, of this Brigham Young, no greater tyrant ever existed since the days of Nero. He has no other justification than ignorance to cover the most cruel acts disgraceful to any one bearing the stamp of humanity. And this being has associated around him men, bound by oaths and covenants, who are reckless enough to commit almost any crime, or fulfill any command that their self-crowned head might give them. William was, of course, welcomed as a witness by the non-Mormons. He soon after went to St. Louis, and while there received a letter from Orson Hyde, which called his proclamation a cruel thrust, but urged him to return, pledging that they would not harm him. William did not accept the invitation, but settled in Illinois, became a respected citizen, and in later years was elected to the legislature. When invited to join the reorganized church by his nephew Joseph, he declined, saying, "I am not in sympathy, very strongly, with any of the present organized bands of Mormons, your own not excepted." By the spring of 1845 the Mormons were deserted even by their Democratic allies, some 300 of whom in Hancock County issued an address denying that the opposition to them was principally Whig, and declaring that it had arisen from compulsion and in self-defense. Governor Ford, anxious to be rid of his troublesome constituents, sent a confidential letter to Brigham Young, dated April 8, 1845, saying, "If you can get off by yourselves you may enjoy peace," and suggesting California as opening a field for the prettiest enterprise that has been undertaken in modern times. An era of the most disgraceful outrages that marked any of the conflicts between the Mormons and their opponents east of the Rocky Mountains began in Hancock County on the night of September 9, when a schoolhouse in Green Plain, south of Warsaw, in which the anti-Mormons were holding a meeting, was fired upon. The Mormons always claimed that this was a sham attack, made by the anti-Mormons to give an excuse for open hostilities, and probabilities favor this view. Straightway ensued what were known as the burnings. A band of men, numbering from 100 to 200, and coming mostly from Warsaw, began burning the houses, outbuildings, and grain stacks of Mormons all over the southwest part of the county. The owners were given time to remove their effects, and were ordered to make haste to Nauvoo, and in this way the country region was rapidly rid of Mormon settlers. The sheriff of the county at that time was J.B. Backenstoes, who, Ford says, went to Hancock County from Sangamon, a fraudulent debtor, and whose brother married a niece of the prophet Joseph. He had been elected to the legislature the year before, and had there so openly espoused the Mormon cause opposing the repeal of the Nauvoo Charter that his constituents proposed to drive him from the county when he returned home. Backenstoes at once took up the cause of the Mormons, issued proclamation after proclamation, breathing the utmost hostility to the Mormon assailants, and calling on the citizens to aid him as a posse in maintaining order. A sheriff of different character might have secured the help that was certainly his due on such an occasion, but no non-Mormon would respond to a call by Backenstoes. An occurrence incidental to these disturbances now added to the public feeling. On September 16, Lieutenant Worrell, who had been in command of the guard at the jail when the Smith brothers were killed, was shot dead while riding with 2 companions from Carthage to Warsaw. His death was charged to Backenstoes and to O.P. Rockwell, 97, the man accused of the attempted assassination of Governor Boggs, and both were afterward put on trial for it, but were acquitted. The sheriff now turned to the Nauvoo Legion for recruits, and in his third proclamation he announced that he then had a posse of upward of 2,000, well-armed men, and 2,000 more ready to respond to his call. He marched in different directions with this force, visiting Carthage, where he placed a number of citizens under arrest and issued his proclamation No. 4. In which he characterized the Carthage Greys as a band of the most infamous and villainous scoundrels that ever infested any community. During the ascendancy of the sheriff and the absence of the anti-Mormons from their homes, said Governor Ford, the people who had been burnt out of their houses assembled at Nauvoo, from whence, with many others, they sallied forth and ravaged the country, stealing and plundering whatever was convenient to carry or drive away. Thus it seems that the governor had changed his opinion about the honesty of the Mormons. To remedy the chaotic condition of affairs in the county, Governor Ford went to Jacksonville, Morgan County, where, in a conference, it was decided that Judge Stephen A. Douglas, General J. J. Hardin, Attorney General T. A. McDougal, and Major W. B. Warren should go to Hancock County with such forces as could be raised, to put an end to the lawlessness. When the sheriff heard of this, he pronounced the governor's proclamation directing the movement a forgery, and said, in his own proclamation No. 5, I hope no armed men will come into Hancock County under such circumstances. I shall regard them in the character of a mob, and shall treat them accordingly. The sheriff labored under a mistake. The steps now taken resulted, not in a demonstration of his authority, but in the final expulsion of all the Mormons from Illinois and Iowa. 19. The expulsion of the Mormons. General Hardin announced the coming of his force, which numbered about 400 men, in a proclamation addressed to the citizens of Hancock County, dated September 27. He called attention to the lawless acts of the last 2 years by both parties, characterizing the recent burning of houses as acts which disgrace your county, and are a stigma to the state, the nation, and the age. His force would simply see that the laws were obeyed, without taking part with either side. He forbade the assembling of any armed force of more than 4 men while his troops remained in the county, urged the citizens to attend to their ordinary business, and directed officers having warrants for arrests in connection with the recent disturbances to let the Attorney General decide whether they needed the assistance of troops. But the citizens were in no mood for anything like a restoration of the recent order of things, or for any compromise. The Warsaw Signal of September 17 had appealed to the non-Mormons of the neighboring counties to come to the rescue of Hancock. And the citizens of these counties now began to hold meetings which adopted resolutions declaring that the Mormons must go, and that they would not permit them to settle in any of the counties interested. The most important of these meetings, held at Quincy, resulted in the appointment of a committee of 7 to visit Nauvoo, and see what arrangements could be made with the Mormons regarding their removal from the state. Notwithstanding their defiant utterances, the Mormon leaders had for some time realized that their position in Illinois was untenable. That Smith himself understood this before his death is shown by the following entry in his diary. February 20, 1844. I instructed the 12 apostles to send out a delegation, and investigate the locations of California and Oregon, and hunt out a good location where we can remove to after the temple is completed, and where we can build a city in a day. And have a government of our own, get up into the mountains, where the devil cannot dig us out, and live in a healthy climate where we can live as old as we have a mind to. The Mormon reply to the Quincy Committee was given under date of September 24 in the form of a proclamation signed by President Brigham Young. In a long preamble it asserted the desire of the Mormons to live in peace with all men, so far as we can, without sacrificing the right to worship God according to the dictates of our own consciences. Recited their previous expulsion from their homes, and the unfriendly view taken of their views and principles by many of the people of Illinois. Finally announcing that they propose to leave that country in the spring for some point so remote that there will not need to be a difficulty with the people and ourselves. The agreement to depart was, however, conditioned on the following stipulations: that the citizens would help them to sell or rent their properties, to get means to assist the widows, the fatherless, and the destitute to move with the rest. That all men will let us alone with their vexatious lawsuits, that cash, dry goods, oxen, cattle, horses, wagons, etc., be given in exchange for Mormon property, the exchanges to be conducted by a committee of both parties. And that they be subjected to no more house burnings nor other depredations while they remained. The adjourned meeting at Quincy received the report of its committee on September 26, and voted to accept the proposal of the Mormons to move in the spring, but stated explicitly, "We do not intend to bring ourselves under any obligation to purchase their property, nor to furnish purchasers for the same. But we will in no way hinder or obstruct them in their efforts to sell, and will expect them to dispose of their property and remove at the time appointed." To manifest their sympathy with the unoffending poor of Nauvoo, a committee of 20 was appointed to receive subscriptions for their aid. The resignation of Sheriff Backenstoes was called for, and the judge of that circuit was advised to hold no court in Hancock County that year. The outcome of the meetings in the different counties was a convention which met in Carthage on October 1 and 2, and at which 9 counties, Hancock not included, were represented. This convention adopted resolutions setting forth the inability of non-Mormons to secure justice at the hands of juries under Mormon influence. Declaring that the only settlement of the troubles could be through the removal of the Mormons from the state, and repudiating the impudent assertion, so often and so constantly put forth by the Mormons, that they are persecuted for righteousness' sake. The counties were advised to form a military organization, and the Mormons were warned that their opponents solemnly pledge ourselves to be ready to act as the occasion may require. Meanwhile, the commissioners appointed by Governor Ford had been in negotiation with the Mormon authorities, and on October 1 they, too, asked the latter to submit their intentions in writing. This they did the same day. Their reply, signed by Brigham Young, President, and Willard Richards, Clerk, referred the commission to their response to the Quincy Committee, and added that they had begun arrangements to remove from the county before the recent disturbances. 1,000 families, including the heads of the church, being determined to start in the spring, without regard to any sacrifice of their property. That the whole church desired to go with them, and would do so if the necessary means could be secured by sales of their possessions, but that they wished it distinctly understood that, although we may not find purchasers for our property, we will not sacrifice it or give it away, or suffer it illegally to be wrested from us. To this the commissioners on October 3 sent a reply, informing the Mormons that their proposition seemed to be acquiesced in by the citizens of all the counties interested, who would permit them to depart in peace the next spring without further violence. They closed as follows. After what has been said and written by yourselves, it will be confidently expected by us and the whole community, that you will remove from the state with your whole church, in the manner you have agreed in your statement to us. Should you not do so, we are satisfied, however much we may deprecate violence and bloodshed, that violent measures will be resorted to compel your removal, which will result in most disastrous consequences to yourselves and your opponents. And that the end will be your expulsion from the state. We think that steps should be taken by you to make it apparent that you are actually preparing to remove in the spring. By carrying out, in good faith, your proposition to remove, as submitted to us, we think you should be, and will be, permitted to depart peaceably next spring for your destination, west of the Rocky Mountains. For the purpose of maintaining law and order in this county, the commanding general purposes to leave an armed force in this county which will be sufficient for that purpose, and which will remain so long as the governor deems it necessary. And for the purpose of preventing the use of such force for vexatious or improper objects, we will recommend the governor of the state to send some competent legal officer to remain here, and have the power of deciding what process shall be executed by said military force. We recommend to you to place every possible restraint in your power over the members of your church, to prevent them from committing acts of aggression or retaliation on any citizens of the state, as a contrary course may, and most probably will, bring about a collision which will subvert all efforts to maintain the peace in this county. And we propose making a similar request of your opponents in this and the surrounding counties. With many wishes that you may find that peace and prosperity in the land of your destination which you desire, we have the honor to subscribe ourselves. John J. Hardin, W. B. Warren. S. A. Douglas, J. McDougall. On the following day these commissioners made official announcement of the result of their negotiations, to the anti-Mormon citizens of Hancock and the surrounding counties. They expressed their belief in the sincerity of the Mormon promises. Advised that the non-Mormons be satisfied with obtaining what was practicable, even if some of their demands could not be granted, beseeching them to be orderly, and at the same time warning them not to violate the law, which the troops left in the county by General Hardin would enforce at all hazards. The report closed as follows. Remember, whatever may be the aggression against you, the sympathy of the public may be forfeited. It cannot be denied that the burning of the houses of the Mormons in Hancock County, by which a large number of women and children have been rendered homeless and houseless, in the beginning of the winter, was an act criminal in itself, and disgraceful to its perpetrators. And it should also be known that it has led many persons to believe that, even if the Mormons are so bad as they are represented, they are no worse than those who have burnt their houses. Whether your cause is just or unjust, the acts of these incendiaries have thus lost for you something of the sympathy and goodwill of your fellow citizens. And a resort to, or persistence in, such a course under existing circumstances will make you forfeit all the respect and sympathy of the community. We trust and believe, for this lovely portion of our state, a brighter day is dawning. And we beseech all parties not to seek to hasten its approach by the torch of the incendiary, nor to disturb its dawn by the clash of arms. The Millennial Star of December 1, 1845. Thus introduced this correspondence. The end of American liberty. The following official correspondence shows that this government has given 30,000 American citizens the choice of death or banishment beyond the Rocky Mountains. Of these two evils they have chosen the least. What boasted liberty! What an honor to American character! XX. The Evacuation of Nauvoo, the Last Mormon War. The winter of 1845 to 1846 in Hancock County passed without any renewed outbreak, but the credit for this seems to have been due to the firmness and good judgment of Major W. B. Warren, whom General Hardin placed in command of the force which he left in that county to preserve order, rather than to any improvement in the relations between the two parties, even after the Mormons had agreed to depart. Major Warren's command, which at first consisted of 100 men, and was reduced during the winter to 50 and later to 10, came from Quincy, and had as subordinate officers James D. Morgan and B. M. Prentice, whose names became famous as Union generals in the War of the Rebellion. Warren showed no favoritism in enforcing his authority, and he was called on to exercise it against both sides. The local newspapers of the day contain accounts of occasional burnings during the winter, and of murders committed here and there. On November 17, a meeting of citizens of Warsaw, who styled themselves a portion of the anti-Mormon party, was held to protest against such acts as burnings and the murder of a Mormon, 10 miles south of Warsaw, and to demand adherence to the agreement entered into. On February 5, Major Warren had to issue a warning to an organization of anti-Mormons who had ordered a number of Mormon families to leave the county by May 1, if they did not want to be burned out. Governor Ford sent Mr. Brayman to Hancock County as legal counsel for the military commander. In a report dated December 14, 1845, Mr. Brayman said of the condition of affairs as he found them. Judicial proceedings are but mockeries of the forms of law. Juries, magistrates and officers of every grade concerned in the civil affairs of the county partake so deeply of the prevailing excitement that no reliance, as a general thing, can be placed on their action. Crime enjoys a disgraceful impunity, and each one feels at liberty to commit any aggression, or to avenge his own wrongs to any extent, without legal accountability. Whether the parties will become reconciled or quieted, so as to live together in peace, is doubted. Such a series of outrages and bold violations of law as have marked the history of Hancock County for several years past is a blot upon our institutions, ought not to be endured by a civilized people. Meanwhile, the Mormons went on with their preparations for their westward march, selling their property as best they could, and making every effort to trade real estate in and out of the city. and such personal property as they could not take with them, for cattle, oxen, mules, horses, sheep, and wagons. Early in February the non-Mormons were surprised to learn that the Mormons at Nauvoo had begun crossing the river as a beginning of their departure for the far west. "We scarcely know what to make of this movement," said the Warsaw Signal, the general belief being that the Mormons would be slow in carrying out their agreement to leave so soon as grass would grow and water run. The date of the first departure, it has since been learned, was hastened by the fact that the grand jury in Springfield, Illinois, in December 1845, had found certain indictments for counterfeiting, in regard to which the Journal of that city, on December 25, gave the following particulars. During the last week 12 bills of indictment for counterfeiting Mexican dollars and our half dollars and dimes were found by the grand jury, and presented to the United States Circuit Court in this city against different persons in and about Nauvoo, embracing some of the Holy 12 and other prominent Mormons, and persons in league with them. The manner in which the money was put into circulation was stated. At $1,500,000 was paid out for wheat in 1 week. Whenever a land sale was about to take place, wagons were sent off with the coin into the land district where such sale was to take place, and no difficulty occurred in exchanging off the counterfeit coin for paper. So soon as the indictments were found, a request was made by the marshal of the governor of this state for a posse, or the assistance of the military force stationed in Hancock County, to enable him to arrest the alleged counterfeiters. Gov. Ford refused to grant the request. An officer has since been sent to Nauvoo to make the arrests, but we apprehend there is no probability of his success. The report that a whole city was practically for sale had been widely spread, and many persons, some from the eastern states, began visiting it to see what inducements were offered to new settlers, and what bargains were to be had. Among these was W. E. Matlack, who on April 10 issued, in Nauvoo, the first number of a weekly newspaper called the Hancock Eagle. Matlack seems to have been a fair-minded man, possessed of the courage of his convictions, and his paper was a better one in a literary sense than the average weekly of the day. In his inaugural editorial he said that he favored the removal of the Mormons as a peace measure, but denounced mob rule and threats against the Mormons who had not departed. The ultra-antis took offense at this at once, and, so far as the Eagle was supposed to represent the views of the newcomers, who were henceforth called new citizens, counted them little better than the Mormons themselves. Among these, however, was a class whom the county should have welcomed, the boats, in 1 week in May, landing 4 or 5 merchants, 6 physicians, 3 or 4 lawyers, 2 dentists, and 200 or 300 others, including laborers. The people of Hancock and the surrounding counties still refused to believe that the Mormons were sincere in their intention to depart. And the county meetings of the year before were reassembled to warn the Mormons that the citizens stood ready to enforce their order. The vacillating course of Governor Ford did not help the situation. He issued an order disbanding Major Warren's force on May 1, and on the following day instructed him to muster it into service again. Warren was very outspoken in his determination to protect the departing Mormons, and in a proclamation which he issued he told them to leave the fighting to be done by my detachment. If we are overpowered, then recross the river and defend yourselves and your property. The peace was preserved during May, and the Mormon exodus continued, Young with the first company being already well advanced in his march across Iowa. Major Warren sent a weekly report on the movement to the Warsaw Signal. That dated May 14 said that the ferries at Nauvoo and at Fort Madison were each taking across an average of 35 teams in 24 hours. For the week ending May 22 he reported the departure of 539 teams and 1617 persons, and for the week ending May 29, the departure of 269 teams and 800 persons, and he said he had counted the day before 617 wagons in Nauvoo ready to start. But even this activity did not satisfy the ultra element among the anti-Mormons, and at a meeting in Carthage, on Saturday, June 6, resolutions drawn by editor Sharp of the Signal expressed the belief that many of the Mormons intended to remain in the state, charged that they continued to commit depredations, and declared that the time had come for the citizens of the counties affected to arm and equip themselves for action. The Signal headed its editorial remarks on this meeting, or declared in Hancock. When the news of the gathering at Carthage reached Nauvoo, it created a panic. The Mormons, lessened in number by the many departures, and with their goods mostly packed for moving, were in no situation to repel an attack, and they began hurrying to the ferry until the streets were blocked with teams. The new citizens, although the Carthage meeting had appointed a committee to confer with them, were almost as much alarmed, and those who could do so sent away their families, while several merchants packed up their goods for safety. On Friday, June 12, the Committee of New Citizens met some 600 anti-Mormons who had assembled near Carthage, and strenuously objected to their marching into Nauvoo. As a sort of compromise, the force consented to rendezvous at Golden Point, 5 miles south of Nauvoo, and there they arrived the next day. This force, according to the Signal's own account, was a mere mob, 3/4 of whom went there against their own judgment, and only to try to prevent extreme measures. A committee was at once sent to Nauvoo to confer with the new citizens, but it met with a decided snubbing. The Nauvoo people then sent a committee to the camp, with a proposition that 30 men of the Antis march into the city, and leave 3 of their number there to report on the progress of the Mormon exodus. On Sunday morning, before any such agreement was reached, word came from Nauvoo that Sheriff Backenstoes had arrived there and enrolled a posse of some 500 men, the new citizens uniting with the Mormons for the protection of the place. This led to an examination of the war supplies of the Antis, and the discovery that they had only 5 rounds of ammunition to a man, and 1 day's provision. Thereupon they ingloriously broke camp and made off to Carthage. After this nothing more serious than a war of words occurred until July 11, when an event happened which aroused the feeling of both parties to the fighting pitch. 3 Mormons from Nauvoo had been harvesting a field of grain about 8 miles from the city. 98 In some way they angered a man living nearby, according to his wife's affidavit, by shooting around his fields, using his stable for their horses, and feeding his oats, and he collected some neighbors, who gave the offenders a whipping. More or less severe, according to the account accepted. The men went at once to Nauvoo, and exhibited their backs, and that night a Mormon posse arrested 17 Antis and conveyed them to Nauvoo. The Antis in turn seized 5 Mormons whom they held as hostages, and the northern part of Hancock County and a part of McDonough were in a state of alarm. Civil chaos ensued. General Hardin and Major Warren had joined the Federal Army that was to march against Mexico, and their cool judgment was greatly missed. One Carlin, appointed as a special constable, called on the citizens of Hancock County to assemble as his posse to assist in executing warrants in Nauvoo, and the Mormons of that city at once took steps to resist arrests by him. Governor Ford sent Major Parker of Fulton County, who was a Whig, to make an inquiry at Nauvoo and defend that city against rioting, and Mr. Brayman remained there to report to him on the course of affairs. What was called at that time, in Illinois, the last Mormon War, opened with a fusillade of correspondence between Carlin and Major Parker. Parker issued a proclamation, calling on all good citizens to return to their homes, and Carlin declared that he would obey no authority which tried to prevent him from doing his duty, telling the Major that it would take something more than words to disperse his posse. While Parker was issuing a series of proclamations, the so-called posse was, on August 25, placed under the command of Colonel J. B. Chittenden of Adams County, who was superseded 3 days later by Colonel Singleton. Colonel Singleton was successful in arranging with Major Parker terms of peace, which provided among other things that all the Mormons should be out of the state in 60 days, except heads of families who remained to close their business. But the colonel's officers rejected this agreement, and the colonel thereupon left the camp. Carlin at once appointed Colonel Brockman to the chief command. He was a Campbellite preacher who, according to Ford, had been a public defaulter and had been silenced by his church. After rejecting another offer of compromise made by the Mormons, Brockman, on September 11, with about 700 men who called themselves a posse, advanced against Nauvoo, with some small field pieces. Governor Ford had authorized Major Flood, commanding the militia of Adams County, to raise a force to preserve order in Hancock, but the Major, knowing that such action would only incense the force of the Antis, disregarded the governor's request. At this juncture Major Parker was relieved of the command at Nauvoo and succeeded by Major B. Clifford, Jr., of the 33rd Regiment of Illinois Volunteers. On the morning of September 12, Brockman sent into Nauvoo a demand for its surrender, with the pledge that there would be no destruction of property or life unless absolutely necessary in self-defense. Major Clifford rejected this proposition, advised Brockman to disperse his force, and named Mayor Wood of Quincy and J. P. Eddy, a St. Louis merchant then in Nauvoo, as recipients of any further propositions from the Antis. The forces at this time were drawn up against one another, the Mormons behind a breastwork which they had erected during the night, and the Antis on a piece of high ground nearer the city than their camp. Brayman says that an estimate which placed the Mormon force at 500 or 600 was a great exaggeration, and that the only artillery they had was 6 pieces which they fashioned for themselves. By breaking some steamboat shafts to the proper length and boring them out so that they would receive a 6-pound shot. When Clifford's reply was received, the commander of the Antis sent out the Warsaw riflemen as flankers on the right and left. Directed the Lima Guards, with 1 cannon, to take a position a mile to the front of the camp and occupy the attention of the men behind the Mormon breastwork, who had opened fire. And then marched the main body through a cornfield and orchard to the city itself. Both sides kept up an artillery fire while the advance was taking place. When the Antis reached the settled part of the city, the firing became general, but was of an independent character. The Mormons in most cases fired from their houses, while the Antis found such shelter as they could in a cornfield and along a worm fence. After about an hour of such fighting, Brockman, discovering that all of the 61 cannon balls with which he had provided himself had been shot away, decided that it was perilous to risk a further advance without these necessary instruments. Accordingly, he ordered a retreat and his whole force returned to its camp. In this engagement no Antis were killed, and the surgeon's list named only 8 wounded, 1 of whom died. 3 citizens of Nauvoo were killed. The Mormons had the better protection in their houses, but the other side made rather effective use of their artillery. The Antis began at once entrenching their camp, and sent to Quincy for ammunition. There were some exchanges of shots on Sunday and Monday, and 3 Antis were wounded on the latter day. Quincy responded promptly to the request for ammunition, but the people of that town were by no means unanimously in favor of the war. On Sunday evening a meeting of the peaceably inclined appointed a committee of 100 to visit the scene of hostilities and secure peace, on the basis of a removal of the Mormons. The negotiations of this committee began on the following Tuesday, and were continued, at times with apparent hopelessness of success, until Wednesday evening, when terms of peace were finally signed. It required the utmost effort of the Quincy Committee to induce the anti-Mormon force to delay an assault on the city, which would have meant conflagration and massacre. The terms of peace were as follows. 1. The city of Nauvoo will surrender. The force of Colonel Brockman to enter and take possession of the city tomorrow, the 17th of September, at 3:00 p.m. 2. The arms to be delivered to the Quincy Committee, to be returned on the crossing of the river. 3. The Quincy Committee pledged themselves to use their influence for the protection of persons and property from all violence, and the officers of the camp and the men pledged themselves to protect all persons and property from violence. 4. The sick and helpless to be protected and treated with humanity. 5. The Mormon population of the city to leave the state, or disperse, as soon as they can cross the river. 6. 5 men, including the trustees of the church, and 5 clerks, with their families, William Pickett not one of the number, to be permitted to remain in the city for the disposition of property, free from all molestation and personal violence. 7. Hostilities to cease immediately, and 10 men of the Quincy Committee to enter the city in the execution of their duty as soon as they think proper. The noticeable features of these terms are the omission of any reference to the execution of Carlin's writs, and the engagement that the Mormons should depart immediately. The latter was the real object of the posse's campaign. The Mormons had realized that they could not continue their defense, as no reinforcements could reach them, while any temporary check to their adversaries would only increase the animosity of the latter. They acted, therefore, in good faith as regards their agreement to depart. How they went is thus described in Brayman's second report to Governor Ford. These terms were not definitely signed until the morning of Thursday, the 17th, but, confident of their ratification. The Mormon population had been busy through the night in removing. So firmly had they been taught to believe that their lives, their city, and temple, would fall a sacrifice to the vengeance of their enemies, if surrendered to them, that they fled in consternation, determined to be beyond their reach at all hazards. This scene of confusion, fright and distress was continued throughout the forenoon. In every part of the city scenes of destitution, misery, and woe met the eye. Families were hurrying away from their homes, without a shelter, without means of conveyance, without tents, money, or a day's provision, with as much of their household stuff as they could carry in their hands. Sick men and women were carried upon their beds, weary mothers, with helpless babes dying in the arms, hurried away, all fleeing, they scarcely knew or cared whither, so it was from their enemies, whom they feared more than the waves of the Mississippi, or the heat, and hunger and lingering life and dreaded death of the prairies on which they were about to be cast. The ferry boats were crowded, and the river bank was lined with anxious fugitives, sadly awaiting their turn to pass over and take up their solitary march to the wilderness. On the afternoon of the 17th, Brockman's force, with which the members of the Quincy Committee had been assigned a place, marched into Nauvoo and through it, encamping near the river on the southern boundary. Curiosity to see the Mormon city had swelled the number who entered at the same time with the posse to nearly 2,000 men, but there was no disorder. The streets were practically deserted, and the few Mormons who remained were busy with their preparations to cross the river. Brockman, to make his victory certain, ordered that all citizens of Nauvoo who had sided with the Mormons should leave the state, thus including many of the new citizens. The order was enforced on September 18, with many circumstances of the utmost cruelty and injustice, according to Brayman's report. Bands of armed men, he said, traversed the city, entering the houses of citizens, robbing them of arms, throwing their household goods out of doors, insulting them, and threatening their lives. XXI, Nauvoo after the Exodus. Brockman's force was disbanded after its object had been accomplished, and all returned to their homes but about 100, who remained in Nauvoo to see that no Mormons came back. These men, whose number gradually decreased, provided what protection in government the place then enjoyed. Governor Ford received much censure from the state at large for the lawless doings of the recent months. A citizens' meeting at Springfield demanded that he call out a force sufficient to restore the supremacy of the law, and bring the offenders to justice. He did call on Hancock County for volunteers to restore order, but a public meeting in Carthage practically defied him. He, however, secured a force of about 200 men, with which he marched into Nauvoo, greatly to the indignation of the Hancock County people. His stay there was marked by incidents which showed how his erratic course in recent years had deprived him of public respect, and which explain some of the bitterness toward the county which characterizes his history. One of these was the presentation to him of a petticoat as typical of his rule. When Ford was succeeded as governor by French, the latter withdrew the militia from the county, and, in an address to the citizens, said, "I confidently rely upon your assistance and influence to aid in preventing any act of a violent character in future." Matters in the county then quieted down. The Warsaw newspapers, in place of anti-Mormon literature, began to print appeals to new settlers, setting forth the advantages of the neighborhood. But a newspaper war soon followed between two factions in Nauvoo, one of which contended that the place was an assemblage of gamblers and saloon keepers, while the other defended its reputation. This latter view, however, was not established, and most of the houses remained tenantless. Amid all their troubles in Nauvoo, the Mormon authorities never lost sight of one object, the completion of the temple. To the non-Mormons, and even to many in the church, it seemed inexplicable why so much zeal and money should be expended in finishing a structure that was to be at once abandoned. Before the agreement to leave the state was made, a Warsaw newspaper predicted that the completion of the temple would end the reign of the Mormon leaders. Since their followers were held together by the expectation of some supernatural manifestation of power in their behalf at that time. 99 Another outside newspaper suggested that they intended to use it as a fort. Orson Pratt, in a letter to the saints in the eastern states, written at the time of the agreement to depart, answering the query why the Lord commanded them to build a house out of which he would then suffer them to be driven at once, quoted a paragraph from the Revelation of January 19, 1841, which commanded the building of the temple, that you may prove yourselves unto me, that ye are faithful in all things whatsoever I command you. That I may bless you and cover you with honor, immortality, and eternal life. The capstone of the temple was laid in place early on the morning of May 24, 1845, amid shouts of Hosanna to God and the Lamb, music by the band, and the singing of a hymn. The first meeting was held in the temple on October 5, 1845, and from that time the edifice was used almost constantly in administering the ordinances, baptism, endowment, etc. Brigham Young says that on one occasion he continued this work from 5 p.m. to 3:30 a.m., and others of the quorum assisted. The ceremony of the endowment, although considered very secret, has been described by many persons who have gone through it. The descriptions by Elder Hyde and I. McGee Van Dusen and his wife go into details. A man and wife received notice to appear at the temple at Nauvoo at 5 a.m., he to wear white drawers, and she to bring her nightclothes with her. Passing to the upper floor, they were told to remove their hats and outer wraps, and were then led into a narrow hall, at the end of which stood a man who directed the husband to pass through a door on the right, and the wife to one on the left. The candidates were then questioned as to their preparation for the initiation, and if this resulted satisfactorily, they were directed to remove all their outer clothing. This ended the first degree. In the next room their remaining clothing was removed and they received a bath, with some mummeries which may best be omitted. Next they were anointed all over with oil poured from a horn, and pronounced, the Lord's anointed, and a priest ordained them to be king, or queen, in time and eternity. The man was now furnished with a white cotton undergarment of an original design, over which he put his shirt, and the woman was given a somewhat similar article, together with a chemise, nightgown, and white stockings. Each was then conducted into another apartment and left there alone in silence for some time. Then a rumbling noise was heard, and Brigham Young appeared, reciting some words, beginning, Let there be light, and ending, Now let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Approaching the man first, he went through a form of making him out of the dust, then, passing into the other room, he formed the woman out of a rib he had taken from the man. Giving this Eve to the man Adam, he led them into a large room decorated to represent Eden, and, after giving them divers instructions, left them to themselves. Much was said in later years about the requirement of the endowment oath. When General Maxwell tried to prevent the seating of Cannon as delegate to Congress in 1873, one of his charges was that Cannon had, in the Endowment House, taken an oath against the United States government. This called out affidavits by some of the leading anti-Young Mormons of the day, including E. L. T. Harrison, that they had gone through the Endowment House without taking any oath of the kind. But Hyde, in his description of the ceremony, says, We were sworn to cherish constant enmity toward the United States government for not avenging the death of Smith, or righting the persecutions of the saints. To do all that we could toward destroying, tearing down or overturning that government, to endeavor to baffle its designs and frustrate its intentions, to renounce all allegiance and refuse all submission. If unable to do anything ourselves toward the accomplishment of these objects, to teach it to our children from the nursery, impress it upon them from the deathbed, entail it upon them as a legacy. In the suit of Charlotte Arthur against Brigham Young's estate, to recover a lot in Salt Lake City which she alleged that Young had unlawfully taken possession of, her verified complaint, filed July 11, 1874, alleged that the endowment oath contained the following declaration, to obey him, the Lord's anointed, in all his orders, spiritual and temporal, and the priesthood or either of them, and all church authorities in like manner. That this obligation is superior to all the laws of the United States, and all earthly laws, that enmity should be cherished against the government of the United States. That the blood of Joseph Smith, the prophet, and apostles slain in this generation shall be avenged. As soon as the agreement to leave the state was made, the Mormons tried hard to sell or lease the temple, but in vain. And when the last Mormon departed, the structure was left to the mercy of the Hancock County posse. Colonel Kane, in his description of his visit to Nauvoo soon after the evacuation, says that the militia had defiled and defaced such features as the shrines and the baptismal font, the apartment containing the latter being rendered too noisome to abide in. Had the building been permitted to stand, it would have been to Nauvoo something on which the town could have looked as its most remarkable feature. But early on the morning of November 19, 1848, the structure was found to be on fire, evidently the work of an incendiary, and what the flames could eat up was soon destroyed. The Nauvoo Patriot deplored the destruction of a work of art at once the most elegant in its construction, and the most renowned in its celebrity, of any in the whole West. When the Icarians, a band of French socialists, settled in Nauvoo, they undertook, in 1850, to rebuild the edifice for use as their halls of reunion and schools. After they had expended on this work a good deal of time and labor, the city was visited by a cyclone on May 27 of that year, which left standing only a part of the west wall. Out of the stone the Icarians then built a schoolhouse, but nothing original now remains on the site except the old well. The Nauvoo of today is a town of only 1321 inhabitants. The people are largely of German origin, and the leading occupation is fruit growing. The site of the temple is occupied by two modern buildings. A part of Nauvoo House is still standing, as are Brigham Young's former residence, Joseph Smith's new mansion, and other houses which Mormons occupied. The Mormons in Iowa were no more popular with their non-Mormon neighbors there than were those in Illinois, and after the murders by the Hodges, and other crimes charged to the brethren, a mass meeting of Lee County inhabitants was held, which adopted resolutions declaring that the Mormons and the old settlers could not live together and that the Mormons must depart, citizens being requested to aid in this movement by exchanging property with the emigrants. In 1847 the last of these objectionable citizens left the county. Book V. The Migration to Utah. Preparations for the Long March. Two things may be accepted as facts with regard to the migration of the Mormons westward from Illinois: first, that they would not have moved had they not been compelled to. And second, that they did not know definitely where they were going when they started. Although Joseph Smith showed an uncertainty of his position by his instruction that the 12 should look for a place in California or Oregon to which his people might move, he considered this removal so remote a possibility that he was at the same time beginning his campaign for the presidency of the United States. As late as the spring of 1845, removal was considered by the leaders as only an alternative. In April, Brigham Young, Willard Richards, the two Pratts, and others issued an address to President Polk, which was sent to the governors of all the states but Illinois and Missouri, setting forth their previous trials, and containing this declaration: in the name of Israel's God, and by virtue of multiplied ties of country and kindred, we ask your friendly interposition in our favor. Will it be too much for us to ask you to convene a special session of Congress and furnish us an asylum where we can enjoy our rights of conscience and religion unmolested? Or will you, in special message to that body when convened, recommend a remonstrance against such unhallowed acts of oppression and expatriation as this people have continued to receive from the states of Missouri and Illinois? Or will you favor us by your personal influence and by your official rank? Or will you express your views concerning what is called the Great Western measure of colonizing the Latter-day Saints in Oregon, the Northwestern Territory, or some location remote from the states, where the hand of oppression will not crush every noble principle and extinguish every patriotic feeling? After the publication of the correspondence between the Hardin Commission and the Mormon authorities, Orson Pratt issued an appeal to American citizens, in which, referring to what he called the proposed banishment of the Mormons, he said, "Ye fathers of the Revolution, ye patriots of '76, is it for this ye toiled and suffered and bled? Must they be driven from this renowned republic to seek an asylum among other nations, or wander as hopeless exiles among the red men of the western wilds? Americans, will ye suffer this? Editors, will ye not speak? Fellow citizens, will ye not awake? Their destination could not have been determined in advance, because so little was known of the far west. The territory now embraced in the boundaries of California and Utah was then under Mexican government, and California was, in common use, a name covering the Pacific coast and a stretch of land extending indefinitely eastward. Oregon had been heard of a good deal, and it, as well as Vancouver Island, had been spoken of as a possible goal if a westward migration became necessary. Lorenzo Snow, in describing the westward start, said, "On the 1st of March, the ground covered with snow, we broke encampment about noon, and soon nearly 400 wagons were moving to, we knew not where." The first step taken by the Mormon authorities to explain the removal to their people was an explanation made at a conference in the new temple, 3 days after the correspondence with the commission closed. P. Pratt stated to the conference that the removal meant that the Lord designed to lead them to a wider field of action, where no one could say that they crowded their neighbors. In such a place they could, in 5 years, become richer than they then were, and could build a bigger and a better temple. "It has cost us," said he, "more for sickness, defense against mob exactions, persecutions, and to purchase lands in this place, than as much improvement will cost in another." It was then voted unanimously that the saints would move en masse to the west, and that every man would give all the help he could to assist the poorer members of the community in making the journey. Brigham Young next issued an address to the church at large, stating that even the Mormon Bible had foretold what might be the conduct of the American nation toward the Israel of the last days, and urging all to prepare to make the journey. A conference of Mormons in New York City on November 12, 1845, attended by brethren from New York State, New Jersey, and Connecticut, voted that the church in this city move, one and all, west of the Rocky Mountains between this and next season, either by land or by water. Active preparations for the removal began in and around Nauvoo at once. All who had property began trading it for articles that would be needed on the journey. Real estate was traded or sold for what it would bring, and the Eagle was full of advertisements of property to sell, including the Mansion House, Masonic Hall, and the Armory. The Mormons would load in wagons what furniture they could not take west with them, and trade it in the neighborhood for things more useful. The church authorities advertised for 1,000 yokes of oxen and all the cattle and mules that might be offered, oxen bringing from $40 to $50 a yoke. The necessary outfit for a family of 5 was calculated to be 1 wagon, 3 yokes of cattle, 2 cows, 2 beef cattle, 3 sheep, 1,000 pounds of flour, 20 pounds of sugar, a tent and bedding, seeds, farming tools, and a rifle, all estimated to cost about $250. 300 or 400 Mormons were sent to more distant points in Illinois and Iowa for draft animals, and, when the western procession started, they boasted that they owned the best cattle and horses in the country. In the city the men were organized into companies, each of which included such workmen as wagon makers, blacksmiths, and carpenters, and the task of making wagons, tents, etc., was hurried to the utmost. Nauvoo was constituted into one great wagon shop, wrote John Taylor. If any members of the community were not skilled in the work now in demand, they were sent to St. Louis, Galena, Burlington, or some other of the larger towns, to find profitable employment during the winter, and thus add to the moving fund. On January 20, 1846, the High Council issued a circular announcing that, early in March, a company of hardy young men, with some families, would be sent into the western country, with farming utensils and seed, to put in a crop and erect houses for others who would follow as soon as the grass was high enough for pasture. This circular contained also the following declaration: "We venture to say that our brethren have made no counterfeit money, and if any miller has received $1,500 base coin in a week from us, let him testify. If any land agent of the general government has received wagon loads of base coin from us in payment for lands, let him say so. Or if he has received any at all, let him tell it. These witnesses against us have spun a long yarn." This referred to the charges of counterfeiting, which had resulted in the indictment of some of the 12 at Springfield, and which hastened the first departures across the river. That counterfeiting was common in the western country at that time is a matter of history, and the Mormons themselves had accused such leading members of their church as Cowdery of being engaged in the business. The persons indicted at Springfield were never tried, so that the question of their guilt cannot be decided. Tullige's Pro-Mormon Life of Brigham Young mentions an incident which occurred and the refugees had gone only as far as the Chariton River in Iowa, which both admits that they had counterfeit money among them, and shows the mild view which a bishop of the church took of the offense of passing it. About this time also an attempt was made to pass counterfeit money. It was the case of a young man who bought from a Mr. Cochran a yoke of oxen, a cow, and a chain for $50. Bishop Miller wrote to Brigham to excuse the young man, but to help Cochran to restitution. The president was roused to great anger, the bishop was severely rebuked, and the anathemas of the leader from that time were thundered against thieves and bogus men, and passers of bogus money. The following is a minute of his diary of a council on the next Sunday, with the 12 bishops and captains. I told them I was satisfied the course we were taking would prove to be the salvation, not only of the camp but of the saints left behind. But there had been things done which were wrong. Some pleaded our sufferings from persecution, and the loss of our homes and property, as a justification for retaliating on our enemies, but such a course tends to destroy the kingdom of God. As soon as the leaders decided to make a start, they sent a petition to the governor of Iowa Territory, explaining their intention to pass through that domain, and asking for his protection during the temporary stay they might make there. No opposition to them seems to have been shown by the Iowans, who on the contrary employed them as laborers, sold them such goods as they could pay for, and invited their musicians to give concerts at the resting points. Lee's experience in Iowa confirmed him, he says, in his previous opinion that much of the Mormons' trouble was due to wild, ignorant fanatics. For, he adds, only a few years before, these same people were our most bitter enemies, and, when we came again and behaved ourselves, they treated us with the utmost kindness and hospitality. How much property the Mormons sacrificed in Illinois cannot be ascertained with accuracy. An investigation of all the testimony obtainable on the subject leads to the conclusion that a good deal of their real estate was disposed of at a fair price, and that there were many cases of severe individual loss. Major Warren, in a communication to the Signal from Nauvoo, in May, 1846, said that few of the Mormons' farms remained unsold, and that 3/4 of the improved property on the flat in Nauvoo had been disposed of. A correspondent of the Signal, answering on April 11 an assertion that the Mormons had a good deal of real estate to dispose of before they could leave, replied that most of their farms were sold, and that there were more inquiries after the others than there were farms. As to the real estate in the city, he explained, it is scattered over an area of 8 or 10 square miles, and contains from 1,500 to 2,000 houses, 4/5 of which, at least, are wretched cabins of no permanent value whatever. There are, however, 200 or 300 houses, large and small, built of brick and other desirable material. Such will mostly sell, though many of them, owing to the distance from the river and other unfavorable circumstances, only at a very great sacrifice. A general epistle to the Church from the 12, dated Winter Quarters, December 23, 1847, stated that the property of the saints in Hancock County was little or no better than confiscated. 2. From the Mississippi to the Missouri. The first party to leave Nauvoo began crossing the Mississippi early in February, 1846, using flatboats propelled by oars for the wagons and animals, and small boats for persons and the lighter baggage. It soon became colder and snow fell, and after the 16th those who remained were able to cross on the ice. Brigham Young, with a few attendants, had crossed on February 10, and selected a point on Sugar Creek as a gathering place. He seems to have returned secretly to the city for a few days to arrange for the departure of his family, and Lee says that he did not have teams enough at that time for their conveyance, adding, such as were in danger of being arrested were helped away first. John Taylor says that those who crossed the river in February included the 12, the High Council, and about 400 families. Camp of Israel was the name adopted for the camp in which President Young and the 12 might be, and this name moved westward with them. The camp on Sugar Creek was the first of these, and there, on February 17, Young addressed the company from a wagon. He outlined the journey before them, declaring that order would be preserved, and that all who wished to live in peace when the actual march began must toe the mark, ending with a call for a show of hands by those who wanted to make the move. The vote in favor of going west was unanimous. 100. The turning out of doors in midwinter of so many persons of all ages and both sexes, accustomed to the shelter of comfortable homes, entailed much suffering. A covered wagon or a tent is a poor protection from wintry blasts, and a camp fire in the open air, even with a bright sky overhead, is a poor substitute for a stove. Their first move, therefore, gave the emigrants a taste of the trials they were to endure. While they were at Sugar Creek the thermometer dropped to 20 degrees below zero, and heavy falls of snow occurred. Several children were born at this point, before the actual western journey began, and the sick and the feeble entered upon their sufferings at once. Before that camp broke up it was found necessary, too, to buy grain for the animals. The camp was directly in charge of the 12 until the Chariton River was reached. There, on March 27, it was divided into companies containing from 50 to 60 wagons, the companies being put in charge of captains of 50s and captains of 10s, suggesting Smith's Army of Zion. The captains of 50s were responsible directly to the High Council. There were also a commissary general, and, for each 50, a contracting commissary, to make righteous distribution of grains and provisions. Strict order was maintained by day while the column was in motion, and, whenever there was a halt, special care was taken to secure the cattle and the horses, while at night watches were constantly maintained. The story of the march to the Missouri does not contain a mention of any hostile meeting with Indians. The company remained on Sugar Creek for about a month, receiving constant accessions from across the river, and on the 1st of March the real westward movement began. The first objective point was Council Bluffs, Iowa, on the Missouri River, about 400 miles distant. But on the way several camps were established, at which some of the emigrants stopped to plant seeds and make other arrangements for the comfort of those who were to follow. The first of these camps was located at Richardson's Point in Lee County, Iowa, 55 miles from Nauvoo, the next on Chariton River, the next on Locust Creek, the next, named by them Garden Grove, on a branch of Grand River, some 150 miles from Nauvoo. And another, which P. Pratt named Pisgah, on Grand River, 138 miles east of Council Bluffs. The camp on the Missouri first made was called Winter Quarters, and was situated just north of the present site of Omaha, where the town now called Florence is located. It was not until July that the main body arrived at Council Bluffs. The story of this march is a remarkable one in many ways. Begun in winter, with the ground soon covered with snow, the travelers encountered Arctic weather, with the inconveniences of ice, rain, and mud, until May. After a snowfall they would have to scrape the ground when they had selected a place for pitching the tents. After a rain, or one of the occasional thaws, the country, there were no regular roads, would be practically impassable for teams, and they would have to remain in camp until the water disappeared. And the soil would bear the weight of the wagons after it was corduroyed with branches of trees. At one time bad roads caused a halt of 2 or 3 weeks. Fuel was not always abundant, and after a cold night it was no unusual thing to find wet garments and bedding frozen stiff in the morning. Here is an extract from Orson Pratt's diary, April 9. The rain poured down in torrents. With great exertion a part of the camp were enabled to get about 6 miles, while others were stuck fast in the deep mud. We encamped at a point of timber about sunset, after being drenched several hours in rain. We were obliged to cut brush and limbs of trees, and throw them upon the ground in our tents, to keep our beds from sinking in the mud. Our animals were turned loose to look out for themselves, the bark and limbs of trees were their principal food. Game was plenty, deer, wild turkeys, and prairie hens, but while the members of this party were better supplied with provisions than their followers, there was no surplus among them, and by April many families were really destitute of food. Eliza Snow mentions that her brother Lorenzo, one of the captains of 10s, had 2 wagons, a small tent, a cow, and a scanty supply of provisions and clothing, and that he was much better off than some of our neighbors. Heber C. Kimball, one of the 12, says of the situation of his family, that he had the ague, and his wife was in bed with it, with 2 children, one a few days old, lying by her. And the oldest child well enough to do any household work was a boy who could scarcely carry a 2-quart pail of water. Mrs. F. D. Richards, whose husband was ordered on a mission to England while the camp was at Sugar Creek, was prematurely confined in a wagon on the way to the Missouri. The babe died, as did an older daughter. Our situation, she says, was pitiable. I had not suitable food for myself or my child, the severe rain prevented our having any fire. The adaptability of the American pioneer to his circumstances was shown during this march in many ways. When a halt occurred, a shoemaker might be seen looking for a stone to serve as a lap stone in his repair work, or a gunsmith mending a rifle, or a weaver at a wheel or loom. The women learned that the jolting wagons would churn their milk, and, when a halt occurred, it took them but a short time to heat an oven hollowed out of a hillside, in which to bake the bread already raised. Colonel Kane says that he saw a piece of cloth, the wool for which was sheared, dyed, spun, and woven during this march. The leaders of the company understood the people they had in charge, and they looked out for their good spirits. Captain Pitt's brass band was included in the equipment, and the camp was not thoroughly organized before, on a clear evening, a dance, the Mormons have always been great dancers, was announced, and the visiting Iowans looked on in amazement. To see these exiles from comfortable homes thus enjoying themselves on the open prairie, the highest dignitaries leading in Virginia reels and Copenhagen jigs. John Taylor, whose pictures of this march, painted with a view to attract English emigrants, were always highly colored, estimated that, when he left Council Bluffs for England, in July, 1846, there were in camp and on the way 15,000 Mormons. With 3,000 wagons, 30,000 head of cattle, a great many horses and mules, and a vast number of sheep. Colonel Kane says that, besides the wagons, there was a large number of nondescript turnouts, the motley makeshifts of poverty. From the unsuitable heavy cart that lumbered on mysteriously, with its sick driver hidden under its counterpane cover, to the crazy 2-wheeled trundle, such as our own poor employ in the conveyance of their slop barrels, this pulled along. It may be, by a little dry-dugged heifer, and rigged up only to drag some such light weight as a baby, a sack of meal or a pack of clothes and bedding. There was no large supply of cash to keep this army and its animals in provisions. Every member who could contribute to the commissary department by his labor was expected to do so. The settlers in the territory seem to have been in need of such assistance, and were very glad to pay for it in grain, hay, or provisions. A letter from one of the emigrants to a friend in England said that, in every settlement they passed through, they found plenty of work, digging wells and cellars, splitting rails, threshing, plowing, and clearing land. Some of the men in the spring were sent south into Missouri, not more than 40 miles from far west, in search of employment. This they readily secured, no one raising the least objection to a Mormon who was not to be a permanent settler. Others were sent into that state to exchange horses, feather beds, and other personal property for cows and provisions. A part of the plan of operations provided for sending out pioneers to select the route and camping sites, to make bridges where they were necessary, and to open roads. The party carried light boats, but a good many bridges seemed to have been required because of the spring freshets. It was while resting after a march through prolonged rain and mud, late in April, that it was decided to establish the permanent camp called Garden Grove. Hundreds of men were at once set to work, making log houses and fences, digging wells, and plowing, and soon hundreds of acres were enclosed and planted. The progress made during April was exasperatingly slow. There was soft mud during the day, and rough ruts in the early morning. Sometimes camp would be pitched after making only a mile, sometimes they would think they had done well if they had made 6. The animals, in fact, were so thin from lack of food that they could not do a day's work even under favorable circumstances. The route, after the middle of April, was turned to the north, and they then traveled over a broken prairie country, where the game had been mostly killed off by the Potawatomi Indians, whose trails and abandoned camps were encountered constantly. On May 16, as the two Pratts and others were in advance, locating the route. Pratt discovered the site of what was called Pisgah, the post office of Pisgah of today, which he thus describes: riding about 3 or 4 miles over beautiful prairies, I came suddenly to some round sloping hills, grassy, and crowned with beautiful groves of timber. While alternate open groves and forests seemed blended into all the beauty and harmony of an English park. Beneath and beyond, on the west, rolled a main branch of Grand River, with its rich bottoms of alternate forest and prairie. As soon as Young and the other high dignitaries arrived, it was decided to form a settlement there, and several thousand acres were enclosed for cultivation, and many houses were built. Young and most of the first party continued their westward march through an uninhabited country, where they had to make their own roads. But they met with no opposition from Indians, and the head of the procession reached the banks of the Missouri near Council Bluffs in June, other companies following in quite rapid succession. The company which was the last to leave Nauvoo, on September 17, driven out by the Hancock County forces, endured sufferings much greater than did the early companies who were conducted by Brigham Young. The latter comprised the well-to-do of the city and all the high officers of the church, while the remnant left behind was made up of the sick and those who had not succeeded in securing the necessary equipment for the journey. Brayman, in his second report to Governor Ford, said, "Those of the Mormons who were wealthy or possessed desirable real estate in the city had sold and departed last spring. I am inclined to the opinion that the leaders of the church took with them all the movable wealth of their people that they could control, without making proper provision for those who remained. Consequently there was much destitution among them. Much sickness and distress. I traversed the city, and visited in company with a practicing physician the sick, and almost invariably found them destitute, to a painful extent, of the comforts of life. It was on the 18th of September that the last of these unfortunates crossed the river, making 640 who were then collected on the west bank. Illness had not been accepted by the posse, as an excuse for delay. Thomas Bullock says that his family, consisting of a husband, wife, blind mother-in-law, 4 children, and an aunt, all shaking with the ague, were given 20 minutes in which to get their goods into 2 wagons and start. The West Bank in Iowa, where the people landed, was marshy and unhealthy, and the suffering at what was called Poor Camp, a short distance above Montrose, was intense. Severe storms were frequent, and the best cover that some of the people could obtain was a tent made of a blanket or a quilt, or even of brush, or the shelter to be had under the wagons of those who were fortunate enough to be thus equipped. Bullock thus describes one night's experience: on Monday, September 23, while in my wagon on the slough opposite Nauvoo, a most tremendous thunderstorm passed over, which drenched everything we had. Not a dry thing left us, the bed a pool of water, my wife and mother-in-law lading it out by basinfuls, and I in a burning fever and insensible, with all my hair shorn off to cure me of my disease. A poor woman stood among the bushes, wrapping her cloak around her 3 little orphan children, to shield them from the storm as well as she could. The supply of food, too, was limited, their flour being wheat ground in hand mills, and even this at times failing. Then roasted corn was substituted, the grain being mixed by some with slippery elm bark to eke it out. The people of Hancock County contributed something in the way of clothing and provisions and a little money in aid of these sufferers, and the trustees of the church who were left in Nauvoo to sell property gave what help they could. On October 9 wagons sent back by the earlier emigrants for their unfortunate brethren had arrived, and the start for the Missouri began. Bullock relates that, just as they were ready to set out, a great flight of quails settled in the camp, running around the wagons so near that they could be knocked over with sticks, and the children caught some alive. One bird lighted upon their tea board, in the midst of the cups, while they were at breakfast. It was estimated that 500 of the birds were flying about the camp that day, but when 100 had been killed or caught, the captain forbade the killing of any more, as it was a direct manifestation and visitation by the Lord. Young closes his account of this incident with the words, "Tell this to the nations of the earth. Tell it to the kings and nobles and great ones." Wells, in his manuscript, Utah Notes, quoted by H.H. Bancroft, says, "This phenomenon extended some 30 or 40 miles along the river, and was generally observed. The quail in immense quantities had attempted to cross the river, but this being beyond their strength, had dropped into the river boats or on the banks. The westward march of these refugees was marked by more hardships than that of the earlier bodies, because they were in bad physical condition and were in no sense properly equipped. Council Bluffs was not reached till November 27. The division of the emigrants and their progress was thus noted in an interview, printed in the Nauvoo Eagle of July 10, with a person who had left Council Bluffs on June 26, coming east. The advance company, including the 12, with a train of 1,000 wagons, was then encamped on the east bank of the Missouri, the men being busy building boats. The second company, 3,000 strong, were at Pisgah, recruiting their cattle for a new start. The third company had halted at Garden Grove. Between Garden Grove and the Mississippi River the Eagle's informant counted more than 1,000 wagons on their way west. He estimated the total number of teams engaged in this movement at about 3,700, and the number of persons on the road at 12,000. The Eagle added, "From 2,000 to 3,000 have disappeared from Nauvoo in various directions, and about 800 or less still remain in Illinois. This comprises the entire Mormon population that once flourished in Hancock County. In their palmy days they probably numbered 15,000 or 16,000. The camp that had been formed at Pisgah suffered severely from the start. Provisions were scarce, and a number of families were dependent for food on neighbors who had little enough for themselves. Fodder for the cattle gave out, too, and in the early spring the only substitute was buds and twigs of trees. Snow notes as a calamity the death of his milch cow, which had been driven all the way from Ohio. Along with their destitution came sickness, and at times during the following winter it seemed as if there were not enough of the well to supply the needed nurses. So many deaths occurred during that autumn and winter at a funeral came to be conducted with little ceremony, and even the customary burial clothes could not be provided. Elder W. Huntington, the presiding officer of the settlement, was among the early victims, and Lorenzo Snow, the recent head of the Mormon Church, succeeded him. During Snow's stay there 3 of his 4 wives gave birth to children. Notwithstanding these depressing circumstances, the camp was by no means inactive during the winter. Those who were well were kept busy repairing wagons, and making, in a rude way, such household articles as were most needed, chairs, tubs, and baskets. Parties were sent out to the settlements within reach to work, accepting food and clothing as pay, and 2 elders were selected to visit the states in search of contributions. These efforts were so successful that about $600 was raised, and the camp sent to Brigham Young at Council Bluffs a load of provisions as a New Year's gift. The usual religious meetings were kept up during the winter, and the utility of amusements in such a settlement was not forgotten. Ingenuity was taxed to give variety to the social entertainments. Snow describes a party that he gave in his family mansion, a 1-story edifice about 15 by 30 feet, constructed of logs, with a dirt roof, a ground floor, and a chimney made of sod. Many a man compelled to house 4 wives, one of them with 3 sons by a former husband, in such a mansion would have felt excused from entertaining company. But the Snows did not. For a carpet the floor was strewn with straw. The logs of the sides of the room were concealed with sheets. Hollowed turnips provided candelabras, which were stuck around the walls and suspended from the roof. The company were entertained with songs, recitations, conundrums, etc. And all voted that they had a very jolly time. In the larger camps the travelers were accustomed to make what they called boweries, large arbors covered with a framework of poles, and thatched with brush or branches. The making of such boweries was continued by the saints in Utah. 3. The Mormon Battalion. During the halt of a part of the main body of the Mormons at Pisgah, an incident occurred which has been made the subject of a good deal of literature, and has been held up by the Mormons as a proof both of the severity of the American government toward them and of their own patriotism. There is so little ground for either of these claims that the story of the battalion should be correctly told. When hostilities against Mexico began, early in 1846, the plan of campaign designed by the United States authorities comprised an invasion of Mexico at 2 points, by Generals Taylor and Wool, and a descent on Santa Fe. And thence a march into California. This march was to be made by General Stephen F. Kearny, who was to command the volunteers raised in Missouri, and the few hundred regular troops then at Fort Leavenworth. In gathering his force General, then Colonel, Kearny sent Captain J. Allen of the 1st Dragoons to the Mormons at Pisgah, not with an order of any kind, but with a written proposition, dated June 26, 1846, that he would accept the service, for 12 months, of 4 or 5 companies of Mormon men, each numbering from 73 to 109. To unite with the Army of the West at Santa Fe, and march thence to California, where they would be discharged. These volunteers were to have the regular volunteers' pay and allowances, and permission to retain at their discharge the arms and equipments with which they would be provided, the age limit to be between 18 and 45 years. The most practical inducement held out to the Mormons to enlist was thus explained: thus is offered to the Mormon people now, this year, an opportunity of sending a portion of their young and intelligent men to the ultimate destination of their whole people, and entirely at the expense of the United States. And this advance party can thus pave the way and look out the land for their brethren to come after them. There was nothing like a demand on the Mormons in this invitation, and the advantage of accepting it was largely on the Mormon side. If it had not been, it would have been rejected. That the government was in no stress for volunteers is shown by the fact that General Kearny reported to the War Department in the following August that he had more troops than he needed, and that he proposed to use some of them to reinforce General Wool. The initial suggestion about the raising of these Mormon volunteers came from a Mormon source. In the spring of 1846, Jesse C. Little, a Mormon elder of the eastern states, visited Washington with letters of introduction from Governor Steele of New Hampshire and Colonel Thomas L. Kane of Philadelphia, hoping to secure from the government a contract to carry provisions or naval stores to the Pacific coast, and thus pay part of the expense of conveying Mormons to California by water. According to Little, this matter was laid before the cabinet, who proposed that he should visit the Mormon camp and raise 1,000 picked men to make a dash for California overland, while as many more would be sent around Cape Horn from the eastern states. This big scheme, according to Mormon accounts, was upset by one of the hated Missourians, Senator Thomas H. Benton, whose Machiavellian mind had designed the plan of taking from the Mormons 500 of their best men for the battalion, thus crippling them while in the Indian country. All this part of their account is utterly unworthy of belief. If 500 volunteers for the army crippled the immigrants where they were, what would have been their condition if 1,000 of their number had been hurried on to California? 101. Aside from the opportunity afforded by General Kearny's invitation to send a pioneer band, without expense to themselves, to the Pacific coast, the offer gave the Mormons great, and greatly needed, pecuniary assistance. P. Pratt, on his way east to visit England with Taylor and Hyde, found the battalion at Fort Leavenworth, and was sent back to the camp with between $5,000 and $6,000, a part of the battalion's government allowance. This was a godsend where cash was so scarce, as it enabled the commissary officers to make purchases in St. Louis, where prices were much lower than in western Iowa. John Taylor, in a letter to the Saints in Great Britain on arriving there, quoted the acceptance of this battalion as evidence that the President of the United States is favorably disposed to us, and said that their employment in the army, as there was no prospect of any fighting, amounts to the same as paying them for going where they were destined to go without. The march of the federal force that went from Santa Fe, where the Mormon Battalion arrived in October, to California was a notable one, over unexplored deserts, where food was scarce and water for long distances unobtainable. Arriving at the junction of the Gila and Colorado rivers on December 26, they received there an order to march to San Diego, California, and arrived there on January 29, after a march of over 2,000 miles. The war in California was over at that date, but the battalion did garrison duty at San Luis Rey, and then at Los Angeles. Various propositions for their re-enlistment were made to them, but their church officers opposed this, and were obeyed except in some individual instances. About 150 of those who set out from Santa Fe were sent back invalid before California was reached, and the number mustered out was only about 240. These at once started eastward, but, owing to news received concerning the hardships of the first Mormons who arrived in Salt Lake Valley, many of them decided to remain in California, and a number were hired by Sutter, on whose mill race the first discovery of gold in that state was made. Those who kept on reached Salt Lake Valley on October 16, 1847. 32 of their number continued their march to winter quarters on the Missouri, where they arrived on December 18. Mormon historians not only present the raising of the battalion as a proof of patriotism, but ascribe to the members of that force the credit of securing California to the United States, and the discovery of gold. 102. When Elder Little left Washington for the West with dispatches for General Kearny concerning the Mormon enlistments, he was accompanied by Colonel Thomas L. Kane, a brother of the famous Arctic explorer. On his way west, Colonel Kane visited Nauvoo while the Hancock County posse were in possession of it, saw the expelled Mormons in their camp across the river, followed the trail of those who had reached the Missouri, and lay ill among them in the unhealthy Missouri bottom in 1847. From that time Colonel Kane became one of the most useful agents of the Mormon Church in the eastern states, and, as we shall see, performed for them services which only a man devoted to the Church, but not openly a member of it, could have accomplished. It was stated at the time that Colonel Kane was baptized by Young at Council Bluffs in 1847. His future course gives every reason to accept the correctness of this view. He served the Mormons in the East as a Jesuit would have served his order in earlier days in France or Spain. He bore false witness in regard to polygamy and to the character of men high in the Church as unblushingly as a Brigham Young or a Kimball could have done. His lecture before the Historical Society of Pennsylvania in 1850 was highly colored where it stated facts, and so inaccurate in other parts that it is of little use to the historian. A Mormon writer who denied that Kane was a member of the Church offered as proof of this the statement that, had Kane been a Mormon, Young would have commanded him instead of treating him with so much respect. But Young was not a fool, and was quite capable of appreciating the value of a secret agent at the federal capital. 4. The camps on the Missouri. Mormon accounts of the westward movement from Nauvoo represent that the delay which occurred and they reached the Missouri River was an interruption of their leaders' plans, attributing it to the weakening of their force by the enlistment of the battalion, and the necessity of waiting for the last Mormons who were driven out of Nauvoo. But after their experiences in a winter march from the Mississippi, with something like a base of supplies in reach, it is inconceivable that the council would have led their followers farther into the unknown West that same year, when their stores were so nearly exhausted, and there was no region before them in which they could make purchases, even if they had the means to do so. When the Mormons arrived on the Missouri they met with a very friendly welcome. They found the land east of the river occupied by the Potawatomi Indians, who had recently been removed from their old home in what is now Michigan and northern Illinois and Indiana, and the west side occupied by the Omahas, who had once considered all created things as made for their peculiar use and benefit, but whom the smallpox and the Sioux had many years before reduced to a miserable remnant. The Mormons won the heart of the Potawatomis by giving them a concert at their agent's residence. A council followed, at which their chief, Pied Riche, surnamed Leclerc, made an address, giving the Mormons permission to cut wood, make improvements, and live where they pleased on their lands. The principal camp on the Missouri, known as Winter Quarters, was on the west bank, on what is now the site of Florence, Nebraska. A council was held with the Omaha chiefs in the latter part of August, and Big Elk, in reply to an address by Brigham Young, recited their sufferings at the hands of the Sioux, and told the whites that they could stay there for 2 years and have the use of firewood and timber, and that the young men of the Indians would watch their cattle and warn them of any danger. In return, the Indians asked for the use of teams to draw in their harvest, for assistance in house building, plowing, and blacksmithing, and that a traffic in goods be established. An agreement to this effect was put in writing. The arrival of party after party of Mormons made an unusually busy scene on the river banks. On the east side every hill that helped to make up the council bluffs was occupied with tents and wagons, while the bottom was crowded with cattle and vehicles on the way to the west side. Kane counted 4,000 head of cattle from a single elevation, and says that the Mormon herd numbered 30,000. Along the banks of the river and creeks the women were doing their family washing, while men were making boats and superintending in every way the passage of the river by some, and the preparations for a stay on the east side by others, building huts, breaking the sod for grain, etc. The Potawatomis had cut an approach to the river opposite a trading post of the American Fur Company, and established a ferry there, and they now did a big business carrying over, in their flat-bottom boats, families and their wagons, and the cows and sheep. As for the oxen, they were forced to swim, and great times the boys had, driving them to the bank, compelling them to take the initial plunge, and then guiding them across by taking the lead astride some animal's back. Sickness in the camps began almost as soon as they were formed. Misery Bottom, as it was then called, received the rich deposit brought down by the river in the spring, and, when the river retired into its banks, became a series of mud flats, described as mere quagmires of black dirt, stretching along for miles, unvaried except by the limbs of half-buried carrion, tree trunks, or by occasional yellow pools of what the children called frog spawn. Altogether steaming up vapors redolent of the savor of death. In the previous year, not an unusually bad one, 1/9 of the Indian population on these flats had died in 2 months. The Mormons suffered not only from the malaria of the river bottom, but from the breaking up of many acres of the soil in their farming operations. The illness was diagnosed as the usual malarial fever, accompanied in many cases with scorbutic symptoms, which they called black canker, due to a lack of vegetable food. In and around winter quarters there were more than 600 burials before cold weather set in, and 334 out of a population of 3,483 were reported on the sick list as late as December. The Papillon Camp, on the Little Butterfly River, was a deadly sight. Kane, who had the fever there, in passing by the place earlier in the season had opened an Indian mound, leaving a deep trench through it. My first erring, he says, upon my convalescence, took me to the mound, which, probably to save digging, had been readapted to its original purpose. In this brief interval they had filled the trench with bodies, and furrowed the ground with graves around it, like the ploughing of a field. But amid such affliction, in which cows went unmilked and corpses became loathsome before men could be found to bury them, preparations continued at all the camps for the winter's stay and next year's supplies. Brigham Young, writing from winter quarters on January 6, 1847, to the elders in England, said, "We have upward of 700 houses in our miniature city, composed mostly of logs in the body, covered with puncheon, straw, and dirt, which are warm and wholesome. A few are composed of turf, willows, straw, etc., which are comfortable this winter, but will not endure the thaws, rain, and sunshine of spring." This city was divided into 22 wards, each presided over by a bishop. The principal buildings were the Council House, 32 by 24 feet, and Dr. Richard's house, called the Octagon, and described as resembling the heap of earth piled up over potatoes to shield them from frost. In this octagon the High Council held most of their meetings. A great necessity was a flouring mill, and accordingly they sent to St. Louis for the stones and gearing, and, under Brigham Young's personal direction as a carpenter, the mill was built and made ready for use in January. The money sent back by the battalion was expended in St. Louis for sugar and other needed articles. As usual with the pictures sent to Europe, Young's description of the comfort of the winter camp was exaggerated. P. Pratt, who arrived at winter quarters from his mission to Europe on April 8, 1847, says, "I found my family all alive, and dwelling in a log cabin. They had, however, suffered much from cold, hunger, and sickness. They had oftentimes lived for several days on a little corn meal, ground in a hand mill, with no other food. One of the family was then lying very sick with the scurvy, a disease which had been very prevalent in camp during the winter, and of which many had died. I found, on inquiry, that the winter had been very severe, the snow deep, and consequently that all my 4 horses were lost, and I afterward ascertained that out of 12 cows, I had but 7 left, and, out of some 12 or 14 oxen, only 4 or 5 were saved. If this was the plight in which the spring found the family of one of the 12, imagination can picture the suffering of the hundreds who had arrived with less provision against the rigors of such a winter climate. The pioneer trip across the plains. During the winter of 1846 to 1847 preparations were underway to send an organization of pioneers across the plains and beyond the Rocky Mountains, to select a new dwelling place for the saints. The only revelation to Brigham Young found in the Book of Doctrine and Covenants is a direction about the organization and mission of this expedition. It was dated January 14, 1847, and it directed the organization of the pioneers into companies, with captains of hundreds, of 50s, and of 10s, and a president and 2 counselors at their head, under charge of the 12. Each company was to provide its own equipment, and to take seeds and farming implements. Let every man, it commanded, use all his influence and property to remove this people to the place where the Lord shall locate a stake of Zion. The power of the head of the church was guarded by a threat that, if any man shall seek to build up himself he shall have no power, and the revelation ended, like a rustic's letter, with the words, so no more at present. Amen and amen being added. In accordance with this command, on April 14 a pioneer band of volunteers set out to blaze a path, so to speak, across the plains and mountains for the main body which was to follow. It is difficult today, when this far west is in possession of the agriculturist, the merchant, and the miner, dotted with cities and flourishing towns, and cut in all directions by railroads, which have made pleasure routes for tourists of the trail over which the pioneers of half a century ago toiled with difficulty and danger. To realize how vague were the ideas of even the best informed in the 30s and 40s about the physical characteristics of that country and its future possibilities. The conception of the latter may be best illustrated by quoting Washington Irving's idea, as expressed in his Astoria, written in 1836. Such is the nature of this immense wilderness of the far west, which apparently defies cultivation and the habitation of civilized life. Some portion of it, along the rivers, may partially be subdued by agriculture, others may form vast pastoral tracts like those of the East. But it is to be feared that a great part of it will form a lawless interval between the abodes of civilized man, like the wastes of the ocean or the deserts of Arabia, and, like them, be subject to the depredations of the marauders. There may spring up new and mongrel races, like new formations in zoology, the amalgamation of the debris and abrasions of former races, civilized and savage, the remains of broken and extinguished tribes. The descendants of wandering hunters and trappers, of fugitives from the Spanish-American frontiers, of adventurers and desperadoes of every class and country, yearly ejected from the bosom of society into the wilderness. Some may gradually become pastoral hordes, like those rude and migratory people, half shepherd, half warrior, who, with their flocks and herds, roam the plains of Upper Asia. But others, it is to be apprehended, will become predatory bands, mounted on the fleet steeds of the prairies, with the open plains for their marauding grounds, and the mountains for their retreats and lurking places. There they may resemble those great hordes of the north, Gog and Magog with their bands, that haunted the gloomy imaginations of the prophets, a great company and a mighty host, all riding upon horses, and warring upon those nations which were at rest, and dwelt peaceably, and had gotten cattle and goods. What about the country between the Missouri River and the Pacific? Asked a father living near the Missouri, of his son on his return from California across the plains in 1851, "Oh, it's of no account," was the reply. "The soil is poor, sandy, and too dry to produce anything but this little short grass afterward learned to be so rich in nutriment, and, when it does rain, in 3 hours afterward you could not tell that it had rained at all." But while this distant West was still so unknown to the settled parts of the country, these Mormon pioneers were by no means the first to traverse it, as the records of the journeyings of Lewis and Clark, Ezekiel Williams, General W. H. Ashley, Wilson Price Hunt, Major S. H. Long, Captain W. Sublette, Bonneville, Fremont, and others show. The pioneer band of the Mormons consisted of 143 men, 3 women, wives of Brigham and Lorenzo Young and H. C. Kimball, and 2 children. They took with them 73 wagons. Their chief officers were Brigham Young, Lieutenant General, Stephen Markham, Colonel, John Pack, First Major, Shadrach Roundy, Second Major, 2 captains of hundreds, and 14 captains of companies. The order of march was intelligently arranged, with a view to the probability of meeting Indians who, if not dangerous to life, had little regard for personal property. The Indians of the Platte region were notorious thieves, but had not the reputation as warriors of their more northern neighbors. The regulations required that each private should walk constantly beside his wagon, leaving it only by his officer's command. In order to make as compact a force as possible, 2 wagons were to move abreast whenever this could be done. Every man was to keep his weapons loaded, and special care was insisted upon that the caps, flints, and locks should be in good condition. They had with them 1 small cannon mounted on wheels. The bugle for rising sounded at 5 a.m. and 2 hours were allowed for breakfast and prayers. At night each man was to retire into his wagon for prayer at 8:30 o'clock, and for the night's rest at 9. The night camp was formed by drawing up the wagons in a semicircle, with the river in the rear, if they camped near its bank, or otherwise with the wagons in a circle, a forewheel of one touching the hind wheel of the next. In this way an effective corral for the animals was provided within. At the head of Grand Island, on April 30th, they had their first sight of buffaloes. A hunting party was organized at once, and a herd of 65 of the animals was pursued for several miles in full view of the camp, when game and hunters were not hidden by the dust, and so successfully that 11 buffaloes were killed. The first alarm of Indians occurred on May 4th, when scouts reported a band of about 400 a few miles ahead. The wagons were at once formed 5 abreast, the cannon was fired as a means of alarm, and the company advanced in close formation. The Indians did not attack them, but they set fire to the prairie, and this caused a halt. A change of wind the next morning and an early shower checked the flames, and the column moved on again at daybreak. During the next few days the buffaloes were seen in herds of hundreds of thousands on both sides of the Platte. So numerous were they that the company had to stop at times and let gangs of the animals pass on either side, and several calves were captured alive. With or near the buffaloes were seen antelopes and wolves. At Grand Island the question of their further route was carefully debated. There was a well-known trail to Fort Laramie on the south side of the river, used by those who set out from Independence, Missouri, for Oregon. Good pasture was assured on that side, but it was argued that, if this party made a new trail along the north side of the river, the Mormons would have what might be considered a route of their own, separated from other westward emigrants. This view prevailed, and the course then selected became known in after years as the Mormon Trail, sometimes called the Old Mormon Road. The line of the Union Pacific Railroad follows it for many miles. Their decision caused them a good deal of anxiety about forage for their animals before they reached Fort Laramie. It had not rained at the latter point for 2 years, and the drought, together with the vast herds of buffaloes and the Indian fires, made it for days impossible to find any pasture except in small patches. When the fort was reached, they had fed their animals not only a large part of their grain, but some of their crackers and other breadstuff, and the beasts were so weak that they could scarcely drag the wagons. During the previous winter the church officers had procured for their use from England 2 sextants and other instruments needed for taking solar observations, 2 barometers, thermometers, etc. And these were used by Orson Pratt daily to note their progress. 2 of the party also constructed a sort of pedometer, and, after leaving Fort Laramie, a milepost was set up every 10 miles, for the guidance of those who were to follow. In the camp made on May 10 the first of the Mormon post offices on the plains was established. Into a board 6 inches wide and 18 long, a cut was made with a saw, and in this cut a letter was placed. After nailing on cleats to retain the letter, and addressing the board to the officers of the next company, the board was nailed to a 15-foot pole, which was set firmly in the ground near the trail, and left to its fate. How successful this attempt at communication proved is not stated, but similar means of communication were in use during the whole period of Mormon migration. Sometimes a copy of the camp journal was left conspicuously in the crotch of a tree, for the edification of the next camp, and scores of the buffalo skulls that dotted the plains were marked with messages and set up along the trail. The weakness of the draft animals made progress slow at this time, and marches of from 4 to 7 miles a day were recorded. The men fared better, game being abundant. Signs of Indians were seen from time to time, and precautions were constantly taken to prevent a stampede of the animals, but no open attack was made. A few Indians visited the camp on May 21st, and gave assurances of their friendliness. And on the 24th they had a visit from a party of 35 Dakotas, or Sioux, who tendered a written letter of recommendation in French from one of the agents of the American Fur Company. The Mormons had to grant their request for permission to camp with them overnight, which meant also giving them supper and breakfast, no small demand on their hospitality when the capacity of the Indian stomach is understood. Little occurred during May to vary the monotony of the journey. On the afternoon of June 1 they arrived nearly opposite Fort Laramie and the ruins of Old Fort Platte, a point 522 miles from winter quarters, and 509 from Great Salt Lake. The so-called forts were in fact trading posts, established by the fur companies, both as points of supply for their trappers and trading places with the Indians for peltries. On the evening of their arrival at this point they had a visit from members of a party of Mormons gathered principally from Mississippi and southern Illinois, who had passed the winter in Pueblo, and were waiting to join the emigrants from winter quarters. The Platte, usually a shallow stream, was at that place 108 yards wide, and too deep for wading. Brigham Young and some others crossed over the next morning in a sole-leather skiff which formed a part of their equipment, and were kindly welcomed by the commandant. There they learned that it would be impracticable, or at least very difficult, to continue along the north bank of the Platte, and they accordingly hired a flatboat to ferry the company and their wagons across. The crossing began on June 3, and on an average 4 wagons were ferried over in an hour. Advantage was taken of this delay to set up a bellows and forge, and make needed repairs to the wagons. At the fort the Mormons learned that their old object of hatred in Missouri, ex-Governor Boggs, had recently passed by with a company of emigrants bound for the Pacific coast. Young's company came across other Missourians on the plains. But no hostilities ensued, the Missourians having no object now to interfere with the Saints, and the latter contenting themselves by noting in their diaries the profanity and quarrelsomeness of their old neighbors. The journey was resumed at noon on June 4, along the Oregon Trail. A small party of the Mormons was sent on in advance to the spot where the Oregon Trail crossed the Platte, 124 miles west of Fort Laramie. This crossing was generally made by fording, but the river was too high for this, and the sole-leather boat, which would carry from 1,500 to 1,800 pounds, was accordingly employed. The men with this boat reached the crossing in advance of the first party of Oregon emigrants whom they had encountered, and were employed by the latter to ferry their goods across while the empty wagons were floated. This proved a happy enterprise for the Mormons. The drain on their stock of grain and provisions had by this time so reduced their supply that they looked forward with no little anxiety to the long march. The Oregon party offered liberal pay in flour, sugar, bacon, and coffee for the use of the boat, and the terms were gladly accepted, although most of the persons served were Missourians. When the main body of pioneers started on from that point, they left 10 men with the boat to maintain the ferry until the next company from winter quarters should come up. The Mormons themselves were delayed at this crossing until June 19, making a boat on which a wagon could cross without unloading. During the first few days after leaving the North Platte grass and water were scarce. On June 21 they reached the Sweet Water, and, fording it, encamped within sight of Independence Rock, near the upper end of Devil's Gate. 6. From the Rockies to Salt Lake Valley. More than one day's march was now made without finding water or grass. Banks of snow were observed on the nearby elevations, and overcoats were very comfortable at night. On June 26 they reached the South Pass, where the waters running to the Atlantic and to the Pacific separate. They found, however, no well-marked dividing ridge only, as Pratt described it, a quietly undulating plain or prairie, some 15 or 20 miles in length and breadth, thickly covered with wild sage. There were good pasture and plenty of water, and they met there a small party who were making the journey from Oregon to the States on horseback. All this time the leaders of the expedition had no definite view of their final stopping place. Whenever Young was asked by any of his party, as they trudged along, what locality they were aiming for, his only reply was that he would recognize the site of their new home when he saw it. And that they would surely go on as the Lord would direct them. While they were camping near South Pass, an incident occurred which narrowly escaped changing the plans of the Lord, if he had already selected Salt Lake Valley. One of the men whom the company met there was a voyager whose judgment about a desirable site for a settlement naturally seemed worthy of consideration. This was T. L. Smith, better known as Pegleg Smith. He had been a companion of Jedediah S. Smith, one of Ashley's company of trappers, who had started from Great Salt Lake in August, 1826, and made his way to San Gabriel Mission in California, and thence eastward, reaching the lake again in the spring of 1827. Pegleg had a trading post on Bear River above Soda Springs, in the present Idaho. He gave the Mormons a great deal of information about all the valley which lay before them, and to the north and south. He earnestly advised us, says Erastus Snow, to direct our course northwestward from Bridger, and make our way into Cache Valley. And he so far made an impression upon the camp that we were induced to enter into an engagement with him to meet us at a certain time and place 2 weeks afterward, to pilot our company into that country. But for some reason, which to this day never to my knowledge has been explained, he failed to meet us, and I have ever recognized his failure to do so as a providence of an all-wise God. Pegleg's reputation was as bad as that of any of those reckless trappers of his day, and perhaps, if the Mormons had known more about him, they would have given less heed to his advice, and counted less on his keeping his engagement. With the returning Oregonians they also made the acquaintance of Major Harris, an old trapper and hunter in California and Oregon, who gave them little encouragement about Salt Lake Valley, as a place of settlement. Principally because of the lack of timber. 2 days later they met Colonel James Bridger, an authority on that part of the country, whose fort was widely known. Young told him that he proposed to take a look at Great Salt Lake Valley with a view to its settlement. Bridger affirmed that his experiments had more than convinced him that corn would not grow in those mountains, and, when Young expressed doubts about this, he offered to give the Mormon president $1,000 for the first ear raised in that valley. Next they met a mountaineer named Goodyear, who had passed the last winter on the site of what is now Ogden, Utah, where he had tried without success to raise a little grain and a few vegetables. He told of severe cold in winter and drought in summer. Irrigation had not suggested itself to a man who had a large part of a continent in which to look for a more congenial farm site. Mormons in all later years have said that they were guided to the Salt Lake Valley in fulfillment of the prediction of Joseph Smith that they would have to flee to the Rocky Mountains. But in their progress across the plains the leaders of the pioneers were not indifferent to any advice that came in their way, and in a manuscript, History of Brigham Young, 1847, quoted by H.H. Bancroft, is the following entry, which may indicate the first suggestion that turned their attention from California to Utah. On the 15th of June met James H. Grieve, William Tucker, James Woodry, James Beauvoir, and 6 other Frenchmen, from whom we learned that Mr. Bridger was located about 300 miles west, that the mountaineers could ride to Salt Lake from Fort Bridger in 2 days, and that the Utah country was beautiful. The pioneers resumed their march on June 29, over a desolate country, traveling 17 miles without finding grass or water, until they made their night camp on the Big Sandy. There they encountered clouds of mosquitoes, which made more than one subsequent camping place very uncomfortable. A march of 8 miles the next morning brought them to Green River. Finding this stream 180 yards wide, and deep and swift, they stopped long enough to make 2 rafts, on which they successfully ferried over all their wagons without unloading them. At this point the pioneers met a brother Mormon who had made the journey to California round the Horn, and had started east from there to meet the overland travelers. He had an interesting story to tell, the points of which, in brief, were as follows: a Conference of Mormons, held in New York City on November 12, 1845, resolved to move in a body to the new home of the saints. This emigration scheme was placed in charge of Samuel Brannan, a native of Maine, and an elder in the church, who was then editing the New York Prophet, and preaching there. Why so important a project was confided to Brannan seems a mystery, in view of P.P. Pratt's statement that, as early as the previous January, he had discovered that Brannan was among certain elders who had been corrupting the saints by introducing among them all manner of false doctrines and immoral practices. He was afterward disfellowshipped at Nauvoo. By Pratt's advice he immediately went to that city, and was restored to full standing in the church, as any bad man always was when he acknowledged submission to the church authorities. Plenty of emigrants offered themselves under Orson Pratt's call, but of the 300 first applicants for passage only about 60 had money enough to pay their expenses. Although it was estimated that $75 would cover the outlay for the trip. Brannan chartered the Brooklyn, a ship of 450 tons, and on February 4, 1846, she sailed with 70 men, 68 women, and 100 children. The voyage to San Francisco ended on July 31. 10 deaths and 2 births occurred during the trip, and 4 of the company, including 2 elders and 1 woman, had to be excommunicated for their wicked and licentious conduct. 3 others were dealt with in the same way as soon as the company landed. On landing they found the United States in possession of the country, which led to Brannan's reported remark, "There is that D flag again." The men of the party, some of whom had not paid all their passage money, at once sought work, but the company did not hold together. Before the end of the year some 20 more went astray, in church parlance. Some decided to remain on the coast when they learned that the church was to make Salt Lake Valley its headquarters, and some time later about 140 reached Utah and took up their abode there. Brannan fell from grace and was pronounced by P.P. Pratt a corrupt and wicked man. While he was getting his expedition in shape, he sent to the church authorities in the West a copy of an agreement which he said he had made with G. Benson, an alleged agent of Postmaster General Kendall. Benson was represented as saying that, unless the Mormon leaders signed an agreement, to which President Polk was a silent partner, by which they would transfer to A. G. Benson and Company, and to their heirs and assigns, the odd number of all the lands and town lots they may acquire in the country where they settle, the President would order them to be dispersed. This seems to have been too transparent a scheme to deceive Young, and the agreement was not signed. The march of the pioneers was resumed on July 3. That evening they were told that those who wished to return eastward to meet their families, who were perhaps 500 miles back with the Second Company, could do so, but only 5 of them took advantage of this permission. The event of Sunday, July 4, was the arrival of 13 members of the battalion, who had pushed on in advance of the main body of those who were on the way from Pueblo, in order that they might recover some horses stolen from them, which they were told were at Bridger's Fort. They said that the main body of 140 were near at hand. This company had been directed in their course by instructions sent to them by Brigham Young from a point near Fort Laramie. The hardships of the trip had told on the pioneers, and a number of them were now afflicted with what they called mountain fever. They attributed this to the clouds of dust that enveloped the column of wagons when in motion, and to the decided change of temperature from day to night. For 6 weeks, too, most of them had been without bread, living on the meat provided by the hunters, and saving the little flour that was left for the sick. The route on July 5 kept along the right bank of the Green River for about 3 miles, and then led over the bluffs and across a sandy, waterless plain for 16 miles, to the left bank of Black's Fork, where they camped for the night. The 2 following days took them across this fork several times, but, although fording was not always comfortable, the stream added salmon trout to their menu. On the 7th the party had a look at Bridger's Fort, of which they had heard often. Orson Pratt described it at the time as consisting of 2 adjoining log houses, dirt roofs, and a small picket yard of logs set in the ground, and about 8 feet high. The number of men, squaws, and half-breed children in these houses and lodges may be about 50 or 60. At the camp, half a mile from the fort, that night ice formed. The next day the blacksmiths were kept busy repairing wagons and shoeing horses in preparation for a trail through the mountains. On the 9th and 10th they passed over a hilly country, camping on Beaver River on the night of the 10th. The fever had compelled several halts on account of the condition of the patients, and on the 12th it was found that Brigham Young was too ill to travel. In order not to lose time, Orson Pratt, with 43 men and 23 wagons, was directed to push on into Salt Lake Valley, leaving a trail that the others could follow. From the information obtainable at Fort Bridger it was decided that the canyon leading into the valley would be found impassable on account of high water, and that they should direct their course over the mountains. These explorers set out on July 14, traveling down Red Fork, a small stream which ran through a narrow valley, whose sides in places were from 800 to 1,200 feet high, red sandstone walls, perpendicular or overhanging. This route was a rough one, requiring frequent fordings of the stream, and they did well to advance 13 miles that day. On the 15th they discovered a mountain trail that had been recommended to them, but it was a mere trace left by wagons that had passed over it a year before. They came now to the roughest country they had found, and it became necessary to send sappers in advance to open a road before the wagons could pass over it. Almost discouraged, Pratt turned back on foot the next day, to see if he could not find a better route, but he was soon convinced that only the one before them led in the direction they were to take. The wagons were advanced only 4 3/4 miles that day, even the creek bottom being so covered with a growth of willows that to cut through these was a tiresome labor. Pratt and a companion, during the day, climbed a mountain, which they estimated to be about 2,000 feet high, but they only saw, before and around them, hills piled on hills and mountains on mountains. The outlines of the Wasatch and Uinta Ranges. On Monday, the 18th, Pratt again acted as advance explorer, and went ahead with one companion. Following a ravine on horseback for 4 miles, they then dismounted and climbed to an elevation from which, in the distance, they saw a level prairie which they thought could not be far from Great Salt Lake. The whole party advanced only 6 1/4 miles that day and 6 the next. One day later Erastus Snow came up with them, and Pratt took him along as a companion in his advance explorations. They discovered a point where the travelers of the year before had ascended a hill to avoid a canyon through which a creek dashed rapidly. Following in their predecessors' footsteps, when they arrived at the top of this hill there lay stretched out before them a broad, open valley about 20 miles wide and 30 long. At the north end of which the waters of the Great Salt Lake glistened in the sunbeams. Snow's account of their first view of the valley and lake is as follows: the thicket down the narrows, at the mouth of the canyon, was so dense that we could not penetrate through it. I crawled for some distance on my hands and knees through this thicket, until I was compelled to return, admonished by the rattle of a snake which lay coiled up under my nose, having almost put my hand on him. But as he gave me the friendly warning, I thanked him and retreated. We raised on to a high point south of the Narrows, where we got a view of the Great Salt Lake and this valley, and each of us, without saying a word to the other, instinctively, as if by inspiration, raised our hats from our heads, and then, swinging our hats, shouted, "Hosanna to God and the Lamb." We could see the canes down in the valley, on what is now called Mill Creek, which looked like inviting grain, and thitherward we directed our course. Having made an inspection of the valley, the 2 explorers rejoined their party about 10 o'clock that evening. The next day, with great labor, a road was cut through the canyon down to the valley, and on July 22 Pratt's entire company camped on City Creek, below the present Emigration Street in Salt Lake City. The next morning, after sending word of their discovery to Brigham Young, the whole party moved some 2 miles farther north, and there, after prayer, the work of putting in a crop was begun. The necessity of irrigation was recognized at once. "We found the land so dry," says Snow, "that to plow it was impossible, and in attempting to do so some of the plows were broken. We therefore had to distribute the water over the land before it could be worked." When the rest of the pioneers who had remained with Young reached the valley the next day, they found about 6 acres of potatoes and other vegetables already planted. While apostles like Snow might have been as transported with delight over the aspect of the valley as he professed to be, others of the party could see only a desolate, treeless plain, with sagebrush supplying the vegetation. To the women especially the outlook was most depressing. 7. The following companies, last days on the Missouri. When the pioneers set out from the Missouri, instructions were left for the organization of similar companies who were to follow their trail. Without waiting to learn their ultimate destination or how they fared on the way. These companies were in charge of prominent men like Parley P. Pratt, John Taylor, Bishop Hunter, Daniel Spencer, who succeeded Smith as mayor of Nauvoo, and J. M. Grant, the first mayor of Salt Lake City after its incorporation. P. Pratt set out early in June, as soon as he could get his wagons and equipment in order, for Elkhorn River, where a sort of rendezvous was established, and a rough ferry boat put in operation. Hence started about the 4th of July the big company which has been called the First Emigration. It consisted, according to the most trustworthy statistics, of 1,553 persons, equipped with 566 wagons, 2,213 oxen, 124 horses, 887 cows, 358 sheep, 35 hogs, and 716 chickens. Pratt had brought back from England 469 sovereigns, collected as tithing, which were used in equipping the first parties for Utah. This company had at its head, as president, Brigham Young's brother John, with P. Pratt as chief advisor. Nothing more serious interrupted the movement of these hundreds of emigrants than dissatisfaction with Pratt, upsets, broken wagons, and the occasional straying of cattle, and all arrived in the valley in the latter part of September. Pratt's division on the 25th. The company which started on the return trip with Young on August 26 embraced those apostles who had gone west with him, some others of the pioneers, and most of the members of the battalion who had joined them, and whose families were still on the banks of the Missouri. The eastward trip was made interesting by the meetings with the successive companies who were on their way to the Salt Lake Valley. Early in September some Indians stole 48 of their hoses, and 10 weeks later 200 Sioux charged their camp, but there was no loss of life. On the 19th of October the party were met by a mounted company who had left winter quarters to offer any aid that might be needed, and were escorted to that camp. They arrived there on October 31st, where they were welcomed by their families, and feasted as well as the supplies would permit. The winter of 1847 to 1848 was employed by Young and his associates in completing the church organization, mapping out a scheme of European immigration, and preparing for the removal of the remaining Mormons to Salt Lake Valley. That winter was much milder than its predecessor, and the health of the camps was improved, due, in part, to the better physical condition of their occupants. On the west side of the river, however, troubles had arisen with the Omahas, who complained to the government that the Mormons were killing off the game and depleting their lands of timber. The newcomers were accordingly directed to recross the river, and it was in this way that the camp near Council Bluffs in 1848 secured its principal population. In Mormon letters of that date the name Winter Quarters is sometimes applied to the settlement east of the river generally known as Kanesville. The program then arranged provided for the removal in the spring of 1848 to Salt Lake Valley of practically all Mormons who remained on the Missouri, leaving only enough to look after the crops there and to maintain a forwarding point for emigrants from Europe and the eastern states. The legislature of Iowa by request organized a county embracing the camps on the east side of the river. There seems to have been an idea in the minds of some of the Mormons that they might effect a permanent settlement in western Iowa. Orson Pratt, in a general epistle to the saints in Europe, encouraging emigration, dated August 15, 1848, said, "A great, extensive, and rich tract of country has also been, by the providence of God, put in the possession of the saints in the western borders of Iowa, which the saints would have the first chance to purchase, at 5 shillings per acre." A letter from G. Smith and E. T. Benson to O. Pratt, dated December 20 in that year, told of the formation of a company of 860 members to enclose an additional tract of 11,000 acres, in shares of from 5 to 80 acres, and of the laying out of 2 new cities, 10 miles north and south. Orson Hyde set up a printing press there, and for some time published the Frontier Guardian. But wiser counsel prevailed, and by 1853 most of the emigrants from Nauvoo had passed on to Utah. 103 and Linforth found Kanesville in 1853 very dirty and unhealthy, and full of gamblers, lawyers, and dealers in bargains. The latter made up principally of the outfits of discouraged immigrants who had given up the trip at that point. Young himself took charge of the largest body that was to cross the plains in 1848. The preparations were well advanced by the 1st of May, and on the 24th he set out for Elk Horn, commonly called the Horn, where the organization of the column was to be made. The travelers were divided into two large companies, the first 400s, comprising 1229 persons and 397 wagons, the second section, led by H.C. Kimball, 662 persons and 226 wagons, and the third, under elders W. Richards and A. Lyman, about 300 wagons. A census of the first two companies, made by the clerk of the camp, showed that their equipment embraced the following items: horses, 131, mules, 44, oxen, 2012, cows and other cattle, 1317, sheep, 654, pigs, 237. Chickens, 904, cats, 54, dogs, 134, goats, 3, geese, 10, ducks, 5, hives of bees, 5, doves, 11, and 1 squirrel. The expense of fitting out these companies was necessarily large, and the heads of the church left at Kanesville a debt amounting to $3,600, without any means being provided for its payment. President Young's company began its actual westward march on June 5, and the last detachment got away about the 25th. They reached the site of Salt Lake City in September. The incidents of the trip were not more interesting than those of the previous year, and only 4 deaths occurred on the way. Book 6. In Utah. I. The founding of Salt Lake City. The first white men to enter what is now Utah were a part of the force of Coronado, under Captain Garcia Lopez de Cardenas, if the reader of the evidence decides that their journey from Zuni took them, in 1540, across the present Utah border line. A more definite account has been preserved of a second exploration, which left Santa Fe in 1776, led by 2 priests, Dominguez and Escalade, in search of a route to the California coast. A 2 months' march brought them to a lake, called Timpanogos by the natives, now Utah Lake on the map, where they were told of another lake, many leagues in extent, whose waters were so salt that they made the body itch when wet with them. But they turned to the southwest without visiting it. Lahontan's report of the discovery of a body of bad-tasting water on the western side of the continent in 1689 is not accepted as more than a part of an imaginary narrative. S.A. Ruddock asserted that, in 1821, he with a trading party made a journey from Council Bluffs to Oregon by way of Santa Fe and Great Salt Lake. Bancroft mentions this claim, for what it is worth, but awards the honor of the discovery of the lake, as the earliest authenticated, to James Bridger, the noted frontiersman who, some 12 years later, built his well-known trading fort on Green River. Bridger, with a party of trappers who had journeyed west from the Missouri with Henry and Ashley in 1824, got into a discussion that winter with his fellows, while they were camped on Bear River, about the course of that stream, and to decide a bet, Bridger followed it southward until he came to Great Salt Lake. In the following spring 4 of the party explored the lake in boats made of skins, hoping to find beavers, and they, it is believed, were the first white men to float upon its waters. Fremont saw the lake from the summit of a butte on September 6, 1843. It was, he says, one of the great objects of the exploration, and, as we looked eagerly over the lake in the first emotions of excited pleasure, I am doubtful if the followers of Balboa felt more enthusiasm when, from the heights of the Andes, they saw for the first time the great Western Ocean. This practical claim of discovery was not well founded, nor was his sail on the lake in an India-rubber boat the first ever attempted on this interior sea. Dating from 1825, the lake region of Utah became more and more familiar to American trappers and explorers. In 1833 Captain Bonneville, of the United States Army, obtained leave of absence, and with a company of 110 trappers set out for the far west by the Platte route. Crossing the Rockies through the South Pass, he made a fortified camp on Green River, whence he for 3 years explored the country. One of his parties, under Joseph Walker, was sent to trap beavers on Great Salt Lake and to explore it thoroughly, making notes and maps. Bonneville, in his description of the lake to Irving, declared that lofty mountains rose from its bosom, and greatly magnified its extent to the south. Walker's party got within sight of the lake, but found themselves in a desert, and accordingly changed their course and crossed the Sierras into California. In Bonneville's map the lake is called Lake Bonneville or Great Salt Lake, and Irving calls it Lake Bonneville in his Astoria. The day after the first arrival of Brigham Young in Salt Lake Valley, Sunday, July 25, church services were held and the sacrament was administered. Young addressed his followers, indicating at the start his idea of his leadership and of the ownership of the land, which was then Mexican territory. He said that no man should buy any land who came here, says Woodruff, that he had none to sell. But every man should have his land measured out to him for city and farming purposes. He might till it as he pleased, but he must be industrious and take care of it. 104. The next day a party, including all the 12 who were in the valley, set out to explore the neighborhood. They visited and bathed in Great Salt Lake, climbed and named Ensign Peak, and met a party of Utah Indians, who made signs that they wanted to trade. On their return Young explained to the people his ideas of an exploration of the country to the west and north. Meanwhile, those left in the valley had been busy staking off fields, irrigating them, and planting vegetables and grain. Some buildings, among them a blacksmith shop, were begun. The members of the battalion, about 400 of whom had now arrived, constructed a bowery. Camps of Utah Indians were visited, and the white men witnessed their method of securing for food the abundant black crickets, by driving them into an enclosure fenced with brush which they set on fire. On July 28, after a council of the quorum had been held, the site of the temple was selected by Brigham Young, who waved his hand and said, "Here is the 40 acres for the temple. The city can be laid out perfectly square, east and west." The 40 acres were a few days later reduced to 10, but the site then chosen is that on which the big temple now stands. It was also decided that the city should be laid out in lots measuring to by 20 rods each, 8 lots to a block, with streets 8 rods wide, and sidewalks 20 feet wide, each house to be erected in the center of a lot and 20 feet from the front line. Land was also reserved for 4 parks of 2 acres each. Men were at once sent into the mountains to secure logs for cabins, and work on adobe huts was also begun. On August those of the 12 present selected their inheritances, each taking a block near the temple. A week later the 12 in council selected the blocks on which the companies under each should settle. The city as then laid out covered a space nearly 4 miles long and 3 broad. 105. On August 22 a general conference decided that the city should be called City of the Great Salt Lake. When the city was incorporated, in 1851, the name was changed to Salt Lake City. In view of the approaching return of Young and his fellow officers to the Missouri River, the company in the valley were placed in charge of the prophet's uncle, John Smith, as patriarch, with a high council and other officers of a stake. When P. Pratt and the following companies reached the valley in September, they found a fort partly built, and everyone busy, preparing for the winter. The crops of that year had been a disappointment, having been planted too late. The potatoes raised varied in size from that of a pea to half an inch in diameter, but they were saved and used successfully for seed the next year. A great deal of grain was sown during the autumn and winter, considerable wheat having been brought from California by members of the battalion. Pratt says that the snow was several inches deep when they did some of their plowing, but that the ground was clear early in March. A census taken in March, 1848, gave the city a population of 1671, with 423 houses erected. The saints in the valley spent a good deal of that winter working on their cabins, making furniture, and carting fuel. They discovered that the warning about the lack of timber was well founded, all the logs and firewood being hauled from a point 8 miles distant, over bad roads, and with teams that had not recovered from the effect of the overland trip. Many settlers therefore built huts of adobe bricks, some with cloth roofs. Lack of experience in handling adobe clay for building purposes led to some sad results, the rains and frosts causing the bricks to crumble or burst, and more than one of these houses tumbled down around their owners. Even the best of the houses had very flat roofs, the newcomers believing that the climate was always dry, and when the rains and melted snow came, those who had umbrellas frequently raised them indoors to protect their beds or their fires. 2 years later, when Captain Stansbury of the United States Topographical Engineers, with his surveying party, spent the winter in Salt Lake City, in a small, unfurnished house of unburnt brick or adobe, unplastered, and roofed with boards loosely nailed on, which let in the rains in streams, he says they were better lodged than many of their neighbors. Very many families, he explains, were obliged still to lodge wholly or in part in their wagons, which, being covered, served, when taken off from the wheels and set upon the ground, to make bedrooms, of limited dimensions, it is true, but exceedingly comfortable. In the very next enclosure to that of our party, a whole family of children had no other shelter than one of these wagons, where they slept all winter. The furniture of the early houses was of the rudest kind, since only the most necessary articles could be brought in the wagons. A chest or a barrel would do for a table, a bunk built against the side logs would be called a bed, and such rude stools as could be most easily put together served for chairs. The letters sent for publication in England to attract emigrants spoke of a mild and pleasant winter, not telling of the privations of these pioneers. The greatest actual suffering was caused by a lack of food as spring advanced. A party had been sent to California, in November, for cattle, seeds, etc., but they lost 40 of a herd of 200 on the way back. The cattle that had been brought across the plains were in poor condition on their arrival, and could find very little winter pasturage. Many of the milk cows driven all the way from the Missouri had died by midsummer. By spring parched grain was substituted for coffee, a kind of molasses was made from beets, and what little flour could be obtained was home ground and unbolted. Even so high an officer of the church as P. Pratt thus describes the privations of his family: in this labor, plowing, cultivating, and sowing, every woman and child in my family, so far as they were of sufficient age and strength, had joined to help me, and had toiled incessantly in the field, suffering every hardship which human nature could well endure. Myself and most of them were compelled to go with bare feet for several months, reserving our Indian moccasins for extra occasions. We toiled hard, and lived on a few greens, and on thistle and other roots. This was the year of the great visitation of crickets, the destruction of which has given the Mormons material for the story of one of their miracles. The crickets appeared in May, and they ate the country clear before them. In a wheat field they would average 2 or 3 to a head of grain. Even ditches filled with water would not stop them. Kane described them as wingless, dumpy, black, swollen-headed, with bulging eyes in cases like goggles, mounted upon legs of steel wire and clock spring, and with a general personal appearance that justified the Mormons in comparing them to a cross of a spider and the buffalo. When this plague was at its worst, the Mormons saw flocks of gulls descend and devour the crickets so greedily that they would often disgorge the food undigested. Day after day did the gulls appear until the plague was removed. Utah guidebooks of today refer to this as a divine interposition of heaven in behalf of the saints. But writers of that date, like P. Pratt, ignore the miraculous feature, and the white gulls dot the fields between Salt Lake City and Ogden in 1901 just as they did in the summer of 1848, and as Fremont found them there in September, 1843. Gulls are abundant all over the plains, and are found with the snipe and geese as far north as North Dakota. Heaven's interposition, if exercised, was not thorough, for, after the crickets, came grasshoppers in such numbers that one writer says, on one occasion a quarter of one cloudy dropped into the lake and were blown on shore by the wind. In rows sometimes 2 feet deep, for a distance of 2 miles. But the crops, with all the drawbacks, did better than had been deemed possible, and on August 10 the people held a kind of harvest festival in the Bowery, in the center of their fort, when large sheaves of wheat, rye, barley, oats, and other productions were hoisted on poles for public exhibition. Still, the outlook was so alarming that word was sent to winter quarters advising against increasing their population at that time, and Brigham Young's son urged that a message be sent to his father giving similar advice. Nevertheless P.P. Pratt did not hesitate in a letter addressed to the saints in England, on September 5, to say that they had had ears of corn to boil for a month, that he had secured a good harvest of wheat and rye without irrigation, and that there would be from 10,000 to 20,000 bushels of grain in the valley, more than was needed for home consumption. 2. Progress of the settlement. With the arrival of the later companies from winter quarters, the population of the city was increased by the winter of 1848 to about 5,000, or more than 1/4 of those who went out from Nauvoo. The settlers then had 3 sawmills, 1 flouring mill, and a threshing machine run by water, another sawmill and flour mill nearly completed, and several mills under way for the manufacture of sugar from corn stalks. Brigham Young, again on the ground, took the lead at once in pushing on the work. To save fencing, material for which was hard to obtain, a tract of 8,000 acres was set apart and fenced for the common use, within which farmhouses could be built. The plan adopted for fencing in the city itself was to enclose each ward separately, every lot owner building his share. A stone council house, 45 feet square, was begun, the labor counting as a part of the tithe. Unappropriated city lots were distributed among the newcomers by a system of drawing, and the building of houses went briskly on, the officers of the church sharing in the labor. A number of bridges were also provided, a tax of 1% being levied to pay for them. Among the incidents of the winter mentioned in an epistle of the First Presidency was the establishment of schools in the different wards, in which, it was stated, the Hebrew, Greek, Latin, French, German, Tahitian and English languages have been taught successfully. And the organization of a temporary local government, and of a stake of Zion, with Daniel Spencer as president. It was early the policy of the Church to carry on an extended system of public works, including manufacturing enterprises. The assisted immigrants were expected to repay by work on these buildings the advance made to them to cover their traveling expenses. Young saw at once the advantage of starting branches of manufacture, both to make his people independent of a distant supply and to give employment to the population. Writing to Orson Pratt on October 14, 1849, when Pratt was in England, he said that they would have the material for cotton and woolen factories ready by the time men and machinery were prepared to handle it, and urged him to send on cotton operatives and all the necessary fixtures. The third general epistle spoke of the need of furnaces and forges, and Orson Pratt, in an address to the saints in Great Britain, dated July 2, 1850, urged the officers of companies to seek diligently in every branch for wise, skillful and ingenious mechanics, manufacturers, potters, etc. 106. The General Conference of October, 1849, ordered one man to build a glass factory in the valley, and voted to organize a company to transport passengers and freight between the Missouri River and California, directing that settlements be established along the route. This company was called the Great Salt Lake Valley Carrying Company. Its prospectus in the Frontier Guardian in December, 1849, stated that the fare from Kanesville to Sutter's Fort, California, would be $300, and the freight rate to Great Salt Lake City $12.50 per hundredweight, the passenger wagons to be drawn by 4 horses or mules, and the freight wagons by oxen. But the work of making the new Mormon home a business and manufacturing success did not meet with rapid encouragement. Where settlements were made outside of Salt Lake City, the people were not scattered in farmhouses over the country, but lived in what they called forts, squalid-looking settlements, laid out in a square and defended by a dirt or adobe wall. The inhabitants of these settlements had to depend on the soil for their subsistence, and such necessary workmen as carpenters and shoemakers plied their trade as they could find leisure after working in the fields. When Johnston's army entered the valley in 1858, the largest attempt at manufacturing that had been undertaken there, a beet sugar factory, toward which English capitalists had contributed more than $100,000, had already proved a failure. There were tanneries, distilleries, and breweries in operation, a few rifles and revolvers were made from iron supplied by wagon tires, and in the larger settlements a few good mechanics were kept busy. But if no outside influences had contributed to the prosperity of the valley, and hastened the day when it secured railroad communication, the future of the people whom Young gathered in Utah would have been very different. A correspondent of the New York Tribune, on his way to California, writing on July 8, 1849, thus described Salt Lake City as it presented itself to him at that time: "There are no hotels, because there had been no travel. No barber shops, because every one chose to shave himself and no one had time to shave his neighbor. No stores, because they had no goods to sell nor time to traffic. No center of business, because all were too busy to make a center. There was abundance of mechanics' shops, of dressmakers, milliners and tailors, etc., but they needed no sign, nor had they any time to paint or erect one, for they were crowded with business. Besides their several trades, all must cultivate the land or die, for the country was new, and no cultivation but their own within 1,000 miles. Everyone had his lot and built on it, every one cultivated it, and perhaps a small farm in the distance. And the strangest of all was that this great city, extending over several square miles, had been erected, and every house and fence made, within 9 or 10 months of our arrival. While at the same time good bridges were erected over the principal streams, and the country settlements extended nearly 100 miles up and down the valley. The winter of 1848 set in early and severe, with frequent snowstorms from December 1 until late in February, and the temperature dropping 1 degree below zero as late as February 5. The deep snow in the canyons, the only outlets through the mountains, rendered it difficult to bring in fuel, and the suffering from the cold was terrible. As many families had arrived too late to provide themselves with any shelter but their prairie wagons. The apprehended scarcity of food, too, was realized. Early in February an inventory of the breadstuffs in the valley, taken by the bishops, showed only 3/4 pound a day per head until July 5, although it was believed that many had concealed stores on hand. When the first general epistle of the First Presidency was sent out from Salt Lake City in the spring of 1849, corn, which had sold for $2 and $3 a bushel, was not to be had, wheat had ranged from $4 to $5 a bushel, and potatoes from $6 to $20. With none then in market. The people generally exerted themselves to obtain food for those whose supplies had been exhausted, but the situation became desperate before the snow melted. 3 attempts to reach Fort Bridger failed because of the depth of snow in the canyons. There is a record of a winter hunt of 2 rival parties of 100 men each, but they killed varmints rather than game, the list including 700 wolves and foxes, 20 minks and skunks, 500 hawks, owls and magpies, and 1,000 ravens. Some of the Mormons, with the aid of Indian guides, dug roots that the savages had learned to eat, and some removed the hide roofs from their cabins and stewed them for food. The lack of breadstuffs continued until well into the summer, and the celebration of the anniversary of the arrival of the pioneers in the valley, which had been planned for July 4, was postponed until the 24th, as Young explained in his address. That we might have a little bread to set on our tables. Word was now sent to the States and to Europe that no more of the brethren should make the trip to the valley at that time unless they had means to get through without assistance, and could bring breadstuffs to last them several months after their arrival. But something now occurred which turned the eyes of a large part of the world to that new acquisition of the United States on the Pacific coast which was called California, which made the Mormon settlement in Utah a way station for thousands of travelers where a dozen would not have passed it without the new incentive, and which brought to the Mormon settlers, almost at their own prices, supplies of which they were desperately in need, and which they could not otherwise have obtained. This something was the discovery of gold in California. When the news of this discovery reached the Atlantic states and those farther west, men simply calculated by what route they could most quickly reach the new El Dorado. And the first companies of miners who traveled across the plains sacrificed everything for speed. The first rush passed through Salt Lake Valley in August, 1849. Some of the Mormons who had reached California with Brannan's company had by that time arrived in the valley, bringing with them a few bags of gold dust. When the would-be miners from the east saw this proof of the existence of gold in the country ahead of them, their enthusiasm knew no limits. And their one wish was to lighten themselves so that they could reach the gold fields in the shortest time possible. Then the harvest of the Mormons began. Pack mules and horses that had been worth only $25 or $30 would now bring $200 in exchange for other articles at a low price, and the travelers were auctioning off their surplus supplies every day. For a light wagon they did not hesitate to offer 3 or 4 heavy ones, with a yoke of oxen sometimes thrown in. Such needed supplies as domestic sheetings could be had at from 5 to 10 cents a yard, spades and shovels, with which the miners were overstocked, at 50 cents each, and nearly everything in their outfit, except sugar and coffee, at half the price that would have been charged at wholesale in the eastern states. The commercial profit to the Mormons from this emigration was greater still in 1850, when the rush had increased. Before the grain of that summer was cut, the gold seekers paid $1 a pound for flour in Salt Lake City. After the new grain was harvested they eagerly bought the flour as fast as 5 mills could grind it, at $25 per hundredweight. Unground wheat sold for $8 a bushel, wood for $10 a cord, adobe bricks for more than 7 shillings a hundred, and skilled mechanics were getting 12 shillings and 6 pence a day. At the same time that the emigrants were paying so well for what they absolutely required, they were sacrificing large supplies of what they did not need on almost any terms. Some of them had started across the plains with heavy loads of machinery and miscellaneous goods, on which they expected to reap a big profit in California. Learning, however, when they reached Salt Lake City, that shiploads of such merchandise were on their way around the Horn, the owners sacrificed their stock where it was, and hurried on to get their share of the gold. This is not the place in which to tell the story of that rush of the gold seekers. The clerk at Fort Laramie reported, the total number of emigrants who passed this post up to June 10, 1850, included 16,915 men, 235 women, 242 children, 4,672 wagons, 14,974 horses, 4,641 mules, 7,475 oxen, and 1,653 cows. A letter from Sacramento dated September 10, 1850, gave this picture of the trail left by these travelers. Many believe there are dead animals enough on the desert, of 45 miles, between Humboldt Lake and Carson River to pave a road the whole distance. We will make a moderate estimate and say there is a dead animal to every 5 feet, left on the desert this season. I counted 153 wagons within a mile and a half. Not half of those left were to be seen, many having been burned to make lights in the night. The desert is strewn with all kinds of property, tools, clothes, crockery, harnesses, etc. Naturally, in this rush for sudden riches, many a Mormon had a desire to join. A dozen families left Utah for California early in 1849, and in March, 1851, a company of more than 500 assembled in Payson, preparatory to making the trip. Here was an unexpected danger to the growth of the Mormon population, and one which the head of the church did not delay in checking. The Second General Epistle, dated October 12, 1849, stated that the valley of the Sacramento was unhealthy, and that the saints could do better raising grain in Utah, adding, the true use of gold is for paving streets, covering houses, and making culinary dishes, and when the saints shall have preached the gospel, raised grain, and built up cities enough, the Lord will open up the way for a supply of gold, to the perfect satisfaction of his people. Notwithstanding this advice, a good many Mormons acted on the idea that the Lord would help those who helped themselves, and that if they were to have golden culinary dishes they must go and dig the gold. Accordingly, we find the Third General Epistle, dated April 12, 1850, acknowledging that many brethren had gone to the gold mines, but declaring that they were counseled only by their own wills and covetous feelings, and that they would have done more good by staying in the valley. Young did not, however, stop with a mere rebuke. He proposed to check the exodus. Let such men, the epistle added, remember that they are not wanted in our midst. Let such leave their carcasses where they do their work. We want not our burial grounds polluted with such hypocrites. Young was quite as plain-spoken in his remarks to the General Conference that spring, naming as those who will go down to hell, poverty-stricken and naked, the Mormons who felt that they were so poor that they would have to go to the gold mines. Such talk had its effect, and Salt Lake Valley retained most of its population. The progress of the settlement received a serious check some years later in the failure of the crops in 1855, followed by a near approach to a famine in the ensuing winter. Very little reference to this was made in the official church correspondence, but a picture of the situation in Salt Lake City that winter was drawn in 2 letters from Heber C. Kimball to his sons in England. In the first, written in February, he said that his family and Brigham Young's were then on a ration of half a pound of bread each per day, and that thousands had scarcely any breadstuff at all. Kimball's family of 100 persons then had on hand about 70 bushels of potatoes and a few beets and carrots, so you can judge, he says, whether we can get through until harvest without digging roots. There were then not more than 500 bushels of grain in the tithing office, and all public work was stopped until the next harvest, and all mechanics were advised to drop their tools and to set about raising grain. There is not a settlement in the territory, said the writer, but is also in the same fix as we are. Dollars and cents do not count in these times, for they are the tightest I have ever seen in the territory of Utah. In April he wrote, I suppose 1/2 the church stock is dead. There are not more than 1/2 the people that have bread, and they have not more than 1/2 or 1/4 of a pound a day to a person. A great portion of the people are digging roots, and hundreds and thousands, their teams being dead, are under the necessity of spading their ground to put in their grain. The harvest of 1856 also suffered from drought and insects, and the Deseret News that summer declared that the most rigid economy and untiring, well-directed industry may enable us to escape starvation until a harvest in 1857. And until the lapse of another year emigrants and others will run great risks of starving unless they bring their supplies with them. The first load of barley brought into Salt Lake City that summer sold for $2 a bushel. The first building erected in Salt Lake City in which to hold church services was called a tabernacle. It was begun in 1851, and was consecrated on April 6, 1852. It stood in Temple Block, where the Assembly Hall now stands, measuring about 60 by 120 feet, and providing accommodation for 2,500 people. The present tabernacle, in which the public church services are held, was completed in 1870. It stands just west of the temple, is elliptical in shape, and, with its broad gallery running around the entire interior, except the end occupied by the organ loft and pulpit, it can seat about 9,000 persons. Its acoustic properties are remarkable, and one of the duties of any guide who exhibits the auditorium to visitors is to station them at the end of the gallery opposite the pulpit, and to drop a pin on the floor to show them how distinctly that sound can be heard. The temple in Salt Lake City was begun in April, 1853, and was not dedicated until April, 1893. This building is devoted to the secret ceremonies of the church, and no Gentile is ever admitted to it. The building, of granite taken from the nearby mountains, is architecturally imposing, measuring 200 by 100 feet. Its cost is admitted to have been about $4 million. The building could probably be duplicated today for 1/2 that sum. The excuse given by church authorities for the excessive cost is that, during the early years of the work upon it, the granite had to be hauled from the mountains by ox teams. And that everything in the way of building material was expensive in Utah when the church there was young. The interior is divided into different rooms, in which such ceremonies as the baptism for the dead are performed. The baptismal font is copied after the one that was in the temple at Nauvoo. There are 3 other temples in Utah, all of which were completed before the one in Salt Lake City, namely, at St. George, at Logan, and at Manti. 3. The foreign immigration to Utah. When the Mormons began their departure westward from Nauvoo, the immigration of converts from Europe was suspended because of the uncertainty about the location of the next settlement, and the difficulty of transporting the existing population. But the necessity of constant additions to the community of newcomers, and especially those bringing some capital, was never lost sight of by the heads of the church. An evidence of this was given even before the first company reached the Missouri River. While the saints were marching through Iowa, they received intelligence of a big scandal in connection with the emigration business in England, and P.P. Pratt, Orson Hyde, and John Taylor were hurriedly sent to that country to straighten the matter out. The Millennial Star in the early part of 1846 had frequent articles about the British and American Commercial Joint Stock Company, an organization incorporated to assist poor saints in emigrating. The principal emigration agent in Great Britain at that time was R. Hedlock. He was the originator of the Joint Stock Company, and Thomas Ward was its president. The Mormon investigators found that more than 1,644 pounds of the contributions of the stockholders had been squandered, and that Ward had been lending Hedlock money with which to pay his personal debts. Ward and Hedlock were at once disfellowshipped, and contributions to the treasury of the company were stopped. Pratt says that Hedlock fled when the investigators arrived, leaving many debts, and finally lived incognito in London with a vile woman. Thus it seems that Mormon business enterprises in England were no freer from scandals than those in America. The efforts of the leaders of the church were now exerted to make the prospects of the saints in Utah attractive to the converts in England whom they wished to add to the population of their valley. Young and his associates seem to have entertained the idea, without reckoning on the rapid settlement of California, the migration of the 49ers, and the connection of the two coasts by rail, that they could constitute a little empire all by itself in Utah, which would be self-supporting as well as independent, the farmer raising food for the mechanic, and the mechanic doing the needed work for the farmer. Accordingly, the church did not stop short of every kind of misrepresentation and deception in belittling to the foreigners the misfortunes of the past, and picturing to them the fruitfulness of their new country, and the ease with which they could become landowners there. Naturally, after the expulsion from Illinois, in which so many foreign converts shared, an explanation and palliation of the emigration thence were necessary. In the United States, then and ever since, the Mormons pictured themselves as the victims of an almost unprecedented persecution. But as soon as John Taylor reached England, in 1846, he issued an address to the saints in Great Britain in which he presented a very different picture. Granting that, on an average, they had not obtained more than one-third the value of their real and personal property when they left Illinois, he explained that, when they settled there, land in Nauvoo was worth only from $3 to $20 per acre, while when they left, it was worth from $50 to $1,500 per acre. In the same period the adjoining farm lands had risen in value from $1.25 and $5 to from $5 to $50 per acre. He assured his hearers, therefore, that the one-third value which they had obtained had paid them well for their labor. Nor was this all. When they left, they had exchanged their property for horses, cattle, provisions, clothing, etc., which was exactly what was needed by settlers in a new country. As a further bait he went on to explain, when we arrive in California, according to the provisions of the Mexican government, each family will be entitled to a large tract of land, amounting to several hundred acres, and if that country passed into American control, he looked for the passage of a law giving 640 acres to each male settler. Thus, he summed up, it will be easy to see that we are in a better condition than when we were in Nauvoo. The misrepresentation did not cease here, however. After announcing the departure of Brigham Young's Pioneer Company, Taylor 107 wound up with this tissue of false statements: the way is now prepared, the roads, bridges, and ferry boats made. There are stopping places also on the way where they can rest, obtain vegetables and corn, and, when they arrive at the far end, instead of finding a wild waste, they will meet with friends, provisions and a home. So that all that will be requisite for them to do will be to find sufficient teams to draw their families, and to take along with them a few woolen or cotton goods, or other articles of merchandise which will be light. and which the brethren will require until they can manufacture for themselves. How many a poor Englishman, toiling over the plains in the next succeeding years, and, arriving in arid Utah to find himself in the clutches of an organization from which he could not escape, had reason to curse the man who drew this picture. In 1847, at the suggestion of Taylor, Hyde, and Pratt, who were still in England, a petition bearing nearly 13,000 names was addressed to Queen Victoria, setting forth the misery existing among the working classes in Great Britain, suggesting, as the best means of relief, royal aid to those who wish to emigrate to the island of Vancouver or to the great territory of Oregon, and asking her to give them employment in improving the harbors of those countries, or in erecting forts of defense, or, if this be inexpedient, to furnish them provisions and means of subsistence until they can produce them from the soil. These American citizens did not hesitate to point out that the United States government was favoring the settlement of its territory on the Pacific coast, and to add, while the United States do manifest such a strong inclination, not only to extend and enlarge their possessions in the West, but also to people them, will not your Majesty look well to British interests in those regions, and adopt timely precautionary measures to maintain a balance of power in that quarter which, in the opinion of your memorialists, is destined at no very distant period to participate largely in the China trade? The Oregon Boundary Treaty was less than a year old when this petition was presented. It was characteristic of Mormon duplicity to find their representatives in Great Britain appealing to Queen Victoria on the ground of self-interest, while their chiefs in the United States were pointing to the organization of the battalion as a proof of their fidelity to the home government. Practically no notice was taken of this petition. Vancouver Island was, however, held out to the converts in Great Britain as the one gathering point of the saints from the islands and distant portions of the earth, until the selection of Salt Lake Valley as the saints' abiding place. On December 23, 1847, Young, in behalf of the 12, issued from winter quarters a general epistle to the church which gave an account of his trip to the Salt Lake Valley, directed all to gather themselves speedily near winter quarters in readiness for the march to Salt Lake Valley, and said to the saints in Europe, emigrate as speedily as possible to this vicinity. Those who have but little means, and little or no labor, will soon exhaust that means if they remain where they are. Therefore, it is wisdom that they remove without delay. For here is land on which, by their labor, they can speedily better their condition for their further journey. The list of things which Young advised the emigrants to bring with them embraced a wide assortment: grains, trees, and vines, livestock and fowls, agricultural implements and mills, firearms and ammunition, gold and silver and zinc and tin and brass and ivory and precious stones, curiosities, sweet instruments of music, sweet odors, and beautiful colors. The care of the head of the church, that the immigrants should not neglect to provide themselves with cologne and rouge for use in crossing the prairies, was most thoughtful. The Millennial Star of February 1, 1848, made this announcement to the faithful in the British Isles. The channel of saints' emigration to the land of Zion is now opened. The resting place of Israel for the last days has been discovered. In the elevated valley of the Salt and Utah Lakes, with the beautiful river Jordan running through it, is the newly established stake of Zion. Their vegetation flourishes with magic rapidity, and the food of man, or staff of life, leaps into maturity from the bowels of Mother Earth with astonishing celerity. Within 1 month from planting, potatoes grew from 6 to 8 inches, and corn from 2 to 4 feet. There the frequent clouds introduce their fertilizing contents at a modest distance from the fat valley, and send their humid influences from the mountain tops. There the saline atmosphere of Salt Lake mingles in wedlock with the fresh humidity of the same vegetable element which comes over the mountain top, as if the nuptial bonds of rare elements were introduced to exhibit a novel specimen of a perfect vegetable progeny in the shortest possible time, etc. Contrast this with Brigham Young's letter to Colonel Alexander in October, 1857, we had hoped that in this barren, desolate country we could have remained unmolested. On the 20th of February, 1848, the shipment of Mormon emigrants began again with the sailing of the Carnatic, with 120 passengers, for New Orleans. In the following April, Orson Pratt was sent to England to take charge of the affairs of the church there. On his arrival, in August, he issued an epistle, which was influential in augmenting the movement. He said that, in the solitary valleys of the great interior, they hope to hide, while the indignation of the Almighty is poured upon the nations. And urged the rich to dispose of their property in order to help the poor, commanding all who could do so to pay their tithing. O ye saints of the Most High, he said, linger not. Make good your retreat before the avenues are closed up. Many other letters were published in the Millennial Star in 1848 to 1849, giving glowing accounts of the fertility of Salt Lake Valley. One from the clerk of the camp observed, many cases of twins. In a row of 7 houses joining each other 8 births in 1 week. In order to assist the poor converts in Europe, the General Conference held in Salt Lake City in October, 1849, voted to raise a fund, to be called the Perpetual Emigrating Fund, and soon $5,000 had been secured for this purpose. In September, 1850, the General Assembly of the Provisional State of Deseret incorporated the Perpetual Emigration Fund Company, and Brigham Young was elected its first president. Collections for this fund in Great Britain amounted to £1,410 by January, 1852, and the emigrants sent out in that year were assisted from this fund. These expenditures required an additional $5,000, which was supplied from Salt Lake City. A letter issued by the First Presidency in October, 1849, urged the utmost economy in the expenditure of this money, and explained that, when the assisted emigrants arrived in Salt Lake City, they would give their obligations to the church to refund as soon as possible what had been expended on them. In this way, any who were dissatisfied on their arrival in Utah found themselves in the church clutches, from which they could not escape. There were outbreaks of cholera among the emigrant parties crossing the plains in 1849, and many deaths. In October, 1849, an important company left Salt Lake City to augment the list of missionaries in Europe. It included John Taylor and 2 others, assigned to France, Lorenzo Snow and 1 other, to Italy, Erastus Snow and 1 other, to Denmark. 108 F. D. Richards and 8 others, to England, and J. Fosgreen, to Sweden. The system of Mormon emigration from Great Britain at that time seems to have been in the main a good one. The rule of the agent in Liverpool was not to charter a vessel until enough passengers had made their deposits to warrant him in doing so. The rate of fare depended on the price paid for the charter. As soon as the passengers arrived in Liverpool they could go on board ship, and, when enough came from one district, all sailed on one vessel. Once on board, they were organized with a president and 2 counselors, men who had crossed the ocean, if possible, who allotted the staterooms, appointed watchmen to serve in turn, and looked after the sanitary arrangements. When the first through passengers for Salt Lake City left Liverpool, in 1852, an experienced elder was sent in advance to have teams and supplies in readiness at the point where the land journey would begin. And other men of experience accompanied them to engage river portation when they reached New Orleans. The statistics of the emigration thus called out were as follows. Year vessels emigrants 1848 5754, 18499 2078 1856 1612 1851 4 1869. The Frontier Guardian at Kanesville estimated the Mormon movement across the plains in 1850 at about 700 wagons, taking 5,000 horses and cattle and 4,000 sheep. Of the class of emigrants then going out, the manager of the leading shipping agents at Liverpool who furnished the ship said, they are principally farmers and mechanics, with some few clerks, surgeons, and so forth. He found on the company's books, for the period between October, 1849, and March, 1850, the names of 16 miners, 20 engineers, 19 farmers, 108 laborers, 10 joiners, 25 weavers, 15 shoemakers, 12 smiths, 19 tailors, 8 watchmakers, 25 stone masons, 5 butchers, 4 bakers, 4 potters, 10 painters, 7 shipwrights, and 5 dyers. The statistics of the Mormon emigration given by the British Agency for the years named were as follows. Year. Vessels. Emigrants. 1852. 3. 732. 1853. 7. 2312. 1854. 9. 2456. 1855. 13. 4425. In 1853 the experiment was made of engaging to send adults from Liverpool to Utah for £10 each and children for half price. But this did not succeed, and those who embraced the offer had to borrow money or teams to complete the journey. In 1853, owing to extortions practiced on the emigrants by the merchants and traders at Kanesville, as well as the unhealthfulness of the Missouri bottoms, the principal point of departure from the river was changed to Keokuk, Iowa. The authorities and people there showed the newcomers every kindness, and set apart a plot of ground for their camp. In this camp each company on its arrival was organized and provided with the necessary teams, etc. In 1854 the point of departure was again changed to Kansas, in western Missouri, 14 miles west of Independence, the route then running to the Big Blue River, and through what are now the states of Kansas and Nebraska. 4. The handcart tragedy. In 1855 the crops in Utah were almost a failure, and the church authorities found themselves very much embarrassed by their debts. A report in the Seventh General Epistle, of April 18, 1852, set forth that, from their entry into the valley to March 27, of that year, there had been received as tithing, mostly in property, $244,747. 03, and in loans and from other sources $145,513.78, of which total there had been expended in assisting immigrants and on church buildings, city lots, manufacturing industries, etc., $353,765.69. Young found it necessary therefore to cut down his expenses, and he looked around for a method of doing this without checking the stream of newcomers. The method which he evolved was to furnish the immigrants with hand carts on their arrival in Iowa, and to let them walk all the way across the plains, taking with them only such effects as these carts would hold. Each party of 10 to drive with them 1 or 2 cows. Although Young tried to throw the result of this experiment on others, the evidence is conclusive that he devised it and worked out its details. In a letter to Elder F.D. Richards, in Liverpool, dated September 30, 1855, Young said, "We cannot afford to purchase wagons and teams as in times past. I am consequently thrown back upon my old plan, to make hand carts, and let the emigration foot it." To show what a pleasant trip this would make, this head of the church, who had 3 times crossed the plains, added, 15 miles a day will bring them through in 70 days, and, after they get accustomed to it, they will travel 20, 25. Or even 30 with all ease, and no danger of giving out, but will continue to get stronger and stronger. The little ones and sick, if there are any, can be carried on the carts, but there will be none sick in a little time after they get started. Directions in accordance with this plan were issued in the form of a circular in Liverpool in February, 1856, naming Iowa City, Iowa, as the point of outfit. The charge for booking through to Utah by the Perpetual Emigration Fund Company was fixed at £9 for all over 1 year old, and £4 10 for younger infants. The use of trunks or boxes was discouraged, and the emigrants were urged to provide themselves with oilcloth or mackintosh bags. About 1,300 persons left Liverpool to undertake this foot journey across the plains, placing implicit faith in the pictures of Salt Lake Valley drawn by the missionaries, and not doubting that the method of travel would be as enjoyable as it seemed economical. 5 separate companies were started that summer from Iowa City. The first and second of these arrived at Florence, Nebraska, on July 17, the third, made up mostly of Welsh, on July 19, and the fourth on August 11. The first company made the trip to Utah without anything more serious to report than the necessary discomforts of such a march, and were received with great acclaim by the church authorities, and welcomed with an elaborate procession. It was the last companies whose story became a tragedy. The immigrants met with their first disappointment on arriving at Iowa City. Instead of finding their carts ready for them, they were told that no advance agent had prepared the way. The last companies were subjected to the most delay from this cause. Even the carts were still to be manufactured, and, while they were making, many a family had to camp in the open fields, without even the shelter of a tent or a wagon top. The carts, when pronounced finished, moved on 2 light wheels, the only iron used in their construction being a very thin tire. 2 projecting shafts of hickory or oak were joined by a cross piece, by means of which the owner propelled the vehicle. When Mr. Chislett's company, after a 3 weeks' delay, made a start, they were 500 strong, comprising English, Scotch, and Scandinavians. They were divided, as usual, into hundreds, to each hundred being allotted 5 tents, 20 hand carts, and 1 wagon drawn by 3 yokes of oxen, the latter carrying the tents and provisions. Families containing more young men than were required to draw their own carts shared these human draft animals with other families who were not so well provided, but many carts were pulled along by young girls. The Iowans bestowed on the travelers both kindness and commiseration. Knowing better than did the newcomers from Europe the trials that awaited them, they pointed out the lateness of the season, and they did persuade a few members to give up the trip. But the elders who were in charge of the company were watchful, the religious spirit was kept up by daily meetings, and the one command that was constantly reiterated was, "Obey your leaders in all things." A march of 4 weeks over a hot, dusty route was required to bring them to the Missouri River near Florence. Even there they were insufficiently supplied with food. With flour costing $3 per 100 pounds, and bacon 7 or 8 cents a pound, the daily allowance of food was 10 ounces of flour to each adult, and 4 ounces to children under 8 years old, with bacon, coffee, sugar, and rice served occasionally. Some of the men ate all their allowance for the day at their breakfast, and depended on the generosity of settlers on the way, while there were any, for what further food they had until the next morning. After a week's stay at Florence, the old winter quarters, the march across the plains was resumed on August 18. The danger of making this trip so late in the season, with a company which included many women, children, and aged persons, gave even the elders pause, and a meeting was held to discuss the matter. But Levi Savage, who had made the trip to and from the valley, alone advised against continuing the march that season. The others urged the company to go on, declaring that they were God's people, and prophesying in his name that they would get through the mountains in safety. The emigrants, simple, honest, eager to go to Zion at once, and obedient as little children to the servants of God, voted to proceed. As the teams provided could not haul enough flour to last the company to Utah, a sack weighing 98 pounds was added to the load of each cart. 1 pound of flour a day was now allowed to each adult, and occasionally fresh beef. Soon after leaving Florence trouble began with the carts. The sand of the dry prairie got into the wooden hubs and ground the axles so that they broke, and constant delays were caused by the necessity of making repairs. No axle grease had been provided, and some of the company were compelled to use their precious allowance of bacon to grease the wheels. At Wood River, where the plains were alive with buffaloes, a stampede of the cattle occurred one night, and 30 of them were never recovered. The 1 yoke of oxen that was left to each wagon could not pull the load. An attempt to use the milch cows and heifers as draft animals failed, and the tired cart pullers had to load up again with flour. While pursuing their journey in this manner, their camp was visited one evening by Apostle F.D. Richards and some other elders, on their way to Utah from mission work abroad. Richard severely rebuked Savage for advising that the trip be given up at Florence, and prophesied that the Lord would keep open a way before them. The missionaries, who were provided with carriages drawn by 4 horses each, drove on, without waiting to see this prediction confirmed. On arriving at Fort Laramie, about the 1st of September, another evidence of the culpable neglect of the church authorities manifested itself. The supply of provisions that was to have awaited them there was wanting. They calculated the amount that they had on hand, and estimated that it would last only until they were within 350 miles of Salt Lake City. But, perhaps making the best of the situation, they voted to reduce the daily ration and to try to make the supply last by traveling faster. When they reached the neighborhood of Independence Rock, a letter sent back by Richards informed them that supplies would meet them at South Pass. But another calculation showed that what remained would not last them to the pass, and again the ration was reduced, working men now receiving 12 ounces a day, other adults 9, and children from 4 to 8. Another source of discomfort now manifested itself. In order to accommodate matters to the capacity of the carts, the elders in charge had made it one of the rules that each outfit should be limited to 17 pounds of clothing and bedding. As they advanced up the Sweetwater it became cold. The mountains appeared snow-covered, and the lack of extra wraps and bedding caused first discomfort, and then intense suffering, to the half-fed travelers. The necessity of frequently wading the Sweetwater chilled the stronger men who were bearing the brunt of the labor, and when morning dawned the occupants of the tents found themselves numb with the cold, and quite unfitted to endure the hardships of the coming day. Chislett draws this picture of the situation at that time. Our old and infirm people began to droop, and they no sooner lost spirit and courage than death's stamp could be traced upon their features. Life went out as smoothly as a lamp ceases to burn when the oil is gone. At first the deaths occurred slowly and irregularly, but in a few days at more frequent intervals, until we soon thought it unusual to leave a campground without burying one or more persons. Death was not long confined in its ravages to the old and infirm, but the young and naturally strong were among its victims. Weakness and debility were accompanied by dysentery. This we could not stop or even alleviate, no proper medicines being in the camp, and in almost every instance it carried off the parties attacked. It was surprising to an unmarried man to witness the devotion of men to their families and to their faith under these trying circumstances. Many a father pulled his cart, with his little children on it, until the day preceding his death. These people died with the calm faith and fortitude of martyrs. An Oregonian returning east, who met two of the more fortunate of these handcart parties, gave this description to the Huron, Ohio, Reflector in 1857. It was certainly the most novel and interesting sight I have seen for many a day. We met two trains, one of 30 and the other of 50 carts, averaging about 6 to the cart. The carts were generally drawn by one man and 3 women each, though some carts were drawn by women alone. There were about 3 women to 1 man, and 2/3 of the women single. It was the most motley crew I ever beheld. Most of them were Danes, with a sprinkling of Welsh, Swedes, and English, and were generally from the lower classes of their countries. Most could not understand what we said to them. The road was lined for a mile behind the train with the lame, halt, sick, and needy. Many were quite aged, and would be going slowly along, supported by a son or daughter. Some were on crutches. Now and then a mother with a child in her arms and 2 or 3 hanging hold of her, with a forlorn appearance, would pass slowly along. Others, whose condition entitled them to a seat in a carriage, were wending their way through the sand. A few seemed in good spirits. The belated company did not meet anyone to carry word of their condition to the valley, but among Richard's party who visited the camp at Wood River was Brigham Young's son, Joseph A. He realized the plight of the travelers, and when his father heard his report he too recognized the fact that aid must be sent at once. The son was directed to get together all the supplies he could obtain in the city or pick up on the way, and to start toward the east immediately. Driving on himself in a light wagon, he reached the advanced line, as they were toiling ahead through their first snowstorm. The provisions traveled slower, and could not reach them in less than 1 or 2 days longer. There was encouragement, of course, even in the prospect of release, but encouragement could not save those whose vitality was already exhausted. Camp was pitched that night among a grove of willows, where good fires were possible, but in the morning they awoke to find the snow a foot deep, and that 5 of their companions had been added to the death list during the night. To add to the desperate character of the situation came the announcement that the provisions were practically exhausted, the last of the flour having been given out, and all that remained being a few dried apples, a little rice and sugar, and about 25 pounds of hardtack. 2 of the cattle were killed, and the camp were informed that they would have to subsist on the supplies in sight until aid reached them. The best thing to do in these circumstances, indeed, the only thing, was to remain where they were and send messengers to advise the succoring party of the desperateness of their case. Their captain, Mr. Willie, and one companion acted as their messengers. They were gone 3 days, and in their absence Mr. Chislett had the painful duty of doling out what little food there was in camp. He speaks of his task as one that unmanned him. More cattle were killed, but beef without other food did not satisfy the hungry, and the epidemic of dysentery grew worse. The commissary officer was surrounded by a crowd of men and women imploring him for a little food, and it required all his power of reasoning to make them see that what little was left must be saved for the sick. The party with aid from the valley had also encountered the snowstorm, and, not appreciating the desperate condition of the handcart immigrants, had halted to wait for better weather. As soon as Captain Willie took them the news, they hastened eastward, and were seen by the starving party at sunset, the 3rd day after their captain's departure. Shouts of joy rent the air, says Chislett. Strong men wept till tears ran freely down their furrowed and sunburnt cheeks, and little children partook of the joy which some of them hardly understood, and fairly danced around with gladness. Restraint was set aside in the general rejoicing, and, as the brethren entered our camp, the sisters fell upon them and deluged them with kisses. The timely relief saved many lives, but the end of the suffering had not been reached. A good many of the foot party were so exhausted by what they had gone through, that even their near approach to their Zion and their prophet did not stimulate them to make the effort to complete the journey. Some trudged along, unable even to pull a cart, and those who were still weaker were given places in the wagons. It grew colder, too, and frozen hands and feet became a common experience. Thus each day lessened by a few who were buried the number that remained. Then came another snowstorm. What this meant to a weakened party like this dragging their few possessions in carts can easily be imagined. One family after another would find that they could not make further progress, and when a hill was reached the human teams would have to be doubled up. In this way, by traveling backward and forward, some progress was made. That day's march was marked by constant additions to the stragglers who kept dropping by the way. When the main body had made their camp for the night, some of the best teams were sent back for those who had dropped behind, and it was early morning before all of these were brought in. The next morning Captain Willie was assigned to take count of the dead. An examination of the camp showed 13 corpses, all stiffly frozen. They were buried in a large square hole, 3 or 4 abreast and 3 deep. When they did not fit in, says Chislett, we put 1 or 2 crosswise at the head or feet of the others. We covered them with willows and then with the earth. 2 other victims were buried before nightfall. Parties passing eastward by this place the following summer found that the wolves had speedily uncovered the corpses, and that their bones were scattered all over the neighborhood. Further deaths continued every day until they arrived at South Pass. There more assistance from the valley met them, the weather became warmer, and the health of the party improved, so that when they arrived at Salt Lake City they were in better condition and spirits. The date of their arrival there was November 9th. The company which set out from Iowa City numbered about 500, of whom 400 set out from Florence across the plains. Of these 400, 67 died on the way, and there were a few deaths after they reached the end of their journey. Another company of these hand-cart travelers left Florence still later than the ones whose sufferings have been described. They were in charge of an elder named Martin. Like their predecessors, they were warned against setting out so late as the middle of August, and many of them tried to give up the trip, but permission to do so was refused. Their sufferings began soon after they crossed the Platte, near Fort Laramie, and snow was encountered 60 miles east of Devil's Gate. When they reached that landmark, they decided that they could make no further progress with their hand carts. They accordingly took possession of half a dozen dilapidated log houses. The contents of the wagons were placed in some of these, the hand carts were left behind. And as many people as the teams could drag were placed in the wagons and started forward. One of the survivors of this party has written, "The track of the emigrants was marked by graves, and many of the living suffered almost worse than death. Men may be seen today in Salt Lake City, who were boys then, hobbling around on their club feet, all their toes having been frozen off in that fearful march. 20 men who were left at Devil's Gate had a terrible experience, being compelled, before assistance reached them, to eat even the pieces of hide wrapped round their cart wheels, and a piece of buffalo skin that had been used as a doormat. Strange to say, all of these men reached the valley alive. We have seen that Brigham Young was the inventor of this handcart immigration scheme. Alarmed by the result of the experiment, as soon as the wretched remnant of the last two parties arrived in Salt Lake City, he took steps to place the responsibility for the disaster on other shoulders. The idea which he carried out was to shift the blame to F.D. Richards on the ground that he allowed the immigrants to start too late. In an address in the Tabernacle, while Captain Willie's party was approaching the city, he told the returned missionaries from England that they needed to be careful about eulogizing Richards and Spencer, lest they should have the big head. When these men were in Salt Lake City, he cursed them with the curse of the church. E.W. Tullidge, who was an editor of the Millennial Star in Liverpool under Richards when the handcart emigrants were collected, proposed, when in later years he was editing the Utah magazine, to tell the facts about that matter. But when Young learned this, he ordered Godby, the controlling owner of the magazine, to destroy that issue, after one side of the sheets had been printed, and he was obeyed. Fortunately, Young was not able to destroy the files of the Millennial Star. There is much that is thoroughly typical of Mormonism in the history of these expeditions. No converts were ever instilled with a more confident belief in the divine character of the ridiculous pretender, Joseph Smith. To no persons were more flagrant misrepresentations ever made by the heads of the church, and over none was the dictatorial authority of the church exercised more remorselessly. Not only was Utah held out to them as a land where honest labor and industry meet with a suitable reward, and where the higher walks of life are open to the humblest and poorest, but they were informed that if they had not faith enough to undertake the trip to Utah, they had not faith sufficient to endure, with the saints in Zion, the celestial law which leads to exaltation and eternal life. Young wrote to Richards privately in October, 1855, adhere strictly to our former suggestion of walking them through across the plains with handcarts. And Richards in an editorial in the Star thereupon warned the saints, the destroying angel is abroad. Pestilence and gaunt famine will soon increase the terrors of the scene to an extent as yet without a parallel in the records of the human race. If the anticipated toils of the journey shake your faith in the promises of the Lord, it is high time that you were digging about the foundation of it, and seeing if it be founded on the root of the holy priesthood, etc. The direct effect of such teaching is shown in two letters printed in the Millennial Star of June 14, 1856. In the first of these, a sister, writing to her brother in Liverpool from Williamsburg, New York, confesses her surprise on learning that the journey was to be made with hand carts, says that their mother cannot survive such a trip, and that she does not think the girls can, points out that the limitation regarding baggage would compel them to sell nearly all their clothes, and proposes that they wait in New York or St. Louis until they could procure a wagon. In his reply the brother scorns this advice, says that he would not stop in New York if he were offered £10,000 besides his expenses, and adds, brothers, sisters, fathers or mothers, when they put a stumbling block in the way of my salvation, are nothing more to me than Gentiles. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord, and when we start we will go right up to Zion, if we go ragged and barefoot. Young found himself hard put to meet the church obligations in 1856, notwithstanding the economy of the handcart system. And the Millennial Star of December 27 announced that no assisted emigrants would be sent out during the following year. Saints proposing to go through at their own expense were informed, however, that the church bureau would supply them with teams. Those proposing to use handcarts were told of the indispensable necessity of having their whole outfit ready on their arrival at Iowa City, and the bureau offered to supply this at an estimated cost of £3 per head. Any deficit to be made up on their arrival there. 109. V. Early political history. We have seen that Joseph Smith's desire was, when he suggested a possible removal of the church to the far west, that they should have, not only an undisturbed place of residence, but a government of their own. This idea of political independence Young never lost sight of. Had Utah remained a distant province of the Mexican government, the Mormons might have been allowed to dwell there a long time, practically without governmental control. But when that region passed under the government of the United States by the proclamation of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, on July 4, 1848, Brigham Young had to face a new situation. He then decided that what he wanted was an independent state government, not territorial rule under the federal authorities, and he planned accordingly. Every device was employed to increase the number of the saints in Utah, to bring the population up to the figure required for admission as a state, and he encouraged outlying settlements at every attractive point. In this way, by 1851, Ogden and Provo had become large enough to form stakes, and in a few years the country around Salt Lake City was dotted with settlements, many of them on lands to which the Lamanite, who held so deep a place in Joseph Smith's heart, asserted in vain their ancestral titles. The first general epistle sent out from Great Salt Lake City, in 1849, thus explained the first government set up there, in consequence of Indian depredations on our horses, cattle, and other property. And the wicked conduct of a few base fellows who came among the saints, the inhabitants of this valley, as is common in new countries generally, have organized a temporary government to exist during its necessity. Or until we can obtain a charter for a territorial government, a petition for which is already in progress. On March 4, 1849, a convention, to which were invited all the inhabitants of Upper California east of the Sierra Nevadas, was held in Great Salt Lake City to frame a system of government. The outcome was the adoption of a constitution for a state to be called the State of Deseret, and the election of a full set of state officers. The boundaries of this state were liberal. Starting at a point in what is now New Mexico, the line was to run down to the Mexican border, then west along the border of Lower California to the Pacific, up the coast to 118 degrees 30 minutes west longitude, north to the dividing ridge of the Sierra Nevadas, and along their summit to the divide between the Columbia River and the Salt Lake Basin, and then south to the place of beginning. By the dividing range of mountains that separate the waters flowing into the Gulf of Mexico from the waters flowing into the Gulf of California. The Constitution adopted followed the general form of such instruments in the United States. In regard to religion it declared, all men have a natural and inalienable right to worship God according to the dictates of their own consciences. And the General Assembly shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or disturb any person in his religious worship or sentiments. An epistle of the 12 to Orson Pratt in England, explaining this subject, said, "We have petitioned the Congress of the United States for the organization of a territorial government here. Until this petition is granted, we are under the necessity of organizing a local government for the time being." The territorial government referred to was that of the state of Deseret. The local government mentioned was organized on March 12, by the election of Brigham Young as governor, H. C. Kimball as chief justice, John Taylor and N. K. Whitney as associate justices, and the bishops of the wards as city magistrates, with minor positions filled. 674 votes were polled for this ticket. The General Assembly, chosen later, met on July 2, and adopted a memorial to Congress setting forth the failure of that body to provide any form of government for the territory ceded by Mexico. Declaring that, the revolver and the Bowie knife have been the highest law of the land, and asking for the admission of the state of Deseret into the Union. That same year the Californians framed a government for themselves, and a plan was discussed to consolidate California and Deseret until 1851, when a separation should take place. The governor of California condemned this scheme, and the legislature gave it no countenance. The Mormons had a confused idea about the government that they had set up. In the constitution adopted they called their domain the state of Deseret, but they allowed their legislature to elect their representative in Congress, sending a W. Babbitt as their delegate to Washington, with their memorial asking for the admission of Deseret, or that they be given such other form of civil government as your wisdom and magnanimity may award to the people of Deseret. The Mormons' old political friend in Illinois, Stephen A. Douglas presented this memorial in the Senate on December 27, 1849, with a statement that it was an application for admission as a state, but with the alternative of admission as a territory if Congress should so direct. The memorial was referred to the Committee on Territories. On the 31st of December, a counter-memorial against the admission of the Mormon state was presented by Mr. Underwood of Kentucky, a Whig. This was signed by William Smith, the prophet's brother, and Isaac Sheen, who called themselves the legitimate presidents of the Mormon Church, and by 12 other members. This memorial alleged that 1,500 of the emigrants from Nauvoo to Salt Lake City, before their departure for Illinois, took the following oath. You do solemnly swear, in the presence of Almighty God, His holy angels, and these witnesses, that you will avenge the blood of Joseph Smith upon this nation. And so teach your children, and that you will from this day henceforth and forever begin and carry out hostility against this nation, and keep the same a profound secret now and ever. So help you God. This memorial also set forth that the Mormons were practicing polygamy in the Salt Lake Valley. That since their arrival there they had tried 2 Indian agents on a charge of participation in the expulsion of the Mormons from Missouri, and that they were, by their own assumed authority, imposing duties on all goods imported into the Salt Lake region from the rest of the United States. Senator Douglas, in an explanation concerning the latter charge, admitted that Delegate Babbitt acknowledged the levying of duties, the excuse being that the Mormons had found it necessary to set up a government for themselves. Pending the action of Congress, and as a means of revenue they had imposed duties on all goods brought into and sold within the limits of Great Salt Lake City, but asserted that goods simply passing through were not molested. This tax seems to have been established entirely by the church authorities, the first of the ordinances of the Deseret legislature being dated January 15, 1850. The Constitution of Deseret was presented to the House of Representatives by Mr. Boyd, a Kentucky Democrat, on January 28, 1850, and referred to the Committee on Territories. On July 25, John Wentworth, an Illinois Democrat, presented a petition from citizens of Lee County, in his state, asking Congress to protect the rights of American citizens passing through the Salt Lake Valley, and charging on the organizers of the state of Deseret treason, a desire for a kingly government, murder, robbery, and polygamy. The Mormon memorial was taken up in the House of Representatives on July 18, after the committee had unanimously reported that it is inexpedient to admit Almond W. Babbitt, Esq., to a seat in this body from the alleged state of Deseret. A long debate on the admission of the delegate from New Mexico had deferred action. The chairman of the committee, Mr. Strong, a Pennsylvania Whig, explained that their report was founded on the terms of the Mormon memorial, which did not ask for Babbitt's reception as a delegate until some form of government was provided for them. Mr. McDonald, an Indiana Whig, offered an amendment admitting Babbitt, and a debate of considerable length followed, in which the slavery question received some attention. The Committee of the Whole voted to report to the House the resolution against seating Babbitt, and then the House, by a vote of 104 yeas to 78 nays, laid the resolution on the table, on motion of its friends, and tabled a motion for reconsideration. On the 9th of September following, the law for the admission of Utah as a territory was signed. The boundaries defined were California on the west, Oregon on the north, the summit of the Rocky Mountains on the east, and the 37th parallel of north latitude on the south. 6. Brigham Young's despotism. There is no reason to believe that, to the date of Joseph Smith's death, Brigham Young had inspired his fellow Mormons with an idea of his leadership. This was certified to by one of the most radical of them, Mayor Jedediah M. Grant of Salt Lake City, in 1852, in these words. When Joseph Smith lived, a man about whose real character and pretensions we differ, Joseph was often and almost invariably imposed upon by those in whom he placed his trust. There was one man, only one of his early adherents, he could always rely upon to stick to him closer than a brother, steadfast in faith, clear in counsel, and foremost in fight. He seemed a plain man in those days, of a wonderful talent for business and 100 horsepower of industry, but least of everything affecting cleverness or quickness. Honest Brigham Young, or hard-working Brigham Young, was nearly as much as you would ever hear him called, though he was the almost universal executor and trustee of men's wills and trustee estates, and a confidential manager of our most intricate church affairs. When the saints found themselves in Salt Lake Valley, they had learned something from experience. They could not fail to realize that, distant as they now were from outside interference, union among themselves was an essential to success. The body of the church was soon composed of two elements, those who had constituted the church in the East, and the new members who were pouring in from Europe. Young established his leadership with both of these parties in the early days. There was much to discourage in those days, a soil to cultivate that required irrigation, houses to build where material was scarce, and starvation to fight year after year. Young encouraged everybody by his talk at the church meetings, shared in the manual labor of building houses and cultivating land, and devised means to entertain and encourage those who were disposed to look on their future darkly. No one ever heard him, whatever others might say, doubt the genuineness of Joseph Smith's inspiration and revelations, and he so established his own position as Smith's successor that he secured the devout allegiance of the old flock, without making such business mistakes as weakened Smith's reputation. I believed, says John D. Lee, one of the most trusted and prominent of the church members almost to the day of his death, that Brigham Young spoke by the direction of the God of heaven. I would have suffered death rather than have disobeyed any command of his. Said Young's associate in the first presidency, Heber C. Kimball, to me the word comes from Brother Brigham as the word of God, and again, his word is the word of God to his people. The newcomers from Europe were simply helpless. They were, in the first place, religious enthusiasts, who believed, when they set out on their journey, that they were going to a real Zion. Large numbers of them were indebted to the church for at least a part of their passage money from the day of their arrival. Few of those who had paid their own way brought much cash capital, all depending on the representations about the richness of the valley which had been held out to them. Once there, they soon realized that all must sustain the same policy if the church was to be a success. They were, too, of that superstitious class which was ready, not only to believe in modern miracles, signs, and revelations, but actually hungered for such manifestations, and, once accepting membership in the church, they accepted with it the dictation of the head of the church in all things. Secretary Fuller has told me that, after he ascertained the existence of gold near Salt Lake City, he said to an intelligent goldsmith there, "Why do you not look for the gold you need in your business in the mountains?" "Why," was the reply, "if I went to the mountains and found gold, and put it into my pouch, the pouch would be empty when I got back to the city." I know this is so, because Brigham Young has told me so. The extent of the dictatorship which Young prescribed and carried out in all matters, spiritual and commercial, might be questioned if we were not able to follow the various steps taken in establishing his authority, and to illustrate its scope. By the testimony, not of men who suffered from it, but by his own words and those of his closest associates. With a blindness which seems incomprehensible, the sermons, or discourses, delivered in the early days in Salt Lake City were printed under church authority, and are preserved in the Journal of Discourses. The student of this chapter of the church's history can obtain what information he wants by reading the volumes of this journal. The language used is often coarse, but there is never any difficulty in understanding the speakers. Young referred to his own plain speaking in a discourse on October 6, 1855. He said that he had received advice about bridling his tongue, a wheelbarrow load of such letters from the East, especially on the subject of his attacks on the Gentiles. "Do you know," he asked, "how I feel when I get such communications? I will tell you. I feel just like rubbing their noses with them." In a discourse on February 17, 1856, he vouchsafed this explanation: "If I were preaching abroad in the world, I should feel myself somewhat obliged, through custom, to adhere to the wishes and feelings of the people in regard to pursuing the thread of any given subject. But here I feel as free as air." Mention has already been made of Young's refusal to continue Smith's series of Revelations. In doing this he never admitted for a moment any lack of authority as spokesman for the Almighty. A few illustrations will make clear his position in this matter. Defining his view of his own authority, before the General Conference in Salt Lake City, on April 6, 1850, he said, "It is your privilege and it is mine to receive revelation. And my privilege to dictate to the Church." When the site of the temple was consecrated, in 1853, there were many inquiries whether a revelation had been given about its construction. Young said, "If the Lord and all the people want a revelation, I can give one concerning this temple." But he did not do so, declaring that a revelation was no more necessary concerning the building of a temple than it was concerning a kitchen or a bedroom. We must certainly concede to this man a dictator's daring. An early illustration of Young's policy toward all Mormon offenders was given in the case of the so-called Gladonites. There were members of the church even in Utah who were ready to revolt when the open announcement of the revelation regarding polygamy was made in 1852, and they found a leader in Gladden Bishop, who had had much experience in apostasy, repentance, and readmission. These men held meetings and made considerable headway, but when the time came for Brigham to exercise his authority he did it. On Sunday, March 20, 1853, a meeting, orderly in every respect, which the Gladonites were holding in front of the council house, was dispersed by the city marshal, and another, called for the next Sunday, was prohibited entirely. Then Alfred Smith, a leading Gladonite, who had accused Young of robbing him of his property, was arrested and locked up until he gave a promise to discontinue his rebellion. On the 27th of March Young made the Gladonites the subject of a large part of his discourse in the tabernacle. What he said is thus stated in the church report of the address. "I say to those persons, you must not court persecution here, lest you get so much of it you will not know what to do with it. Do not court persecution. We have known Gladden Bishop for more than 20 years, and know him to be a poor, dirty curse. I say again, you Gladonites, do not court persecution, or you will get more than you want, and it will come quicker than you want it. I say to you bishops, do not allow them to preach in your wards." After telling of a dream he had had, in which he saw two men creep into the bed where one of his wives was lying, whereupon he took a large bowie knife and cut one of their throats from ear to ear, saying, "Go to hell across lots." He continued, "I say, rather than that apostates should flourish here I will unsheath my bowie knife and conquer or die." Great commotion in the congregation, and a simultaneous burst of feeling, assenting to the declaration. "Now, you nasty apostates, clear out, or judgment will be put to the line and righteousness to the plummet." Voices generally, "Go it, go it." If you say it is all right, raise your hand. All hands up. Let us call upon the Lord to assist us in this and every good work. This was the practical end of Gladdenism. Young's dictatorship was quite as broad and determined in things temporal as in things spiritual. He made no concealment of the fact that he was a money-getter, only insisting on his readiness to contribute to the support of church enterprises. The canyons through the mountains which shut in the valley were the source of wood supply for the city, and their control was very valuable. Young brought this matter before the conference of October 9, 1852, speaking on it at length, and finally putting his own view in the form of a resolution that the canyons be placed in the hands of individuals, who should make good roads through them, and obtain their pay by taking toll at the entrance. After getting the usual unanimous vote on his proposition, he said, "Let the judges of the county of Great Salt Lake take due notice and govern themselves accordingly. This is my order for the judges to take due notice of. It does not come from the governor, but from the president of the church. You will not see any proclamation in the paper to this effect, but it is a mere declaration of the president of the conference." The declaration, of course, had all the effect of a law, and Young got one of the best canyons. Very early in his rule Young defined his views about the property rights of the saints. "A man," he declared in the tabernacle on June 5, 1853, "has no right with property which, according to the laws of the land, legally belongs to him, if he does not want to use it." When we first came into the valley, the question was asked me if men would ever be allowed to come into this church, and remain in it, and hoard up their property. I say, no. Another view of property rights was thus set forth in his discourse of December 5, 1853. If an elder has borrowed $100 or $1,000 from you, and you find he is going to apostatize, then you may tighten the screws on him. But if he is willing to preach the gospel without purse or scrip, it is none of your business what he does with the money he has borrowed from you. Addressing the people in the trying business year of 1856, when his own creditors were pushing him hard, Young said, "I wish to give you one text to preach upon, from this time henceforth do not fret thy gizzard. I will pay you when I can and not before. Now I hope you will apostatize if you would rather do it." Kimball, in giving Young's order to some 70 men, who had displeased him, to leave the territory, used these words: "When a man is appointed to take a mission, unless he has a just and honorable reason for not going. If he does not go he will be severed from the church." Why? Because you said you were willing to be passive, and, if you are not passive, that lump of clay must be cut off from the church and laid aside, and a lump put on that will be passive. With this testimony of men inside the church may be placed that of Captain Howard Stansbury, of the United States Topographical Engineers, who arrived in the valley in August, 1849. Under instructions from the government to make a survey of the lakes of that region. The Mormons thought that it was the intention of the government to divide the land into townships and sections, and to ignore their claim to title by occupation. In his official report, after mentioning his haste to disabuse Young's mind on this point, Captain Stansbury says, "I was induced to pursue this conciliatory course, not only in justice to the government, but also because I knew, from the peculiar organization of this singular community, that, unless the President was fully satisfied that no evil was intended to his people, it would be useless for me to attempt to carry out my instructions." The choice between abject conciliation or open conflict was that which Brigham Young extended to nearly every federal officer who entered Utah during his reign. The Mormons of Utah started in to assert their independence of the government of the United States in every way. The rejection of the Constitution of Deseret by Congress did not hinder the elected legislature from meeting and passing laws. The 9th chapter of the Ordinances, as they were called, passed by this legislature, on January 19, 1851, was a charter for Great Salt Lake City. This charter provided for the election of a mayor, 4 aldermen, 9 councilors, and 3 judges, the first judges to be chosen viva voce, and their successors by the city council. The appointment of 11 subordinate officers was placed in the council's hands. The mayor and aldermen were to be the justices of the peace, with a right of appeal to the municipal court, consisting of the same persons sitting together, and from that to the probate court. The first mayor, aldermen, and councilors were appointed by the governor of the state of Deseret. Similar charters were provided for Ogden, Provo City, and other settlements. As soon as Salt Lake City was laid off into wards, Young had a bishop placed over each of these, and, always under his direction, these bishops practically controlled local affairs to the date of the city charter. Each bishop came to be a magistrate of his ward, 110, and under them in all the settlements all public work was carried on and all revenue collected. The High Council of 10 is defined by Tullidge as a quorum of judges, in equity for the people, at the head of which is the president of the state. These men did not hesitate to attempt a currency of their own. On the arrival of the Mormons in the valley, they first made their exchanges through barter. Paper currency was issued in 1849 and some years later. When gold dust from California appeared in 1849, some of it was coined in Salt Lake City by means of homemade dies and crucibles. The denominations were $2.50, $5, $10, and $20. Some of these coins, made without alloy, were stamped with a beehive and eagle on one side, and on the reverse with the motto, "Holiness to the Lord," in the so-called Deseret alphabet. This alphabet was invented after their arrival in Salt Lake Valley, to assist in separating the Mormons from the rest of the nation, its preparation having been entrusted to a committee of the Board of Regents in 1853. It contained 32 characters. A primer and 2 books of the Mormon Bible were printed in the new characters, the legislature in 1855 having voted $2,500 to meet the expense. But the alphabet was never practically used, and no attempt is any longer made to remember it. Early in 1849 the High Council voted that the Kirtland bank bills, of which a supply must have remained unissued, be put out on a par with gold. And in this they saw a fulfillment of the prophet's declaration that these notes would someday be as good as gold. Another early ordinance passed by the Deseret legislature incorporated the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, authorizing the appointment of a trustee in trust to hold and manage all the property of the church, which should be free from tax, and giving the church complete authority to make its own regulations, provided, however, that each and every act or practice so established, or adopted for law or custom, shall relate to solemnities, sacraments, ceremonies, consecrations, endowments, tithing, marriages, fellowship, or the religious duties of man to his Maker, inasmuch as the doctrines, principles, practices, or performances support virtue and increase morality, and are not inconsistent with or repugnant to the Constitution of the United States or of this state, and are founded on the revelations of the Lord. Thus early was the ground taken that the practice of polygamy was a constitutional right. Brigham Young was chosen as the trustee. The second ordinance passed by this legislature incorporated the University of the State of Deseret, at Salt Lake City, to be governed by a chancellor and 12 regents. The earliest non-Mormons to experience the effect of that absolute Mormon rule, the consequences of which the Missourians had feared, were the emigrants who passed through Salt Lake Valley on their way to California after the discovery of gold, or on their way to Oregon. The complaints of the Californians were set forth in a little book, written by one of them, Nelson Slater, and printed in Kelowna, California, in 1851, under the title, Fruits of Mormonism. The general complaints were set forth briefly in a petition to Congress containing nearly 250 signatures, dated Kelowna, June 1, 1851, which asked that the territorial government be abrogated, and a military government be established in its place. This petition charged that many emigrants had been murdered by the Mormons when there was a suspicion that they had taken part in the earlier persecutions. That when any members of the Mormon community, becoming dissatisfied, tried to leave, they were pursued and killed, that the Mormons levied a tax of 2% on the property of emigrants who were compelled to pass a winter among them. That it was nearly impossible for emigrants to obtain justice in the Mormon courts, that the Mormons, high and low, openly expressed treasonable sentiments against the United States government, and that letters of emigrants mailed at Salt Lake City were opened, and in many instances destroyed. Mr. Slater's book furnishes the specifications of these general charges. 7. The Reformation. Young soon had occasion to make practical use of the dictatorial power that he had assumed. The character which those members of the flock who had migrated from Missouri and Illinois had established among their neighbors in those states was not changed simply by their removal to a wilderness all by themselves. They had no longer the old excuse that their misdeeds were reprisals on persecuting enemies, but this did not save them from the temptation to exercise their natural propensities. Again we shall take only the highest Mormon testimony on this subject. One of the first sins for which Young openly reproved his congregation was profane swearing. He brought this matter pointedly to their attention in an address to the conference of October 9, 1852, when he said, "You elders of Israel will go into the canyons, and curse and swear, damn and curse your oxen, and swear by him who created you. I am telling the truth. Yes, you rip and curse and swear as bad as any pirates ever did." Possibly the church authorities could have overlooked the swearing, but a matter which gave them more distress was the insecurity of property. This became so great an annoyance that Young spoke out plainly on the subject, and he did not attempt to place the responsibility outside of his own people. A few citations will illustrate this. In an address in the Tabernacle on June 5, 1853, noticing complaints about the stealing and rebranding of cattle, he said, "I will propose a plan to stop the stealing of cattle in coming time. And it is this: let those who have cattle on hand join in a company, and fence in about 50,000 acres of land, and so keep on fencing until all the vacant land is substantially enclosed." Some persons will perhaps say, "I do not know how good or how high a fence it will be necessary to build to keep thieves out." I do not know either, except you build one that will keep out the devil. On another occasion, with a personal grievance to air, he said in the tabernacle, I have gone to work and made roads to get wood, and have not been able to get it. I have cut it down and piled it up, and still have not got it. I wonder if anybody else can say so. Have any of you piled up your wood, and, when you have gone back, could not find it? Some stories could be told of this kind that would make professional thieves ashamed. Young made no concealment of the fact that men high in the councils of the church were among the peculators. In his discourse of June 15, 1856, he said, I have proof ready to show that bishops have taken in thousands of pounds in weight of tithing which they have never reported to the General Tithing Office. We have documents to show that bishops have taken in hundreds of bushels of wheat, and only a small portion of it has come into the General Tithing Office. They stole it to let their friends speculate upon. The newcomers from Europe also received his attention. Referring to unkept promises of speedy repayment by assisted immigrants of advances made to them, Young said, in 1855, and what will they do when they get here? Steal our wagons, and go off with them to Canada, and try to steal the bake kettles, frying pans, tents, and wagon covers, and will borrow the oxen and run away with them, if you do not watch them closely. Do they all do this? No, but many of them will try to do it. And again, a month later, what previous characters some of you had in Wales, in England, in Scotland, and perhaps in Ireland. Do not be scared if it is proven against someone in the bishop's court that you did steal the poles from your neighbor's garden fence. If it is proven that you have been to some person's woodpile and stolen wood, don't be frightened, for if you will steal it must be made manifest. J. M. Grant was quite as plain-spoken. In an address in the Bowery in Salt Lake City in September, 1856, he declared that, you can scarcely find a place in this city that is not full of filth and abominations. Young's denunciations were not quietly accepted, but protests and threats were alike wasted upon him. Referring to complaints of some of the flock that his denunciation was more than they could bear, he replied, but you have got to bear it, and, if you will not, make up your minds to go to hell at once and have done with it. On another occasion he said, you need, figuratively, to have it rain pitchforks, tines downward, from this pulpit, Sunday after Sunday. On another occasion, alluding to letters he had received, warning him against attacking men's characters, he said, when such epistles come to me, I feel like saying, I ask no advice of you nor of all your clan this side of hell. When mere denunciation did not reform his followers, Young became still plainer in his language, and began to explain to them the latitude which the Church proposed to take in applying punishment. In a remarkable sermon on October 6, 1855, on the stealing, lying, deceiving, wickedness, and covetousness of the elders in Israel, he spoke as follows. Live on here, then, you poor miserable curses, until the time of retribution. When your heads will have to be severed from your bodies. Just let the Lord Almighty say, lay judgment to the line and righteousness to the plummet, and the time of thieves is short in this community. What do you suppose they would say in old Massachusetts should they hear that the Latter-day Saints had received a revelation or commandment to lay judgment to the line and righteousness to the plummet? What would they say in old Connecticut? They would raise a universal howl of, how wicked the Mormons are. They are killing the evildoers who are among them. Why, I hear that they kill the wicked away up yonder in Utah. What do I care for the wrath of man? No more than I do for the chickens that run in my dooryard. I am here to teach the ways of the Lord, and lead men to life everlasting, but if they have not a mind to go there, I wish them to keep out of my path. From this time Young and his closest associates seemed to make no concealment of their intention to take the lives of any persons whom they considered offenders. One or two more citations from his discourses may be made to sustain this statement. On February 24, 1856, he declared, I am not afraid of all hell, nor of all the world, in laying judgment to the line when the Lord says so. In the following month he told his congregation, the time is coming when justice will be laid to the line and righteousness to the plummet, when we shall take the old broadsword and ask, are you for God? And if you are not heartily on the Lord's side, you will be hewn down. Heber C. Kimball was equally plain-spoken. A year earlier he had said in the Tabernacle, "If a man rebels, I will tell him of it, and if he resents a timely warning, he is unwise. I have never yet shed man's blood, and I pray to God that I never may, unless it is actually necessary." Sultans and doges have freely used assassination as a weapon, but it seems to have remained for the Mormon Church under Brigham Young to declare openly its intention to make whatever it might call church apostasy subject to capital punishment. Out of the lawless condition of the Mormon flock, as we have thus seen it pictured, and out of this radical view of the proper punishment of offenders, resulted, in 1856, that remarkable movement still known in Mormondom as the Reformation, a movement that has been characterized by one writer as a reign of lust and fanatical fury unequaled since the Dark Ages, and by another as a fanaticism at once blind, dangerous, and terrible. During its continuance the religious zealot, the amorous priest, the jealous lover, the man covetous of worldly goods, and the framers of the church policy, from acknowledged apostle to secret Danite, all had their own way. Were I counsel for a Mormon on trial for a crime committed at the time under consideration, I should plead wholesale insanity, said J. H. Beadle. It was during this period that system was perfected under which the life of no man, or company of men, against whom the wrath of the church was directed, was of any value. No household was safe from the lust of any aged elder. No person once in the valley could leave it alive against the church's consent. The active agent in starting the Reformation was the inventor of blood atonement, Jedediah M. Grant. 111 that his censure of a bishop and his counselors at Kaysville was the actual origin of the movement, as has been stated, cannot be accepted as proven, in view of the preparation made for the era of blood, as indicated in the church discourses. Lieutenant Gunnison, for whom the Mormons in later years always asserted their friendship, writing concerning his observations as early as 1852, said, "Witnesses are seldom put on oath in the lower courts. And there is nothing known of the law's delay, and the quibbles whereby the ends of truth and justice may be defeated. But they have a criminal code called the Laws of the Lord, which has been given by revelation and not promulgated, the people not being able quite to bear it, or the organization still too imperfect. It is to be put in force, however, before long, and when in vogue, all grave crimes will be punished and atoned for by cutting off the head of the offender. This regulation arises from the fact that without shedding of blood there is no remission." Gunnison's statement furnishes indisputable proof that this legal system was so generally talked of some 4 years before it was put in force that it came to the ears of a non-Mormon temporary resident. After the condemnation of the Kaysville offenders and their rebaptism, the next move was the appointment of missionaries to hold services in every ward, and the sending out of what were really confessors, appointed for every block, to inquire of all, young and old, concerning the most intimate details of their lives. The printed catechism given to these confessors was so indelicate that it was suppressed in later years. These prying inquisitors found opportunity to gain information for their superiors about any person suspected of disloyalty, and one use they made of their visitations was to urge the younger sisters to be married to the older men, as a readier means of salvation than union with men of their own age. That there was opposition to this espionage is shown by some remarks of H. C. Kimball in the Tabernacle, in March, 1856, when he said, "I have heard some individuals saying that, if the bishops came into their houses and opened their cupboards, they would split their heads open. That would not be a wise or safe operation." Some of the information secured by the church confessional was embarrassing to the leaders. At a meeting of male members in Social Hall, Young, Grant, and others denounced the sinners in scathing terms, Young ending his remarks by saying, "All you who have been guilty of committing adultery, stand up." At once more than 3/4 of those present arose. 112 For such confessors a way of repentance was provided through rebaptism, but the secretly accused had no such avenue open to them. One of the first victims of the reformers was H. J. Jarvis, a reputable merchant of Salt Lake City. He was dragged over his counter one evening and thrown into the street by men who then robbed his store and defiled his household goods, giving him as the cause of the visitation the explanation that he had spoken evil of the authorities, and had invited Gentiles to supper. His 2 wives could not secure even a hearing from Young in his behalf. This, however, was a minor incident. That Young's rule should be objected to by some members of the church was inevitable. There were men in the valley at that early day who would rebel against such a dictatorship under any name. Others, men of means, who were alarmed by the declarations about property rights, and others to whom the announcement concerning polygamy was repugnant. When such persons gave expression to their discontent, they angered the church officers. When they indicated their purpose to leave the valley, they alarmed them. Anything like an exodus of the flock would have broken up all of Young's plans, and have undone the scheme of immigration that had cost so much time and money. Accordingly, when this movement for reform began, the church let it be known that any desertion of the flock would be considered the worst form of apostasy, and that the deserter must take the consequences. To quote Brigham Young's own words, "The moment a person decides to leave this people, he is cut off from every object that is desirable for time and eternity. Every possession and object of affection will be taken from those who forsake the truth, and their identity and existence will eventually cease." The almost unbreakable hedge that surrounded the inhabitants of the valley at this time, under the system of church espionage, has formed a subject for the novelist, and has seemed to many persons, as described, a probable exaggeration. But, while Young did not narrate in his pulpit the tales of blood which his instructions gave rise to, there is testimony concerning them which leaves no reasonable doubt of their truthfulness. 8. Some church-inspired murders. The murders committed during the Reformation, which attracted most attention, both because of the parties concerned, the effort made by a United States judge to convict the guilty, and the confessions of the latter subsequently obtained, have been known as the Parish, or Springville, murders. The facts concerning them may be stated fairly as follows. William R. Parish was one of the most outspoken champions of the 12 when the controversy with Rigdon occurred at Nauvoo after Smith's death, and he accompanied the fugitives to Salt Lake Valley. One evening, early in March, 1857, a bishop named Johnson, husband of 10 wives, with 2 companions, called at Parish's house in Springville, and put to him some of the questions which the inquisitors of the day were wont to ask, if he prayed. Something about his future plans, etc. It had been rumored that Parish's devotion to the church had cooled, and that he was planning to move with his family, a wife and 6 children, to California. And at a meeting in Bishop Johnson's council house a letter had been read from Brigham Young directing them to ascertain the intention of certain suspicious characters in the neighborhood, 113, and if they should make a break and, being pursued, which he required, he would be sorry to hear a favorable report. But the better way is to lock the stable door before the horse is stolen. This letter was over Brigham's signature. 114. This letter was the real cause of the bishop's visit to Parish. At a meeting about a week later, Durfee and G. Potter were deputed to find out when the Parishes proposed to leave the territory. Accordingly, Durfee got employment with Parish, and both of them gave him the idea that they sympathized with his desire to depart. One morning, about a week later, Parish discovered that his horses had been stolen, and efforts to recover them were fruitless. Meanwhile, Parish, unsuspicious of Potter and Durfee, was telling them of his continued plans to escape, how constantly his house was watched, and how difficult it was for him to get out the few articles required for the trip. Finally, at Parish's suggestion, it was arranged that he and Durfee should walk out of the village in the daytime, as the method best calculated to allay suspicion. They carried out this plan, and when they got to a stream called Dry Creek, Parish asked Durfee to go back to the house and bring his 2 sons, Beeson and Orrin, to join him. When Durfee returned to the house, at about sunset, he found Potter there, and Potter set off at once for the meeting place, ostensibly to carry some of the articles needed for the journey. Potter met Parish where he was waiting for Durfee's return, and they walked down a lane to a fence corner, where a Mormon named William Byrd was lying, armed with a gun. Here occurred what might be called an illustration of poetic justice. In the twilight, Bird mistook his victim, and fired, killing Potter. As Bird rose and stepped forward, Parrish asked if it was he who had fired the unexpected shot. For a reply Bird drew a knife, clenched with Parrish, and, as he afterward expressed it, worked the best he could in stabbing him. He worked so well that, as afterward described by one of the men concerned in the plot, the old man was cut all over, 15 times in the back, as well as in the left side, the arms, and the hands. But Bird knew that his task was not completed, and, as soon as the murder of the elder Parrish was accomplished, taking his own and Potter's gun, he again concealed himself in the fence corner, awaiting the appearance of the Parrish boys. They soon came up in company with Durfee, and Bird fired at Beeson with so good aim that he dropped dead at once. Turning the weapon on Orrin, the first cap snapped, but he tried again and put a ball through Orrin's cartridge box. The lad then ran and found refuge in the house of an uncle. The outcome of this crime: the arrest of Orrin and Durfee as the murderers by a Mormon officer, a farcical hearing by a coroner's jury, with a verdict of assassins unknown. Distrusted participants in the crime themselves the object of the Mormon spies and would-be assassins, the robbery of a neighbor who dared to condemn the crime, a vain appeal by Mrs. Parrish to Brigham Young, who told her he would have stopped it had he known anything about it, and who, when she persisted in seeking another interview, had her advised to drop it, and a failure by the widow to secure even the stolen horses. The wife of Mr. Parrish told me, said Judge Cradlebaugh, when he charged the jury concerning this case, that since then at times she had lived on bread and water, and still there are persons in this community riding about on those horses. The effort to have the men concerned in this and similar crimes convicted, forms a part of the history of Judge Cradlebaugh's judicial career after the Mormon War, but it failed. When the grand jury would not bring in indictments, he issued bench warrants for the arrest of the accused, and sent the United States Marshal, sustained by a military posse, to serve the papers. It was thus that the affidavits and confessions cited were obtained. Then followed a stampede among the residents of the Springville neighborhood, as the judge explained in his subsequent speech in Congress, the church officials and civil officers being prominent in the flight, and, when their houses were reached, they were occupied only by many wives and many children. I am justified, he told the House of Representatives, in charging that the Mormons are guilty, and that the Mormon Church is guilty, of the crimes, of murder and robbery, as taught in their books of faith. 115. Charles Nordhoff, in a Utah letter to the New York Evening Post in May, 1871, said, "A friend said to me this afternoon, I saw a great change in Salt Lake since I was there 3 years ago. The place is free. The people no longer speak in whispers. 3 years ago it was unsafe to speak aloud in Salt Lake City about Mormonism, and you were warned to be cautious." Another of the murders under this dispensation, which Judge Cradlebaugh mentioned as peculiarly and shockingly prominent, was that of the Aiken party, in the spring of 1857. This party, consisting of 6 men, started east from San Francisco in May, 1857, and, falling in with a Mormon train, joined them for protection against the Indians. When they got to a safer neighborhood, the Californians pushed on ahead. Arriving in Kaysville, 25 miles north of Salt Lake City, they were at once arrested as federal spies, and their animals, they had an outfit worth in all, about $25,000, were put into the public corral. When their Mormon fellow travelers arrived, they scouted the idea that the men even knew of an impending war, and the party were told that they would be sent out of the territory. But before they started, a council, held at the call of a bishop in Salt Lake City, decided on their death. 4 of the party were attacked in camp by their escort while asleep. 2 were killed at once, and 2 who escaped temporarily were shot while, as they supposed, being escorted back to Salt Lake City. The 2 others were attacked by O.P. Rockwell and some associates near the city. 1 was killed outright, and the other escaped, wounded, and was shot the next day while under the escort of Bill Hickman, and, according to the latter, by Young's order. A story of the escape of one man from the valley, notwithstanding elaborate plans to prevent his doing so, has been preserved, not in the testimony of repentant participants in his persecution, but in his own words. Frederick Loba was a prosperous resident of Lausanne, Switzerland, where for some years he had been introducing a new principle in gas manufacture, when, in 1853, some friends called his attention to the Mormons' professions and promises. Loba was induced to believe that all mankind who did not gather in Great Salt Lake Valley would be given over to destruction, and that, not only would his soul be saved by moving there, but that his business opportunities would be greatly advanced. Accordingly he gave up the direction of the gas works at Lausanne, and reached St. Louis in December, 1853, with about $8,000 worth of property. There he was made temporary president of a Mormon church, and there he got his first bad impression of the Mormon Brotherhood. On the way to Utah his wife died of cholera, leaving 6 children, from 6 to 12 years old. Welcomed as all men with property were, he was made professor of chemistry in the university, and soon learned many of the church secrets. These, to quote his own words, opened my eyes at once, and I saw at a glance the terrible position in which I was placed. I now found myself in the midst of a wicked and degraded people, shut up in the midst of the mountains, with a large family, and deprived of all resources with which to extricate myself. The conviction had been forced upon my mind that Brigham himself was at the bottom of all the clandestine assassinations, plundering of trains, and robbing of mails. The manner, too, in which polygamy was practiced aroused his intense disgust. He married as his second wife an English woman, and his family relations were pleasant, but the church officers were distrustful of him. He was again and again urged to marry more wives, being assured that with less than 3 he could not rise to a high place in the church. This neglect on my part, he explained, and certain remarks that I made with respect to Brigham's friends, determined the prophet to order my private execution, as I am able to prove by honest and competent witnesses. Loba adopted every precaution for his own safety, night and day. Then came the news of the parish murders, and there was so much alarm among the people that there was talk of the departure of a great many of the dissatisfied. To check this, when the plain threats made in the tabernacle did not avail, Young had a band of 400 organized under the name of wolf hunters, borrowed from their old Hancock County neighbors, whose duty it was to see that the wolves did not stray abroad. Loba now communicated his fears to his wife, and found that she also realized the danger of their position, and was ready to advise the risk of flight. The plan, as finally decided on, was that they too should start alone on April 1st, leaving the children in care of the wife's mother and brother, the latter a recent comer not yet initiated in the church mysteries. At 10 o'clock on the appointed night Loba and his wife, the latter dressed in men's clothes, stole out of their house. Their outfit consisted of 1 blanket, 12 pounds of crackers, a little tea and sugar, a double-barreled gun, a sword, and a compass. They were without horses, and their route compelled them to travel the main road for 25 miles before they reached the mountains, amid which they hoped to baffle pursuit. They were fortunate enough to gain the mountains without detention. There they laid their course, not with a view to taking the easiest or most direct route, but one so far up the mountain sides that pursuit by horsemen would be impossible. This entailed great suffering. The nights were so cold that sometimes they feared to sleep. Add to this the necessity of wading through creeks in ice-cold water, and it is easy to understand that Loba had difficulty to prevent his companion from yielding to despair. Their objective point was Green River, 170 miles from Salt Lake City by road, but probably almost 300 by the route taken, where they expected to find Indians on whose mercy they would throw themselves. 2 days before that river was reached they ate the last of their food, and they kept from freezing at night by getting some sage wood from underneath the snow, and using Loba's pocket journal for kindling. Mrs. Loba had to be carried the whole of the last 6 miles, but this effort brought them to a camp of Snake Indians, among whom were some Canadian traders, and there they received a kindly welcome. News of their escape reached Salt Lake City, and Surveyor General Burr sent them the necessary supplies and a guide to conduct them to Fort Laramie, where, a month later, all the rest of the family joined them, in good health, but entirely destitute. They then learned that, as soon as their flight was discovered, the church authorities sent out horsemen in every direction to intercept them, but their route over the mountains proved their preservation. 116. The Messenger, the organ of the reorganized church in Salt Lake City, said in November, 1875, while laying the waste pipes in front of the residence of Brigham Young, recently the skeleton of a man, a white man, was dug up. A similar discovery was made last winter in digging a cellar in this city. What can have been the necessity of these secret burials, without coffins, in such places? 9. Blood Atonement. As early as 1853 intimations of the doctrine that an offending member might be put out of the way were given from the tabernacle pulpit. Orson Hyde, on April 9 of that year, spoke, in the form of a parable, of the fate of a wolf that a shepherd discovered in his flock of sheep, saying that, if let alone, he would go off and tell the other wolves, and they would come in. Whereas, if the first should meet with his just deserts, he could not go back and tell the rest of his hungry tribe to come and feast themselves on the flock. If you say the priesthood, or authorities of the church here, are the shepherd, and the church is the flock, you can make your own application of this figure. In September, 1856, there was a notable service in the Bowery in Salt Lake City at which several addresses were made. Heber C. Kimball urged repentance, and told the people that Brigham Young's word was the word of God to this people. Then Jedediah M. Grant first gave open utterance to a doctrine that has given the saints, in late years, much trouble to explain, and the carrying out of which in Brigham Young's days has required many a Mormon denial. This is, what has been called in Utah the doctrine of blood atonement, and what in reality was the doctrine of human sacrifice. Grant declared that some persons who had received the priesthood committed adultery and other abominations, get drunk, and wallow in the mire and filth. I say, he continued, there are men and women that I would advise to go to the President immediately, and ask him to appoint a committee to attend to their case, and then let a place be selected, and let that committee shed their blood. We have those amongst us that are full of all manner of abominations, those who need to have their blood shed, for water will not do, their sins are too deep for that. 117 He explained that he was only preaching the doctrine of St. Paul, and continued, would ask how many covenant breakers there are in this city and in this kingdom. I believe that there are a great many, and if they are covenant breakers, we need a place designated where we can shed their blood. If any of you ask, do I mean you, I answer yes. If any woman asks, do I mean her, I answer yes. We have been trying long enough with these people, and I go in for letting the sword of the Almighty be unsheathed, not only in word, but in deed. Elder Hyde, in his Mormonism, says, page 179, there are several men now living in Utah whose lives are forfeited by Mormon law, but spared for a little time by Mormon policy. They are certain to be killed, and they know it. They are only allowed to live while they add weight and influence to Mormonism, and, although abundant opportunities are given them for escape, they prefer to remain. So strongly are they infatuated with their religion that they think their salvation depends on their continued obedience, and their blood being shed by the servants of God. Adultery is punished by death, and it is taught, unless the adulterer's blood be shed, he can have no remission for this sin. Believing this firmly, there are men who have confessed this crime to Brigham, and asked him to have them killed. Their superstitious fears make life a burden to them, and they would commit suicide were not that also a crime. Brigham Young, who followed Grant, said that he would explain how judgment would be laid to the line. There are sins, he explained, that men commit, for which they cannot receive forgiveness in this world or in that which is to come. And, if they had their eyes open to see their true condition, they would be perfectly willing to have their blood spilt upon the ground, that the smoke thereof might ascend to heaven for their sins. I know, when you hear my brethren telling about cutting people off from the earth, that you consider it a strong doctrine, but it is to save them, not to destroy them. That these were not the mere expressions of a sudden impulse is shown by the fact that Young expounded this doctrine at even greater length a year later. Explaining what Christ meant by loving our neighbors as ourselves, he said, will you love your brothers and sisters likewise when they have committed a sin that cannot be atoned for without the shedding of blood? Will you love that man or woman well enough to shed their blood? That is what Jesus Christ meant. I have seen scores and hundreds of people for whom there would have been a chance, in the last resurrection there will be, if their lives had been taken, and their blood spilled on the ground as a smoking incense to the Almighty. But who are now angels to the devil. Stenhouse relates, as one of the few notable cases that have properly illustrated the blood atonement doctrine, that one of the wives of an elder who was sent on a mission broke her marriage vows during his absence. On his return, during the height of the Reformation, she was told that she could not reach the circle of the gods and goddesses unless her blood was shed, and she consented to accept the punishment. Seating herself, therefore, on her husband's knee, she gave him a last kiss, and he then drew a knife across her throat. That kind and loving husband still lives near Salt Lake City, 1874, and preaches occasionally with great zeal. John D. Lee, who says that this doctrine was justified by all the people, gives full particulars of another instance. Among the Danish converts in Utah was Rosmose Anderson, whose wife had been a widow with a grown daughter. Anderson desired to marry his stepdaughter also, and she was quite willing. But a member of the bishop's council wanted the girl for his wife, and he was influential enough to prevent Anderson from getting the necessary consent from the head of the church. Knowing the professed horror of the church toward the crime of adultery, Anderson and the young woman, at one of the meetings during the Reformation, confessed their guilt of that crime, thinking that in this way they would secure permission to marry. But, while they were admitted to rebaptism on their confession, the coveted permit was not issued and they were notified that to offend would be to incur death. Such a charge was very soon laid against Anderson, not against the girl, and the same council, without hearing him, decided that he must die. Anderson was so firm in the Mormon faith that he made no remonstrance, simply asking half a day for preparation. His wife provided clean clothes for the sacrifice, and his executioners dug his grave. At midnight they called for him, and, taking him to the place, allowed him to kneel by the grave and pray. Then they cut his throat, and held him so that his blood ran into the grave. His wife, obeying instructions, announced that he had gone to California. As an illustration of the opportunity which these times gave a polygamous priesthood to indulge their tastes, may be told the story of the affair at San Pete. Bishop Warren Snow of Manti, San Pete County, although the husband of several wives, desired to add to his list a good-looking young woman in that town when he proposed to her, she declined the honor, informing him that she was engaged to a younger man. The bishop argued with her on the ground of her duty, offering to have her lover sent on a mission, but in vain. When even the girl's parents failed to gain her consent, Snow directed the local church authorities to command the young man to give her up. Finding him equally obstinate, he was one evening summoned to attend a meeting where only trusted members were present. Suddenly the lights were put out, he was beaten and tied to a bench, and Bishop Snow himself castrated him with a bowie knife. In this condition he was left to crawl to some haystacks, where he lay until discovered. The young man regained his health, says Lee, but has been an idiot or quiet lunatic ever since, and is well known by hundreds of Mormons or Gentiles in Utah. And the bishop married the girl. Lee gives Young credit for being very mad when he learned of this incident, but the bishop was not even deposed. 118. X. The Territorial Government, Judge Brockes's experience. In March, 1851, the two houses of the legislature of Deseret, sitting together, adopted resolutions, cheerfully and cordially, accepting the law providing a territorial government for Utah, and tendering Union Square in Salt Lake City as a site for the government buildings. The first territorial election was held on August 4, and the Legislative Assembly then elected held its first meeting on September 22. An act was at once passed continuing in force the laws passed by the legislature of Deseret, an unauthorized body, not in conflict with the territorial law, and locating the capital in the Pauvan Valley, where the town was afterward named Fillmore 119 and the county Millard, in honor of the president. The federal law, establishing the territory, provided that the governor, secretary, chief justice and 2 associate justices of the Supreme Court, the attorney general or state's attorney, and marshal should be appointed by the President of the United States. President Fillmore on September 22, 1850, filled these places as follows: Governor, Brigham Young; Secretary, B.D. Harris of Vermont; Chief Justice, Joseph Buffington of Pennsylvania; Associate Justices, Perry E. Brockus and Zerubbabel Snow. Attorney General, Seth M. Blair of Utah; Marshal, J. L. Haywood of Utah; Young, Snow, Blair, and Haywood being Mormons. L. G. Brandebury was later appointed Chief Justice, Mr. Buffington declining that office. The selection of Brigham Young as governor made him, in addition to his church offices, ex officio commander-in-chief of the militia and superintendent of Indian affairs. The latter giving him a salary of $1,000 a year in addition to his salary of $1,500 as governor. Had the character of the Mormon church government been understood by President Fillmore, it does not seem possible that he would, by Young's appointment, have so completely united the civil and religious authority of the territory in one man. Or, if he had had any comprehension of Young's personal characteristics, it is fair to conclude that the appointment would not have been made. The voice which the President listened to in the matter was that of that adroit Mormon agent, Colonel Thomas L. Kane. Kane's part in the business came out after these appointments were announced, and after the Buffalo, New York, Courier had printed a communication attacking Young's character on the ground of his record both in Illinois and Utah. President Fillmore sent these charges to Kane, on July 4, 1851, with a letter in which he said, "You will recollect that I relied much upon you for the moral character of Mr. Young, and asking him to truly state whether these charges against the moral character of Governor Young are true." Kane sent 2 letters in reply, dated July 11. In a short open one he said, "I reiterate without reserve the statement of his excellent capacity, energy, and integrity, which I made you prior to the appointment. I am willing to say that I volunteered to communicate to you the facts by which I was convinced of his patriotism and devotion to the Union. I made no qualification when I assured you of his irreproachable moral character, because I was able to speak of this from my own intimate personal knowledge." The second letter, marked personal, went into these matters much more in detail. It declared that the tax levied by Young on non-Mormons who sold goods in Salt Lake City was a liquor tax, creditable to Mormon temperance principles. Had the President consulted the report of the debate on Babbitt's admission as a delegate, he would have discovered that this was falsehood number 1. The charges against Young while in Illinois, including counterfeiting, Kane swept aside as a mere rehash of old libels, and he cited the battalion as an illustration of Mormon patriotism. The extent to which he could go in falsifying in Young's behalf is illustrated, however, most pointedly in what he had to say regarding the charge of polygamy. The remaining charge connects itself with that unmixed outrage. The spiritual wife story, which was fastened on the Mormons by a poor ribald scamp whom, though the sole surviving brother and representative of their Joe Smith, they were literally forced to excommunicate for licentiousness, and who therefore revenged himself by editing confessions and disclosures of savor to please the public that peruses novels in yellow paper covers. In regard to William Smith, the fact was that he opposed polygamy both before and after his expulsion from the church. Kane's stay among the Mormons on the Missouri must have acquainted him with the practically open practice of polygamy at that time. His entire correspondence with Fillmore stamps him as a man whose word could be accepted on no subject. It would have been well if President Buchanan had availed himself of the existence of these letters. Fillmore stated in later years that at that time neither he nor the Senate knew that polygamy was an accepted Mormon doctrine. Young took the oath of office as governor in February, 1851. The non-Mormon federal officers arrived in June and July following, and with them came Babbitt, bringing $20,000 which had been appropriated by Congress for a state house, and J.M. Bernhizel, the first territorial delegate to Congress, with a library purchased by him in the East for which Congress had provided. The arrival of the Gentile officers gave a speedy opportunity to test the temper of the Church in regard to any interference with, or even discussion of, their peculiar institutions or Young's authority. Their first welcome was cordial, with balls and dinners at the bath house at the hot springs at which, for their special benefit, says a local historian, was served champagne wine from the grocery, with home-brewed porter and ale for the rest. When Judge Brockes reached Salt Lake City, his 2 non-Mormon associates had been there long enough to form an opinion of the Mormon population and of the aims of the leading church officers. They soon concluded that no man else could govern them against Brigham Young's influence, without a military force, and they heard many expressions, public and private, indicating the contempt in which the federal government was held. The anniversary of the arrival of the pioneers, July 24, was always celebrated with much ceremony, and that year the principal addresses were made by General D. H. Wells and Brigham Young. Some of the new officers occupied seats on the platform. Wells attacked the government for requiring the battalion to enlist. Young paid especial attention to President Taylor, who had recently died, and whose course toward the Mormons did not please them, closing this part of his remarks with the declaration, "But Zachary Taylor is dead and in hell, and I am glad of it." Adding, "And I prophesy in the name of Jesus Christ, by the power of the priesthood that's upon me, that any president of the United States who lifts his finger against this people, shall die an untimely death, and go to hell." Judge Brockes had been commissioned by the Washington Monument Association to ask the people of the territory for a block of stone for that structure, and, on signifying a desire to make known his commission, he was invited to do so at the General Conference to be held on September 7 and 8. The judge thought that, with the life of Washington as a text, he could read these people a lesson on their duty toward the government, and could correct some of the impressions under which they rested. The idea itself only showed how little he understood anything pertaining to Mormonism. There was no newspaper in Salt Lake City in that time, and for a report of the judge's address and of Brigham Young's reply, we must rely on the report of the 3 federal officers to President Fillmore. On a letter from Judge Brockes printed in the East, and on 3 letters on the subject addressed to the New York Herald, one of which that journal printed, and all of which the author published in a pamphlet entitled, "The Truth for the Mormons." By J. M. Grant, first mayor of Salt Lake City, Major General of the Legion, and Speaker of the House in the Deseret Legislature. Judge Brockes spoke for 2 hours. He began with expressions of sympathy for the sufferings of the Mormons in Missouri and Illinois, and then referred to the unfriendliness of the people toward the federal government, pointing out what he considered its injustice, and alluding pointedly to Brigham Young's remarks about President Taylor. He defended the president's memory, and told his audience that, if they could not offer a block of marble for the Washington Monument in a feeling of full fellowship with the people of the United States, as brethren and fellow citizens, they had better not offer it at all, but leave it unquarried in the bosom of its native mountain. The officer's report to President Fillmore says that the address was entirely free from any allusions, even the most remote, to the peculiar religion of the community, or to any of their domestic or social customs. Even if the Mormons had so construed it, the rebuke of their lack of patriotism would have aroused their resentment, and Bernhizzle, in a letter to President Fillmore, characterized it as a wanton insult. But the judge did make, according to other reports, what was construed as an uncomplimentary reference to polygamy, and this stirred the church into a tumult of anger and indignation. According to Mormon accounts, the judge, addressing the ladies, said, "I have a commission from the Washington Monument Association, to ask of you a block of marble, as a test of your citizenship and loyalty to the government of the United States. But in order to do it acceptably you must become virtuous, and teach your daughters to become virtuous, or your offering had better remain in the bosom of your native mountains." Mild as this language may seem, no Mormon audience, since the marrying of more wives than one had been sanctioned by the Church, had ever listened to anything like it. To permit even this interference with their religious belief was entirely foreign to Young's purpose, and he took the floor in a towering rage to reply. "Are you a judge," he asked, "and can't even talk like a lawyer or a politician? George Washington was first in war, but he was first in peace, too, and Young could handle a sword as well as Washington. But you," addressing the judge, standing there, white and shaking now at the howls which you have stirred up yourself, "you are a coward. Old General Taylor, what was he, 120, a mere soldier with regular army buttons on? No better to go at the head of brave troops than a dozen I could pick out between here and Laramie." He concluded thus. What you have been afraid to intimate about our morals I will not stoop to notice, except to make my particular personal request to every brother and husband present not to give you back what such impudence deserves. You talk of things you have on hearsay since your coming among us. I'll talk of hearsay then, the hearsay that you are discontented, and will go home, because we cannot make it worth your while to stay. What it would satisfy you to get out of us I think it would be hard to tell, but I am sure that it is more than you'll get. If you or any one else is such a baby calf, we must sugar your soap to coax you to wash yourself of Saturday nights. Go home to your mammy straight away, and the sooner the better. This was the language addressed by the governor of the territory and the head of the church, to one of the Supreme Court judges appointed by the President of the United States. Young alluded to his reference to the judge's personal safety in a discourse on June 19, 1853, in which, speaking of the judge's remarks, he said, "They, the Mormons, bore the insult like saints of God." It is true, as it was said in the report of these affairs, if I had crooked my little finger, he would have been used up, but I did not bend it. If I had, the sisters alone felt indignant enough to have chopped him in pieces. A little later, in the same discourse, he added, "Every man that comes to impose on this people, no matter by whom they are sent, or who they are that are sent, lay the axe at the root of the tree to kill themselves. I will do as I said I would last conference. Apostates, or men who never made any profession of religion, had better be careful how they come here, lest I should bend my little finger." If the records of the Mormon Church had included acts as well as words, how many times would we find that Young's little finger was bent to a purpose? Bold as he was, Young seems to have felt that he had gone too far in his abuse of Judge Brockus, and on September 19 he addressed a note to him, inviting him to attend a public meeting in the Bowery the next Sunday morning, to explain, satisfy, or apologize to the satisfaction of the ladies who heard your address on the 8th, a postscript assuring the judge that no gentleman will be permitted to make any reply. The judge in polite terms declined this offer, saying that he had been, at the proper time, denied a chance to explain, at the peril of having my hair pulled or my throat cut. He added that his speech was deliberately prepared, that his sole design was to vindicate the government of the United States from those feelings of prejudice and that spirit of defection which seemed to pervade the public sentiment, and that he had had no intention to offer insult or disrespect to his audience. This called out, the next day, a very long reply from Young, of which the following is a paragraph, with a war of words on party politics, factions, religious schisms, current controversy of creeds, policy of clans or state clipper cliques. I have nothing to do. But when the eternal principles of truth are falsified, and light is turned into darkness by mystification of language or a false delineation of facts, so that the just indignation of the true, virtuous, upright citizens of the Commonwealth is aroused into vigilance for the dear-bought liberties of themselves and fathers, and that spirit of intolerance and persecution which has driven this people time and time again from their peaceful homes, manifests itself in the flippancy of rhetoric for female insult and desecration, it is time that I forbear to hold my peace, lest the thundering anathemas of nations, born and unborn, should rest upon my head, when the marrow of my bones shall be ill prepared to sustain the threatened blow. Judge Brockus wrote to a friend in the East, on September 20, how it will end, I do not know. I have just learned that I have been denounced, together with the government and officers, in the Bowery again today by Governor Young. I hope I shall get off safely. God only knows. I am in the power of a desperate and murderous sect. The non-Mormon federal officers now announced their determination to abandon their places and return to the East. Young foresaw that so radical a course would give his conduct a wide advertisement, and attract to him an unpleasant notoriety. He, therefore, called on the offended judges personally, and urged them to remain. Being assured that they would not reconsider their determination, and that Secretary Harris would take with him the $24,000 appropriated for the pay and mileage of the Territorial Legislature, Young, on September 18, issued a proclamation declaring the result of the election of August 4, which he had neglected to do, and convening the legislature in session on September 22. So solicitous was the governor that the secretary and other non-Mormon officers should be kept in ignorance of this step, says the report of the latter to President Fillmore, that on the 19th, 2 days after the date of a personal notice sent to members, he most positively and emphatically denied, as communicated to the secretary, that any such notice had been issued. As soon as the legislature met, it passed resolutions directing the United States Marshal to take possession of all papers and property, including money, in the hands of Secretary Harris, and to arrest him and lock him up if he offered any resistance. On receipt of a copy of this resolution, Secretary Harris sent a reply, giving several reasons for refusing to hand over the money appropriated for the legislature, among them the failure of the governor to have a census taken before the election. As provided by the Territorial Act, the defective character of the governor's proclamation ordering the election, allowing aliens to vote, and the governor's failure to declare the result of the election. His delayed proclamation being pronounced worthless for all legal purposes. On September 28 the 3 non-Mormon officers took their departure, carrying with them to Washington the disputed money, which was turned over to the proper officer. 121. All the correspondence concerning the failure of this first attempt to establish non-Mormon federal officers in Utah was given to Congress in a message from President Fillmore, dated January 9, 1852. The returned officers made a report which set forth the autocratic attitude of the Mormon Church, the open practice of polygamy 122 and the non-enforcement of the laws, not even murderers being punished. Of one of the allegations of murder set forth, that a man from Ithaca, New York, named James Monroe, was murdered on his way to Salt Lake City by a member of the church, his body brought to the city and buried without an inquest. The murderer walking the streets undisturbed, H. Bancroft says, there is no proof of this statement. On the contrary, Mayor Grant in his Truth for the Mormons acknowledges it, and gives the details of the murder, justifying it on the ground of provocation, alleging that while Egan, the murderer, was absent in California, Monroe, from his youth up a member of the church, Egan's friend too, therefore a traitor, seduced Egan's wife. Young, in a statement to the President, defended his acts and the acts of the territorial legislature, and attacked the character and motives of the federal officers. The legislature soon after petitioned President Fillmore to fill the vacancies by appointing men, who are, indeed, residents amongst us. 11. Mormon treatment of federal officers. The next federal officers for Utah appointed by the President, in August, 1852, were Lazarus H. Reed of New York to be Chief Justice, Leonidas Shaver, Associate Justice, and B. G. Ferris, Secretary. Neither of these officers incurred the Mormon wrath. Both of the judges died while in office, and the next Chief Justice was John F. Kinney, who had occupied a seat on the Iowa Supreme Bench, with W. W. Drummond of Illinois, and George P. Stiles, one of Joseph Smith's counsel at the time of the prophet's death, as associates. A. W. Babbitt received the appointment of Secretary of the Territory. 123. The territorial legislature had continued to meet from time to time, Young having a seat of honor in front of the Speaker at each opening joint session, and presenting his message. The most important measure passed was an election law which practically gave the church authorities control of the ballot. It provided that each voter must hand his ballot, folded, to the judge of election, who must deposit it after numbering it, and after the clerk had recorded the name and number. This, of course, gave the church officers knowledge concerning the candidate for whom each man voted. Its purpose needs no explanation. In August, 1854, a force of some 300 soldiers, under command of Lieutenant Colonel E. J. Steptoe of the United States Army, on their way to the Pacific coast, arrived in Salt Lake City and passed the succeeding winter there. Young's term as governor was about to expire, and the appointment of his successor rested with President Pierce. Public opinion in the East had become more outspoken against the Mormons since the resignation of the first federal officers sent to the territory, the revelation concerning polygamy having been publicly avowed meanwhile. And there was an expressed feeling that a non-Mormon should be governor. Accordingly, President Pierce, in December, 1854, offered the governorship to Lieutenant Colonel Steptoe. Brigham Young, just before and after this period, openly declared that he would not surrender the actual government of the territory to any man. In a discourse in the Tabernacle, on June 19, 1853, in which he reviewed the events of 1851, he said, "We have got a territorial government, and I am and will be governor, and no power can hinder it, until the Lord Almighty says, Brigham, you need not be governor any longer." In a defiant discourse in the Tabernacle, on February 18, 1855, Young again stated his position on this subject: "For a man to come here, as governor, and infringe upon my individual rights and privileges, and upon those of my brethren, will never meet my sanction, and I will scourge such a one until he leaves. I am after him." Defining his position further, and the independence of his people, he said, "Come on with your knives, your swords, and your faggots of fire, and destroy the whole of us rather than we will forsake our religion. Whether the doctrine of plurality of wives is true or false is none of your business. We have as good a right to adopt tenets in our religion as the Church of England, or the Methodists, or the Baptists, or any other denomination have to theirs." Having thus defied the federal appointing power, the nomination of Colonel Steptoe as Young's successor might have been expected to cause an outbreak, but the Mormon leaders were always diplomatic, at least, when Young did not lose his temper. The outcome of this appointment was its declination by Steptoe, a petition to President Pierce for Young's reappointment signed by Steptoe himself and all the federal officers in the territory, and the granting of the request of these petitioners. Mrs. C. Beath Waite, wife of Associate Justice C. Beath Waite, one of Lincoln's appointees, gives a circumstantial account of the manner in which Colonel Steptoe was influenced to decline the nomination and sign the petition in favor of Young. Two women, whose beauty then attracted the attention of Salt Lake City society, were a relative by marriage of Brigham Young and an actress in the church theater. The Federal Army officers were favored with a good deal of their society. When Steptoe's appointment as governor was announced, Young called these women to his assistance. In conformity with the plan then suggested, Young one evening suddenly demanded admission to Colonel Steptoe's office, which was granted after considerable delay. Passing into the back room, he found the two women there, dressed in men's clothes and with their faces concealed by their hats. He sent the women home with a rebuke, and then described to Steptoe the danger he was in if the women's friends learned of the incident, and the disgrace which would follow its exposure. Steptoe's declination of the nomination and his recommendation of Young soon followed. President Pierce's selection of judicial officers for Utah was not made with proper care, nor with due regard to the dignity of the places to be filled. Chief Justice Kinney took with him to Utah a large stock of goods which he sold at retail after his arrival there, and he also kept a boarding house in Salt Lake City. With his trade dependent on Mormon customers, he had every object in cultivating their popularity. Known as a Jack Mormon in Iowa, Mrs. Waite declared that his uniform course, to the time about which she wrote, had been to aid and abet Brigham Young in his ambitious schemes, and that he was then an open apologist and advocate of polygamy. Judge Drummond's course in Utah was in many respects scandalous. A former member of the bench in Illinois writes to me, "I remember that when Drummond's appointment was announced there was considerable comment as to his lack of fitness for the place, and after the troubles between him and the Mormon leaders got aired through the press, members of the bar from his part of the state said they did not blame the Mormons, that it was an imposition upon them to have sent him out there as a judge. I never heard his moral character discussed. If the Mormon leaders had shown any respect for the government at Washington, or for the reputable men appointed to territorial offices, more attention might be paid to their hostility manifested to certain individuals." A few of the leading questions at issue under the new territorial officers will illustrate the nature of the government with which they had to deal. The territorial legislature had passed acts defining the powers and duties of the territorial courts. These acts provided that the district courts should have original jurisdiction, both civil and criminal, wherever not otherwise provided by law. Chapter 64, approved January 14, 1864, provided as follows: all questions of law, the meaning of writings other than law, and the admissibility of testimony shall be decided by the court. And no laws or parts of laws shall be read, argued, cited, or adopted in any courts, during any trial, except those enacted by the Governor and Legislative Assembly of this territory, and those passed by the Congress of the United States, when applicable. And no report, decision, or doings of any court shall be read, argued, cited, or adopted as precedent in any other trial. This obliterated at a stroke the whole body of the English common law. Another act provided that, by consent of the court and the parties, any person could be selected to act as judge in a particular case. As the district court judges were federal appointees, a judge of probate was provided for each county, to be elected by joint ballot of the legislature. These probate courts, besides the authority legitimately belonging to such tribunals, were given power to exercise original jurisdiction, both civil and criminal, as well in chancery as at common law. Thus there were in the territory two kinds of courts, to one of which alone a non-Mormon could look for justice, and to the other of which every Mormon would appeal when he was not prevented. The Act of Congress organizing the territory provided for the appointment of a marshal, approved by the President. The Territorial Legislature on March 3, 1852, provided for another marshal to be elected by joint ballot, and for an Attorney General. A non-Mormon had succeeded the original Mormon who was appointed as federal marshal, and he took the ground that he should have charge of all business pertaining to the marshal's office in the United States courts. Judge Stiles having issued writs to the federal marshal, the latter was not able to serve them, and the demand was openly made that only territorial law should be enforced in Utah. When the question of jurisdiction came before the judge, 3 Mormon lawyers appeared in behalf of the Mormon claim, and one of them, James Ferguson, openly told the judge that, if he decided against him, they would take him from the bench quick. Judge Stiles adjourned his court, and applied to Governor Young for assistance. But got only the reply that, the boys had got their spunk up, and he would not interfere, and that, if Judge Stiles could not enforce the United States laws, the sooner he adjourned court the better. All the records and papers of the United States court were kept in Judge Stiles's office. In his absence, Ferguson led a crowd to the office, seized and deposited in a safe belonging to Young the court papers, and, piling up the personal books and papers of the judge in an outhouse, set fire to them. The judge, supposing that the court papers were included in the bonfire, innocently made that statement in an affidavit submitted on his return to Washington in 1857. Judge Drummond, reversing the policy of Chief Justice Kinney and Judge Shaver, announced, before the opening of the first session of his court, that he should ignore all proceedings of the territorial probate courts except such as pertain to legitimate probate business. This position was at once recognized as a challenge of the entire Mormon judicial system, and steps were promptly taken to overthrow it. There are somewhat conflicting accounts of the method adopted. Mrs. Waite, in her Mormon Prophet, Hickman, in his Confessions, and Remy, in his Journey, have all described it with variations. All agree that a quarrel was brought about between the judge and a Jew, which led to the arrest of both of them. During the prosecution of the case, says Mrs. Waite, the judge gave some sort of a stipulation that he would not interfere any further with the probate courts. Judge Stiles left the territory in the spring of 1857, and gave the government an account of his treatment in the form of an affidavit when he reached Washington. Judge Drummond held court a short time for Judge Stiles in Carson County, now Nevada, 124 in the spring of 1857, and then returned to the east by way of California, not concealing his opinion of Mormon rule on the way, and giving the government a statement of the case in a letter resigning his judgeship. After the departure of the non-Mormon federal judges from Utah, the only non-Mormon officers left there were those belonging to the office of the Surveyor General, and 2 Indian agents. Toward these officers the Mormons were as hostile as they had been toward the judges, and the latest information that the government received about the disposition and intentions of the Mormons came from them. The Mormon view of their title to the land in Salt Lake Valley appeared in Young's declaration on his first Sunday there, that it was theirs and would be divided by the officers of the church. 125 Tullidge, explaining this view in his history published in 1886, says that this was simply following out the social plan of a Zion which Smith attempted in Ohio, Missouri, and Illinois, under Revelation. He explains, according to the primal law of colonization, recognized in all ages, it was their land if they could hold and possess it. They could have done this so far as the Mexican government was concerned, which government probably never would even have made the first step to overthrow the superstructure of these Mormon society builders. At that date, before this territory was ceded to the United States, Brigham Young, as the master builder of the colonies which were soon to spread throughout these valleys, could with absolute propriety give the above utterances on the land question. 126. When the act organizing the territory was passed, very little of the Indian title to the land had been extinguished, and the Indians made bitter complaints of the seizure of their homes and hunting grounds, and the establishment of private rights to canyons and ferries, by the people who professed so great a regard for the Lamanite. Congress, in February, 1855, created the office of Surveyor General of Utah and defined his duties. The presence of this officer was resented at once, and as soon as Surveyor General David H. Burr arrived in Salt Lake City, the church directed all its members to convey their lands to Young as trustee in trust for the church, in consideration of the goodwill which, have to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Explaining this order in a discourse in the Tabernacle on March 1, 1857, H. C. Kimball said, "I do not compel you to do it, the trustee in trust does not, God does not. But he says that if you will do this and the other things which he has counseled for our good, do so and prove him. If you trifle with me when I tell you the truth, you will trifle with Brother Brigham, and if you trifle with him you will also trifle with angels and with God, and thus you will trifle yourselves down to hell." The Mormon policy toward the surveyors soon took practical shape. On August 30, 1856, Burr reported a nearly fatal assault on one of his deputies by 3 Danites. Deputy Surveyor Craig reported efforts of the Mormons to stir up the Indians against the surveyors, and quoted a suggestion of the Deseret News that the surveyors be prosecuted in the Territorial Court for trespass. In February, 1857, Burr reported a visit he had had from the clerk of the Supreme Court, the acting district attorney, and the territorial marshal, who told him plainly that the country was theirs. They showed him a copy of a report that he had made to Washington, charging Young with extensive depredations, warned him that he could not write to Washington without their knowledge, and ordered that such letter writing should stop. "The fact is," Burr added, "these people repudiate the authority of the United States in this country, and are in open rebellion against the general government. So strong have been my apprehensions of danger to the surveyors that I scarcely deemed it prudent to send any out. We are by no means sure that we will be permitted to leave, for it is boldly asserted we would not get away alive." He did escape early in the spring. The reports of the Indian agents to the commissioner at Washington at this time were of the same character. Mormon trespasses on Indian land had caused more than one conflict with the savages, but, when there was a prospect of hostilities with the government, the Mormons took steps to secure Indian aid. In May, 1855, Indian agent Hurt called the attention of the commissioner at Washington to the fact that the Mormons at their recent conference had appointed a large number of missionaries to preach among the Lamanite. That these missionaries were a class of lawless young men, and, as their influence was likely to be in favor of hostilities with the whites, he suggested that all Indian officers receive warning on the subject. Hurt was added to the list of fugitive federal officers from Utah, deeming it necessary to flee when news came of the approach of the troops in the fall of 1857. His escape was quite dramatic, some of his Indian friends assisting him. They reached General Johnston's camp about the middle of October, after suffering greatly from hunger and cold. The Mormon leaders could scarcely fail to realize that a point must be reached when the federal government would assert its authority in Utah Territory. But they deemed a conflict with the government of less serious moment than a surrender which would curtail their own civil and criminal jurisdiction, and bring their doctrine of polygamy within reach of the law. A specimen of the unbridled utterances of these leaders in those days will be found in a discourse by Mayor Grant in the Tabernacle, on March 2, 1856. Who is afraid to die? None but the wicked. If they want to send troops here, let them come to those who have imported filth and whores, though we can attend to that class without so much expense to the government. They will threaten us with United States troops. Why, your impudence and ignorance would bring a blush to the cheek of the veriest camp follower among them. We ask no odds of you, you rotten carcasses, and I am not going to bow one hair's breadth to your influence. I would rather be cut into inch pieces than succumb one particle to such filthiness. If we were to establish a whorehouse on every corner of our streets, as in nearly all other cities outside of Utah, either by law or otherwise, we should doubtless then be considered good fellows. 2 weeks later Brigham Young, in a sermon in the same place, said, I said then, and I shall always say, that I shall be governor as long as the Lord Almighty wishes me to govern this people. In January, 1853, Orson Pratt, as Mormon representative, began the publication in Washington, D.C. of a monthly periodical called The Seer, in which he defended polygamy, explained the Mormon creed, and set forth the attitude of the Mormons toward the United States government. The latter subject occupied a large part of the issue of January, 1854, in the shape of questions and answers. The following will give an illustration of their tone. Q. In what manner have the people of the United States treated the divine message contained in the Book of Mormon? A. They have closed their eyes, their ears, their hearts and their doors against it. They have scorned, rejected and hated the servants of God who were sent to bear testimony of it. Q. In what manner has the United States treated the saints who have believed in this divine message? A. They have proceeded to the most savage and outrageous persecutions, dragged little children from their hiding places, and, placing the muzzles of their guns to their heads, have blown out their brains, with the most horrid oaths and imprecations. They have taken the fair daughters of American citizens, bound them on benches used for public worship, and there, in great numbers, ravished them until death came to their relief. Further answers were in the shape of an argument that the federal government was responsible for the losses of the saints in Missouri and Illinois. 12. The Mormon War. The government at Washington and the people of the eastern states knew a good deal more about Mormonism in 1856 than they did when Fillmore gave the appointment of governor to Young in 1850. The return of one federal officer after another from Utah with a report that his office was untenable, even if his life was not in danger, the practical nullification of federal law. And the light that was beginning to be shed on Mormon social life by correspondents of Eastern newspapers had aroused enough public interest in the matter to lead the politicians to deem it worthy of their attention. Accordingly, the Republican National Convention, in June, 1856, inserted in its platform a plank declaring that the Constitution gave Congress sovereign power over the territories. And that, it is both the right and the duty of Congress to prohibit in the territories those twin relics of barbarism, polygamy and slavery. A still more striking proof of the growing political importance of the Mormon question was afforded by the attention paid to it by Stephen A. Douglas in a speech in Springfield, Illinois, on June 12, 1856, when he was hoping to secure the Democratic nomination for president. This former friend of the Mormons, their spokesman in the Senate, now declared that reports from the territory seemed to justify the belief that 9/10 of its inhabitants were aliens. That all were bound by horrid oaths and penalties to recognize and maintain the authority of Brigham Young, and that the Mormon government was forming alliances with the Indians, and organizing Danite bands to rob and murder American citizens. Under this view of the subject, said he, I think it is the duty of the President, as I have no doubt it is his fixed purpose, to remove Brigham Young and all his followers from office, and to fill their places with bold, able, and true men. And to cause a thorough and searching investigation into all the crimes and enormities which are alleged to be perpetrated daily in that territory under the direction of Brigham Young and his confederates. And to use all the military force necessary to protect the officers in discharge of their duties and to enforce the laws of the land. When the authentic evidence shall arrive, if it shall establish the facts which are believed to exist, it will become the duty of Congress to apply the knife, and cut out this loathsome, disgusting ulcer. This, of course, caused the Mormons to pour out on Judge Douglas the vials of their wrath, and, when he failed to secure the presidential nomination, they found in his defeat the verification of one of Smith's prophecies. The Mormons, on their part, had never ceased their demands for statehood, and another of their efforts had been made in the preceding spring. When a new constitution of the state of Deseret was adopted by a convention over which the notorious Jedediah M. Grant presided, and sent to Washington with a memorial pleading for admission to the Union, that another star, shedding mild radiance from the tops of the mountains, midway between the borders of the eastern and western civilization, may add its effulgence to that bright light now so broadly illumining the governmental pathway of nations. And declaring that, the loyalty of Utah has been variously and most thoroughly tested. Congress treated this application with practical contempt, the Senate laying the memorial on the table, and the chairman of the House Committee on Territories, Galusha H. Grow, refusing to present the Constitution to the House. Alarmed at the manifestations of public feeling in the East, and the demand that President Buchanan should do something to vindicate at least the dignity of the government, the Mormon leaders and press renewed their attacks on the character of all the federal officers who had criticized them. And the Deseret News urged the president to send to Utah one or more civilians on a short visit to look about them and see what they can see, and return and report. The value of observations by such short visitors on such occasions need not be discussed. President Buchanan, instead of following any Mormon advice, soon after his inauguration directed the organization of a body of troops to march to Utah to uphold the federal authorities, and in July, after several persons had declined the office, appointed as governor of Utah Alfred Cumming of Georgia. The appointee was a brother of Colonel William Cumming, who won renown as a soldier in the War of 1812, who was a Union Party leader in the nullification contest in Jackson's time, and who was a participant in a duel with G. McDuffie that occupied a good deal of attention. Alfred Cumming had filled no more important positions than those of mayor of Augusta, Georgia, sutler in the Mexican War, and superintendent of Indian affairs on the Upper Missouri. A much more commendable appointment made at the same time was that of D.R. Eccles, a Kentuckian by birth, but then a resident of Indiana, to be Chief Justice of the Territory. John Cradlebaugh and C.E. Sinclair were appointed Associate Justices, with John Hartnett as Secretary, and Peter K. Dotson as Marshal. The new governor gave the first illustration of his conception of his duties by remaining in the East, while the troops were moving, asking for an increase of his salary, a secret service fund, and for transportation to Utah. Only the last of these requests was complied with. President Buchanan's position as regards Utah at this time was thus stated in his first annual message to Congress, December 8, 1857. The people of Utah almost exclusively belong to this Mormon Church, and, believing with a fanatical spirit that he, Young, is governor of the territory by divine appointment, they obey his commands as if these were direct revelations from heaven. If, therefore, he chooses that his government shall come into collision with the government of the United States, the members of the Mormon Church will yield implicit obedience to his will. Unfortunately, existing facts leave but little doubt that such is his determination. Without entering upon a minute history of occurrences, it is sufficient to say that all the officers of the United States, judicial and executive, with the single exception of 2 Indian agents, have found it necessary for their own safety to withdraw from the territory, and there no longer remained any government in Utah but the despotism of Brigham Young. This being the condition of affairs in the territory, I could not mistake the path of duty. As Chief Executive Magistrate, I was bound to restore the supremacy of the Constitution and laws within its limits. In order to effect this purpose, I appointed a new governor and other federal officers for Utah, and sent with them a military force for their protection, and to aid as a posse comitatus in case of need in the execution of the laws. With the religious opinions of the Mormons, as long as they remained mere opinions, however deplorable in themselves and revolting to the moral and religious sentiments of all Christendom, I have no right to interfere. Actions alone, when in violation of the Constitution and laws of the United States, become the legitimate subjects for the jurisdiction of the civil magistrate. My instructions to Governor Cumming have, therefore, been framed in strict accordance with these principles. This statement of the situation of affairs in Utah, and of the duty of the President in the circumstances, did not admit of criticism. But the country at that time was in a state of intense excitement over the slavery question, with the situation in Kansas the center of attention. And it was charged that Buchanan put forward the Mormon issue as a part of his scheme to gag the North and force some question beside slavery to the front. And that Secretary of War Floyd eagerly seized the opportunity to remove the flower of the American army and a vast amount of munition and supplies to a distant place, remote from Eastern connections. The principal newspapers in this country were intensely partisan in those days, and party organs like the New York Tribune could be counted on to criticize any important step taken by the Democratic president. Such Mormon agents as Colonel Kane and Dr. Bernhizel, the Utah delegate to Congress, were doing active work in New York and Washington, and some of it with effect. Horace Greeley, in his Overland Journey, describing his call on Brigham Young a few years later, says that he was introduced by my friend Dr. Bernhizel. The Tribune Almanac for 1859, in an article on the Utah troubles, quoted as too true Young's declaration that for the last 25 years we have trusted officials of the government, from constables and justices to judges, governors, and presidents, only to be scorned, held in derision, insulted and betrayed. 127 ulterior motives aside, no president ever had a clearer duty than had Buchanan to maintain the federal authority in Utah, and to secure to all residents in and travelers through that territory the rights of life and property. The just ground for criticizing him is, not that he attempted to do this, but that he faltered by the way. 128. Early in 1856 arrangements were entered into with H.C. Kimball for a contract to carry the mail between Independence, Missouri, and Salt Lake City. Young saw in this the nucleus of a big company that would maintain a daily express and mail service to and from the Mormon Center, and he at once organized the Brigham Young Express Carrying Company, and had it commended to the people from the pulpit. But recent disclosures of Mormon methods and purposes had naturally caused the government to question the propriety of confiding the Utah and transcontinental mails to Mormon hands, and on June 10, 1857, Kimball was notified that the government would not execute the contract with him, the unsettled state of things at Salt Lake City rendering the mails unsafe under present circumstances. Mormon writers make much of the failure to execute this mail contract as an exciting cause of the war. Tullidge attributes the action of the administration to three documents: a letter from mail contractor W.M.F. McGraw to the President, describing the situation in Utah, Judge Drummond's letter of resignation, and a letter from Indian agent T.S. Twiss, dated July 13, 1856, informing the government that a large Mormon colony had taken possession of Deer Creek Valley, only 100 miles west of Fort Laramie, driving out a settlement of Sioux whom the agent had induced to plant corn there, and charging that the Mormon occupation was made with a view to the occupancy of the country, and under cover of a contract of the Mormon Church to carry the mails. Tullidge's statement could be made with hope of its acceptance only to persons who either lacked the opportunity or inclination to ascertain the actual situation in Utah and the President's sources of information. As to the mails, no autocratic government like that of Brigham Young would neglect to make what use it pleased of them in its struggle with the authorities at Washington. As early as November, 1851, Indian agent Holman wrote to the Indian Commissioner at Washington from Salt Lake City, "The Gentiles, as we are called who do not belong to the Mormon Church, have no confidence in the management of the post office here. It is believed by many that there is an examination of all letters coming and going, in order that they may ascertain what is said of them and by whom it is said. This opinion is so strong that all communications touching their character or conduct are either sent to Bridger or Laramie, there to be mailed. I send this communication through a friend to Laramie, to be there mailed for the States." Testimony on this point 4 years later, from an independent source, is found in a Salt Lake City letter, of November 3, 1855, to the New York Herald. The writer said, from September 5, to the 27th instant the people of this territory had not received any news from the States except such as was contained in a few broken files of California papers. Letters and papers come up missing, and in the same mail come papers of very ancient dates, but letters once missing may be considered as irrevocably lost. Of all the numerous numbers of Harper's, Gleason's, and other illustrated periodicals subscribed for by the inhabitants of this territory, not one, I have been informed, has ever reached here. The forces selected for the expedition to Utah consisted of the 2nd Dragoons, then stationed at Fort Leavenworth in view of possible trouble in Kansas, the 5th Infantry, stationed at that time in Florida, the 10th Infantry, then in the forts in Minnesota, and Phelps's battery of the 4th Artillery, that had distinguished itself at Buena Vista, a total of about 1,500 men. Reno's battery was added later. General Scott's order provided for 2,000 head of cattle to be driven with the troops, 6 months' supply of bacon, desiccated vegetables, 250 Sibley tents, and stoves enough to supply at least the sick. General Scott himself had advised a postponement of the expedition until the next year, on account of the late date at which it would start, but he was overruled. The commander originally selected for this force was General W. S. Harney. But the continued troubles in Kansas caused his retention there, as well as that of the 2nd Dragoons, and, when the government found that the Mormons proposed serious resistance, the chief command was given to Colonel Albert Sidney Johnston, a West Point graduate, who had made a record in the Black Hawk War. In the service of the state of Texas, first in 1836 under General Rusk, and eventually as Commander-in-Chief in the field, and later as Secretary of War, and in the Mexican War as Colonel of the 1st Texas Rifles. He was killed at the Battle of Shiloh during the War of the Rebellion. General Harney's letter of instruction, dated June 29, giving the views of General Scott and the War Department, stated that the civil government in Utah was in a state of rebellion. He was to attack no body of citizens, however, except at the call of the governor, the judges, or the marshals, the troops to be considered as a posse comitatus. He was made responsible for a jealous, harmonious, and thorough cooperation with the governor, accepting his views when not in conflict with military judgment and prudence. While the general impression, both at Washington and among the troops, was that no actual resistance to this force would be made by Young's followers, the general was told that prudence requires that you should anticipate resistance, general, organized, and formidable, at the threshold. Great activity was shown in forwarding the necessary supplies to Fort Leavenworth, and in the last 2 weeks of July most of the assigned troops were underway. Colonel Johnston arrived at Fort Leavenworth on September 11, assigned 6 companies of the 2nd Dragoons, under Lieutenant Colonel P. St. George Cook, as an escort to Governor Cumming, and followed immediately after them. Major, afterward General, Fitz John Porter, who accompanied Colonel Johnston as Assistant Adjutant General, describing the situation in later years, said, "So late in the season had the troops started on this march that fears were entertained that, if they succeeded in reaching their destination, it would be only by abandoning the greater part of their supplies, and endangering the lives of many men amid the snows of the Rocky Mountains." So much was a terrible disaster feared by those acquainted with the rigors of a winter life in the Rocky Mountains, that General Harney was said to have predicted it, and to have induced Walker, of Kansas, to ask his retention. Meanwhile, the Mormons had received word of what was coming. When A.O. Smoot reached a point 100 miles west of Independence, with the mail for Salt Lake City, he met heavy freight teams which excited his suspicion, and at Kansas City obtained sufficient particulars of the Federal expedition. Returning to Fort Laramie, he and O.P. Rockwell started on July 18, in a light wagon drawn by 2 fast horses, to carry the news to Brigham Young. They made the 513 miles in 5 days and 3 hours, arriving on the evening of July 23. Undoubtedly they gave Young this important information immediately. But Young kept it to himself that night. On the following day occurred the annual celebration of the arrival of the pioneers in the valley. To the big gathering of saints at Big Cottonwood Lake, 24 miles from the city, Young dramatically announced the news of the coming invasion. His position was characteristically defiant. He declared that he would ask no odds of Uncle Sam or the devil, and predicted that he would be President of the United States in 12 years, or would dictate the successful candidate. Recalling his declaration 10 years earlier that, after 10 years of peace, They would ask no odds of the United States. He declared that that time had passed, and that thenceforth they would be a free and independent state, the state of Deseret. The followers of Young eagerly joined in his defiance of the government, and in the succeeding weeks the discourses and the editorials of the Deseret News breathed forth dire threats against the advancing foe. Thus, the News of August 12 told the Washington authorities, if you intend to continue the appointment of certain officers, that is, if you do not intend to surrender to the church federal jurisdiction in Utah, we respectfully suggest that you appoint actually intelligent and honorable men, who will wisely attend to their own duties. And send them unaccompanied by troops, that is, judges who would acknowledge the supremacy of the Mormon courts, or who, if not, would have no force to sustain them. This was followed by a threat that if any other kind of men were sent, they will really need a far larger bodyguard than 2,500 soldiers. 129 The government was, in another editorial, called on to entirely clear the track, and accord us the privilege of carrying our own mails at our own expense, and was accused of high-handedly taking away our rights and privileges, one by one, under pretext that the most devilish should blush at. I am not going to permit troops here for the protection of the priests and the rabble in their efforts to drive us from the land we possess. You might as well tell me that you can make hell into a powder house as to tell me that they intend to keep an army here and have peace. I have told you that if there is any man or woman who is not willing to destroy everything of their property that would be of use to an enemy if left, I would advise them to leave the territory, and I again say so today. For when the time comes to burn and lay waste our improvements, if any man undertakes to shield his, he will be treated as a traitor, for judgment will be laid to the line and righteousness to the plummet. The official papers of Governor Young are perhaps the best illustrations of the spirit with which the federal authorities had to deal. Words, however, were not the only weapons which the Mormons employed against the government at the start. Daniel H. Wells, Lieutenant General and Commander of the Nauvoo Legion, which organization had been kept up in Utah, issued, on August 1, a dispatch to each of 12 commanding officers of the Legion in the different settlements in the territory, declaring that, when anarchy takes the place of orderly government, and mobocratic tyranny usurps the powers of the rulers, they, the people of the territory, have left the inalienable right to defend themselves against all aggression upon their constitutional privileges, and directing them to hold their commands ready to march to any part of the territory, with ammunition, wagons, and clothing for a winter campaign. In the Legion were enrolled all the able-bodied males between 18 and 45 years, under command of a lieutenant general, for generals, 11 colonels, and 6 majors. The first mobilization of this force took place on August 15, when a company was sent eastward over the usual route to aid incoming immigrants and learn the strength of the federal force. By the employment of similar scouts the Mormons were thus kept informed of every step of the army's advance. A scouting party camped within half a mile of the foremost company near Devil's Gate on September 22, and did not lose sight of it again until it went into camp at Harris's Fort, where supplies had been forwarded in advance. Captain Stuart Van Vliet, of General Harney's staff, was sent ahead of the troops, leaving Fort Leavenworth on July 28, to visit Salt Lake City, ascertain the disposition of the church authorities and the people toward the government, and obtain any other information that would be of use. Arriving in Salt Lake City in 33.5 days, he was received with affability by Young, and there was a frank interchange of views between them. Young recited the past trials of the Mormons farther east, and said that, therefore he and the people of Utah had determined to resist all persecution at the commencement, and that the troops now on the march for Utah should not enter the Great Salt Lake Valley. As he uttered these words, all those present concurred most heartily. Young said they had an abundance of everything required by the federal troops, but that nothing would be sold to the government. When told that, even if they did succeed in preventing the present military force from entering the valley the coming winter, they would have to yield to a larger force the following year. The reply was that that larger force would find Utah a desert. They would burn every house, cut down every tree, lay waste every field. We have 3 years' provisions on hand, Young added, which we will cache, and then take to the mountains and bid defiance to all the powers of the government. When Young called for a vote on that proposition by an audience of 4,000 persons in the tabernacle, every hand was raised to vote yes. Captain Van Vliet summed up his view of the situation thus, that it would not be difficult for the Mormons to prevent the entrance of the approaching force that season. That they would not resort to actual hostilities until the last moment, but would burn the grass, stampede the animals, and cause delay in every manner. The day after Captain Van Vliet left Salt Lake City, Governor Young gave official expression to his defiance of the federal government by issuing the following proclamation. Citizens of Utah, we are invaded by a hostile force, who are evidently assailing us to accomplish our overthrow and destruction. For the last 25 years we have trusted officials of the government, from constables and justices to judges, governors, and presidents, only to be scorned, held in derision, insulted, and betrayed. Our houses have been plundered and then burned, our fields laid waste, our principal men butchered, while under the pledged faith of the government for their safety. And our families driven from their homes to find that shelter in the barren wilderness and that protection among hostile savages, which were denied them in the boasted abodes of Christianity and civilization. The Constitution of our common country guarantees unto us all that we do now or have ever claimed. If the constitutional rights which pertain unto us as American citizens were extended to Utah, according to the spirit and meaning thereof, and fairly and impartially administered, it is all that we can ask, all that we have ever asked. Our opponents have availed themselves of prejudice existing against us, because of our religious faith, to send out a formidable host to accomplish our destruction. We have had no privilege or opportunity of defending ourselves from the false, foul, and unjust aspersions against us before the nation. The government has not condescended to cause an investigating committee, or other persons, to be sent to inquire into and ascertain the truth, as is customary in such cases. We know those aspersions to be false, but that avails us nothing. We are condemned unheard, and forced to an issue with an armed mercenary mob, which has been sent against us at the instigation of anonymous letter writers, ashamed to father the base, slanderous falsehoods which they have given to the public. Of corrupt officials, who have brought false accusations against us to screen themselves in their own infamy, and of hireling priests and howling editors, who prostitute the truth for filthy lucre's sake. The issue which has thus been forced upon us compels us to resort to the great first law of self-preservation, and stand in our own defense, a right guaranteed to us by the genius of the institutions of our country, and upon which the government is based. Our duty to ourselves, to our families, requires us not to tamely submit to be driven and slain, without an attempt to preserve ourselves. Our duty to our country, our holy religion, our God, to freedom and liberty, requires that we should not quietly stand still and see those fetters forging around us which were calculated to enslave and bring us in subjection to an unlawful military despotism, such as can only emanate, in a country of constitutional law, from usurpation, tyranny, and oppression. Therefore, Brigham Young, Governor and Superintendent of Indian Affairs for the Territory of Utah, in the name of the people of the United States in the Territory of Utah, forbid. First, all armed forces of every description from coming into this territory, under any pretense whatever. Second, that all forces in said territory hold themselves in readiness to march at a moment's notice to repel any and all such invasion. Third, martial law is hereby declared to exist in this territory from and after the publication of this proclamation, and no person shall be allowed to pass or repass into or through or from this territory without a permit from the proper officer. Given under my hand and seal, at Great Salt Lake City, Territory of Utah, this 15th day of September, AD 1857, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 82nd. Brigham Young. The advancing troops received from Captain Van Vliet as he passed eastward their first information concerning the attitude of the Mormons toward them, and Colonel Alexander, in command of the foremost companies, accepted his opinion that the Mormons would not attack them if the army did not advance beyond Fort Bridger or Fort Supply, this idea being strengthened by the fact that 100 wagon loads of stores, undefended, had remained unmolested on Ham's Fork for 3 weeks. The 1st Division of the Federal troops marched across Green River on September 27, and hurried on 35 miles to what was named Camp Winfield, on Ham's Fork, a confluent of Black Fork, which emptied into Green River. Phelps's and Reno's batteries and the 5th Infantry reached there about the same time, but there was no cavalry, the kind of force most needed, because of the detention of the dragoons in Kansas. On September 30 General Wells forwarded to Colonel Alexander, from Fort Bridger, Brigham Young's proclamation of September 15, a copy of the laws of Utah. And the following letter addressed to the officer commanding the forces now invading Utah Territory. Governor's Office, Utah Territory. Great Salt Lake City, September 29, 1857. Sir, by reference to the Act of Congress passed September 9, 1850, organizing the Territory of Utah, published in a copy of the laws of Utah, herewith forwarded, pages 146 to 147, you will find the following. Sector 2. And be it further enacted, that the executive power and authority in and over said territory of Utah shall be vested in a governor, who shall hold his office for 4 years, and until his successor shall be appointed and qualified. Unless sooner removed by the President of the United States. The governor shall reside within said territory, shall be commander-in-chief of the militia thereof, etc., etc. I am still the governor and superintendent of Indian affairs for this territory, no successor having been appointed and qualified, as provided by law, nor have I been removed by the President of the United States. By virtue of the authority thus vested in me, I have issued, and forwarded you a copy of, my proclamation forbidding the entrance of armed forces into this territory. This you have disregarded. I now further direct that you retire forthwith from the territory, by the same route you entered. Should you deem this impracticable, and prefer to remain until spring in the vicinity of your present encampment, Black's Fork or Green River, you can do so in peace and unmolested. On condition that you deposit your arms and ammunition with Lewis Robinson, Quartermaster General of the Territory, and leave in the spring, as soon as the condition of the roads will permit you to march. And, should you fall short of provisions, they can be furnished you, upon making the proper applications therefor. General D. H. Wells will forward this, and receive any communications you may have to make. Very respectfully. Brigham Young, Governor and Superintendent of Indian Affairs, Utah Territory. General Wells's communication added to this impudent announcement the declaration, it may be proper to add that I am here to aid in carrying out the instructions of Governor Young. On October 2 Colonel Alexander, in a note to Governor Young, acknowledged the receipt of his enclosures, said that he would submit Young's letter to the General Commanding as soon as he arrived, and added, in the meantime I have only to say that these troops are here by the orders of the President of the United States, and their future movements and operations will depend entirely upon orders issued by competent military authority. 2 Mormon officers, General Robinson and Major Lot Smith, had been sent to deliver Young's letter and proclamation to the federal officer in command, but they did not deem it prudent to perform this office in person, sending a Mexican with them into Colonel Alexander's camp. In the same way they received Colonel Alexander's reply. The Mormon plan of campaign was already mapped out, and it was thus stated in an order of their commanding general, D. H. Wells, a copy of which was found on a Mormon major, Joseph Taylor, to whom it was addressed. You will proceed, with all possible dispatch, without injuring your animals, to the Oregon Road, near the bend of Bear River. North by east of this place. Take close and correct observations of the country on your route. When you approach the road, send scouts ahead to ascertain if the invading troops have passed that way. Should they have passed, take a concealed route and get ahead of them, express to Colonel Benton, who is now on that road and in the vicinity of the troops, and effect a junction with him, so as to operate in concert. On ascertaining the locality or route of the troops, proceed at once to annoy them in every possible way. Use every exertion to stampede their animals and set fire to their trains. Burn the whole country before them and on their flanks. Keep them from sleeping by night surprises, blockade the road by felling trees or destroying river fords, where you can. Watch for opportunities to set fire to the grass on their windward, so as if possible to envelop their trains. Leave no grass before them that can be burned. Keep your men concealed as much as possible, and guard against surprise. Keep scouts out at all times, and communications open with Colonel Benton, Major McAllister and O.P. Rockwell, who are operating in the same way. Keep me advised daily of your movements, and every step the troops take, and in which direction. God bless you and give you success. Your brother in Christ. The first man selected to carry out this order was Major Lot Smith. Setting out at 4 p.m., on October 3, with 44 men, after an all-night's ride, he came up with a Federal supply train drawn by oxen. The captain of this train was ordered to go the other way till he reached the States. As he persistently retraced his steps as often as the Mormons moved away, the latter relieved his wagons of their load and left him. Sending one of his captains with 20 men to capture or stampede the mules of the 10th Regiment, Smith, with the remainder of his force, started for Sandy Fork to intercept army trains. Scouts sent ahead to investigate a distant cloud of dust reported that it was made by a freight train of 26 wagons. Smith allowed this train to proceed until dark, and then approached it undiscovered. Finding the drivers drunk, as he afterward explained, and fearing that they would be belligerent and thus compel him to disobey his instruction, not to hurt anyone except in self-defense, he lay concealed until after midnight. His scouts meanwhile had reported to him that the train was drawn up for the night in 2 lines. Allowing the usual number of men to each wagon, Smith decided that his force of 24 was sufficient to capture the outfit, and, mounting his command, he ordered an advance on the camp. But a surprise was in store for him. His scouts had failed to discover that a second train had joined the first, and that twice the force anticipated confronted them. When this discovery was made, the Mormons were too close to escape observation. Members of Smith's party expected that their leader would now make some casual inquiry and then ride on, as if his destination were elsewhere. Smith, however, decided differently. As his force approached the campfire that was burning close to the wagons, he noticed that the rear of his column was not distinguishable in the darkness, and that thus the smallness of their number could not be immediately discovered. He, therefore, asked at once for the captain of the train, and one Dawson stepped forward. Smith directed him to have his men collect their private property at once, as he intended to put a little fire into the wagons. "For God's sake, don't burn the trains," was the reply. Dawson was curtly told where his men were to stack their arms, and where they were themselves to stand under guard. Then, making a torch, Smith ordered one of the government drivers to apply it, in order that, the Gentiles might spoil the Gentiles, as he afterward expressed it. The destruction of the supplies was complete. Smith allowed an Indian to take 2 wagon covers for a lodge, and some flour and soap, and compelled Dawson to get out some provisions for his own men. Nothing else was spared. The official list of rations thus destroyed included 2,720 pounds of ham, 92,700 of bacon, 167,900 of flour, 8910 of coffee, 1,400 of sugar, 1,333 of soap, 800 of sperm candles, 765 of tea, 7,781 of hard bread, and 832 rations of desiccated vegetables. Another train was destroyed by the same party the next day on the Big Sandy, besides a few sutlers' wagons that were straggling behind. On October 5 Colonel Alexander assumed command of all the troops in the camp. He found his position a trying one. In a report dated October 8, he said that his forage would last only 14 days, that no information of the position or intentions of the commanding officer had reached him, and that, strange as it may appear, he was in utter ignorance of the objects of the government in sending troops here, or the instructions given for their conduct after reaching here. In these circumstances, he called a council of his officers and decided to advance without waiting for Colonel Johnston and the other companies, as he believed that delay would endanger the entire force. He selected as his route to a wintering place, not the most direct one to Salt Lake City, inasmuch as the canyons could be easily defended, but one twice as long, 300 miles, by way of Soda Springs. And thence either down Bear River Valley or northeast toward the Wind River Mountains, according to the resistance he might encounter. The march, in accordance with this decision, began on October 11, and a weary and profitless one it proved to be. Snow was falling as the column moved, and the ground was covered with it during their advance. There was no trail, and a road had to be cut through the greasewood and sagebrush. The progress was so slow, often only 3 miles a day, and the supply train so long, that camp would sometimes be pitched for the night before the rear wagons would be under way. Wells's men continued to carry out his orders, and, in the absence of Federal cavalry, with little opposition. One day 800 oxen were cut out and driven toward Salt Lake City. Conditions like these destroyed the morale of both officers and men, and there were divided counsels among the former, and complaints among the latter. Finally, after having made only 35 miles in 9 days, Colonel Alexander himself became discouraged, called another council, and, in obedience to its decision, on October 19 directed his force to retrace their steps. They moved back in 3 columns, and on November 2 all of them had reached a camp on Black's Fork, 2 miles above Fort Bridger. Colonel Johnston had arrived at Fort Laramie on October 5, and, after a talk with Captain Van Vliet, had retained 2 additional companies of infantry that were on the way to Fort Leavenworth. As he proceeded, rumors of the burning of trains, exaggerated as is usual in such times, reached him. Having only about 300 men to guard a wagon train 6 miles in length, some of the drivers showed signs of panic. And the colonel deemed the situation so serious that he accepted an offer of 50 or 60 volunteers from the force of the superintendent of the South Pass Wagon Road. He was fortunate in having as his guide the well-known James Bridger, to whose knowledge of Rocky Mountain weather signs they owed escapes from much discomfort, by making camps in time to avoid coming storms. But even in camp a winter snowstorm is serious to a moving column, especially when it deprives the animals of their forage, as it did now. The forage supply was almost exhausted when South Pass was reached, and the draft and beef cattle were in a sad plight. Then came another big snowstorm and a temperature of L6°, during which 11 mules and a number of oxen were frozen to death. In this condition of affairs, Colonel Johnston decided that a winter advance into Salt Lake Valley was impracticable. Learning of Colonel Alexander's move, which he did not approve, he sent word for him to join forces with his own command on Black's Fork, and there the commanding officer arrived on November 3. Lieutenant Colonel Cook, of the 2nd Dragoons, with whom Governor Cumming was making the trip, had a harrowing experience. There was much confusion in organizing his regiment of 6 companies at Fort Leavenworth, and he did not begin his march until September 17, with a miserable lot of mules and insufficient supplies. He found little grass for the animals, and after crossing the South Platte on October 15, they began to die or to drop out. From that point snow and sleet storms were encountered, and, when Fort Laramie was reached, so many of the animals had been left behind or were unable to travel, that some of his men were dismounted, the baggage supply was reduced. And even the ambulances were used to carry grain. After passing Devil's Gate, they encountered a snowstorm on November 5. The best shelter their guide could find was a lofty natural wall at a point known as 3 Crossings. Describing their night there he says, only a part of the regiment could huddle behind the rock in the deep snow. Whilst, the long night through, the storm continued, and in fearful eddies from above, before, behind, drove the falling and drifting snow. Thus exposed, for the hope of grass the poor animals were driven, with great devotion, by the men once more across the stream and 3/4 of a mile beyond, to the base of a granite ridge, which almost faced the storm. There the famished mules, crying piteously, did not seek to eat, but desperately gathered in a mass, and some horses, escaping guard, went back to the ford, where the lofty precipice first gave us so pleasant relief and shelter. The march westward was continued through deep snow and against a cold wind. On November 8 23 mules had given out, and 5 wagons had to be abandoned. On the night of the 9th, when the mules were tied to the wagons, they gnawed and destroyed 4 wagon tongues, a number of wagon covers, ate their ropes, and getting loose, ate the sage fuel collected at the tents. On November 10 9 horses were left dying on the road, and the thermometer was estimated to have marked 25 degrees below zero. Their thermometers were all broken, but the freezing of a bottle of sherry in a trunk gave them a basis of calculation. The command reached a camp 3 miles below Fort Bridger on November 19. Of 144 horses with which they started, only 10 reached that camp. 13. The Mormon Purpose. When Colonel Johnston arrived at the Black's Fork camp, the information he received from Colonel Alexander, and certain correspondence with the Mormon authorities, gave him a comprehensive view of the situation. And on November 5 he forwarded a report to Army headquarters in the East, declaring that it was the matured design of the Mormons to hold and occupy this territory independent of and irrespective of the authority of the United States. Entertaining the insane design of establishing a form of government thoroughly despotic, and utterly repugnant to our institutions. The correspondence referred to began with a letter from Brigham Young to Colonel Alexander, dated October 14. Opening with a declaration of Young's patriotism, and the brazen assertion that the people of Utah had never resisted even the wish of the President of the United States. Nor treated with indignity a single individual coming to the territory under his authority, he went on to say. But when the President of the United States so far degrades his high position, and prostitutes the highest gift of the people, as to make use of the military power, only intended for the protection of the people's rights, to crush the people's liberties, and compel them to receive officials so lost to self-respect as to accept appointments against the known and expressed wish of the people, and so craven and degraded as to need an army to protect them in their position. We feel that we should be recreant to every principle of self-respect, honor, integrity, and patriotism to bow tamely to such high-handed tyranny, a parallel for which is only found in the attempts of the British government, in its most corrupt stages, against the rights, liberties, and lives of our forefathers. He then appealed to Colonel Alexander, as probably the unwilling agent of the administration, to return east with his force, saying, "I have yet to learn that United States officers are implicitly bound to obey the dictum of a despotic president, in violating the most sacred constitutional rights of American citizens." On October 18 Colonel Alexander, acknowledging the receipt of Young's letter, said in his reply that no one connected with his force had any wish to interfere in any way with the religion of the people of Utah. Adding, "I repeat my earnest desire to avoid violence and bloodshed, and it will require positive resistance to force me to it. But my troops have the same right of self-defense that you claim, and it rests entirely with you whether they are driven to the exercise of it." Finding that he could not cajole the federal officer, Young threw off all disguise, and in reply to an earlier letter of Colonel Alexander, he gave free play to his vituperative powers. After going over the old Mormon complaints, and declaring that, "both we and the kingdom of God will be free from all hellish oppressors, the Lord being our helper," he wrote at great length in the following tone. "If you persist in your attempt to permanently locate an army in this territory, contrary to the wishes and constitutional rights of the people therein, and with a view to aid the administration in their unhallowed efforts to palm their corrupt officials upon us, and to protect them in blacklegs, black-hearted scoundrels, whoremasters, and murderers, as was the sole intention in sending you and your troops here, you will have to meet a mode of warfare against which your tactics furnish you no information. If George Washington was now living, and at the helm of our government, he would hang the administration as high as he did André, and that, too, with a far better grace and to a much greater subserving the best interests of our country. By virtue of my office as governor of the territory of Utah, I command you to marshal your troops and leave this territory. For it can be of no possible benefit to you to wickedly waste treasures and blood in prosecuting your course upon the side of a rebellion against the general government by its administrators. Were you and your fellow officers as well acquainted with your soldiers as I am with mine, and did they understand the work they were now engaged in as well as you may understand it, you must know that many of them would immediately revolt from all connection with so ungodly, illegal, unconstitutional and hellish a crusade against an innocent people, and if their blood is shed it shall rest upon the heads of their commanders. With us it is the kingdom of God or nothing." To this Colonel Alexander replied, on the 19th, that no citizen of Utah would be harmed through the instrumentality of the Army in the performance of its duties without molestation, and that, as Young's order to leave the territory was illegal and beyond his authority, it would not be obeyed. John Taylor, on October 21, added to this correspondence a letter to Captain Marcy, in which he ascribed to party necessity the necessity of something with which to meet the declaration of the Republicans against polygamy, the order of the President that troops should accompany the new governor to Utah. Declared that the religion of the Mormons was a right guaranteed to us by the Constitution. And reiterated their purpose, if driven to it, to burn every house, tree, shrub, rail, every patch of grass and stack of straw and hay, and flee to the mountains. How a large army would fare without resources, he added, you can picture to yourself. The Mormon authorities meant just what they said from the start. Young was as determined to be the head of the civil government of the territory as he was to be the head of the church. He had founded a practical dictatorship, with power over life and property, and had discovered that such a dictatorship was necessary to the regulation of the flock that he had gathered around him and to the schemes that he had in mind. To permit a federal governor to take charge of the territory, backed up by troops who would sustain him in his authority, meant an end to Young's absolute rule. Rather than submit to this, he stood ready to make the experiment of fighting the government force, separated as that force was from its eastern base of supplies. To lay waste the Mormon settlements, if it became necessary to use this method of causing a federal retreat by starvation, and, if this failed, to withdraw his flock to some new Zion farther south. In accordance with this view, as soon as news of the approach of the troops reached Salt Lake Valley, all the church industries stopped, war supplies, weapons and clothing were manufactured and accumulated. All the elders in Europe were ordered home, and the outlying colonies in Carson Valley and in Southern California were directed to hasten to Salt Lake City. A correspondent of the San Francisco Bulletin at San Bernardino, California, reported that in the last 6 months the Mormons there had sent 4 or 5 tons of gunpowder and many weapons to Utah, and that, when the order to gather at the Mormon metropolis came, they sacrificed everything to obey it, selling real estate at a reduction of from 20 to 50% and furniture for any price that it would bring. The same sacrifices were made in Carson Valley, where 150 wagons were required to accommodate the movers. In Salt Lake City the people were kept wrought up to the highest pitch by the teachings of their leaders. Thus, Amasa W. Lyman told them, on October 8, that they would not be driven away, because the time has come when the kingdom of God should be built up. Young told them the same day, if we will stand up as men and women of God, the yoke shall never be placed upon our necks again, and all hell cannot overthrow us, even with the United States troops to help them. Kimball told the people in the tabernacle, on October 18, they, the United States, will have to make peace with us, and we never again shall make peace with them. If they come here, they have got to give up their arms. Describing his plan of campaign, at the same service, after the reading of the correspondence between Young and Colonel Alexander, Young said, "Do you want to know what is going to be done with the enemies now on our border? As soon as they start to come into our settlements, let sleep depart from their eyes and slumber from their eyelids until they sleep in death. Men shall be secreted here and there, and shall waste away our enemies in the name of Israel's God." Young was equally explicit in telling members of his own flock what they might expect if they tried to depart at that time. In a discourse in the tabernacle, on October 25, he said, "If any man or woman in Utah wants to leave this community, come to me and I will treat you kindly, as I always have, and will assist you to leave. But after you have left our settlements you must not then depend upon me any longer, nor upon the God I serve. You must meet the doom you have labored for. After this season, when this ignorant army has passed off, I shall never again say to a man, stay your rifle ball, when our enemies assail us, but shall say, slay them where you find them." Kimball, on November 8, spoke with equal plainness on this subject. When it is necessary that blood should be shed, we should be as ready to do that as to eat an apple. That is my religion, and I feel that our platter is pretty near clean of some things, and we calculate to keep it clean from this time henceforth and forever. And if men and women will not live their religion, but take a course to pervert the hearts of the righteous, we will lay judgment to the line and righteousness to the plummet. And we will let you know that the earth can swallow you up as did Quran with his hosts. And, as Brother Taylor says, you may dig your graves, and we will slay you and you may crawl into them. The Mormon songs of the day breathed the same spirit of defiance to the United States authorities. A popular one at the tabernacle services began. Old Uncle Sam has sent, I understand. Doo-dah. A Missouri ass to rule our land. Doo-dah. Doo-dah day. But if he comes we'll have some fun. Doo-dah. To see him and his juries run. Doo-dah. Doo-dah day. Chorus. Then let us be on hand. By Brigham Young to stand. And if our enemies do appear, we'll sweep them from the land. Another still more popular song, called Zion, contained these words. Here our voices we'll raise, and we'll sing to thy praise. Sacred home of the prophets of God. Thy deliverance is nigh, thy oppressors shall die. And the Gentiles shall bow 'neath thy rod. When the Mormons found that the federal forces had gone into winter quarters, the Nauvoo Legion was massed in a camp called Camp Weber, at the mouth of Echo Canyon. This canyon they fortified with ditches and breastworks, and some dams intended to flood the roadway, but they succeeded in erecting no defenses which could not have been easily overcome by a disciplined force. A watch was set day and night, so that no movement of the invaders could escape them, and the officer in charge was particularly forbidden to allow any civil officer appointed by the president to pass. This careful arrangement was kept up all winter, but Tullidge says that no spies were necessary, as deserting soldiers and teamsters from the federal camp kept coming into the valley with information. The Territorial legislature met in December, and approved Governor Young's course, every member signing a pledge to maintain the rights and liberties of the territory. The legislators sent a memorial to Congress, dated January 6, 1858, demanding to be informed why a hostile course is pursued toward an unoffending people, calling the officers who had fled from the territory liars. Declaring that, we shall not again hold still while fetters are being forged to bind us, etc. This offensive document reached Washington in March, and was referred in each house to the Committee on Territories, where it remained. When the federal forces reached Fort Bridger, they found that the Mormons had burned the buildings, and it was decided to locate the winter camp, named Camp Scott, on Black's Fork, 2 miles above the fort. The governor and other civil officers spent the winter in another camp nearby, named Ecclesville, occupying dugouts, which they covered with an upper story of plastered logs. There was a careful apportionment of rations, but no suffering for lack of food. An incident of the winter was the expedition of Captain Randolph B. Marcy across the Uinta Mountains to New Mexico, with 2 guides and 35 volunteer companions, to secure needed animals. The story of his march is one of the most remarkable on record, the company pressing on, even after Indian guides refused to accompany them to what they said was certain death, living for days only on the meat supplied by half-starved mules, and beating a path through deep snow. This march continued from November 27 to January 10, when, with the loss of only 1 man, they reached the valley of the Rio del Norte, where supplies were obtained from Fort Massachusetts. Captain Marcy started back on March 17, selecting a course which took him past Long's and Pike's Peaks. He reached Camp Scott on June 8, with about 1,500 horses and mules, escorted by 5 companies of infantry and mounted riflemen. During the winter Governor Cummings sent to Brigham Young a proclamation notifying him of the arrival of the new territorial officers, and assuring the people that he would resort to the military posse only in case of necessity. Judge Eccles held a session of the United States District Court at Camp Scott on December 30, and the grand jury of that court found indictments for treason, resting on Young's proclamation and Wells's instructions, against Young, Kimball, Wells, Taylor, Grant, Locksmith, Rockwell, Hickman, and many others, but of course no arrests were made. Meanwhile, at Washington, preparations were making to sustain the federal authority in Utah as soon as spring opened. Congress made an appropriation, and authorized the enlistment of 2 regiments of volunteers. 3,000 regular troops and 2 batteries were ordered to the territory, and General Scott was directed to sail for the Pacific coast with large powers. But General Scott did not sail. The Army contracts created a scandal, and out of all this preparation for active hostilities came peace without the firing of a shot. Out of all this open defiance and vilification of the federal administration by the Mormon Church came abject surrender by the administration itself. The principal contract, that for the transportation of all the supplies, involving for the year 1858 the amount of $4,500,000, was granted, without advertisement or subdivision, to a firm in western Missouri, whose members had distinguished themselves in the effort to make Kansas a slave state, and now contributed liberally to defray the election expenses of the Democratic Party. 14. Colonel Kane's mission. When Major Van Vliet returned from Utah to Washington with Young's defiant ultimatum, he was accompanied by J.M. Bernhizel, the territorial delegate to Congress, who was allowed to retain his seat during the entire war. A motion for his expulsion, introduced soon after Congress met, being referred to a committee which never reported on it. The debate that arose only giving further proof of the ignorance of the lawmakers about Mormon history, Mormon government, and Mormon ambition. In Washington, Bernhizel was soon in conference with Colonel T. L. Kane, that efficient ally of the Mormons, who had succeeded so well in deceiving President Fillmore. In his characteristically wily manner, Kane proposed himself to the president as a mediator between the federal authorities and the Mormon leaders. At that early date Buchanan was not so ready for a compromise as he soon became, and the cabinet did not entertain Kane's proposition with any enthusiasm. But Kane secured from the president 2 letters, dated December 3. The first stated, in regard to Kane, "You furnished the strongest evidence of your desire to serve the Mormons by undertaking so laborious a trip, and that, nothing but pure philanthropy, and a strong desire to serve the Mormon people, could have dictated a course so much at war with your private interests." If Kane presented this credential to Young on his arrival in Salt Lake City, what a glorious laugh the 2 conspirators must have had over it. The president went on to reiterate the views set forth in his last annual message, and to say, "I would not at the present moment, in view of the hostile attitude they have assumed against the United States, send any agent to visit them on behalf of the government." The second letter stated that Kane visited Utah from his own sense of duty, and commended him to all officers of the United States whom he might meet. Kane's method of procedure was, throughout, characteristic of the secret agent of such an organization as the Mormon Church. He sailed from New York for San Francisco the first week in January, 1858, under the name of Dr. Osborne. As soon as he landed, he hurried to Southern California, and, joining the Mormons who had been called in from San Bernardino, he made the trip to Utah with them, arriving in Salt Lake City in February. On the evening of the day of his arrival he met the presidency and the 12, and began an address to them as follows: "I come as ambassador from the chief executive of our nation, and am prepared and duly authorized to lay before you, most fully and definitely, the feelings and views of the citizens of our common country and of the executive toward you, relative to the present position of this territory, and relative to the Army of the United States now upon your borders." This is the report of Kane's words made by Tullidge in his Life of Brigham Young. How the statement agrees with Kane's letters from the President is apparent on its face. The only explanation in Kane's favor is that he had secret instructions which contradicted those that were written and published. Kane told the church officers that he wished to enlist their sympathies for the poor soldiers who are now suffering in the cold and snow of the mountains. An interview of half an hour with Young followed, too private in its character to be participated in even by the other heads of the church. An informal discussion ensued, the following extracts from which, on Mormon authority, illustrate Kane's sympathies and purpose. Did Dr. Bernhizel take his seat? Kane: yes. He was opposed by the Arkansas member and a few others, but they were treated as fools by more sagacious members, for, if the delegate had been refused his seat, it would have been tantamount to a declaration of war. I suppose they, the cabinet, are united in putting down Utah? Kane: I think not. Kane was placed as a guest, still incognito, in the house of an elder, and, after a few days' rest, he set out for Camp Scott. His course on arriving there, on March 10, was again characteristic of the crafty emissary. Not even recognizing the presence of the military so far as to reply to a sentry's challenge, the latter fired on him, and he in turn broke his own weapon over the sentry's head. When seized, he asked to be taken to Governor Cumming, not to General Johnston. The compromise, explains Tullidge, which Buchanan had to effect with the utmost delicacy, could only be through the new governor, and that, too, by his heading off the army sent to occupy Utah. A fancied insult from General Johnston due to an orderly's mistake led Kane to challenge the general to a duel. But a meeting was prevented by an order from Judge Eccles to the marshal to arrest all concerned if his command to the contrary was not obeyed. Governor Cumming, continued Tullidge, could do nothing less than espouse the cause of the ambassador, who was there in the execution of a mission entrusted to him by the President of the United States. 130. Kane did not make any mistake in his selection of the person to approach in camp. Judged by the results, and by his admissions in after years, the most charitable explanation of Cumming's course is that he was hoodwinked from the beginning by such masters in the art of deception as Kane and Young. A woman in Salt Lake City, writing to her sons in the East at the time, described the governor as in appearance a very social, good-natured-looking gentleman, a good specimen of an old country aristocrat. At ease in himself and at peace with all the world. Such a man, whom the acts and proclamations and letters of Young did not incite to indignation, was in a very suitable frame of mind to be cajoled into adopting a policy which would give him the credit of bringing about peace, and at the same time place him at the head of the territorial affairs. In looking into the causes of what was, from this time, a backing down by both parties to this controversy, we find at Washington that lack of an aggressive defense of the national interests confided to him by his office which became so much more evident in President Buchanan a few years later. Defied and reviled personally by Young in the latter's official communications, there was added reason to those expressed in the President's first message why this first rebellion, as he called it, should be put down in such a manner that it shall be the last. But a wider question was looming up in Kansas, one in which the whole nation recognized a vital interest. A bigger struggle attracted the attention of the leading members of the cabinet. The Lecompton Constitution was a matter of vastly more interest to every politician than the government of the Sandy Valley which the Mormons occupied in distant Utah. On the Mormon side, defiant as Young was, and sincere as was his declaration that he would leave the valley a desert before the advance of a hostile force, his way was not wholly clear. His legion could not successfully oppose disciplined troops, and he knew it. The conviction of himself and his associates on the indictments for treason could be prevented before an unbiased non-Mormon jury only by flight. Abjectly as his people obeyed him, so abjectly that they gave up all their gold and silver to him that winter in exchange for bank notes issued by a company of which he was president. The necessity of a reiteration of the determination to rule by the plummet showed that rebellion was at least a possibility. That Young realized his personal peril was shown by some instructions and remarks made by him in the tabernacle just after Kane set out for Fort Bridger, and privately printed for the use of his fellow leaders. He expressed the opinion that if Joseph Smith had followed the revelations in him, meaning the warnings of danger, he would have been among them still. I do not know precisely, said Young, in what manner the Lord will lead me, but were I thrown into the situation Joseph was, I would leave the people and go into the wilderness, and let them do the best they could. We are in duty bound to preserve life, to preserve ourselves on earth, consequently we must use policy, and follow in the counsel given us. He pointed out the sure destruction that awaited them if they opened fire on the soldiers, and declared that he was going to a desert region in the territory which he had tried to have explored, a desert region that no man knows anything about, with places here and there in it where a few families could live, and the entire extent of which would provide homes for 500,000 people, if scattered about. In these circumstances, a way out that would free the federal administration from an unpleasant complication, and leave Young still in practical control in Utah, was not an unpleasant prospect for either side. A long Utah letter to the New York Herald, which had been generally pro-Mormon in tone, dated Camp Scott, May 22, 1858. Contained the following: some of the deceived followers of the latest false prophet arrived at this post in a most deplorable condition. One mater familiar had crossed the mountains during very severe weather in almost a state of nudity. Her dress consisted of a part of a single skirt, part of a man's shirt, and a portion of a jacket. Thus habited, without a shoe or a thread more, she had walked 157 miles in snow, the greater part of the way up to her knees, and carried in her arms a sucking babe less than 6 weeks old. The soldiers pulled off their clothes and gave them to the unfortunate woman. The absconding saints who arrive here tell a great many stories about the condition and feeling of their brethren who still remain in the land of promise. Thousands and thousands of persons, both men and women, are represented to be exceedingly desirous of not going south with the church, but are compelled to by fear of death or otherwise. Governor Cumming, in his report to Secretary Cass on the situation as he found it when he entered Salt Lake City, said that, learning that a number of persons desirous of leaving the territory, considered themselves to be unlawfully restrained of their liberty, he decided, even at the risk of offending the Mormons, to give public notice of his readiness to assist such persons. In consequence, 56 men, 38 women, and 71 children sought his protection in order to proceed to the States. The large majority of these people, he explained, are of English birth, and state that they leave the congregation from a desire to improve their circumstances and realize elsewhere more money for their labor. Kane, having one governor coming to his view of the situation, and having created ill feeling between the governor and the chief military commander, the way was open for the next step. The plan was to have Governor Cumming enter Salt Lake Valley without any federal troops, and proceed to Salt Lake City under a Mormon escort of honor, which was to meet him when he came within a certain distance of that city. This he consented to do. Kane stayed in Camp Eccles until April, making one visit to the outskirts to hold a secret conference with the Mormons, and, doubtless, to arrange the details of the trip. On April 3 Governor Cumming informed General Johnston of his decision, and he set out 2 days later. General Johnston's view of the policy to be pursued toward the Mormons was expressed in a report to Army Headquarters, dated January 20. Knowing how repugnant it would be to the policy or interest of the government to do any act that would force these people into unpleasant relations with the federal government, I have, in conformity with the views also of the commanding general, on all proper occasions manifested in my intercourse with them a spirit of conciliation. But I do not believe that such consideration of them would be properly appreciated now, or rather would be wrongly interpreted. And, in view of the treasonable temper and feeling now pervading the leaders and a greater portion of the Mormons, I think that neither the honor or the dignity of the government will allow of the slightest concession being made to them. Judge Eccles did not conceal his determination not to enter Salt Lake City until the flag of his country was waving there, holding it a shame that men should be detained there in subjection to such a despot as Brigham Young. Leaving camp accompanied only by Colonel Kane and 2 servants, Governor Cumming found his Mormon guard awaiting him a few miles distant. His own account of the trip and of his acts during the next 3 weeks of his stay in Mormondom may be found in a letter to General Johnston and a report to Secretary of State Cass. As Echo Canyon was supposed to be thoroughly fortified, and there was not positive assurance that a conflict might not yet take place, the governor was conducted through it by night. He says that he was agreeably surprised by the illuminations in his honor. Very probably he so accepted them, but the fires lighted along the sides and top of the canyon were really intended to appear to him as the campfires of a big Mormon army. This deception was further kept up by the appearance of challenging parties at every turn, who demanded the password of the escort, and who, while the governor was detained, would hasten forward to a new station and go through the form of challenging again, once he was made the object of an apparent attack, from which he was rescued by the timely arrival of officers of authority. The trip to Salt Lake City occupied a week, and on the 12th the governor entered the Mormon metropolis, escorted by the city officers and other persons of distinction in the community, and was assigned as a guest to W.C. Staines, an influential Mormon elder. Their Young immediately called on him, and was received with friendly consideration. Asked by his host, when the head of the church took his leave, if Young appeared to be a tyrant, Governor Cumming replied, "No, sir. No tyrant ever had a head on his shoulders like Mr. Young. He is naturally a good man. I doubt whether many of your people sufficiently appreciate him as a leader." This was the judgment of a federal officer after a few moments' conversation with the reviler of the government and a month's coaching by Colonel Kane. 3 days later, Governor Cumming officially notified General Johnston of his arrival, and stated that he was everywhere recognized as governor, and universally greeted with such respectful attentions as were due to his office. There was no mention of any advance of the troops, nor any censure of Mormon offenders, but the general was instructed to use his forces to recover stock alleged to have been stolen from the Mormons by Indians, and to punish the latter. And he was informed that Indian agent Hurt, who had so recently escaped from Mormon clutches, was charged by W. H. Hooper, the Mormon who had acted as Secretary of State during recent months, with having incited Indians to hostility, and should be investigated. Verily, Colonel Kane's work was thoroughly performed. General Johnston replied, expressing gratification at the governor's reception, requesting to be informed when the Mormon force would be withdrawn from the route to Salt Lake City, and saying that he had inquired into Dr. Hurt's case, and had satisfied himself that he has faithfully discharged his duty as agent, and that he has given none but good advice to the Indians. On the Sunday after his arrival Young introduced Governor Cumming to the people in the tabernacle, and then a remarkable scene ensued. Stenhouse says that the proceedings were all arranged in advance. Cumming was acting the part of the vigilant defender of the laws, and at the same time as conciliator, doing what his authority would permit to keep the Mormon leaders free from the presence of troops and from the jurisdiction of federal judges. But he was not all-powerful in this respect. General Johnston had orders that would allow him to dispose of his forces without obedience to the governor, and the governor could not quash the indictments found by Judge Eccles's grand jury. Young's knowledge of this made him cautious in his reliance on Governor Cumming. Then, too, Young had his own people to deal with, and he would lose caste with them if he made a surrender which left Mormondom practically in federal control. When Governor Cumming was introduced to the congregation of nearly 4,000 people he made a very conciliatory address, in which, however, according to his report to Secretary Cass, he let them know that he had come to vindicate the national sovereignty, and to exact an unconditional submission on their part to the dictates of the law. But informed them that they were entitled to trial by their peers, intending to mean Mormon peers, that he had no intention of stationing the army near their settlements, or of using a military posse until other means of arrest had failed. After this practical surrender of authority, the governor called for expressions of opinion from the audience, and he got them. That audience had been nurtured for years on the oratory of Young and Kimball and Grant, and had seen Judge Brockes vilified by the head of the church in the same building. And the responses to Governor Cumming's invitation were of a kind to make an Eastern Gentile quail, especially one like the innocent Cumming, who thought them a people who habitually exercised great self-control. One speaker went into a review of Mormon wrongs since the tarring of the prophet in Ohio, holding the federal government responsible, and naming as the crowning outrage the sending of a Missourian to govern them. This was too much for Cumming, and he called out, "I am a Georgian, sir, a Georgian." The congregation gave the governor the lie to his face, telling him that they would not believe that he was their friend until he sent the soldiers back. It was a perfect bedlam, says an eyewitness, and gross personal remarks were made. One man said, "You're nothing but an office seeker." The governor replied that he obtained his appointment honorably and had not solicited it. If all this was a piece of acting arranged by Young to show his flock that he was making no abject surrender, it was well done. Young's remarks on March 21 had been having their effect while Cumming was negotiating. And an exodus from the northern settlements was under way which only needed to be augmented by a movement from the valley to make good Young's declaration that they would leave their part of the territory a desert. No official order for this movement had been published, but whatever direction was given was sufficient. Peace Commissioners Powell and McCullough, in a report to the Secretary of War dated July 3, 1858, said on this subject, "We were informed by various, discontented, Mormons, who lived in the settlements north of Provo. That they had been forced to leave their homes and go to the southern part of the territory. We were also informed that at least 1/3 of the persons who had removed from their homes were compelled to do so. We were told that many were dissatisfied with the Mormon Church, and would leave it whenever they could with safety to themselves. We are of opinion that the leaders of the Mormon Church congregated the people in order to exercise more immediate control over them. Not only were houses deserted, but growing crops were left and heavier household articles abandoned, and the roads leading to the south and through Salt Lake City were crowded day by day with loaded wagons, their owners, even the women, often shoeless, trudging along and driving their animals before them. These refugees were, a little later, joined by Young and most of his associates, and by a large part of the inhabitants of Salt Lake City itself. It was estimated by the Army officers at the time that 25,000 of a total population of 45,000 in the territory, took part in this movement. When they abandoned their houses, they left them tinder boxes which only needed the word of command, when the troops advanced, to begin a general conflagration. By June 1 the refugees were collected on the western shore of Utah Lake, 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. What a picture of discomfort and positive suffering this settlement presented can be partly imagined. The town of Provo and nearby could accommodate but a few of the newcomers, and for dwellings the rest had recourse to covered wagons, dugouts, cabins of logs, and shanties of boards, anything that offered any protection. There was a lack of food, and it was the old life of the plains again, without the daily variety presented when the trains were moving. In his report to Secretary Cass, dated May 2, Governor Cumming, after describing this exodus as a matter of great concern, said, "I shall follow these people and try to rally them. Our military force could overwhelm most of these poor people, involving men, women, and children in a common fate, but there are among the Mormons many brave men accustomed to arms and horses, men who could fight desperately as guerrillas. And, if the settlements are destroyed, will subject the country to an expensive and protracted war, without any compensating results. They will, I am sure, submit to trial by their peers, but they will not brook the idea of trial by juries composed of teamsters and followers of the camp, nor any army encamped in their cities or dense settlements." What kind of justice their idea of trial by their peers meant was disclosed in the judicial history of the next few years. This report, which also recited the insults the governor had received in the tabernacle, was sent to Congress on June 10 by President Buchanan, with a special message, setting forth that he had reason to believe that our difficulties with the territory have terminated, and the reign of the Constitution and laws been restored. And saying that there was no longer any use of calling out the authorized regiments of volunteers. 15. The Peace Commission. Governor Cummings' report of May 2 did not reach Washington until June 9, but the president's volte-face had begun before that date. And when the situation in Utah was precisely as it was when he had assured Colonel Kane that he would send no agent to the Mormons while they continued their defiant attitude. Under date of April 6 he issued a proclamation, in which he recited the outrages on the federal officers in Utah, the warlike attitude and acts of the Mormon force, which, he pointed out, constituted rebellion and treason. Declared that it was a grave mistake to suppose that the government would fail to bring them into submission, stated that the land occupied by the Mormons belonged to the United States, and disavowed any intention to interfere with their religion. And then, to save bloodshed and avoid indiscriminate punishment where all were not equally guilty, he offered a free and full pardon to all who will submit themselves to the just authority of the federal government. This proclamation was entrusted to two peace commissioners, L. W. Powell of Kentucky and Major Ben McCullough of Texas. Powell had been governor of his state, and was then United States Senator-elect. McCullough had seen service in Texas before the war with Mexico, and been a daring scout under Scott in the latter war. He was killed at the Battle of Pea Ridge, Arkansas, in 1862, in command of a Confederate corps. These commissioners were instructed by the Secretary of War to give the President's proclamation extensive circulation in Utah. Without entering into any treaty or engagements with the Mormons, they were to bring those misguided people to their senses by convincing them of the uselessness of resistance, and how much submission was to their interest. They might, in so doing, place themselves in communication with the Mormon leaders, and assure them that the movement of the army had no reference to their religious tenets. The determination was expressed to see that the federal officers appointed for the territory were received and installed, and that the laws were obeyed, and Colonel Kane was commended to them as likely to be of essential service. The commissioners set out from Fort Leavenworth on April 25, traveling in ambulances, their party consisting of themselves, 5 soldiers, 5 armed teamsters, and a wagon master. They arrived at Camp Scott on May 29, the reinforcements for the troops following them. The publication of the President's proclamation was a great surprise to the military. There was none of the bloodthirsty excitement in the camp which was reported in the States to have prevailed there, says Colonel Brown, but there was a feeling of infinite chagrin, a consciousness that the expedition was only a pawn on Mr. Buchanan's political chessboard, and reproaches against his folly were as frequent as they were vehement. The commissioners were not long in discovering the untrustworthy character of any advices they might receive from Governor Cumming. In their report of June 1 to the Secretary of War, they mentioned his opinion that almost all the military organizations of the territory had been disbanded, adding, "We fear that the leaders of the Mormon people have not given the governor correct information of affairs in the valley." They also declared it to be of the first importance that the army should advance into the valley before the Mormons could burn the grass or crops, and they gave General Johnston the warmest praise. The commissioners set out for Salt Lake City on June 2, Governor Cumming who had returned to Camp Scott with Colonel Kane following them. On reaching the city they found that Young and the other leaders were with the refugees at Provo. A committee of 3 Mormons expressed to the commissioners the wish of the people that they would have a conference with Young, and on the 10th Young, Kimball, Wells, and several of the 12 arrived. And a meeting was arranged for the following day. There are 2 accounts of the ensuing conferences, the official reports of the commissioners, which are largely statements of results, and a Mormon report in the journal kept by Wilford Woodruff. At the first conference, the commissioners made a statement in line with the President's proclamation and with their instructions, offering pardon on submission, and declaring the purpose of the government to enforce submission by the employment of the whole military force of the nation, if necessary. Woodruff's reflection on this proposition was that the President found that Congress would not sustain him, and so was seeking a way of retreat. While the conference was in session, O.P. Rockwell entered and whispered to Young. The latter, addressing Governor Cumming, asked, "Are you aware that those troops are on the move toward the city?" The compliant governor replied, "It cannot be." What followed Woodruff thus relates. "Is Brother Dunbar present?" inquired Brigham. "Yes, sir," responded someone. What was coming now? "Brother Dunbar, sing Zion." The Scotch songster came forward and sang the soul-stirring lines by C.W. Penrose. Interpreted, this meant, "Stop that army or our peace conference is ended." Woodruff adds. After the meeting, McCulloch and Governor Cumming took a stroll together. "What will you do with such a people?" asked the governor, with a mixture of admiration and concern. "D.N. them, I would fight them if I had my way," answered McCulloch. "Fight them, would you?" "You might fight them, but you would never whip them. They would never know when they were whipped." At the second day's conference Brigham Young uttered his final defiance and then surrendered. Declaring that he had done nothing for which he desired the President's forgiveness, he satisfied the pride of his followers with such declarations as these. "I can take a few of the boys here, and, with the help of the Lord, can whip the whole of the United States. Boys, how do you feel? Are you afraid of the United States?" Great demonstration among the brethren. "No. No. We are not afraid of man, nor of what he can do. The United States are going to destruction as fast as they can go. If you do not believe it, gentlemen, you will soon see it to your sorrow." But here was the really important part of his remarks. "Now, let me say to you peace commissioners, we are willing those troops should come into our country, but not to stay in our city. They may pass through it, if needs be, but must not quarter less than 40 miles from us. Impudent as was this declaration to the representatives of the government, it marked the end of the war. The commissioners at once notified General Johnston that the Mormon leaders had agreed not to resist the execution of the laws in the territory, and to consent that the military and civil officers should discharge their duties. They suggested that the general issue a proclamation, assuring the people that the army would not trespass on the rights or property of peaceable citizens, and this the general did at once. The Mormon leaders, being relieved of the danger of a trial for treason, now stood in dread of two things, the quartering of the army among them, and a vigorous assault on the practice of polygamy. Judge Eccles's district court had begun its spring term at Fort Bridger on April 5, and the judge had charged the grand jury very plainly in regard to plural marriages. On this subject he said, "It cannot be concealed, gentlemen, that certain domestic arrangements exist in this territory destructive of the peace, good order, and morals of society, arrangements at variance with those of all enlightened and Christian communities in the world. And, sapping as they do the very foundation of all virtue, honesty, and morality, it is an imperative duty falling upon you as grand jurors diligently to inquire into this evil and make every effort to check its growth. There is no law in this territory punishing polygamy, but there is one, however, for the punishment of adultery. And all illegal intercourse between the sexes, if either party have a husband or wife living at the time, is adulterous and punishable by indictment. The law was made to punish the lawless and disobedient, and society is entitled to the salutary effects of its execution. No indictments were found that spring for this offense, but the Mormons stood in great dread of continued efforts by the judge to enforce the law as he interpreted it. Of the nature of the real terms made with the Mormons, Colonel Brown says, "No assurances were given by the commissioners upon either of these subjects. They limited their action to tendering the President's pardon, and exhorting the Mormons to accept it. Outside the conferences, however, without the knowledge of the commissioners, assurances were given on both these subjects by the Governor and Superintendent of Indian Affairs, which proved satisfactory to Brigham Young. The exact nature of their pledges will, perhaps, never be disclosed. But from subsequent confessions volunteered by the Superintendent, who appears to have acted as the tool of the Governor through the whole affair, it seems probable that they promised explicitly to exert their influence to quarter the army in Cache Valley, nearly 100 miles north of Salt Lake City, and also to procure the removal of Judge Eccles. Captain Marcy had reached Camp Scott on June 8, with his herd of horses and mules, and Colonel Hoffman with the 1st Division of the supply train which left Fort Laramie on March 18. On the 10th Captain Hendrickson arrived with the remainder of the trains, and on the 13th the long-expected movement from Camp Scott to the Mormon city began. To the soldiers who had spent the winter inactive, except as regards their efforts to keep themselves from freezing, the order to advance was a welcome one. Late as was the date, there had been a snowfall at Fort Bridger only 3 days before, and the streams were full of water. The column was prepared therefore for bridge-making when necessary. When the little army was well under way, the scene in the valley through which ran Black's Fork was an interesting one. The white walls of Bridger's fort formed a background, with the remnants of the camp in the shape of sod chimneys, tent poles, and so forth next in front, and, slowly leaving all this, the moving soldiers, the long wagon trains, the artillery carriages and caissons, and on either flank mounted Indians riding here and there, satisfying their curiosity with this first sight of a white man's army. The news that the Mormons had abandoned their idea of resistance reached the troops the second day after they had started, and they had nothing more exciting to interest them on the way than the scenery and the Mormon fortifications. Salt Lake City was reached on the 26th, and the march through it took place that day. To the soldiers, nothing was visible to indicate any abandonment of the hostile attitude of the Mormons, much less any welcome. Their leaders had returned to the camp at Provo, and the only civilians in the city were a few hundred who had, for special reasons, been granted permission to return. The only woman in the whole city was Mrs. Cumming. The Mormons had been ordered indoors early that morning by the guard, every flag on a public building had been taken down, every window was closed. The regimental bands and the creaking wagons alone disturbed the utter silence. The peace commissioners rode with General Johnston, and the whole force encamped on the River Jordan, just within the city limits. 2 days later, owing to a lack of wood and pasturage there, they were moved about 15 miles westward, near the foot of the mountains. Disregarding Young's expressed wishes, and any understanding he might have had with Governor Cumming, General Johnston selected Cedar Valley on Lake Utah for one of the 3 posts he was ordered to establish in the territory. And there his camp was pitched on July 6. Governor Cumming prepared a proclamation to the inhabitants of the territory, announcing that all persons were pardoned who submitted to the law, and that peace was restored, and inviting the refugees to return to their homes. The governor and the peace commissioners made a trip to the Mormon camps, and addressed gatherings at Provo and Lehi. The governor bustled about everywhere, assuring everyone that all the federal officers would hold sacred the amnesty and pardon by the President of the United States, by G.D., Sir, yes, and receiving from Young the sneering reply, "We know all about it, Governor." On July 4, no northward movement of the people having begun, Cumming told Young that he intended to publish his proclamation. "Do as you please," was the contemptuous reply. "Tomorrow I shall get upon the tongue of my wagon, and tell the people that I am going home, and they can do as they please." Young did so, and that day the backward march of the people began. The real governor was the head of the church. 16. The Mountain Meadows Massacre. We may here interrupt the narrative of events subsequent to the restoration of peace in the territory, with the story of the most horrible massacre of white people by religious fanatics of their own race that has been recorded since that famous St. Bartholomew's Night in Paris, the story of the Mountain Meadows Massacre. Committed on Friday, September 11, 1857, for days before the date of Young's proclamation forbidding the United States troops to enter the territory, it was a considerable time before more than vague rumors of the crime reached the eastern states. No inquest or other investigation was held by Mormon authority, no person participating in the slaughter was arrested by a Mormon officer. And, when officers of the federal government first visited the scene, in the spring of 1859, all that remained to tell the tale were human skulls and other bones lying where the wolves and coyotes had left them, with scraps of clothing caught here and there upon the vines and bushes. Dr. Charles Brewer, the assistant army surgeon who was sent with a detail to bury the remains in May, 1859, says in his gruesome report, "I reached a ravine 50 yards from the road, in which I found portions of the skeletons of many bodies, skulls, bones, and matted hair, most of which, on examination, I concluded to be those of men. 350 yards further on another assembly of human remains was found, which, by all appearance, had been left to decay upon the surface. Skulls and bones, most of which I believe to be those of women, some also of children, probably ranging from 6 to 12 years of age. Here, too, were found masses of women's hair, children's bonnets, such as are generally used upon the plains, and pieces of lace, muslin, calicos, and other materials. Many of the skulls bore marks of violence, being pierced with bullet holes, or shattered by heavy blows, or cleft with some sharp-edged instrument. More than 17 years passed before officers of the United States succeeded in securing the needed evidence against any of the persons responsible for these wholesale murders, and a jury which would bring in a verdict of guilty. Then a single Mormon paid the penalty of his crime. He died asserting that he was the one victim surrendered by the Mormon Church to appease the public demand for justice. The closest students of the Mountain Meadows Massacre and of Brigham Young's rule will always give the most credence to this statement of John D. Lee. Indeed, to acquit Young of responsibility for this crime, it would be necessary to prove that the sermons and addresses in the Journal of Discourses are forgeries. In the summer of 1857 a party was made up in Arkansas to cross the plains to Southern California by way of Utah, under direction of a Captain Fancher. 131 This party differed from most emigrant parties of the day both in character and equipment. It numbered some 30 families, about 140 individuals, men, women, and children. They were people of means, several of them traveling in private carriages, and their equipment included 30 horses and mules, and about 600 head of cattle, when they arrived in Utah. Most of them seemed to have been Methodists, and they had a preacher of that denomination with them. Prayers were held in camp every night and morning, and they never traveled on Sundays. They did not hurry on, as the gold seekers were wont to do in those days, but made their trip one of pleasure, sparing themselves and their animals, and enjoying the beauties and novelties of the route. 132. Every emigrant train for California then expected to restock in Utah. The Mormons had profited by this traffic, and such a thing as non-intercourse with travelers in the way of trade was as yet unheard of. But Young was now defying the government, and his proclamation of September 15 had declared that no person shall be allowed to pass or repass into or through or from this territory without a permit from the proper officer. To a constituency made up so largely of dishonest members, high and low, as Young himself conceded the Mormon body politic to be, the outfit of these travelers was very attractive. There was a motive, too, in inflicting punishment on them, merely because they were Arkansans, and the motive was this. Parley P. Pratt was sent to explore a southern route from Utah to California in 1849. He reached San Francisco from Los Angeles in the summer of 1851, remaining there until June, 1855. He was a fanatical defender of polygamy after its open proclamation, challenging debate on the subject in San Francisco, and issuing circulars calling on the people to repent as, "the kingdom of God has come nigh unto you." While in San Francisco, Pratt induced the wife of Hector H. McLean, a custom house official, the mother of 3 children, to accept the Mormon faith and to elope with him to Utah as his 9th wife. The children were sent to her parents in Louisiana by their father, and there she sometime later obtained them, after pretending that she had abandoned the Mormon belief. When McLean learned of this he went east, and traced his wife and Pratt to Houston, Texas, and thence to Fort Gibson, near Van Buren, Arkansas. There he had Pratt arrested, but there seemed to be no law under which he could be held. As soon as Pratt was released, he left the place on horseback. McLean, who had found letters from Pratt to his wife at Fort Gibson which increased his feeling against the man, followed him on horseback for 8 miles, and then, overtaking him, shot him so that he died in 2 hours. It was in accordance with Mormon policy to hold every Arkansan accountable for Pratt's death, just as every Missourian was hated because of the expulsion of the church from that state. When the company pitched camp on the River Jordan their food supplies were nearly exhausted, and their draft animals needed rest and a chance to recuperate. They knew nothing of the disturbed relations between the Mormons and the government when they set out, and they were astonished now to be told that they must break camp and move on southward. But they obeyed. At American Fork, the next settlement, they offered some of their worn-out animals in exchange for fresh ones, and visited the town to buy provisions. There was but one answer, nothing to sell. Southward they continued, through Provo, Springville, Payson, Salt Creek, and Fillmore, at all settlements making the same effort to purchase the food of which they stood in need, and at all receiving the same reply. So much were their supplies now reduced that they hastened on until Corn Creek was reached. There they did obtain a little relief, some Indians selling them about 30 bushels of corn. But at Beaver, a larger place, non-intercourse was again proclaimed, and at Parowan, through which led the road built by the general government, they were forbidden to pass over this directly through the town. And the local mill would not even grind their own corn. At Cedar Creek, one of the largest southern settlements, they were allowed to buy 50 bushels of wheat, and to have it and their corn ground at John D. Lee's mill. After a day's delay they started on, but so worn out were their animals that it took them 3 days to reach Iron Creek, 20 miles beyond, and 2 more days to reach Mountain Meadows, 15 miles farther south. These meadows are a valley, 350 miles south of Salt Lake City, about 5 miles long by 1 wide. They are surrounded by mountains, and narrow at the lower end to a width of 400 yards, where a gap leads out to the desert. A large spring near this gap made that spot a natural resting place, and there the emigrants pitched their camp. Had they been in any way suspicious of Indian treachery they would not have stopped there, because, from the elevations on either side, they were subject to rifle fire. Their anxiety, however, was not about the Indians, whom they had found friendly, but about the problem of making the trip of 70 days to San Bernardino, across a desert country, with their worn-out animals and their scant supplies. Had Mormon cruelty taken only the form of withholding provisions and forage from this company, its effect would have satisfied their most evil wishers. On the morning of Monday, September 7th, still unsuspicious of any form of danger, their camp was suddenly fired upon by Indians, and probably by some white men disguised as Indians. 7 of the emigrants were killed in this attack and 16 were wounded. Unexpected as was this manifestation of hostility, the company was too well organized to be thrown into a panic. The fire was returned, and 1 Indian was killed, and 2 chiefs fatally wounded. The wagons were corralled at once as a sort of fortification, and the wheels were chained together. In the center of this corral a rifle pit was dug, large enough to hold all their people, and in this way they were protected from shots fired at them from either side of the valley. In this little fort they successfully defended themselves during that and the ensuing 3 days. Not doubting that Indians were their only assailants, 2 of their number succeeded in escaping from the camp on a mission to Cedar City to ask for assistance. These messengers were met by 3 Mormons, who shot one of them dead, and wounded the other. The latter seems to have made his way back to the camp. The Arkansans soon suffered for water, as the spring was 100 yards distant. 2 of them during one day made a dash, carrying buckets, and got back with them safely, under a heavy fire. 133. With some reinforcements from the south, the Indians now numbered about 400. They shot down some 70 head of the emigrants' cattle, and on Wednesday evening made another attack in force on the camp, but were repulsed. Still another attack the next morning had the same result. This determined resistance upset the plans of the Mormons who had instigated the Indian attacks. They had expected that the travelers would be overcome in the first surprise, and that their butchery would easily be accounted for as the result of an Indian raid on their camp. But they were not to be balked of their object. To save themselves from the loss of life that would be entailed by a charge on the Arkansans' defenses, they resorted to a scheme of the most deliberate treachery. On Friday, the 11th, a Mormon named William Bateman was sent forward with a flag of truce. The other undisguised Mormons remained in concealment, and the Indians had been instructed to keep entirely out of sight. The beleaguered company were delighted to see a white man, and at once sent one of their number to meet him. Their ammunition was almost exhausted, their dead were unburied in their midst, and their situation was desperate. Bateman, following out his instructions, told the representative of the emigrants that the Mormons had come to their assistance, and that, if they would place themselves in the white men's hands and follow directions, they would be conducted in safety to Cedar City, there to await a proper opportunity for proceeding on their journey. This plan was agreed to without any delay, and John D. Lee was directed by John M. Higbee, major of the Iron Militia, and chief in command of the Mormon party, to go to the camp to see that the plot agreed upon was carried out. Samuel McMurdy and Samuel Knight following him with 2 wagons which were a part of the necessary equipment. Never had a man been called upon to perform a more dastardly part than that which was assigned to Lee. Entering the camp of the beleaguered people as their friend, he was to induce them to abandon their defenses, give up all their weapons, separate the adults from the children and wounded, who were to be placed in the wagons, and then, at a given signal, every one of the party was to be killed by the white men who walked by their sides as their protectors. Lee draws a picture of his feelings on entering the camp which ought to be correct. Even if circumstances lead one to attribute it to the pen of a man who naturally wished to find some extenuation for himself, I doubt the power of man being equal to even imagine how wretched I felt. No language can describe my feelings. My position was painful, trying, and awful, my brain seemed to be on fire, my nerves were for a moment unstrung, humanity was overpowering as I thought of the cruel, unmanly part that I was acting. Tears of bitter anguish fell in streams from my eyes, my tongue refused its office, my faculties were dormant, stupefied and deadened by grief. I wished that the earth would open and swallow me where I stood. When Lee entered the camp all the people, men, women, and children, gathered around him, some delighted over the hope of deliverance, while others showed distrust of his intentions. Their position was so strong that they felt some hesitation in abandoning it, and Lee says that, if their ammunition had not been so nearly exhausted, they would never have surrendered. But their hesitation was soon overcome, and the carrying out of the plot proceeded. All their arms, the wounded, and the smallest children were placed in the 2 wagons. As soon as these were loaded, a messenger from Higbee, named McFarland, rode up with a message that everything should be hastened, as he feared he could not hold back the Indians. The wagons were then started at once toward Cedar City, Lee and the 2 drivers accompanying them, and the others of the party set out on foot for the place where the Mormon troops were awaiting them, some 200 yards distant. First went McFarland on horseback, then the women and larger children, and then the men. When, in this order, they came to the place where the Mormons were stationed, the men of the party cheered the latter as their deliverers. As the wagons passed out of sight over an elevation, the march of the rest of the party was resumed. The women and larger children walked ahead, then came the men in single file, an armed Mormon walking by the side of each Arkansan. This gave the appearance of the best possible protection. When they had advanced far enough to bring the women and children into the midst of a company of Indians concealed in a growth of cedars, the agreed signal, the words, "Do your duty," was given. As these words were spoken, each Mormon turned and shot the Arkansan who was walking by his side, and Indians and other Mormons attacked the women and children who were walking ahead. While Lee and his 2 companions killed the wounded and the older of the children who were in the wagons. The work of killing the men was performed so effectually that only 2 or 3 of them escaped, and these were overtaken and killed soon after. 134 indeed, only the nervousness natural to men who were assigned to perform so horrible a task could prevent the murderers from shooting dead the unarmed men walking by their sides. With the women and children it was different. Instead of being shot down without warning, they first heard the shots that killed their only protectors, and then beheld the Indians rushing on them with their usual whoops, brandishing tomahawks, knives, and guns. There were cries for mercy, mothers' pleas for children's lives, and maidens' appeals to manly honor, but all in vain. It was not necessary to use firearms, indeed, they would have endangered the assailants themselves. The tomahawk and the knife sufficed, and in the space of a few moments every woman and older child was a corpse. When Lee and the men in charge of the 2 wagons heard the firing, they halted at once, as this was the signal agreed on for them to perform their part. McMurdy's wagon, containing the sick and wounded and the little children, was in advance, Knight's, with a few passengers and the weapons, following. We have 3 accounts of what happened when the signal was given, Lee's own, and the testimony of the other 2 at Lee's trial. Lee says that McMurdy at once went up to Knight's wagon, and, raising his rifle and saying, "O Lord my God, receive their spirits, it is for thy kingdom I do this," fired, killing 2 men with the first shot. Lee admits that he intended to do his part of the killing, but says that in his excitement his pistol went off prematurely and narrowly escaped wounding McMurdy. That Knight then shot 1 man, and with the butt of his gun brained a little boy who had run up to him, and that the Indians then came up and finished killing all the sick and wounded. McMurdy testified that Lee killed the first person in his wagon, a woman, and also shot 2 or 3 others. When asked if he himself killed anyone that day, McMurdy replied, "I believe I am not upon trial. I don't wish to answer." Knight testified that he saw Lee strike down a woman with his gun or a club, denying that he himself took any part in the slaughter. Nephi Johnson, another witness at Lee's second trial, testified that he saw Lee and an Indian pull a man out of one of the wagons, and he thought Lee cut the man's throat. The only persons spared in this whole company were 17 children, varying in age from 2 months to 7 years. They were given to Mormon families in southern Utah, sold out, says Forney in his report, to different persons in Cedar City, Harmony, and Painter Creek. Bills are now in my possession from different individuals asking payment from the government. I cannot condescend to become the medium of even transmitting such claims to the department. The government directed Forney in 1858 to collect these children, and he did so. Congress in 1859 appropriated $10,000 to defray the expense of returning them to their friends in Arkansas. And on June 27 of that year 15 of them, 2 boys being retained as government witnesses, set out for the east from Salt Lake City in charge of a company of United States Dragoons and 5 women attendants. Judge Cradlebaugh quotes one of these children, a boy less than 9 years old, as saying in his presence, when they were brought to Salt Lake City, "Oh, I wish I was a man. I know what I would do. I would shoot John D. Lee. I saw him shoot my mother." The total number in the Arkansas party is not exactly known. The victims numbered more than 120. Jacob Hamblin testified at the Lee trial that, the following spring, he and his man buried 120-odd skulls, counting them as they gathered them up. A few young women, in the confusion of the Indian attack, concealed themselves, but they were soon found. Hamblin testified at Lee's second trial that Lee, in a long conversation with him, soon after the massacre, told him that, when he rejoined the Mormon troops, an Indian chief brought to him 2 girls from 13 to 15 years old, whom he had found hiding in a thicket, and asked what should be done with them, as they were pretty and he wanted to save them. Lee replied that, according to the orders he had, they were too old and too big to let go. Then by Lee's direction the chief shot one of them, and Lee threw the other down and cut her throat. Hamblin said that an Indian boy conducted him to the place where the girls' bodies lay, a long way from the rest, up a ravine, unburied and with their throats cut. One of the little children saved from the massacre was taken home by Hamblin, and she said the murdered girls were her sisters. Richard F. Burton, who visited Utah in 1860, mentions, as one of the current stories in connection with the massacre, that, when a girl of 16 knelt before one of the Mormons and prayed for mercy, he led her into the thicket, violated her, and then cut her throat. As soon as the slaughter was completed the plundering began. Beside their wagons, horses, and cattle, they had a great deal of other valuable property, the whole being estimated by Judge Cradlebaugh at from $60,000 to $70,000. When Lee got back to the main party, the searching of the bodies of the men for valuables began. "I did hold the hat a while," he confesses, "but I got so sick that I had to give it to some other person." He says there were more than 500 head of cattle, a large number of which the Indians killed or drove away, while Klingensmith, Haight, and Higbee, leaders in the enterprise, drove others to Salt Lake City and sold them. The horses and mules were divided in the same way. The Indians, and probably their white comrades, had made quick work with the effects of the women. Their bodies, young and old, were stripped naked, and left, objects of the ribald jests of their murderers. Lee says that in one place he counted the bodies of 10 children less than 16 years old. When the Mormons had finished rifling the dead, all were called together and admonished by their chiefs to keep the massacre a secret from the whole world, not even letting their wives know of it. And all took the most solemn oath to stand by one another and declare that the killing was the work of Indians. Most of the party camped that night on the meadows, but Lee and Higbee passed the night at Jacob Hamblin's ranch. In the morning the Mormons went back to bury the dead. All these lay naked, making the scene, says Lee, one of the most loathsome and ghastly that can be imagined. The bodies were piled up in heaps in little depressions, and a pretense was made of covering them with dirt. But the ground was hard and their murderers had few tools, and as a consequence the wild beasts soon unearthed them, and the next spring the bones were scattered over the surface. This work finished, the party, who had been joined during the night by Colonel Dame, Judge Lewis, Isaac C. Haight, and others of influence, held another council, at which God was thanked for delivering their enemies into their hands. Another oath of secrecy was taken, and all voted that any person who divulged the story of the massacre should suffer death, but that Brigham Young should be informed of it. It was also voted, according to Lee, that Bishop Klingensmith should take charge of the plunder for the benefit of the church. The story of this slaughter, to this point, except in minor particulars noted, is undisputed. No Mormon now denies that the emigrants were killed, or that Mormons participated largely in the slaughter. What the church authorities have sought to establish has been their own ignorance of it in advance, and their condemnation of it later. In examining this question we have, to assist us, the knowledge of the kind of government that Young had established over his people, his practical power of life and death. The fact that the Arkansans were passing south from Salt Lake City, and that their movements had been known to Young from the start and their treatment been subject to his direction. The failure of Young to make any effort to have the murderers punished, when a crook of his finger would have given them up to justice. The coincidence of the massacre with Young's threat to Captain Van Vliet, uttered on September 9, "If the issue continues, you may tell the government to stop all emigration across the continent, for the Indians will kill all who attempt it." Young's failure to mention this Indian outrage in his report as Superintendent of Indian Affairs, and the silence of the Mormon press on the subject. 135 If we accept Lee's plausible theory that, at his second trial, the Church gave him up as a sop to justice, and loosened the tongues of witnesses against him, this makes that part of the testimony in confirmation of Lee's statement elicited from them all the stronger. Let us recall that Lee himself had been an active member of the Church for nearly 40 years, following it from Missouri to Utah, traveling penniless as a missionary at the bidding of his superiors, becoming a polygamist before he left Nauvoo. Accepting in Utah the view that Brigham spoke by direction of the God of heaven, and saying, as he stood by his coffin looking into the rifles of his executioners, "I believe in the gospel that was taught in its purity by Joseph Smith in former days." How much Young trusted him is seen in the fact that, by Young's direction, he located the southern towns of Provo, Fillmore, Parowan, etc. Was appointed captain of militia at Cedar City, was president of civil affairs at Harmony, probate judge of the county, before and after the massacre, a delegate to the convention which framed the Constitution of the state of Deseret, a member of the Territorial legislature, after the massacre, and Indian farmer of the district including the Meadows when the massacre occurred. Lee's account of the steps leading up to the massacre and of what followed is, in brief, that, about 10 days before it occurred, General George A. Smith, one of the 12, called on him at Washington City, and, in the course of their conversation, asked, suppose an emigrant train should come along through this southern country, making threats against our people and bragging of the part they took in helping kill our prophet, what do you think the brethren would do with them? Lee replied, you know the brethren are now under the influence of the Reformation, and are still red-hot for the gospel. The brethren believe the government wishes to destroy them. I really believe that any train of emigrants that may come through here will be attacked and probably all destroyed. Unless emigrants have a pass from Brigham Young or someone in authority, they will certainly never get safely through this country. Smith said that Major Haight had given him the same assurance. It was Lee's belief that Smith had been sent south in advance of the emigrants to prepare for what followed. 2 days before the first attack on the camp, Lee was summoned to Cedar City by Isaac Haight, president of that stake, second only to Colonel Dame in church authority in southern Utah, and a lieutenant colonel in the militia under Dame. To make their conference perfectly secret, they took some blankets and passed the night in an old iron works. There Haight told Lee a long story about Captain Fancher's party, charging them with abusing the Mormons, burning fences, poisoning water, threatening to kill Brigham Young and all the apostles, etc. He said that unless preventive measures were taken, the whole Mormon population were likely to be butchered by troops which these people would bring back from California. Lee says that he believed all this. He was also told that, at a council held that day, it had been decided to arm the Indians and have them give the emigrants a brush, and, if they killed part or all, so much the better. When asked who authorized this, Haight replied, it is the will of all in authority, and Lee was told that he was to carry out the order. The intention then was to have the Indians do the killing without any white assistance. On his way home Lee met a large body of Indians who said they were ordered by Haight, Higbee, and Bishop Klingensmith, to kill and rob the emigrants, and wanted Lee to lead them. He told them to camp near the emigrants and wait for him. But they made the attack, as described, early Monday morning, without capturing the camp, and drove the whites into an entrenchment from which they could not dislodge them. Hence the change of plan. During the early part of the operations, Lee says, a messenger had been sent to Brigham Young for orders. On Thursday evening 2 or 3 wagon loads of Mormons, all armed, arrived at Lee's camp in the meadows, the party including Major Higbee of the Iron Militia, Bishop Klingensmith, and many members of the High Council. When all were assembled, Major Higbee reported that Haight's orders were that all the emigrants must be put out of the way, that they had no pass, Young could have given them one. That they were really a part of Johnston's army, and, if allowed to proceed to California, they would bring destruction on all the settlements in Utah. All knelt in prayer, after which Higbee gave Lee a paper ordering the destruction of all who could talk. After further prayers, Higbee said to Lee, "Brother Lee, I am ordered by President Haight to inform you that you shall receive a crown of celestial glory for your faithfulness, and your eternal joy shall be complete." Lee says that he was much shaken by this offer, because of his complete faith in the power of the priesthood to fulfill such promises. The outcome of the conference was the adoption of the plan of treachery that was so successfully carried out on Friday morning. The council had lasted so long that the party merely had time for breakfast before Bateman set out for the camp with his white flag. 136. Several days after the massacre, Haight told Lee that the messenger sent to Young for instructions had returned with orders to let the emigrants pass in safety, and that he, Haight, had countermanded the order for the massacre. But his messenger did not go to the meadows at all. All parties were evidently beginning to realize the seriousness of their crime. Lee was then directed by the council to go to Young with a verbal report, Haight again promising him a celestial reward if he would implicate more of the brethren than necessary in his talk with Young. 137. On reaching Salt Lake City, Lee gave Young the full particulars of the massacre, step by step. Young remarked, "Isaac, Haight, has sent me word that, if they had killed every man, woman, and child in the outfit, there would not have been a drop of innocent blood shed by the brethren, for they were a set of murderers, robbers, and thieves." When the tale was finished, Young said, "This is the most unfortunate affair that ever befell the church. I am afraid of treachery among the brethren who were there. If any one tells this thing so that it will become public, it will work us great injury. I want you to understand now that you are never to tell this again, not even to Heber C. Kimball. It must be kept a secret among ourselves. When you get home, I want you to sit down and write a long letter, and give me an account of the affair, charging it to the Indians. You sign the letter as farmer to the Indians, and direct it to me as Indian agent. I can then make use of such a letter to keep off all damaging and troublesome inquirers." Lee did so, and his letter was put in evidence at his trial. Lee says that Young then dismissed him for the day, directing him to call again the next morning, and that Young then said to him, "I have made that matter a subject of prayer. I went right to God with it, and asked him to take the horrid vision from my sight if it was a righteous thing that my people had done in killing those people at the Mountain Meadows. God answered me, and at once the vision was removed. I have evidence from God that he has overruled it all for good, and the action was a righteous one and well intended." When Lee was in Salt Lake City as a member of the Constitutional Convention, the next winter, Young treated him, at his house and elsewhere, with all the friendliness of old. No one conversant with the extent of Young's authority will doubt the correctness of Lee's statement that, if Brigham Young had wanted 1 man or 50 men or 500 men arrested, all he would have had to do would be to say so. And they would have been arrested instantly. There was no escape for them if he ordered their arrest. Every man who knows anything of affairs in Utah at that time knows this is so. At the second trial of Lee, a deposition by Brigham Young was read, Young pleading ill health as an excuse for not taking the stand. He admitted that counsel and advice were given to the citizens not to sell grain to the emigrants for their stock, but asserted that this did not include food for the parties themselves. He also admitted that Lee called on him and began telling the story of the massacre, but asserted that he directed him to stop, as he did not want his feelings harrowed up with a recital of these details. He gave as an excuse for not bringing the guilty to justice, or at least making an investigation, the fact that a new governor was on his way, and he did not know how soon he would arrive. As Young himself was keeping this governor out by armed force, and declaring that he alone should fill that place, the value of his excuse can be easily estimated. Hamblin, at Lee's trial, testified that he told Brigham Young and George A. Smith everything I could about the massacre, and that Young said to him, "As soon as we can get a court of justice we will ferret this thing out, but till then don't say anything about it." Both Knight and McMurphy testified that they took their teams to Mountain Meadows under compulsion. Nephi Johnson, another participant, when asked whether he acted under compulsion, replied, "I didn't consider it safe for me to object," and when compelled to answer the question whether any person had ever been injured for not obeying such orders, he replied, "Yes, sir, they had." Some letters published in the Corinne, Utah, Reporter, in the early 70s, signed Argus, directly accused Young of responsibility for this massacre. Stenhouse discovered that the author had been for 30 years a Mormon, a high priest in the church, a holder of responsible civil positions in the territory, and he assured Stenhouse that, before a federal court of justice, where he could be protected, he was prepared to give the evidence of all that he asserted. Argus declared that when the Arkansans set out southward from the Jordan, a courier preceded them carrying Young's orders for non-intercourse. That they were directed to go around Parowan because it was feared that the military preparations at that place, Colonel Dame's headquarters, might arouse their suspicion. And he points out that the troops who killed the emigrants were called out and prepared for field operations, just as the territorial law directed, and were subject to the orders of Young, their commander-in-chief. Not until the so-called Poland Bill of 1874 became a law was anyone connected with the Mountain Meadows Massacre even indicted. Then the grand jury, under direction of Judge Borman, of the 2nd Judicial District of Utah, found indictments against Lee, Dame, Haight, Higbee, Klingensmith, and others. Lee, who had remained hidden for some years in the canyon of the Colorado, was reported to be in South Utah at the time, and Deputy United States Marshal Stokes, to whom the warrant for his arrest was given, set out to find him. Stokes was told that Lee had gone back to his hiding place, but one of his assistants located the accused in the town of Panguitch, and there they found him concealed in a log pen near a house. His trial began at Beaver, on July 12, 1875. The first jury to try his case disagreed, after being out 3 days, 8 Mormons and the Gentile foreman voting for acquittal, and 3 Gentiles for conviction. The second trial, which took place at Beaver, in September, 1876, resulted in a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Beadle says of the interest which the church then took in his conviction, Daniel H. Wells went to Beaver, furnished some new evidence, coached the witnesses, attended to the spiritual wants of the jury, and Lee was convicted. He could not raise the money, $1,000, necessary to appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States, although he solicited it by subscription from wealthy leading Mormons for several days under guard. Criminals in Utah convicted of a capital crime were shot, and this was Lee's fate. It was decided that the execution should take place at the scene of the massacre, and there the sentence of the court was carried out on March 23, 1877. The coffin was made of rough pine boards after the arrival of the prisoner, and while he sat looking at the workmen a short distance away. When all the arrangements were completed, the marshal read the order of the court and gave Lee an opportunity to speak. A photographer being ready to take a picture of the scene, Lee asked that a copy of the photograph be given to each of 3 of his wives, naming them. He then stood up, having been seated on his coffin, and spoke quietly for some time. He said that he was sacrificed to satisfy the feelings of others, that he died, a true believer in the gospel of Jesus Christ, but did not believe everything then taught by Brigham Young. He asserted that he did nothing designedly wrong in this unfortunate affair, but did everything in his power to save the emigrants. 5 executioners then stepped forward, and, when their rifles exploded, Lee fell dead on his coffin. Major, afterward General, Carleton, returning from California in 1859, where he had escorted a paymaster, passed through Mountain Meadows, and, finding many bones of the victims still scattered around, gathered them, and erected over them a cairn of stones, on one of which he had engraved the words, "Here lie the bones of 120 men, women, and children from Arkansas, murdered on the 10th day of September, 1857. In the center of the cairn was placed a beam, some 15 feet high, with a cross tree, on which was painted, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and I will repay it." It was said that this was removed by order of Brigham Young. 17. After the war. With the return of the people to their homes, the peaceful avocations of life in Utah were resumed. The federal judges received assignments to their districts, and the other federal officers took possession of their offices. Chief Justice Eccles selected as his place of residence Camp Floyd, as General Johnston's camp was named. Judge Sinclair's district included Salt Lake City, and Judge Cradlebaugh's the southern part of the state. Judge Cradlebaugh, who conceived it to be a judge's duty to see that crime was punished, took steps at once to secure indictments in connection with the notorious murders committed during the Reformation. And we have seen in a former chapter with what poor results. He also personally visited the Mountain Meadows, talked with whites and Indians cognizant with the massacre, and, on affidavits sworn to before him, issued warrants for the arrest of Haight, Higbee, Lee, and 34 others as participants therein. In order to hold court with any prospect of a practical result, a posse of soldiers was absolutely necessary, even for the protection of witnesses. But Governor Cumming, true to the reputation he had secured as a Mormon ally, declared that he saw no necessity for such use of federal troops, and requested their removal from Provo, where the court was in session. And when the judge refused to grant his request, he issued a proclamation in which he stated that the presence of the military had a tendency to disturb the peace and subvert the ends of justice. Before this dispute had proceeded farther, General Johnston received an order from Secretary Floyd, approved by Attorney General Black, directing that in future he should instruct his troops to act as a posse comitatus only on the written application of Governor Cumming. Thus did the Church win one of its first victories after the re-establishment of peace. An incident in Salt Lake City at this time might have brought about a renewal of the conflict between federal and Mormon forces. The engraver of a plate with which to print counterfeit government drafts, when arrested, turned state's evidence and pointed out that the printing of the counterfeits had been done over the Deseret store, in Salt Lake City, which was on Young's premises. United States Marshal Dotson secured the plate, and with it others, belonging to Young, on which Deseret currency had been printed. This seemed to bring the matter so close to Young that officers from Camp Floyd called on Governor Cumming to secure his cooperation in arresting Young should that step be decided on. The governor refused with indignation to be a party to what he called creeping through walls, that is, what he considered a roundabout way to secure Young's arrest. And, when it became rumored in the city that General Johnston would use his troops without the governor's cooperation, Cumming directed Wells, the commander of the Nauvoo Legion, who had so recently been in rebellion against the government, to hold his militia in readiness for orders. Wells is quoted by Bancroft as saying that he told Cumming, "We would not let them, the soldiers, come, that if they did come, they would never get out alive if we could help it." The decision of the Washington authorities in favor of Governor Cumming as against the federal judges once more restored peace. The only sufferer from this incident was Marshal Dotson, against whom Young, in his probate court, obtained a judgment of $2,600 for injury to the Deseret currency plates, and a house belonging to Dotson, renting for $500 a year, was sold to satisfy this judgment, and bought in by an agent of Young. To complete the story of this forgery, it may be added that Brewer, the engraver who turned state's evidence, was shot down in Main Street, Salt Lake City, one evening, in company with J. Johnson, a gambler who had threatened to shoot a Mormon editor. A man who was a boy at the time gave J. H. Beadle the particulars of this double murder as he received it from the person who lighted a brazier to give the assassin a sure aim. The coroner's jury the next day found that the men shot one another. Soon all public attention throughout the country was centered in the coming conflict in the southern states. In May, 1860, the troops at Camp Floyd departed for New Mexico and Arizona, only a small guard being left under command of Colonel Cook. In May, 1861, Governor Cumming left Salt Lake City for the east so quietly that most of the people there did not hear of his departure until they read it in the local newspapers. He soon after appeared in Washington, and after some delay obtained a pass which permitted his passage through the Confederate lines. When the Southern Rebellion became a certainty, Colonel Cook and his force were ordered to march to the east in the autumn, after selling vast quantities of stores in Camp Floyd. and destroying the supplies and ammunition which they could not take away. Such a slaughter of prices as then occurred was, perhaps, without precedent. It was estimated that goods costing $4 million brought only $100,000. Young had preached non-intercourse with the Gentile merchants who followed the army, but he could not lose so great an opportunity as this, when, for instance, flour costing $28.40 per sack sold for 52 cents, and he invested $4,000. For years after, says Stenhouse, the regulation blue pants were more familiar to the eye, in the Mormon settlements, than the valley tan Quaker gray. When Governor Cumming left the territory, the secretary, Francis H. Wooten, became acting governor. He made himself very offensive to the administration at Washington, and President Lincoln appointed Frank Fuller, of New Hampshire, Secretary of the Territory in his place, and Mr. Fuller proceeded at once to Salt Lake City, where he became acting governor. Later in the year the other federal offices in Utah were filled by the appointment of John W. Dawson, of Indiana, as governor, John F. Kinney as Chief Justice, and R. P. Flanagan and J. R. Crosby as Associate Justices. The selection of Dawson as governor was something more than a political mistake. He was the editor and publisher of a party newspaper at Fort Wayne, Indiana, a man of bad morals, and a meddler in politics, who gave the Republican managers in his state a great deal of trouble. The undoubted fact seems to be that he was sent out to Utah on the recommendation of Indiana politicians of high rank, who wanted to get rid of him, and who gave no attention whatever to the requirements of his office. Arriving at his post early in December, 1861, the new governor incurred the ill will of the Mormons almost immediately by vetoing a bill for a state convention passed by the Territorial legislature, and a memorial to Congress in favor of the admission of the territory as a state, which acting Governor Fuller approved. They were very glad, therefore, to take advantage of any mistake he might make, and he almost at once gave them their opportunity, by making improper advances to a woman whom he had employed to do some work. She, as Dawson expressed it to one of his colleagues, was fool enough to tell of it, and Dawson, learning immediately that the Mormons meditated a severe vengeance, at once made preparations for his departure. The Deseret News of January 1, 1862, in an editorial on the departure of the governor, said that for 8 or 10 days he had been confined to his room and reported insane. That, when he left, he took with him his physician and 4 guards, to each of whom, as reported last evening, $100 is promised in the event that they guard him faithfully, and prevent his being killed or becoming qualified for the office of chamberlain in the king's palace, till he shall have arrived at and passed the eastern boundary of the territory. After indicating that he had committed an offense against a lady which, under the common law, if enforced, would have caused him to have bitten the dust. The news added, why he selected the individuals named for his bodyguard no one with whom we have conversed has been able to determine. That they will do him justice, and see him safely out of the territory, there can be no doubt. The hints thus plainly given were carried out. Beadle's account says, he was waylaid in Weber Canyon, and received shocking, almost emasculating injuries from 3 Mormon lads. Stenhouse says, he was dreadfully maltreated by some Mormon rowdies who assumed, for the fun of the thing, to be the avengers of an alleged insult. Governor Dawson had been betrayed into an offense, and his punishment was heavy. Mrs. Waite says that the Mormons laid a trap for the governor, as they had done for Steptoe, but the evidence indicates that, in Dawson's case, the victim was himself to blame for the opportunity he gave. Stenhouse says that the Mormon authorities were very angry because of the aggravated character of the punishment dealt out to the governor, as they simply wanted him sent away disgraced, and that they had all his assailants shot. This is practically confirmed by the Mormon historian Whitney, who says that one of the assailants was a relative of the woman insulted, and the others, merely drunken desperadoes and robbers who, he explains, were soon afterward arrested for their cowardly and brutal assault upon the fleeing official. One of them, Lot Huntington, was shot by Deputy Sheriff O. P. Rockwell, so often Young's instrument in such cases, on January 26, in Rush Valley, while attempting to escape from the officers, and 2 others, John P. Smith and Maroney Clausen were killed during a similar attempt next day by the police of Salt Lake City. Their Confederates were tried and duly punished. The departure of Governor Dawson left the executive office again in charge of Secretary Fuller. Early in 1862 the Indians threatened the overland mail route, and Fuller, having received instruction from Montgomery Blair to keep the route open at all hazards, called for 30 men to serve for 30 days. These were supplied by the Mormons. In the following April, the Indian troubles continuing, Governor Fuller, Chief Justice Kinney, and officers of the Overland Mail and Pacific Telegraph Companies united in a letter to Secretary Stanton asking that Superintendent of Indian Affairs Doty be authorized to raise a regiment of mounted rangers in the territory, with officers appointed by him, to keep open communication. These petitioners, observes Tullidge, had overrated the federal power in Utah, as embodied in themselves, for such a service, when they overlooked ex-Governor Young and others. Young had no intention of permitting any kind of a federal force to supplant his legion. He at once telegraphed to the Utah delegate in Washington that the Utah militia, alias Nauvoo Legion, were competent to furnish the necessary protection. As a result of this presentation of the matter, Adjutant General L. Thomas, on April 28, addressed a reply to the petition for protection, not to any of the federal officers in Utah, but to Mr. Brigham Young, saying, by express direction of the President of the United States you are hereby authorized to raise, arm, and equip 1 company of cavalry for 90 days' service. The order for carrying out these instructions was placed by the head of the Nauvoo Legion, General Wells, who ordered the burning of the government trains in 1857, in the hands of Major Lot Smith, who carried out that order. Judges Flanagan and Crosby took their departure from the territory a month later than Dawson, and Thomas J. Drake of Michigan and Charles B. Wade of Illinois were named as their successors, and on March 31 Stephen S. Harding of Milan, Indiana, a lawyer, was appointed governor. The new officers arrived in July. At this time the Mormons were again seeking admission for the state of Deseret. They had had a constitution prepared for submission to Congress, had nominated Young for governor and Kimball for lieutenant governor, and the legislature, in advance, had chosen W. H. Hooper and George Q. Cannon the United States Senators. But Utah was not then admitted, while, on the other hand, an anti-polygamy bill, to be described later, was passed and signed by President Lincoln on July 2. During the month preceding the arrival of Governor Harding, another tragedy had been enacted in the territory. Among the church members was a Welshman named Joseph Morris, who became possessed of the belief, which, as we have seen, had afflicted brethren from time to time, that he was the recipient of revelations. One of these revelations having directed him to warn Young that he was wandering from the right course, he did this in person, and received a rebuke so emphatic that it quite overcame him. He betook himself, therefore, to a place called Kington Fort, on the Weber River, 35 miles north of Salt Lake City, and there he found believers in his prophetic gifts in the local bishop, and quite a settlement of men and women. Almost all foreigners. Young's refusal to satisfy the demand for published revelations gave some standing to a fanatic like Morris, who professed to supply that long-felt want. And he was so prolific in his gift that 3 clerks were required to write down what was revealed to him. Among his announcements were the date of the coming of Christ and the necessity of consecrating their property in a common fund. Having made a mistake in the date selected for Christ's appearance, the usual apostates sprang up, and, when they took their departure, they claimed the right to carry with them their share of the common effects. In the dispute that ensued, the apostates seized some Morrisite grain on the way to mill, and the Morrisites captured some apostates, and took them prisoners to Kington Fort. Out of these troubles came the issue of a writ by Judge Kinney for the release of the prisoners, the defiance of this writ by the Morrisites, and a successful appeal to the governor for the use of the militia to enable the marshal to enforce the writ. On the morning of June 13 the Morrisites discovered an armed force, in command of General R. T. Burton, the marshal's chief deputy, on the mountain that overlooked their settlement, and received from Burton an order to surrender in 30 minutes. Morris announced a revelation, declaring that the Lord would not allow his people to be destroyed. When the 30 minutes had expired, without further warning the Mormon force fired on the Morosites with a cannon, killing 2 women outright and sending the others to cover. But the devotees were not weak-hearted. For 3 days they kept up a defense, and it was not until their ammunition was exhausted that they raised a white flag. When Burton rode into their settlement and demanded Morris's surrender, that fanatic replied, "Never." Burton at once shot him dead, and then badly wounded John Banks, an English convert and a preacher of eloquence, who had joined Morris after rebelling against Young's despotism. Banks died suddenly that evening. Burton finished his work by shooting 2 women, one of whom dared to condemn his shooting of Morris and Banks, and the other for coming up to him crying. The bodies of Morris and Banks were carried to Salt Lake City and exhibited there. No one, president of the church or federal officer, took any steps at that time to bring their murderers to justice. 16 years later District Attorney Van Zyl tried Burton for this massacre, but the verdict was acquittal, as it has been in all these famous cases except that of John D. Lee. 93 Morosites, few of whom could speak English, were arraigned before Judge Kinney and placed under bonds. In the following March 7 of the Morosites were convicted of killing members of the posse, and sentenced by Judge Kinney to imprisonment for from 5 to 15 years each, while 66 others were fined $100 each for resisting the posse. Governor Harding immediately pardoned all the accused, in response to a numerously signed petition. Beadle says that Bishop Woolley advised the governor to be careful about granting these pardons, as "our people feel it would be an outrage, and if it is done, they might proceed to violence." But that Bill Hickman, the Danite captain, rode 30 miles to sign the petition, saying that he was one Mormon who was not afraid to sign. The grand jury that had indicted the Morosites made a presentment to Judge Kinney, in which they said, "We present His Excellency Stephen S. Harding, Governor of Utah, as we would an unsafe bridge over a dangerous stream, jeopardizing the lives of all those who pass over it, or as we would a pestiferous cesspool in our district, breathing disease and death." And the Chief Justice assured this jury that they addressed him in no spirit of malice, and asked them to accept his thanks for your cooperation in the support of my efforts to maintain and enforce the law. It is to the credit of the powers at Washington that this judge was soon afterward removed. 18. Attitude of the Mormons during the Southern Rebellion. The attitude of the Mormons toward the government at the outbreak of hostilities with the Southern states was distinctly disloyal. The Deseret News of January 2, 1861, said, "The indications are that the breach which has been effected between the North and South will continue to widen, and that 2 or more nations will be formed out of the fragmentary portions of the once glorious Republic." The Mormons in England had before that been told in the Millennial Star, January 28, 1860, that the Union is now virtually destroyed. The sermons in Salt Lake City were of the same character. General Wells told the people on April 6, 1861, that the general government was responsible for their expulsion from Missouri and Illinois, adding, "So far as we are concerned, we should have been better without a government than such a one. I do not think there is a more corrupt government upon the face of the earth." Brigham Young on the same day said, "Our present president, what is his strength? It is like a rope of sand, or like a rope made of water. He is as weak as water. I feel disgraced in having been born under a government that has so little power, disposition and influence for truth and right. Shame, shame on the rulers of this nation. I feel myself disgraced to hail such men as my countrymen." Elder G. A. Smith, on the same occasion, railing against the non-Mormon clergy, said, "Mr. Lincoln now is put into power by that priestly influence. And the presumption is, should he not find his hands full by the secession of the Southern states, the spirit of priestly craft would force him, in spite of his good wishes and intentions, to put to death, if it was in his power, every man that believes in the divine mission of Joseph Smith." On August 31, 1862, Young quoted Smith's prediction of a rebellion beginning in South Carolina, and declared that the nation that has slain the prophet of God will be broken in pieces like a potter's vessel, boasting that the Mormon government in Utah was the best earthly government that was ever framed by man. Tullidge, discussing in 1876 the attitude of the Mormon Church toward the South, said, "With the exception of the slavery question and the policy of secession, the South stood upon the same ground that Utah had stood upon just previously. And here we reach the heart of the Mormon policy and aims. Secession is not in it. Their issues are all inside the Union. The Mormon prophecy is that people are destined to save the Union and preserve the Constitution. The North, which had just risen to power through the triumph of the Republican Party, occupied the exact position toward the South that Buchanan's administration had held toward Utah. And the salient points of resemblance between the two cases were so striking that Utah and the South became radically associated in the Chicago platform that brought the Republican Party into office. Slavery and polygamy, these twin relics of barbarism, were made the two chief planks of the party platform. Yet neither of these were the real ground of the contest. It continues still, and some of the soundest men of the times believe that it will be ultimately referred in a revolution so general that nearly every man in America will become involved in the action. The Mormon view of the great national controversy, then, is that the southern states should have done precisely what Utah did, and placed themselves on the defensive ground of their rights and institutions as old as the Union. Had they placed themselves under the political leadership of Brigham Young, they would have triumphed, for their cause was fundamentally right, their secession alone was the national crime. Knowledge of the spirit which animated the saints induced the Secretary of War to place them under military supervision, and in May, 1862, the 3rd California Infantry and a part of the 2nd California Cavalry were ordered to Utah. The commander of this force was Colonel P.E. Connor, who had a fine record in the Mexican War, and who was among the first, at the outbreak of the rebellion, to tender his services to the government in California, where he was then engaged in business. On assuming command of the military district of Utah, which included Utah and Nevada, Colonel Connor issued an order directing commanders of posts, camps, and detachments to arrest and imprison, until they took the oath of allegiance. All persons who from this date shall be guilty of uttering treasonable sentiments against the government, adding, traitors shall not utter treasonable sentiments in this district with impunity, but must seek some more genial soil, or receive the punishment they so richly deserve. When Connor's force arrived at Fort Crittenden, the Camp Floyd of General Johnston, the Mormons supposed that it would make its camp there. Persons having a pecuniary interest in the reoccupation of the old site, where they wanted to sell to the government the buildings they had bought for a song, tried hard to induce Colonel Connor to accept their view, even warning him of armed Mormon opposition to his passage through Salt Lake City. But he was not a man to be thus deterred. Among the rumors that reached him was one that Bill Hickman, the Danite chief, was offering to bet $500 in Salt Lake City that the colonel could not cross the River Jordan. Colonel Connor is said to have sent back the reply that he would cross the River Jordan if hell yawned below him. On Saturday, October 18, Connor marched 20 miles toward the Mormon capital, and the next day crossed the Jordan at 2 p.m. without finding a person in sight on the eastern shore. The command, knowing that the Nauvoo Legion outnumbered them vastly, and ignorant of the real intention of the Mormon leaders, advanced with every preparation to meet resistance. They were, as an accompanying correspondent expressed it, 600 miles of sand from reinforcements. The conciliatory policy of so many federal officers in Utah would have induced Colonel Connor to march quietly around the city, and select some place for his camp where it would not offend Mormon eyes. What he did do was to halt his command when the city was 2 miles distant, form his column with an advance guard of cavalry and a light battery, the infantry and commissary wagons coming next, and in this order. To the bewilderment of the Mormon authorities, march into the principal street, with his 2 bands playing, to Emigrant Square, and so to Governor Harding's residence. The only United States flag displayed on any building that day was the governor's. The sidewalks were packed with men, women, and children, but not a cheer was heard. In front of the governor's residence the battalion was formed in 2 lines, and the governor, standing in the buggy in which he had ridden out to meet them, addressed them, saying that their mission was one of peace and security, and urging them to maintain the strictest discipline. The troops, Colonel Connor leading, gave 3 cheers for the country and the flag, and 3 for Governor Harding, and then took up their march to the slope at the base of Wasatch Mountain, where the Camp Douglas of today is situated. This camp was in sight of the Mormon city, and Young's residence was in range of its guns. Thus did Brigham's will bend before the quiet determination of a government officer who respected his government's dignity. But the Mormon spirit was to be still further tested. On December 8 Governor Harding read his first message to the Territorial Legislature. It began with a tribute to the industry and enterprise of the people. Spoke of the progress of the war, and of the application of the territory for statehood, and in this connection said, I am sorry to say that since my sojourn amongst you I have heard no sentiments, either publicly or privately expressed, that would lead me to believe that much sympathy is felt by any considerable number of your people in favor of the government of the United States, now struggling for its very existence. He declared that the demand for statehood should not be entertained unless it was clearly shown that there is a sufficient population and that the people are loyal to the federal government and the laws. He recommended the taking of a correct census to settle the question of population. All these utterances were gall and wormwood to a body of Mormon lawmakers, but worse was to come. Congress having passed an act to prevent and punish the practice of polygamy in the territories, the governor naturally considered it his duty to call attention to the matter. Provising that he desired to do so, in no offensive manner or unkind spirit, he pointed out that the practice was founded on no territorial law, resting merely on custom, and laid down the principle that no community can happily exist with an institution so important as that of marriage wanting in all those qualities that make it homogeneal with institutions and laws of neighboring civilized countries having the same spirit. He spoke of the marriage of a mother and her daughter to the same man as no less a marvel in morals than in matters of taste, and warned them against following the recommendation of high church authorities that the federal law be disregarded. This message, according to the Mormon historian, was an insult offered to their representatives. These representatives resented the insult by making no reference in the journal to the reading of the message, and by failing to have it printed. When this was made known in Washington, the Senate, on January 16, 1863, called for a report by the Committee on Territories concerning the suppression of the message, and they got one from its chairman, Benjamin Wade. Pointing out that Utah Territory was in the control of a sort of Jewish theocracy, affording the first exhibition, within the limits of the United States, of a church ruling the state. And declaring that the governor's message contained nothing that should give offense to any legislature willing to be governed by the laws of morality, closing with a recommendation that the message be printed by Congress. The Territorial Legislature adjourned on January 16 without sending to Governor Harding for his approval a single appropriation bill. And the next day the so-called legislature of the state of Deseret met and received a message from the state governor, Brigham Young. Next the new federal judges came under Mormon displeasure. We have seen the conflict of jurisdiction existing between the federal and the so-called probate courts and their officers. Judge Waite perceived the difficulties thus caused as soon as he entered upon his duties, and he sent to Washington an act giving the United States martial authority to select juries for the federal courts. Taking from the probate courts jurisdiction in civil actions, and leaving them a limited criminal jurisdiction subject to appeal to the federal court, and providing for a reorganization of the militia under the federal governor. Bernhizel and Hooper sent home immediate notice of the arrival of this bill in Washington. Now, indeed, it was time for Brigham to bend his finger. If a governor could openly criticize polygamy, and a judge seek to undermine Young's legal and military authority, without a protest, his days of power were certainly drawing to a close. Accordingly, a big mass meeting was held in Salt Lake City on March 3, 1863, for the purpose of investigating certain acts of several of the United States officials in the territory. Speeches were made by John Taylor and Young, in which the governor and judges were denounced. A committee was appointed to ask the governor and 2 judges to resign and leave the territory, and a petition was signed requesting President Lincoln to remove them. The first reason stated being that they are strenuously endeavoring to create mischief, and stir up strife between the people of the territory and the troops in Camp Douglas. The meeting then adjourned, the band playing the Marseillaise. The committee, consisting of John Taylor, J. Clinton, and Orson Pratt, called on the governor and the judges the next morning, and met with a flat refusal to pay any attention to the mandate of the meeting. "You may go back and tell your constituents," said Governor Harding, "that I will not resign my office, and will not leave this territory, until it shall please the President to recall me. I will not be driven away. I may be in danger in staying, but my purpose is fixed." Judge Drake told the committee that he had a right to ask Congress to pass or amend any law, and that it was a special insult for him, a citizen, to be asked by Taylor, a foreigner, to leave any part of the Republic. "Go back to Brigham Young, your master," said he, "that embodiment of sin, shame, and disgust, and tell him that I neither fear him, nor love him, nor hate him, that I utterly despise him. Tell him, whose tools and tricksters you are, that I did not come here by his permission, and that I will not go away at his desire nor by his direction. A horse thief or a murderer has, when arrested, a right to speak in court. And, unless in such capacity or under such circumstances, don't you even dare to speak to me again." Judge Waite simply declined to resign because to do so would imply either that I was sensible of having done something wrong, or that I was afraid to remain at my post and perform my duty. As soon as the action of the Mormon mass meeting became known at Camp Douglas, all the commissioned officers there signed a counter-petition to President Lincoln, "As an act of duty we owe our government," declaring that the charge of inciting trouble between the people and the troops was a base and unqualified falsehood, that the accused officers had been true and faithful to the government, and that there was no good reason for their removal. Excitement in Salt Lake City now ran high. Young, in a violent harangue in the Tabernacle on March 8, after declaring his loyalty to the government, said, "Is there anything that could be asked that we would not do? Yes. Let the present administration ask us for 1,000 men, or even 500, and I'd see them D first, and then they could not have them. What do you think of that?" Loud cries of "good, good," and great applause. Young expected arrest, and had a signal arranged by which the citizens would rush to his support if this was attempted. A false alarm of this kind was given on March 9, and in an hour 2,000 armed men were assembled around his house. Steptoe, who in an earlier year had declined the governorship of the territory in petition for Young's reappointment, took credit for what followed in an article in the Overland Monthly for December, 1896. Being at Salt Lake City at the time, he suggested to Wells and other leaders that they charge Young with the crime of polygamy before one of the magistrates, and have him arraigned and admitted to bail, in order to place him beyond the reach of the military officers. The affidavit was sworn to before the compliant Chief Justice Kinney by Young's private secretary, was served by the Territorial Marshal, and Young was released in $5,000 bail. Colonel Connor was informed of this arrest before he arrived in the city, and retraced his steps. The citizens dispersed to their homes, the grand jury found no indictment against Young, and in due time he was discharged from his recognizance. In the meantime, says a Mormon chronicler, our outside friends in this city telegraphed to those interested in the mail and telegraph lines that they must work for the removal of the troops, Governor Harding, and Judges Waite and Drake. Otherwise there would be difficulty, and the mail and telegraph lines would be destroyed. Their moneyed interest has given them great energy in our behalf. 138 This work told Governor Harding was removed, leaving the territory on June 11 and, as proof that this was due to work and not to his own incapacity, he was made Chief Justice of Colorado Territory. With him were displaced Chief Justice Kinney and Secretary Fuller. Judges Waite and Drake wrote to the President that it would take the support of 5,000 men to make the federal courts in Utah effective. Waite resigned in the summer of 1863. Drake remained, but his court did practically no business. Lincoln's policy, as he expressed it then, was, "I will let the Mormons alone if they will let me alone." He had war enough on his hands without seeking any diversion in Utah. J.D. Doty, the Superintendent of Indian Affairs, succeeded Harding as governor, Amos Reed of Wisconsin became secretary, and John Titus of Philadelphia Chief Justice. Affairs in Utah now became more quiet. General Connor, he was made a brigadier general for his service in the Bear River Indian Campaign in 1862 to 1863, yielded nothing to Mormon threats or demands. A periodical called the Union Vedette, published by his force, appeared in November, 1863, and in it was printed a circular over his name, expressing belief in the existence of rich veins of gold, silver, copper, and other metals in the territory, and promising the fullest protection to miners and prospectors. And the beginning of the mining interests there dated from the picking up of a piece of ore by a lady member of the camp while attending a picnic party. Although the Mormons had discouraged mining as calculated to cause a rush of non-Mormon residents, they did not show any special resentment to the general's policy in this respect. With the increasing evidence that the Union cause would triumph, the Church turned its face toward the federal government. We find, accordingly, a union of Mormons and Camp Douglas soldiers in the celebration of Union victories on March 4, 1865, with a procession and speeches, and, when General Connor left to assume command of the Department of the Platte, a ball in his honor was given in Salt Lake City. And at the time of Lincoln's assassination, church and government officers joined in services in the tabernacle, and the city was draped in mourning. 19. Eastern visitors to Salt Lake City, unpunished murderers. In June, 1865, a distinguished party from the East visited Salt Lake City, and their visit was not without public significance. It included Schuyler Colfax, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Lieutenant Governor Bross of Illinois, Samuel Bowles, editor of the Springfield, Massachusetts, Republican, and D. Richardson of the staff of the New York Tribune. Crossing the continent was still effected by stagecoach at that time, and the Mormon capital had never been visited by civilians so well known and so influential. Mr. Colfax had stated publicly that President Lincoln, a short time before his death, had asked him to make a thorough investigation of territorial matters, and his visit was regarded as semi-official. The city council formally tendered to the visitors the hospitality of the city, and Mr. Bowles wrote that the speaker's reception was excessive if not oppressive. In an interview between Colfax and Young, during which the subject of polygamy was brought up by the latter, he asked what the government intended to do with it, now that the slavery question was out of the way. Mr. Colfax replied with the expression of a hope that the prophets of the Church would have a new revelation, which would end the practice, pointing out an example in the course of Missouri and Maryland in abolishing slavery, without waiting for action by the federal government. Mr. Young, says Bowles, responded quietly and frankly that he should readily welcome such a revelation, that polygamy was not in the original Book of the Mormons, that it was not an essential practice in the Church, but only a privilege and a duty, under special command of God. It is worthwhile to note Mr. Bowles's summing up of his observations of Mormondom during this visit. The result, he wrote, of the whole experience has been to increase my appreciation of the value of their material progress and development to the nation. To evoke congratulations to them and to the country for the wealth they have created, and the order, frugality, morality, and industry they have organized in this remote spot in our continent. To excite wonder at the perfection of their church system, the extent of its ramifications, the sweep of its influence, and to enlarge my respect for the personal sincerity and character of many of the leaders in the organization. These were the expressions of a leading journalist, thought worthy to be printed later in book form, on a church system and church officers about which he had gathered his information during a few hours' visit, and concerning which he was so fundamentally ignorant that he called their Bible, whose title is, Book of Mormon, Book of the Mormons. It is reasonably certain that he had never read Smith's Revelations, doubtful if he was acquainted with even the framework of the Mormon Bible, and probable that he was wholly ignorant of the history of their recent Reformation. Many a profound opinion of Mormonism has been founded on as little opportunity for accurate knowledge. The Eastern visitors soon learned, however, how little intention the Mormon leaders had to be cajoled out of polygamy. Before Mr. Bowles's book was published, he had to add a supplement, in which he explained that, since our visit to Utah in June, the leaders among the Mormons have repudiated their professions of loyalty to the government. and denied any disposition to yield the issue of polygamy. Coleridge sneers at Colfax for entertaining for a while the pretty plan of having the Mormons give up polygamy as the Missourians did slavery. The Deseret News, soon after the Colfax party left the territory, expressed the real Mormon view on this subject, saying, "As a people we view every revelation from the Lord as sacred. Polygamy was none of our seeking. It came to us from heaven, and we recognized it, and still do, the voice of him whose right it is not only to teach us, but to dictate and teach all men. They, Gentiles, talk of revelations given, and of receiving counter-revelations to forbid what has been commanded, as if man was the sole author, originator, and designer of them. Do they wish to brand a whole people with the foul stigma of hypocrisy, who, from their leaders to the last converts that have made the dreary journey to these mountain wilds for their faith, have proved their honesty of purpose and deep sincerity of faith by the most sublime sacrifices? Either that is the issue of their reasoning, or they imagine that we serve and worship the most accommodating deity ever dreamed of in the wildest vagaries of the most savage polytheist." This was a perfectly consistent statement of the Mormon position, a simple elaboration of Young's declaration that, to give up belief in Smith as a prophet, and in his revelations, would be to give up their faith. Just as truly, any later revelation, repealing the one concerning polygamy, must be either a pretense or a temporary expedient, in Orthodox Mormon eyes. The Mormons date the active crusade of the government against polygamy from the return of the Colfax party to the East, holding that this question did not enter into the early differences between them and the government. In the year following Colfax's visit, there occurred in Utah 2 murders which attracted wide notice, and which called attention once more to the insecurity of the life of any man against whom the finger of the church was crooked. The first victim was O.N. Brassfield, a non-Mormon, who had the temerity to marry, on March 20, 1866, the second polygamous wife of a Mormon while the husband was in Europe on a mission. As he was entering his house in Salt Lake City, on the 3rd day of the following month, he was shot dead. An order that had been given to disband the volunteer troops still remaining in the territory was countermanded from Washington, and General Sherman, then commander of that department, telegraphed to Young that he hoped to hear of no more murders of Gentiles in Utah, intimating that, if he did, it would be easy to re-enlist some of the recently discharged volunteers and march them through the territory. The second victim was Dr. J. King Robinson, a young man who had come to Utah as assistant surgeon of the California Volunteers, married the daughter of a Mormon whose widow and daughters had left the church, and taken possession of the land on which were some well-known warm springs, with the intention of establishing there a sanitarium. The city authorities at once set up a claim to the warm springs property, a building Dr. Robinson had erected there was burned, and, as he became aggressive in asserting his legal rights, he was called out one night, ostensibly to set a broken leg, knocked down, and shot dead. The audacity of this crime startled even the Mormons, and the opinion has been expressed that nothing more serious than a beating had been intended. There was an inquest before a city alderman, at which some non-Mormon lawyers and judges Titus and McCurdy were asked to assist. The chief feature of this hearing was the summing up by ex-Governor J. B. Weller, of California, in which he denounced such murders, asked if there was not an organized influence which prevented the punishment of their perpetrators, and confessed that the prosecution had not been permitted to lift the veil and show the perpetrators of this horrible murder. General W. B. Hazen, in his report of February, 1867, said of these victims, "There is no doubt of their murder from Mormon church influences, although I do not believe by direct command. Principles are taught in their churches which would lead to such murders. I have earnestly to recommend that a list be made of the Mormon leaders, according to their importance, excepting Brigham Young, and that the President of the United States require the commanding officer at Camp Douglas to arrest and send to the state's prison at Jefferson City, Missouri. Beginning at the head of the list, man for man hereafter killed as these men were, to be held until the real perpetrators of the deed, with evidence for their conviction, be given up. I believe Young for the present necessary for us there." Had this policy been adopted, Mormon prisoners would soon have started east, for very soon afterward 3 other murders of the same character occurred. although the victims were not so prominent. Chief Justice Titus incurred the hatred of the Mormons by determined, if futile, efforts to bring offenders in such cases to justice, and to show their feeling they sent him a nightgown 10 feet long, at the hands of a Negro. Senator Trumbull, Mr. Young, may I say to the President that you intend to observe the laws under the Constitution? Young: well, yes, we intend to. Senator Trumbull: but may I say to him that you will do so? Young: yes, yes, so far as the laws are just, certainly. XX. Gentile Irruption and Mormon Schism. The end of the complete seclusion of the Mormon settlement in Utah from the rest of the country, complete except so far as it was interrupted by the passage through the territory of the California emigration, dates from the establishment of Camp Floyd. And the breaking up of that camp and the disposal of its accumulation of supplies, which gave the first big impetus to mercantile traffic in Utah. 139 Young was ever jealous of the mercantile power, so openly jealous that, as Tullidge puts it, to become a merchant was to antagonize the church and her policies. So that it was almost illegitimate for Mormon men of enterprising character to enter into mercantile pursuits. This policy naturally increased the business of non-Mormons who established themselves in the city, and their prosperity directed the attention of the church authorities to them, and the pulpit orators hurled anathemas at those who traded with them. Thus Young, in a discourse, on March 28, 1858, urging the people to use homemade material, said, "Let the calicos lie on the shelves and rot. I would rather build buildings every day and burn them down at night, than have traders here communing with our enemies outside, and keeping up a hell all the time, and raising devils to keep it going. They brought their hell with them. We can have enough of our own without their help." A system of espionage, by means of the city police, was kept on the stores of non-Mormons, until it required courage for a Mormon to make a purchase in one of these establishments. To trade with an apostate Mormon was, of course, a still greater offense. Among the mercantile houses that became strong after the establishment of Camp Floyd was that of Walker Brothers. There were 4 of them, Englishmen, who had come over with their mother, and shared in the privations of the early Utah settlement. Possessed of practical business talent and independence of thought, they rebelled against Young's dictatorial rule and the very trammels by which their business was restricted. Without openly apostatizing, they insisted on a measure of independence. One manifestation of this was a refusal to contribute 1/10 of their income as a tithe for the expenditure of which no account was rendered. One year, when asked for their tithe, they gave the bishop of their ward a check for $500 as a contribution to the poor. When this form of contribution was reported to Young, he refused to accept it, and sent the brothers word that he would cut them off from the church unless they paid their tithe in the regular way. Their reply was to tear up the check and defy Young. The natural result followed. Brigham and his lieutenants waged an open war on these merchants, denouncing them in the tabernacle, and keeping policemen before their doors. The Walkers, on their part, kept on offering good wares at reasonable prices, and thus retained the custom of as many Mormons as dared trade with them openly, or could slip in undiscovered. Even the expedient of placing a sign bearing an all-seeing eye, and the words, "Holiness to the Lord," over every Mormon trader's door did not steer away from other doors the Mormon customers who delighted in bargains. But the church power was too great for any one firm to fight. Not only was a businessman's capital in danger in those times, when the church was opposed to him, but his life was not safe. Stenhouse draws this picture of the condition of affairs in 1866, after the assassination of Dr. Robinson. Fears of violence were not unnatural, and many men who had never before carried arms buckled on their revolvers. Highly respectable men in Salt Lake City forsook the sidewalks after dusk, and, as they repaired to their residences, traversed the middle of the public street, carrying their revolvers in their hands. With such a feeling of uneasiness, nearly all the non-Mormon merchants joined in a letter to Brigham Young, offering, if the church would purchase their goods and estates at 25% less than their valuation, they would leave the territory. Brigham answered them cavalierly that he had not asked them to come into the territory, did not ask them to leave it, and that they might stay as long as they pleased. It was clear that Brigham felt himself master of the situation, and the merchants had to bide their time, and await the coming change that was anticipated from the completion of the Pacific Railroad. As the Great Iron Way approached the mountains, and every day gave greater evidence of its being finished at a much earlier period than was at first anticipated, the hope of what it would accomplish nerved the discontented to struggle with the passing day. The Mormon historian incorporates these two last paragraphs in his book, and says, "Here is at once described the Gentile and apostate view of the situation in those times, and, confined as it is to the salient point. No lengthy special argument in favor of President Young's policies could more clearly justify his mercantile cooperative movement. It was the moment of life or death to the temporal power of the Church. The organization of ZCMI at that crisis saved the temporal supremacy of the Mormon Commonwealth. It was to meet outside competition with a force which would be invincible that Young conceived the idea of Zion's cooperative mercantile institution, which was incorporated in 1869, with Young as president. In carrying out this idea no opposing interest, whether inside the Church or out of it, received the slightest consideration. The universal dominance of the head of the Church is admitted," says Tullidge, and in 1868, before the opening of the Utah mines and the existence of a mixed population, there was no commercial escape from the necessities of a combination. Young is said to have received the idea of the big cooperative enterprise from a small trader who asked permission to establish a mercantile system on the cooperative plan, of moderate dimensions, throughout the territory. He gave it definite shape at a meeting of merchants in October, 1868, which was followed by a circular explaining the scheme to the people. A preamble asserted the impolicy of leaving the trade and commerce of this territory to be conducted by strangers. The constitution of the concern provided for a capital of $3 million in $100 shares. Young's original idea was to have all the merchants pool their stocks, those who found no places in the new establishment to go into some other business, farming for instance, renting their stores as they could. Of course this meant financial ruin to the unprovided for, and the opposition was strong. But Young was not to be turned from the object he had in view. One man told Stenhouse that when he reported to Young that a certain merchant would be ruined by the scheme, and would not only be unable to pay his debts, but would lose his homestead. Young's reply was that the man had no business to get into debt, and that, if he loses his property it serves him right. Tullidge, in an article in Harper's Magazine for September, 1871, written when he was at odds with Young, said, "The Mormon merchants were publicly told that all who refused to join the cooperation should be left out in the cold. And against the two most popular of them the Lion of the Lord roared, 'If Henry Lawrence don't mind what he's about I'll send him on a mission, and W.S. Godby I'll cut off from the Church.'" After the organization of the concern in 1869 some of the leading Mormon merchants in Salt Lake City sold their goods to it on favorable terms. Knowing that the prices of their stock would go down when the opening of the railroad lowered freight rates. The ZCMI was started as a wholesale and retail concern, and Young recommended that ward stores be opened throughout the city which should buy their goods of the institution. Local cooperative stores were also organized throughout the territory, each of which was under pressure to make its purchases of the central concern. Branches were afterward established at Ogden, at Logan, and at Soda Springs, Idaho, and a large business was built up and is still continued. The effect of this new competition on the non-Mormon establishments was, of course, very serious. Walker Brothers sales, for instance, dropped $5,000 or $6,000 a month, and only the opportunity to divert their capital profitably to mining saved them and others from immediate ruin. Bancroft says that in 1883 the total sales of the institution exceeded $4 million, and a half-yearly dividend of 5% was paid in October of that year, and there was a reserve fund of about $125,000. He placed the sales of the Ogden branch, in 1883, at about $800,000, and of the Logan branch at about $600,000. The 32nd annual statement of the institution, dated April 5, 1901, contains the following figures: capital stock, $1,077,144.89. Reserve, $362,898.95, undivided profits, $179,042.88, cash receipts, February 1 to December 31, 1900, $3,457,624.44, sales for the same period, $3, for 89.571.84. The branch houses named in this report are at Ogden City in Provo, Utah, and at Idaho Falls, Idaho. But at this time an influence was preparing to make itself felt in Utah which was a more powerful opponent of Brigham Young's authority than any he had yet encountered. This influence took shape in what was known as the New Movement, and also as the Reformation. Its original leaders were W. S. Godbey and E. L. T. Harrison. Godbey was an Englishman, who saw a good deal of the world as a sailor, embraced the Mormon faith in his own country when 17 years of age, and walked most of the way from New York to Salt Lake City in 1851. He became prominent in the Mormon capital as a merchant, making the trip over the plains 24 times between 1851 and 1859. Harrison was an architect by profession, a classical scholar, and a writer of no mean ability. With these men were soon associated Eli B. Kelsey, a leading elder in the Mormon Church, a president of 70s, and a prominent worker in the English missions, H. W. Lawrence, a wealthy merchant who was a bishop's counselor, Amasa M. Lyman, who had been one of the 12 apostles and was acknowledged to be one of the most eloquent preachers in the church, W. H. Sherman, a prominent elder and a man of literary ability, who many years later went back to the church, T. B. H. Stenhouse, a Scotchman by birth, who was converted to Mormonism in 1846, and took a prominent part in missionary work in Europe, for 3 years holding the position of president of the Swiss and Italian missions. He emigrated to this country with his wife and children in 1855, practically penniless, and supported himself for a time in New York City as a newspaper writer. In Salt Lake City he married a second wife by Young's direction, and one of his daughters by his first wife married Brigham's eldest son. Stenhouse did not win the confidence of either Mormons or non-Mormons in the course of his career, but his book, The Rocky Mountain Saints, contains much valuable information. Active with these men in the New Movement was Edward W. Tullidge, an elder and one of the 70, and a man of great literary ability. In later years Tullidge, while not openly associating himself with the Mormon Church, wrote the History of Salt Lake City, which the Church accepts, Life of Brigham Young, which could not have been more fulsome if written by the most devout Mormon, and a Life of Joseph the Prophet, which is a valueless expurgated edition of Joseph's autobiography which ran through the Millennial Star. The New Movement was assisted by the advent of non-Mormons to the territory, by Young's arbitrary methods in starting his cooperative scheme, by the approaching completion of the Pacific Railroad, and, in a measure, by the organization of the reorganized church under the leadership of the prophet Joseph Smith's eldest son. 2 elders of that church, who went to Salt Lake City in 1863, were refused permission to preach in the tabernacle, but did effective work by house-to-house visitations, and there were said to be more than 300 of the Josephites, as they were called, in Salt Lake City in 1864. Harrison and Tullidge had begun the publication of a magazine called the Peep-O-Day at Camp Douglas, but it was a financial failure. Then Godbey and Harrison started the Utah Magazine, of which Harrison was editor. This, too, was only a drain on their purses. Accordingly, sometime in the year 1868, giving it over to the care of Tullidge, they set out on a trip to New York by stage. Both were in doubt on many points regarding their church. Both were of that mental makeup which is susceptible to revelations and callings. By the time they reached New York they realized that they were on the road to apostasy. Long discussions of the situation took place between them, and the outcome was characteristic of men who had been influenced by such teachings as those of the Mormons. Kneeling down in their room, they prayed earnestly, and as they did so, a voice spoke to them. For 3 weeks, while Godbey transacted his mercantile business, his friend prepared questions on religion and philosophy, and in the evening, by appointment, a band of spirits came to them and held converse with them. As friends would speak with friends. One by one the questions prepared by Mr. Harrison were read, and Mr. Godby and Mr. Harrison, with pencil and paper, took down the answers as they heard them given by the spirits. The instruction which they thus received was Delphic in its clearness: that which was true in Mormonism should be preserved and the rest should be rejected. When they returned to Utah they took Elder Eli B. Kelsey, Elder H. W. Lawrence, a man of wealth, and Stenhouse into their confidence, and it was decided to wage open warfare on Young's despotism, using the Utah Magazine as their mouthpiece. Without attacking Young personally, or the fundamental Mormon beliefs, the magazine disputed Young's doctrine that the world was degenerating to ruin, held up the really great characters the world has known. That Young might be contrasted with them, and discussed the probabilities of honest errors in religious beliefs. When the Mormon leaders read in the magazine such doctrine as that, there is one false error which possesses the minds of some in this, that God Almighty intended the priesthood to do our thinking. They realized that they had a contest on their hands. Young got into trouble with the laboring men at this time. He had contracts for building a part of the Pacific Railroad, which were sublet at a profit. An attempt by him to bring about a reduction of wages gave the magazine an opportunity to plead the laborers' cause, which it gladly embraced. In the summer of 1869 Alexander and David Hiram Smith, sons of the prophet, visited Salt Lake City in the interest of the reorganized church. Many of Young's followers still looked on the sons of the prophet as their father's rightful successor to the leadership of the church, as Young at Nauvoo had promised that Joseph III should be. But these sons now found that, even to be acknowledged as members of Brigham's fold, they must accept baptism at the hands of one of his elders, and acknowledge the revelation concerning polygamy as coming from God. They had not come with that intent. But they called on Young and discussed with him the injection of polygamy into the church doctrines. Young finally told them that they possessed, not the spirit of their father, but of their mother Emma, whom Young characterized as a liar, yes, the damnedest liar that lived, declaring that she tried to poison the prophet. He refused to them the use of the tabernacle, but they spoke in private houses and, through the influence of the Walker brothers, secured Independence Hall. The Brighamites, using a son of Hiram Smith as their mouthpiece, took pains that a goodly number of polygamists should attend the Independence Hall meetings. And interruptions of the speakers turned the gatherings into something like personal wrangles. The presence of the prophet's sons gave the leaders of the Reformation an opportunity to aim a thrust at what was then generally understood to be one of Brigham Young's ambitions, namely, the handing down of the presidency of the church to his oldest son. And an article in their magazine presented the matter in this light: if we know the true feeling of our brethren, it is that they never intend Joseph Smith's nor any other man's son to preside over them, simply because of their sonship. The principle of heirship has cursed the world for ages, and with our brethren we expect to fight it till, with every other relic of tyranny, it is trodden under foot. Young accepted this challenge, and at once ordered Harrison and 2 other elders in affiliation with him to depart on missions. They disobeyed the order. Godby and Harrison told their friends in Utah that they had learned from the spirits who visited them in New York that the release of the people of the territory from the despotism of the church could come only through the development of the minds. So determined was the opposition of Young's priesthood to this development that its open advocacy in the magazine was the cause of more serious discussion than that given to any of the other subjects treated. As the Reformation did not then embrace more than a dozen members, the courage necessary to defy the church on such a question was not to be belittled. Just at that time came the visit of the Illinois party and of Vice President Colfax, and the latter was made acquainted with their plans and gave them encouragement. 10 days later the magazine, in an article on the true development of the territory, openly advised paying more attention to mining. Young immediately called together the School of the Prophets. This was an organization instituted in Utah, with the professed object of discussing doctrinal questions, having the revelations of the prophet elucidated by his colleagues, etc. It was not open to all church members, the scholars attending by invitation, and it soon became an organization under Young's direction which took cognizance of the secular doings of the people, exercising an espionage over them. The school is no longer maintained. Before this school Young denounced the Reformers, in his most scathing terms, going so far as to intimate that his rule was itself in danger. Consequently the leaders of the new movement were notified to appear before the High Council for a hearing. When this hearing occurred, Young managed that Godbey and Harrison should be the only persons on trial. Both of them defied him to his face, denying his right to dictate to them in all things spiritual and temporal. This was the question put to them, and protesting against his rule. They also read a set of resolutions giving an outline of their intended movements. They were at once excommunicated, and the only elder, Eli B. Kelsey, who voted against this action was immediately punished in the same way. Kelsey was not granted even the perfunctory hearing that was customarily allowed in such cases, and he was turned over to the devil, instead of being consigned by the usual formula to the buffetings of Satan. But this did not silence the Reformers. Their lives were considered in danger by their acquaintances, and the assassination of the most prominent of them was anticipated, 140, but they went straight ahead on the lines they had proclaimed. Their first public meetings were held on Sunday, December 19, 1869. The knowledge of the fact that they claimed to act by direct and recent revelation gave them no small advantage with a people whose belief rested on such manifestations of the divine will, and they had crowded audiences. The services were continued every Sunday, and on the evening of one weekday, the magazine went on with its work, and they were the founders of the Salt Lake Tribune, which later, as a secular journal, has led the Gentile press in Utah. But the attempt to establish a reformed Mormonism did not succeed, and the organization gradually disappeared. One of the surviving leaders said to me, in October, 1901, "My parents had believed in Mormonism, and I believed in the Mormon prophet and the doctrines set forth in his revelations. We hoped to purify the Mormon Church, eradicating evils that had annexed themselves to it in later years. But our study of the question showed us that the Mormon faith rested on no substantial basis, and we became believers in transcendentalism." Mr. Godbey and Mr. Lawrence still reside in Utah. The former has made and lost more than one fortune in the mines. The Mormon historian Whitney says of the leaders in this attempted reform, "These men were all reputable and respected members of the community. Not against their morality or general uprightness of character was known or advanced." Stenhouse, writing 3 years before Young's death, said, "But for the boldness of the Reformers, Utah today would not have been what it is." Inspired by their example, the people who have listened to them disregarded the teachings of the priesthood against trading with or purchasing of the Gentiles. The spell was broken, and, as in all such like experience, the other extreme was for a time threatened. Walker Brothers regained their lost trade. Reference could be made to elders, some of whom had to steal away from Utah, for fear of violent hands being laid upon them had their intended departure been made known, who are today wealthy and respected gentlemen in the highest walks of life, both in the United States and in Europe. 21. The last years of Brigham Young. Governor Doty died in June, 1865, without coming in open conflict with Young, and was succeeded by Charles Durkee, a native of Vermont, but appointed from Wisconsin, which state he had represented in the United States Senate. He resigned in 1869, and was succeeded by J. Wilson Schaeffer of Illinois, appointed by President Grant at the request of Secretary of War Rawlins, who, in a visit to the Territory in 1868, concluded that its welfare required a governor who would assert his authority. Secretary S.A. Mann, as acting governor, had, just before Schaeffer's arrival, signed a female suffrage bill passed by the Territorial legislature. This gave offense to the new governor, and Mann was at once succeeded by Professor V.H. Vaughn of the University of Alabama, and Chief Justice C. Wilson, who had succeeded Titus, by James B. McKean. The latter was a native of Rensselaer County, New York. Had been county judge of Saratoga County from 1854 to 1858, a member of the 36th and 37th Congresses, and colonel of the 72nd New York Volunteers. Governor Schaeffer's first important act was to issue a proclamation forbidding all drills and gatherings of the militia of the Territory, which meant the Nauvoo Legion, except by the order of himself or the United States Marshal. Wells, signing himself Lieutenant General, sent the governor a written request for the suspension of this order. The governor, in reply, reminded Wells that the only lieutenant general recognized by law was then Philip H. Sheridan, and declined to assist him in a course which would aid you and your turbulent associates to further convince your followers that you and your associates are more powerful than the federal government. Thus practically disappeared this famous Mormon military organization. Governor Schaefer was ill when he reached Utah, and he died a few days after his reply to Wells was written, Secretary Vaughn succeeding him until the arrival of G.A. Black, the new secretary, who then became acting governor pending the arrival of George L. Woods, an ex-governor of Oregon, who was next appointed to the executive office. As soon as the new federal judges, who were men of high personal character, took their seats, they decided that the United States Marshal, and not the Territorial Marshal, was the proper person to impanel the juries in the federal courts. And that the Attorney General appointed by the President under the Territorial Act, and not the one elected under that Act, should prosecute indictments found in the federal courts. The Chief Justice also filled a vacancy in the office of federal attorney. The territorial legislature of 1870, accordingly, made no appropriation for the expenses of the courts. And the Chief Justice, in dismissing the grand and petit juries on this account, explained to them that he had heard one of the high priesthood question the right of Congress even to pass the Territorial Act. In September, 1871, the United States Marshal summoned a grand jury from 9 counties, 23 jurors and 17 talesmen, of whom only 7 were Mormons. All the latter, examined on their voir dire, declared that they believed that polygamy was a revelation to the Church, and that they would obey the revelation rather than the law, and all were successfully challenged. This grand jury, early in October, found indictments against Brigham Young, General Wells, G.Q. Cannon, and others under a territorial statute directed against lewdness and improper cohabitation. This action caused intense excitement in the Mormon capital. Prosecutor Baskin was quoted as saying that the troops at Camp Douglas would be used to enforce the warrant for Young's arrest if necessary. And the possible outcome has been thus portrayed by the Mormon historian. It was well known that he, Young, had often declared that he never would give himself up to be murdered as his predecessor, the prophet Joseph. And his brother Hiram had been, while in the hands of the law, and under the sacred pledge of the state for their safety. And, ere this could have been repeated, 10,000 Mormon elders would have gone into the jaws of death with Brigham Young. In a few hours the suspended Nauvoo Legion would have been in arms. The warrant was served on Young at his house by the United States Marshal, and, as Young was ill, a deputy was left in charge of him. On October 9 Young appeared in court with the leading men of the Church, and a motion to quash the indictment was made before the Chief Justice and denied. The same grand jury on October 28 found indictments for murder against D. H. Wells, W. H. Kimball, and Hosea Stout for alleged responsibility for the killing of Richard Yates during the War of 1857. The fact that the man was killed was not disputed. His brains were knocked out with an axe as he was sleeping by the side of 2 Mormon guards. The defense was that he died the death of a spy. Wells was admitted to bail in $50,000, and the other 2 men were placed under guard at Camp Douglas. Indictments were also found against Brigham Young, W. A. Hickman, O. P. Rockwell, G. D. Grant, and Simon Dutton for the murder of one of the Aiken party at Warm Springs. They were all admitted to bail. When the case against Young, on the charge of improper cohabitation, was called on November 20, his counsel announced that he had gone south for his health, as was his custom in winter. And the prosecution thereupon claimed that his bail was forfeited. 2 adjournments were granted at the request of his counsel. On January 3 Young appeared in court, and his counsel urged that he be admitted to bail, pleading his age and ill health. The judge refused this request, but said that the marshal could, if he desired, detain the prisoner in one of Young's own houses. This course was taken, and he remained under detention until released by the decision of the United States Supreme Court. In April, 1872, that court decided that the territorial jury law of Utah, in force since 1859, had received the implied approval of Congress. That the duties of the attorney and marshal appointed by the President under the Territorial Act have exclusive relation to cases arising under the laws and Constitution of the United States. And, the making up of the jury list and all matters connected with the designation of jurors are subject to the regulation of territorial law. This was a great victory for the Mormons. In October, 1873, the United States Supreme Court rendered its decision in the case of Snow v. The United States on the appeal from Chief Justice McKean's ruling about the authority of the prosecuting officers. It overruled the Chief Justice, confining the duties of the attorney appointed by the President to cases in which the federal government was concerned, concluding that, in any event, no great inconvenience can arise. Because the entire matter is subject to the control and regulation of Congress. The following comments, from 3 different sources, will show the reader how many influences were then shaping the control of authority in Utah. At about this time, December 1871, a change came in the action of the Department of Justice in these Utah prosecutions. And fair-minded men of the nation demanded of the United States government that it should stop the disgraceful and illegal proceedings of Judge McKean's court. The influence of Senator Morton was probably the first and most potent brought to bear in this matter, and immediately thereafter Senator Lyman Trumbull threw the weight of his name and statesmanship in the same direction, which resulted in Baskin and Maxwell being superseded. And finally resulted in the setting aside of 2 years of McKean's doings as illegal by the August decision of the Supreme Court. Tullidge, History of Salt Lake City, page 547. The attorney for the Mormons labored assiduously at Washington, and, contrary to the usual custom in the Supreme Court, the forthcoming decision had been whispered to some grateful ears. The Mormon Anniversary Conference beginning on the 6th of April was continued over without adjournment awaiting that decision. Rocky Mountain Saints, page 688. Thus stood affairs during the winter of 1870–71. The Gentiles had the courts, the Mormons had the money. In the spring Nevada came over to run Utah. Honorable Thomas Fitch of that state had been defeated in his second race for Congress, so he came to Utah as attorney for the Mormons. Senator Stewart and other Nevada politicians made heavy investments in Utah mines, litigation multiplied as to mining titles, and Judge McKean did not rule to suit Utah. The great Emma mine, worth 2 or 3 millions, became a power in our judicial imbroglio. The Chief Justice, in various rulings, favored the present occupants. Nevada called upon Senator Stewart, who agreed to go straight to Long Branch and see that McKean was removed. But Ulysses the Silent promptly made reply that if Judge McKean had committed no greater fault than to revise a little Nevada law, he was not altogether unpardonable. Beadle, Polygamy, page 429. The Supreme Court decisions left the federal courts in Utah practically powerless, and President Grant understood this. On February 14, 1873, he sent a special message to Congress, saying that he considered it necessary, in order to maintain the supremacy of the laws of the United States, to provide that the selection of grand and petit jurors for the district courts of Utah, if not put under the control of federal officers, shall be placed in the hands of persons entirely independent of those who are determined not to enforce any act of Congress obnoxious to them, and also to pass some act which shall deprive the probate courts, or any court created by the territorial legislature, of any power to interfere with or impede the action of the courts held by the United States judges. In line with this recommendation, Senator Frelinghuysen had introduced a bill in the Senate early in February, which the Senate speedily passed, the Democrats and Schurz, Carpenter, and Trumbull voting against it. Mormon influence fought it with desperation in the House, and in the closing hours of the session had it laid aside. The diary of Delegate Hooper says on this subject, Maxwell, the United States Marshal for Utah, said he would take out British papers and be an American citizen no longer. Claggett, delegate from Montana, asserted that we had spent $200,000 on the Judiciary Committee, and Merritt, delegate from Idaho, swore that there had been treachery and we had bribed Congress. 141. In the election of 1872 the Mormons dropped Hooper, who had long served them as delegate at Washington, and sent in his place George Q. Cannon, an Englishman by birth and a polygamist. But Mormon influence in Washington was now to receive a severe check. On June 23, 1874, the President approved an act introduced by Mr. Poland of Vermont, and known as the Poland Bill, which had important results. It took from the probate courts in Utah all civil, chancery, and criminal jurisdiction, made the common law in force, provided that the United States Attorney should prosecute all criminal cases arising in the United States courts in the territory. That the United States Marshal should serve and execute all processes and writs of the Supreme and District Courts, and that the clerk of the District Court in each district and the judge of probate of the county should prepare the jury lists, each containing 200 names, from which the United States Marshal should draw the grand and petit juries for the term. It further provided that, when a woman filed a bill to declare void a marriage because of a previous marriage, the court could grant alimony. And that, in any prosecution for adultery, bigamy, or polygamy, a juror could be challenged if he practiced polygamy or believed in its righteousness. The suit for divorce brought by Young's wife, No. 19, and Eliza Young, in January, 1873, attracted attention all over the country. Her bill charged neglect, cruel treatment, and desertion, set forth that Young had property worth $8 million and an income of not less than $40,000 a year, and asked for an allowance of $1,000 a month while the suit was pending. $6,000 for preliminary counsel fees, and $14,000 more when the final decree was made, and that she be awarded $200,000 for her support. Young in his reply surprised even his Mormon friends. After setting forth his legal marriage in Ohio, stating that he and the plaintiff were members of a church which held the doctrine that members thereto might rightfully enter into plural marriages, and admitting such a marriage in this case. He continued, but defendant denies that he and the said plaintiff intermarried in any other or different sense or manner than that above mentioned or set forth. Defendant further alleges that the said complainant was then informed by the defendant, and then and there well knew that, by reason of said marriage, in the manner aforesaid, she could not have and need not expect the society or personal attention of this defendant as in the ordinary relation between husband and wife. He further declared that his property did not exceed $600,000 in value, and his income $6,000 a month. Judge McKean, on February 25, 1875, ordered Young to pay and Eliza $3,000 for counsel fees and $500 a month alimony pendant light, and, when he failed to obey, sentenced him to pay a fine of $25 and to 1 day's imprisonment. Young was driven to his own residence by the deputy marshal for dinner, and, after taking what clothing he required, was conducted to the penitentiary, where he was locked up in a cell for a short time, and then placed in a room in the warden's office for the night. Judge McKean was accused of inconsistency in granting alimony, because, in so doing, he had to give legal sanction to Eliza's marriage to Brigham while the latter's legal wife was living. Judge McKean's successor, Judge D.P. Lowe, refused to imprison Young, taking the ground that there had been no valid marriage. Lowe's successor, Judge Borman, ordered Young imprisoned until the amount due was paid, but he was left at his house in custody of the marshal. Borman's successor, Judge White, freed Young on the ground that Borman's order was void. White's successor, Judge Schaefer, in 1876 reduced the alimony to $100 per month, and, in default of payment, certain of Young's property was sold at auction and rents were ordered seized to make up the deficiency. The divorce case came to trial in April, 1877, when Judge Schaefer decreed that the polygamous marriage was void, annulled all orders for alimony, and assessed the costs against the defendant. Nothing further of great importance affecting the relations of the Church with the federal government occurred during the rest of Young's life. Governor Woods incurred the animosity of the Mormons by asserting his authority from time to time, he intermeddled, Bancroft says. In 1874 he was succeeded by S.B. Axtell of California, who showed such open sympathy with the Mormon view of his office as to incur the severest censure of the non-Mormon press. Axtell was displaced in the following year by G.B. Emory of Tennessee, who held office until the early part of 1880, when he was succeeded by Eli H. Murray. 142. XXI. Brigham Young's death, his character. Brigham Young died in Salt Lake City at 4 p.m. on Wednesday, August 29, 1877. He was attacked with acute cholera morbus on the evening of the 23rd, after delivering an address in the council house, and it was followed by inflammation of the bowels. The body lay in state in the tabernacle from Saturday, September 1st, until Sunday noon, when the funeral services were held. He was buried in a little plot on one of the main streets of Salt Lake City, not far from his place of residence. The steps by which Young reached the position of head of the Mormon Church, the character of his rule, and the means by which he maintained it have been set forth in the previous chapters of this work. In the ruler we have seen a man without education, but possessed of an iron will, courage to take advantage of unusual opportunities, and a thorough knowledge of his flock gained by association with them in all their wanderings. In his people we have seen a nucleus of fanatics, including some of Joseph Smith's fellow plotters, constantly added to by new recruits, mostly poor and ignorant foreigners, who had been made to believe in Smith's Bible and Revelations, and been further lured to a change of residence by false pictures of the country they were going to, and the business opportunities that awaited them there. Having made a prominent tenet of the Church the practice of polygamy, which Young certainly knew the federal government would not approve, he had an additional bond with which to unite the interests of his flock with his own, and thus to make them believe his approval as necessary to their personal safety as they believed it to be necessary to their salvation. The command which Young exercised in these circumstances is not an illustration of any form of leadership which can be held up to admiration. It is rather an exemplification of that tyranny in church and state which the world condemns whenever an example of it is afforded. Young was the center of responsibility for all the rebellion, nullification, and crime carried on under the authority of the Church while he was its head. He never concealed his own power. He gloried in it, and declared it openly in and out of the tabernacle. Authority of this kind cannot be divided. Whatever credit is due to Young for securing it, is legitimately his. But those who point to its acquisition as a sign of greatness, must accept for him, with it, responsibility for the crimes that were carried on under it. The laudators of Young have found evidence of great executive ability in his management of the migration from Nauvoo to Utah. But, in the first place, this migration was compulsory, the Mormons were obliged to move. In the second place its accomplishment was no more successful than the contemporary migrations to Oregon, and the loss of life in the camps on the Missouri River was greater than that incurred in the great rush across the plains to California. While the horrors of the hand-cart movement, a scheme of Young's own device, have never been equaled in Western travel. In Utah, circumstances greatly favored Young's success. Had not gold been discovered when it was in California, the Mormon settlement would long have been like a dot in a desert, and its ability to support the stream of immigrants attracted from Europe would have been problematic, since, in more than one summer, those already there had narrowly escaped starvation while depending on the agricultural resources of the valley. J. Hyde, writing in 1857, said that Young, by the native force and vigor of a strong mind, had taken from beneath the Mormon church system, the monstrous stilts of a miserable superstition, and consolidated it into a compact scheme of the sternest fanaticism. In other words, he might have explained, instead of relying on such revelations as served Smith, he refused to use artificial commands of God, and substituted the commands of Young, teaching, and having his associates teach. That obedience to the head of the church was obedience to the supreme power. Both Hyde and Stenhouse, writing before Young's death, and as witnesses of the strength of his autocratic government, overestimated him. This is seen in the view they took of the effect of his death. Hyde declared that under any of the other contemporary leaders, Taylor, Kimball, Orson Hyde, or Pratt, Mormonism will decline. Brigham is its ton, this is its daytime. Stenhouse asserted that, theocracy will die out with Brigham's flickering flame of life, and, when he is laid in the tomb, many who are silent now will curse his memory for the cruel suffering that his ambition caused them to endure. But all such prophecies remain unfulfilled. Young's death caused no more revolution or change in the Mormon Church than does the death of a pope in the Church of Rome. Regret it who may, wrote a Salt Lake City correspondent less than 3 months after his burial, the fact is visible to every intelligent person here that Mormonism has taken a new lease of life, and, instead of disintegration, there never was such unity among its people. And in the place of a rapidly dying consumptive, whose days were numbered, the body of the Church is the picture of pristine health and vigor, with all the ambition and enthusiasm of a first love. The new leadership has, grudgingly, traded polygamy for statehood. But the Church power is as strong and despotic and unified today on the lines on which it is working as it was under Young, only exercising that power on the more civilized basis rendered necessary by closer connection with an outside civilization. Young was a successful accumulator of property for his own use. A poor man when he set out from Nauvoo, his estate at his death was valued at between $2 million and $3 million. This was a great accumulation for a pioneer who had settled in a wilderness, been burdened with a polygamous family of over 20 wives and 50 children, and the cares of a church denomination, without salary as a church officer. "I am the only person in the church," Young said to Greeley in 1859, "who has not a regular calling apart from the church service." And he added, "We think a man who cannot make his living aside from the ministry of the church unsuited to that office. I am called rich, and consider myself worth $250,000. But no dollar of it ever was paid me by the church, nor for any service as a minister of the everlasting gospel." 2 years after his death, a writer in the Salt Lake Tribune asserted that Young had secured in Utah from the tithing $13 million, squandered about $9,000 on his family, and left the rest to be fought for by his heirs and assigns. Notwithstanding the vast sums taken by him in tithing for the alleged benefit of the poor, there was not in Salt Lake City, at the time of his death, a single hospital or home creditable to that settlement. The mere acquisition of his wealth no more entitled Young to be held up as a marvelous man of business than did Tweed's accumulations give him this distinction in New York. Beadle declares that Brigham never made a success of any business he undertook except managing the Mormons, and cites among his business failures the non-success of every distant colony he planted. The Cottonwood Canal, whose mouth was 10 feet higher than its source, his beet sugar manufactory, and his Colorado Transportation Company, to bring goods for southern Utah up the Colorado River. The reports of Young's discourses in the temple show that he was as determined in carrying out his own financial schemes as he was in enforcing orders pertaining to the church. Here is an almost humorous illustration of this. In urging the people one day to be more regular in paying their tithing, he said they need not fear that he would make a bad use of their money, as he had plenty of his own, adding, "I believe I will tell you how I get some of it." A great many of these elders in Israel, soon after courting these young ladies, and old ladies, and middle-aged ladies, and having them sealed to them, want to have a bill of divorce. I have told them from the beginning that sealing men and women for time and all eternity is one of the ordinances of the house of God, and that I never wanted a farthing for sealing them, nor for officiating in any of the ordinances of God's house. But when you ask for a bill of divorce, I intend that you shall pay for it. That keeps me in spending money, besides enabling me to give hundreds of dollars to the poor, and buy butter, eggs, and little notions for women and children, and otherwise use it where it does good. You may think this a singular feature of the gospel, but I cannot exactly say that this is in the gospel. We have seen how Young gave himself control of a valuable canyon. That was only the beginning of such acquisitions. The territorial legislature of Utah was continually making special grants to him. Among them may be mentioned the control of City Creek Canyon, said to have been worth $10,000 a year, on payment of $500, of the waters of Mill Creek. Exclusive right to Kansas Prairie as a herd ground, the whole of Cache Valley for a herd ground, Rush Valley for a herd ground, rights to establish ferries, an appropriation of $2,500 for an academy in Salt Lake City, which was not built, etc. Young's holdings of real estate were large, not only in Salt Lake City, but in almost every county in the territory. Besides city lots and farm lands, he owned grist and saw mills, and he took care that his farms were well cultivated and that his mills made fine flour. As trustee in trust for the church, Young had control of all the church property and income, practically without responsibility or oversight. Mrs. Waite, writing in 1866, said that attempts for many years by the General Conference to procure a balance sheet of receipts and expenditures had failed, and that the accounts in the tithing office, such as they were kept by clerks who were the leading actors in the Salt Lake Theater, owned by Young. It was openly charged that, in 1852, Young balanced his account with the church by having the clerk credit him with the amount due by him for services rendered, and that, in 1867, he balanced his account again by crediting himself with $967,000. A committee appointed to investigate the accounts of Young after his death reported to the Conference of October, 1878, that, for the sole purpose of preserving it from the spoliation of the enemy, he had transferred certain property from the possession of the church to his own individual possession, but that it had been transferred back again. Young's will divided his wives and children into 19 classes, and directed his executors to pay to each such a sum as might be necessary for their comfortable support. The word marriage in the will to mean either by ceremony before a lawful magistrate, or according to the order of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or by their cohabitation in conformity to our custom. On June 14, 1879, Emmeline A. Young, on behalf of herself and the heirs at law, began a suit against the executors of Young's estate, charging that they had improperly appropriated $200,000. Had improperly allowed nearly $1 million to John Taylor as trustee in trust to the church, less a credit of $300,000 for Young's services as trustee. And that they claimed the power, as members of the Apostles' Quorum, to dispose of all the testator's property and to disinherit any heir who refused to submit. This suit was compromised in the following September, the 7 persons joining in it executing a release on payment of $75,000. A suit which the church had begun against the heirs and executors was also discontinued. The Salt Lake Herald, Mormon, of October 5, 1879, said, "The adjustment is far preferable to a continuance of the suit, which was proving not only expensive, but had become excessively annoying to many people. Was a large disturbing element in the community, and was rapidly descending into paths that nobody here cares to see trodden." Just how many wives Brigham Young had, in the course of his life, would depend on his own and others' definition of that term. He told Horace Greeley, in 1859, "I have 15, I know no one who has more. But some of those sealed to me are old ladies, whom I regard rather as mothers than wives, but whom I have taken home to cherish and support." In 1869, he informed the Boston Board of Trade, when that body visited Salt Lake City, that he had 16 wives living, and had lost 4, and that 49 of his children were living then. He was, says Beadle, sealed on the spiritual wife system to more women than any one can count. All over Mormondom are pious old widows, or wives of Gentiles and apostates, who hope to rise at the last day and claim a celestial share in Brigham. J. Hyde said that he knew of about 25 wives with whom Brigham lived. The following list is made up from Pictures and Biographies of Brigham Young and His Wives, published by J. H. Crockwell of Salt Lake City, by authority of Young's eldest son and of 7 of his wives, but is not complete. 1. His first wife died 1832. 2. Joseph Smith's widows. Young's principal houses in Salt Lake City stood at the southeastern corner of the block adjoining the Temple Block, and designated on the map as Block 8. The largest building, occupying the corner, was called the Beehive House. Connected with this was a smaller building in which were Young's private offices, the tithing office, etc. And next to this was a building partly of stone, called the Lion House, taking its name from the figure of a lion sculptured on its front, representing Young's title, the Lion of the Lord. When J. Hyde wrote, 17 or 18 of Young's wives dwelt in the Lion House, and the Beehive House became his official residence. 143 individual wives were provided for elsewhere. His legal wife lived in what was called the White House, a few hundred yards from his official home. His well-beloved Amelia lived in another house half a block distant, another favorite, just across the street, Emmeline, on the same block. And not far away the latest acquisition to his harem. Young's life in his later years was a very orderly one, although he was not methodical in arranging his office hours and attending to his many duties. Rising before 8 a.m. He was usually in his office at 9, transacting business with his secretary, and was ready to receive callers at 10. So many were the people who had occasion to see him, and so varied were the matters that could be brought to his attention, that many hours would be devoted to these callers if other engagements did not interfere. Once a year he made a sort of visit of state to all the principal settlements in the territory, accompanied by counselors, apostles, and bishops, and sometimes by a favorite wife. Shorter excursions of the same kind were made at other times. Each settlement was expected to give him a formal greeting, and this sometimes took the form of a procession with banners, such as might have been prepared for a conquering hero. 23. Social aspects of polygamy. There was something compulsory about all phases of life in Utah during Brigham Young's regime, the form of employment for the men, the domestic regulations of the women, the church duties each should perform, and even the location in the territory which they should call their home. Not only did large numbers of the foreign immigrants find themselves in debt to the church on their arrival, and become compelled in this way to labor on the public works as they might be ordered, but the skilled mechanics who brought their tools with them in most cases found on their arrival that existence in Utah meant a contest with the soil for food. Even when a mechanic obtained employment at his trade, it was in the ruder branches. Mormon authorities have always tried to show that Americans have predominated in their community. Tullidge classes the population in this order: Americans, English, Scandinavian. These claim 1/5 of the Mormon population of Utah, Scotch, Welsh, Germans, and a few Irish, French, Italians, and Swiss. The combination of newcomers and the emigrants from Nauvoo made a rude society of fanatics. 144 before whom there was held out enough prospect of gain in land values. Scarcely one of the immigrants had ever been a landowner, to overcome a good deal of the discontent natural to their mode of life, and who, in religious matters, were held in control by a priesthood, against whom they could not rebel without endangering that hope of heaven which had induced them to journey across the ocean. There are roughness and lawlessness in all frontier settlements, but this Mormon community differed from all other gatherings of new population in the American West. It did not migrate of its own accord, attracted by a fertile soil or precious ores. It was induced to migrate, not without misrepresentation concerning material prospects, it is true, but mainly because of the hope that by doing so it would share in the blessings and protection of a Zion. The gambling hell and the dance hall, which form principal features of frontier mining settlements, were wanting in Salt Lake City, and the absence of the brothel was pointed to as evidence of the moral effect of polygamy. The system of plural marriages left its impress all over the home life of the territory. Many of the Mormon leaders, as we have seen, had more wives than one when they made their first trip across the plains, and the practice of polygamy, while denied on occasion, was not concealed from the time the settlement was made in the valley to the date of its public proclamation. In the early days, a man with more than one wife provided for them according to his means. Young began with quarters better than the average, but modest in their way, and finally occupied the big buildings which cost him many thousands of dollars. If a man with several wives had the means to do so, he would build a long, low dwelling, with an outside door for each wife, and thus house all under the same roof in a sort of separate barracks. When Gunnison wrote, in 1852, there were many instances in which more than one wife shared the same house when it contained only one apartment, but he said, it is usual to board out the extra ones, who most frequently pay their own way by sewing and other female employments. Mrs. Ferris wrote, the mass of the dwellings are small, low, and hut-like. Some of them literally swarmed with women and children, and had an aspect of extreme want of neatness. One family, in which there were 2 wives, was living in a small hut, 3 children very sick, with scarlet fever, 2 beds and a cook stove in the same room, creating the air of a pest house. Hyde, describing the city in 1857, thus enumerated the home accommodations of some of the leaders. A very pretty house on the east side was occupied by the late J. M. Grant and his 5 wives. A large barrack-like house on the corner is tenanted by Ezra T. Benson and his 4 ladies. A large but mean-looking house to the west was inhabited by the late Parley P. Pratt and his 9 wives. In that long, dirty row of single rooms, half hidden by a very beautiful orchard and garden, lived Dr. Richard and his 11 wives. Wilford Woodruff and 5 wives reside in another large house still further west. O. Pratt and some 4 or 5 wives occupy an adjacent building. Looking toward the north, we see a whole block covered with houses, barns, gardens, and orchards. In these dwell H.C. Kimball and his 18 or 20 wives, their families and dependents. 145. Horace Greeley, prejudiced as he was in favor of the Mormons when he visited Salt Lake City in 1859, was forced to observe, the degradation, or, if you please, the restriction, of woman to the single office of childbearing and its accessories is an inevitable consequence of the system here paramount. I have not observed a sign in the streets, an advertisement in the journals, of this Mormon metropolis, whereby a woman proposes to do anything whatever. No Mormon has ever cited to me his wife's or any woman's opinion on any subject. No Mormon woman has been introduced or spoken to me. And, though I have been asked to visit Mormons in their houses, no one has spoken of his wife, or wives, desiring to see me, or his desiring me to make her, or their, acquaintance, or voluntarily indicated the existence of such a being or beings. Woman's natural jealousy, and the suffering that a loving wife would endure when called upon to share her husband's affection and her home with other women, would seem to form a sort of natural check to polygamous marriages. But in Utah this check was overcome both by the absolute power of the priesthood over their flock, and by the adroit device of making polygamy not merely permissive, but essential to eternal salvation. That the many wives of even so exalted a prophet as Brigham Young could become rebellious is shown by the language employed by him in his discourse of September 21, 1856, of which the following will suffice as a specimen. Men will say, my wife, though a most excellent woman, has not seen a happy day since I took my second wife. No, not a happy day for a year. I wish my women to understand that what I am going to say is for them, as well as all others, and I want those who are here to tell their sisters, yes, all the women in this community, and then write it back to the States. And do as you please with it. I am going to give you from this time till the 6th day of October next for reflection, that you may determine whether you wish to stay with your husbands or not, and then I am going to set every woman at liberty. And say to them, now go your way, my women with the rest, go your way. And my wives have got to do one of 2 things, either round up their shoulders to endure the afflictions of this world, and live their religion, or they may leave. For I will not have them about me. I will go into heaven alone, rather than have scratching and fighting all around me. I will set all at liberty. What, first wife too? Yes, I will liberate you all. I know what my women will say, they will say. You can have as many women as you please, Brigham. But I want to go somewhere and do something to get rid of the whiners. Sisters, I am not joking. Grant, on the same day, in connection with his presentation of the doctrine of blood atonement, declared that there was scarcely a mother in Israel, who would not, if they could, break asunder the cable of the church in Christ. And they talk it to their husbands, to their daughters, and to their neighbors, and say that they have not seen a week's happiness since they became acquainted with that law, or since their husbands took a second wife. The coarse and plain-spoken H.C. Kimball, in a discourse in the Tabernacle, November 9, 1856, thus defined the duty of polygamous wives: it is the duty of a woman to be obedient to her husband, and, unless she is, I would not give a damn for all her queenly right or authority. Nor for her either, if she will quarrel and lie about the work of God and the principles of plurality. Gentile observers were amazed, in the earlier days of Utah, to see to what lengths the fanatical teachings of the church officers would be accepted by women. Thus Mrs. Ferris found that the explanation of the willingness of many young women in Utah to be married to venerable church officers, who already had harems, was their belief that they could only be saved if married or sealed to a faithful saint. And that an older man was less likely to apostatize, and so carry his wives to perdition with him, than a young one. Therefore, it became an object with these silly fools to get into the harems of the priests and elders. If this advantage of the church officers in the selection of new wives did not avail, other means were employed, as in the notorious San Pete case. The officers remaining at home did not hesitate to insist on a fair division of the spoils, that is, the marriageable immigrants, as is shown by the following remarks of Heber C. Kimball to some missionaries about starting out: "Let truth and righteousness be your motto, and don't go into the world for anything but to preach the gospel, build up the kingdom of God, and gather the sheep into the fold. You are sent out as shepherds to gather the sheep together, and remember that they are not your sheep, they belong to him that sends you. Then don't make a choice of any of those sheep. Don't make selections before they are brought home and put into the fold. You understand that? Amen." Mr. Ferris thus described the use of his priestly power made by Wilford Woodruff, who, as head of the church in later years, gave out the advice about abandoning polygamy. Woodruff has a regular system of changing his harem. He takes in one or more young girls, and so manages, after he tires of them, that they are glad to ask for a divorce, after which he beats the bush for recruits. He took a fresh one, about 14 years old, in March, 1853, and will probably get rid of her in the course of the ensuing summer. Mrs. Waite thus relates a conversation she had with a Mormon wife about her husband going into polygamy. "Oh, it is hard," she said, "very hard, but no matter, we must bear it. It is a correct principle, and there is no salvation without it. We had one wife, but it was so hard, both for my husband and myself, that we could not endure it, and she left us at the end of 7 months. She had been with us as a servant several months, and was a good girl. But as soon as she was made a wife she became insolent, and told me she had as good a right to the house and things as I had, and you know that didn't suit me well. But, continued she, I wish we had kept her, and I had borne everything, for we have got to have one, and don't you think it would be pleasanter to have one you had known than a stranger?" The voice which the first wife had in the matter was defined in the Seer, Volume 1, page 41. If she objected, she could state her objection to President Young, who, if he found the reason sufficient, could forbid the marriage. But if he considered that her reason was not good, then the marriage could take place, and he, the husband, will be justified, and she will be condemned, because she did not give them unto him as Sarah gave Hagar to Abraham. And as Rachel and Leah gave Bilhah and Zilpah to their husband, Jacob. Young's dictatorship in the choice of wives was equally absolute. "No man in Utah," said the Seer, Volume 1, p. 31, "who already has a wife, and who may desire to obtain another, has any right to make any proposition of marriage to a lady until he has consulted the President of the whole Church, and through him obtained a revelation from God as to whether it would be pleasing in his sight." The authority of the priesthood was always exerted to compel at least every prominent member of the Church to take more wives than one. "For a man to be confined to one woman is a small business," said Kimball in the Tabernacle, on April 4, 1857. This influence coerced Stenhouse to take as his second wife a 14-year-old daughter of Parley P. Pratt, although he loved his legal wife, and she had told him that she would not live with him if he married again, and although his intimate friend, Superintendent Cook, of the Overland Stage Company, to save him, threatened to prosecute him under the law against bigamy if he yielded. Another illustration, given by Mrs. Waite, may be cited. Kimball, calling on a Prussian immigrant named Tausig one day, asked him how he was doing and how many wives he had, and on being told that he had 2, replied, "That is not enough. You must take a couple more. I'll send them to you." The narrative continues. On the following evening, when the brother returned home, he found 2 women sitting there. His first wife said, "Brother Tausig, all the women call their husbands brother, these are the sisters Pratt." They were two widows of Parley P. Pratt. One of the ladies, Sarah, then said, "Brother Tausig, Brother Kimball told us to call on you, and you know what for." "Yes, ladies," replied Brother Tausig, "but it is a very hard task for me to marry two." The other remarked, "Brother Kimball told us you were doing a very good business and could support more women." Sarah then took up the conversation, "Well, Brother Tausig, I want to get married anyhow." The good brother replied, "Well, ladies, I will see what I can do and let you know." Brother Tausig compromised the matter with the bishop of his ward by marrying Sarah, but she did not like her new home, and he was allowed to divorce her on payment of $10 to Brigham Young. Each polygamous family was, of course, governed in accordance with the character of its head. A kind man would treat all his wives kindly, however decided a preference he might show for one, and under a brute all would be unhappy. Young, in his earlier days at Salt Lake City, used to assemble all his family for prayers, and have a kind word for each of the women, and all ate at a common table after his permanent residences were built. Brigham's wives, says Hyde, although poorly clothed and hard-worked, are still very infatuated with their system, very devout in their religion, very devoted to their children. They content themselves with his kindness as they cannot obtain his love. He kept no servants, the wives performing all the household work, and one of them acting as teacher to her own and the other's children. As the excuse for marriage with the Mormons is childbearing, the older wives were practically discarded, taking the place of examples of piety and of spiritual advisors. 146. A summing up of the many-sided evils of polygamy was thus presented by President Cleveland in his first annual message: "The strength, the perpetuity, and the destiny of the nation rests upon our homes, established by the law of God, guarded by parental care, regulated by parental authority, and sanctified by parental love. These are not the homes of polygamy. The mothers of our land, who rule the nation as they mold the characters and guide the actions of their sons, live according to God's holy ordinances, and each, secure and happy in the exclusive love of the father of her children, sheds the warm light of true womanhood, unperverted and unpolluted, upon all within her pure and wholesome family circle. These are not the cheerless, crushed, and unwomanly mothers of polygamy. The fathers of our families are the best citizens of the Republic. Wife and children are the sources of patriotism, and conjugal and parental affection beget devotion to the country. The man who, undefiled with plural marriage, is surrounded in his single home with his wife and children, has a status in the country which inspires him with respect for its laws and courage for its defense. These are not the fathers of polygamous families. Ziv, the fight against polygamy, statehood. The first measure, to punish and prevent the practice of polygamy in the territories of the United States, was introduced in the House of Representatives by Mr. Morrill of Vermont, Bill No. 7, at the first session of the 36th Congress, on February 15, 1860. It contained clauses annulling some of the acts of the Territorial Legislature of Utah, including the one incorporating the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This bill was reported by the Judiciary Committee on March 14. The committee declaring that no argument was deemed necessary to prove that an act could be regarded as criminal which is so treated by the universal concurrence of the Christian and civilized world, and characterizing the Church Incorporation Act as granting such monstrous powers and arrogant assumptions as are at war with the genius of our government. The bill passed the House on April 5, by a vote of 149 to 60, was favorably reported to the Senate by Mr. Bayard from the Judiciary Committee on June 13, but did not pass that House. Mr. Morrill introduced his bill by unanimous consent in the next Congress, on April 8, 1862, and it was passed by the House on April 28. Mr. Bayard, from the Judiciary Committee, reported it back to the Senate on June 3 with amendments. He explained that the House bill punished not only polygamous marriages, but cohabitation without marriage. The committee recommended limiting the punishment to bigamy, a fine not to exceed $500 and imprisonment for not more than 5 years. Another amendment limited the amount of real estate which a church corporation could hold in the territories to $50,000. The bill passed the Senate with the negative votes of only the 2 California senators, and the House accepted the amendments. Lincoln signed it. Nothing practical was accomplished by this legislation. In 1867 George A. Smith and John Taylor, the presiding officers of the Utah legislature, petitioned Congress to repeal this act, setting forth as one reason that the judiciary of this territory has not, up to the present time, tried any case under said law. Though repeatedly urged to do so by those who have been anxious to test its constitutionality. The House Judiciary Committee reported that this was a practical request for the sanctioning of polygamy, and said, "Your committee has not been able to ascertain the reason why this law has not been enforced." The humiliating fact is, however, apparent that the law is at present practically a dead letter in the territory of Utah, and that the gravest necessity exists for its enforcement. And, in the opinion of the committee, if it be through the fault or neglect of the judiciary of that territory that the laws are not enforced, the judges should be removed without delay. And that, if the failure to execute the law arises from other causes, it becomes the duty of the President of the United States to see that the law is faithfully executed. In June, 1866, Senator Benjamin Wade of Ohio obtained unanimous consent to introduce a bill enacting radical legislation concerning such marriages as were performed and sanctioned by the Mormon Church, but it did not pass. Senator Cragen of New Hampshire soon introduced a similar bill, but it, too, failed to become a law. In 1869, in the first Congress that met under President Grant, Mr. Cullum of Illinois introduced in the House the bill aimed at polygamy that was designated by his name. This bill was the practical starting point of the anti-polygamous legislation subsequently enacted, as over it was aroused the feeling, in its behalf in the East and against it in Utah, that resulted in practical legislation. Delegate Hooper made the leading speech against it, summing up his objections as follows. 1. That under our Constitution we are entitled to be protected in the full and free enjoyment of our religious faith. 2. That our views of the marriage relation are an essential portion of our religious faith. 3. That, in conceding the cognizance of the marriage relation as within the province of church regulations, we are practically in accord with all other Christian denominations. 4. That in our view of the marriage relation as a part of our religious belief we are entitled to immunity from persecution under the Constitution, if such views are sincerely held. That, if such views are erroneous, their eradication must be by argument and not by force. The bill, greatly amended, passed the House on March 23, 1870, by a vote of 94 to 32. The news of this action caused perhaps the greatest excitement ever known in Utah. There was no intention on the part of the Mormons to make any compromise on the question, and they set out to defeat the bill outright in the Senate. Meetings of Mormon women were gotten up in all parts of the territory, in which they asserted their devotion to the doctrine. The reformers, including Stenhouse, Harrison, Tullidge, and others, and merchants like Walker Brothers, Colonel Kahn, and T. Marshall, joined in a call for a mass meeting at which all expressed disapproval of some of its provisions, like the one requiring men already having polygamous wives to break up their families. Mr. Godbey went to Washington while the bill was before the House, and worked hard for its modification. The bill did not pass the Senate, a leading argument against it being the assumed impossibility of convicting polygamists under it with any juries drawn in Utah. The arrest of Brigham Young and others under the Act to punish adulterers, and the proceedings against them before Judge McKean in 1871, have been noted. At the same term of the court Thomas Hawkins, an English immigrant, was convicted of the same charge on the evidence of his wife, and sentenced to imprisonment for 3 years and to pay a fine of $500. In passing sentence, Judge McKean told the prisoner that, if he let him off with a fine, the fine would be paid out of other funds than his own. That he would thus go free, and that, those men who mislead the people would make you and thousands of others believe that God had sent the money to pay the fine, that, by a miracle, you had been rescued from the authorities of the United States. After the passage of the Poland Law, in 1874, George Reynolds, Brigham Young's private secretary, was convicted of bigamy under the law of 1862. but was set free by the Supreme Court of the Territory on the ground of illegality in the drawing of the grand jury. In the following year he was again convicted, and was sentenced to imprisonment for 2 years and to pay a fine of $500. The case was appealed to the United States Supreme Court, which rendered its decision in October, 1878, unanimously sustaining the conviction, except that Justice Field objected to the admission of one witness's testimony. In its decision the court stated the question raised to be whether religious belief can be accepted as a justification for an overt act made criminal by the law of the land. Next came a discussion of views of religious freedom, as bearing on the meaning of religion in the federal Constitution, leading up to the conclusion that Congress was deprived of all legislative power over mere opinion, but was left free to reach actions which were in violation of social duties, or subversive of good order. The court then traced the view of polygamy in England and the United States from the time when it was made a capital offense in England, as it was in Virginia in 1788, declaring that, in the face of all this evidence, it is impossible to believe that the constitutional guarantee of religious freedom was intended to prohibit legislation in respect to this most important feature of social life. The opinion continued as follows: in our opinion, the statute immediately under consideration is within the legislative power of Congress. It is constitutional and valid as prescribing a rule of action for all those residing in the territories, and in places over which the United States has exclusive control. This being so, the only question which remains is, whether those who make polygamy a part of their religion are excepted from the operation of the statute. If they are, then those who do not make polygamy a part of their religious belief may be found guilty and punished, while those who do, must be acquitted and go free. This would be introducing a new element into criminal law. Laws are made for the government of actions, and, while they cannot interfere with mere religious belief and opinions, they may with practices. Suppose one believed that human sacrifices were a necessary part of religious worship, would it be seriously contended that the civil government under which he lived could not interfere to prevent a sacrifice? Or, if a wife religiously believed it was her duty to burn herself on the funeral pile of her dead husband, would it be beyond the power of the civil government to prevent her carrying her belief into practice? So here, as a law of the organization of society under the exclusive dominion of the United States, it is provided that plural marriages shall not be allowed. Can a man excuse his practices to the contrary because of his religious belief? To permit this would be to make the professed doctrines of religious belief superior to the law of the land, and in effect to permit every citizen to become a law unto himself. Government could exist only in name under such circumstances. A criminal intent is generally an element of crime, but every man is presumed to intend the necessary and legitimate consequences of what he knowingly does. Here the accused knew he had been once married, and that his first wife was living. He also knew that his second marriage was forbidden by law. When, therefore, he married the second time, he is presumed to have intended to break the law, and the breaking of the law is the crime. Every act necessary to constitute the crime was knowingly done, and the crime was therefore knowingly committed. P.T. Van Zyl of Michigan, who became district attorney of the territory in 1878, tried John Miles, a polygamist, for bigamy, in 1879, and he was convicted. The prosecutor, taking advantage of the fact that the territorial legislature had practically adopted the California Code, which allowed challenges of jurors for actual bias. The principal incident of this trial was the summoning of General Wells, then a counselor of the church, as a witness, and his refusal to describe the dress worn during the ceremonies in the endowment house, and the ceremonies themselves. He gave as his excuse, "Because I am under moral and sacred obligations to not answer, and it is interwoven in my character never to betray a friend, a brother, my country, my God, or my religion." He was sentenced to pay a fine of $100, and to 2 days' imprisonment. On his release, the city council met him at the prison door and escorted him home, accompanied by bands of music and a procession made up of the benevolent, fire, and other organizations, and delegations from every ward. Governor Emory, in his message to the territorial legislature of 1878, spoke as plainly about polygamy as any of his predecessors, saying that it was a grave crime, even if the law against it was a dead letter, and characterizing it as an evil endangering the peace of society. There was a lull in the agitation against polygamy in Congress for some years after the contest over the Cullum Bill. In 1878 a mass meeting of women of Salt Lake City opposed to polygamy was held there, and an address, to Mrs. Rutherford B. Hayes and the women of the United States, and a petition to Congress, were adopted, and a committee was appointed to distribute the petition throughout the country for signatures. The address set forth that there had been more polygamous marriages in the last year than ever before in the history of the Mormon Church. That endowment houses, under the name of temples, and costing millions, were being erected in different parts of the territory, in which the members were sealed and bound by oaths so strong that even apostates will not reveal them. That the Mormons had the balance of power in 2 territories, and were plotting to extend it, and asking Congress to arrest the further progress of this evil. President Hayes, in his annual message in December, 1879, spoke of the recent decision of the United States Supreme Court, and said that there was no reason for longer delay in the enforcement of the law, urging more comprehensive and searching methods of punishing and preventing polygamy if they were necessary. He returned to the subject in his message in 1880, saying, "Polygamy can only be suppressed by taking away the political power of the sect which encourages and sustains it. I recommend that Congress provide for the government of Utah by a governor and judges, or commissioners, appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate, or, that the right to vote, hold office, or sit on juries in the territory of Utah be confined to those who neither practice nor uphold polygamy." President Garfield took up the subject in his inaugural address on March 4, 1881. "The Mormon Church," he said, "not only offends the moral sense of mankind by sanctioning polygamy, but prevents the administration of justice through ordinary instrumentalities of law." He expressed the opinion that Congress should prohibit polygamy, and not allow any ecclesiastical organization to usurp in the smallest degree the functions and power of the national government. President Arthur, in his message in December, 1881, referred to the difficulty of securing convictions of persons accused of polygamy, this odious crime, so revolting to the moral and religious sense of Christendom, and recommended legislation. In the spirit of these recommendations, Senator Edmunds introduced in the Senate, on December 12, 1881, a comprehensive measure amending the anti-polygamy law of 1862, which, amended during the course of the debate, was passed in the Senate on February 12, 1882, without a roll call, and in the House on March 13, by a vote of 199 to 42, and was approved by the President on March 22. This is what is known as the Edmunds Law, the first really serious blow struck by Congress against polygamy. It provided, in brief, that, in the territories, any person who, having a husband or wife living, marries another, or marries more than one woman on the same day, shall be punished by a fine of not more than $500, and by imprisonment for not more than 5 years. That a male person cohabiting with more than one woman shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, and be subject to a fine of not more than $300 or to 6 months' imprisonment, or both. That in any prosecution for bigamy, polygamy, or unlawful cohabitation, a juror may be challenged if he is or has been living in the practice of either offense, or if he believes it right for a man to have more than one living and undivorced wife at a time, or to cohabit with more than one woman. That the President may have power to grant amnesty to offenders, as described, before the passage of this act, that the issue of so-called Mormon marriages born before January 1, 1883, be legitimated. That no polygamist shall be entitled to vote in any territory, or to hold office under the United States, that the President shall appoint in Utah a board of 5 persons for the registry of voters, and the reception and counting of votes. To meet the determined opposition to the new law, an amendment, known as the Edmunds-Tucker Law, was enacted in 1887. This law, in any prosecution coming under the definition of plural marriages, waived the process of subpoena, on affidavit of sufficient cause, in favor of an attachment, allowed a lawful husband or wife to testify regarding each other. Required every marriage certificate in Utah to be signed by the parties and the person performing the ceremony, and filed in court. Abolished female suffrage, and gave suffrage only to males of proper age who registered and took an oath, giving the names of their lawful wives, and promised to obey the laws of the United States, and especially the Edmunds Law. Disqualified as a juror or officeholder any person who had not taken an oath to support the laws of the United States, or who had been convicted under the Edmunds Law, gave the President power to appoint the judges of the probate courts. Provided for as cheating to the United States for the use of the common schools the property of corporations held in violation of the Act in 1862, except buildings held exclusively for the worship of God, the parsonages connected therewith, and burial places. Dissolved the corporation called the Perpetual Emigration Company, and forbade the legislature to pass any law to bring persons into the territory. Dissolved the corporation known as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and gave the Supreme Court of the Territory power to wind up its affairs. And annulled all laws regarding the Nauvoo Legion, and all acts of the territorial legislature. The first members of the Utah Commission appointed under the Edmunds Law were Alexander Ramsey of Minnesota, A.B. Carleton of Indiana, A.S. Paddock of Nebraska, G.L. Godfrey of Iowa, and J.R. Pettigrew of Arkansas, their appointments being dated June 23, 1882. The officers of the Church and the Mormons as a body met the new situation as aggressively as did Brigham Young the approach of United States troops. Their preachers and their newspapers reiterated the divine nature of the Revelation concerning polygamy and its obligatory character, urging the people to stand by their leaders in opposition to the new laws. The following extracts from an epistle from the First Presidency, to the officers and members of the Church, dated October 6, 1885, will sufficiently illustrate the attitude of the Church organization. The war is openly and undisguisedly made upon our religion. To induce men to repudiate that, to violate its precepts, and break its solemn covenants, every encouragement is given. The man who agrees to discard his wife or wives, and to trample upon the most sacred obligations which human beings can enter into, escapes imprisonment, and is applauded, while the man who will not make this compact of dishonor, who will not admit that his past life has been a fraud and a lie, who will not say to the world, I intended to deceive my God, my brethren, and my wives by making covenants I did not expect to keep, is, beside being punished to the full extent of the law, compelled to endure the reproaches, taunts, and insults of a brutal judge. We did not reveal celestial marriage. We cannot withdraw or renounce it, God revealed it, and He has promised to maintain it and to bless those who obey it. Whatever fate, then, may threaten us, there is but one course for men of God to take. That is, to keep inviolate the holy covenants they have made in the presence of God and angels. For the remainder, whether it be life or death, freedom or imprisonment, prosperity or adversity, we must trust in God. We may say, however, if any man or woman expects to enter into the celestial kingdom of our God without making sacrifices and without being tested to the very uttermost, they have not understood the gospel. Upward of 40 years ago the Lord revealed to His church the principle of celestial marriage. The idea of marrying more wives than one was as naturally abhorrent to the leading men and women of the church, at that day, as it could be to any people. They shrank with dread from the bare thought of entering into such relationship. But the command of God was before them in language which no faithful soul dared disobey, for, behold, I reveal unto you a new and everlasting covenant, and if ye abide not that covenant, then are ye damned. For no one can reject this covenant, and be permitted to enter into my glory. Who would suppose that any man, in this land of religious liberty, would presume to say to his fellow man that he had no right to take such steps as he thought necessary to escape damnation? Or that Congress would enact a law which would present the alternative to religious believers of being consigned to a penitentiary if they should attempt to obey a law of God which would deliver them from damnation? There was a characteristic effort to evade the law as regards political rights. The People's Party, Mormon, to get around the provision concerning the test oath for voters, issued an address to them which said, the questions that intending voters need therefore ask themselves are these: are we guilty of the crimes of said act? Or have we the present intention of committing these crimes, or of aiding, abetting, causing or advising any other person to commit them? Male citizens who can answer these questions in the negative can qualify under the laws as voters or office holders. Two events in 1885 were the cause of so much feeling that United States troops were held in readiness for transportation to Utah. The first of these was the placing of the United States flag at half-mast in Salt Lake City, on July 4, over the City Hall, County Courthouse, Theater, Cooperative Store, Deseret News Office, Tithing Office, and President Taylor's residence. To show the Mormon opinion that the Edmunds Law had destroyed liberty. When a committee of non-Mormon citizens called at the City Hall for an explanation of this display, the city marshal said that it was a whim of his, and the mayor ordered the flag raised to its proper place. In November of that year a Mormon night watchman named McMurrin was shot and severely wounded by a United States deputy marshal named Collin. This caused great feeling, and there were rumors that the Mormons threatened to lynch Collin, that armed men had assembled to take him out of the officers' hands, and that the Mormons of the territory were arming themselves, and were ready at a moment's notice to march into Salt Lake City. Federal troops were held in readiness at eastern points, but they were not used. The Salt Lake City Council, on December 8, made a report denying the truth of the disquieting rumors, and declaring that, at no time in the history of this city have the lives and property of its non-Mormon inhabitants been more secure than now. The records of the courts in Utah show that the Mormons stood ready to obey the teachings of the Church at any cost. Prosecutions under the Edmunds Law began in 1884, and the convictions for polygamy or unlawful cohabitation, mostly the latter, were as follows in the years named: 3 in 1884, 39 in 1885, 112 in 1886, 214 in 1887, and 100 in 1888. With 48 in Idaho during the same period. Leading men in the church went into hiding, underground, as it was called, or fled from the territory. As to the actual continuance of polygamous marriages, the evidence was contradictory. A special report of the Utah Commission in 1884 expressed the opinion that there had been a decided decrease in their number in the cities, and very little decrease in the rural districts. Their regular report for that year estimated the number of males and females who had entered into that relation at 459. The report for 1888 stated that the registration officers gave the names of 29 females who, they had good reason to believe, had contracted polygamous marriages since the lists were closed in June, 1887. As late as 1889 Hans Jesperson was arrested for unlawful cohabitation. As his plural marriage was understood to be a recent one, the case attracted wide attention. Since it was expected to prove the insincerity of the Church in making the protest against the Edmunds Law principally on the ground that it broke up existing families. Jesperson pleaded guilty of adultery and polygamy, and was sentenced to imprisonment for 8 years. In making his plea he said that he was married at the Endowment House in Salt Lake City, that he and his wife were the only persons there, and that he did not know who married them. His wife testified that she heard a voice pronounce them man and wife, but didn't see any one nor who spoke. Such were some of the methods adopted by the Church to set at naught the law. But along with this firm attitude, influences were at work looking to a change of policy. During the first year of the enforcement of the law it was on many sides declared a failure, the aggressive attitude of the Church, and the willingness of its leaders to accept imprisonment, hiding, or exile. Being regarded by many persons in the East as proof that the real remedy for the Utah situation was yet to be discovered. The Utah Commission, in their earlier reports, combated this idea, and pointed out that the young men in the Church would grow restive as they saw all the offices out of their reach unless they took the test oath. And that they would present an anomaly in human nature if they should fail to be strongly influenced against going into a relation which thus subjects them to political ostracism, and fixes on them the stigma of moral turpitude. How wide this influence was is seen in the political statistics of the times. When the Utah Commission entered on their duties in August, 1882, almost every office in the territory was held by a polygamist. By April 1884, about 12,000 voters, male and female, had been disfranchised by the act, and of the 1,351 elective officers in the territory not one was a polygamist. And not one of the municipal officers of Salt Lake City then in office had ever been, in polygamy. The church leaders at first tried to meet this influence in two ways, by open rebuke of all saints who showed a disposition to obey the new laws, and by special honors to those who took their punishment. Thus, the Deseret News told the brethren that they could not promise to obey the anti-polygamy laws without violating obligations that bound them to time and eternity. And when John Sharp, a leading member of the church in Salt Lake City, went before the court and announced his intention to obey these laws, he was instantly removed from the office of bishop of his ward. The restlessness of the flock showed itself in the breaking down of the business barriers set up by the church between Mormons and Gentiles. This subject received a good deal of attention in the minority report signed by two of the commissioners in 1888. They noted the sale of real estate by Mormons to Gentiles against the remonstrances of the church, the organization of a chamber of commerce in Salt Lake City in which Mormons and Gentiles worked together, and the union of both elements in the last 4th of July celebration. In the spring of 1890, at the General Conference held in Salt Lake City, the office of prophet, seer and revelator and president of the church, that had remained vacant since the death of John Taylor in 1887, was filled by the election of Wilford Woodruff, a polygamist who had refused to take the test oath, while G. Q. Cannon and Lorenzo Snow, who were disfranchised for the same cause, were made respectively counselor and president of the 12. Woodruff was born in Connecticut in 1807, became a Mormon in 1832, was several times sent on missions to England, and had gained so much prominence while the church was at Nauvoo that he was the chief dedicator of the temple there. While there, he signed a certificate stating that he knew of no other system of marriage in the church but the one-wife system then prescribed in the Book of Doctrine and Covenants. Before the date of his promotion, Woodruff had declared that plural marriages were no longer permitted, and, when he was confronted with evidence to the contrary brought out in court, he denied all knowledge of it, and afterward declared that, in consequence of the evidence presented, he had ordered the endowment house to be taken down. Governor Thomas, in his report for 1890, expressed the opinion that the church, under its system, could in only one way define its position regarding polygamy, and that was by a public declaration by the head of the church, or by action by a conference, and he added, there is no reason to believe that any earthly power can extort from the church any such declaration. The governor was mistaken, not in measuring the purpose of the church, but in foreseeing all the influences that were now making themselves felt. The revised statutes of Idaho at this time contained a provision, SEC 509, disfranchising all polygamists and debarring from office all polygamists, and all persons who counseled or encouraged anyone to commit polygamy. The constitutionality of this section was argued before the United States Supreme Court, which, on February 3, 1890, decided that it was constitutional. The anti-polygamists in Utah saw in this decision a means of attacking the Mormon belief even more aggressively than had been done by means of the Edmunds Bill. An act was drawn, Governor Thomas and ex-Governor West taking it to Washington, providing that no person living in plural or celestial marriage or teaching the same, or being a member of, or a contributor to, any organization teaching it, or assisting in such a marriage, should be entitled to vote, to serve as a juror, or to hold office, a test oath forming a part of the act. Senator Cullom introduced this bill in the upper house and Mr. Struble of Iowa in the House of Representatives. The House Committee on Territories, the Democrats in the negative, voted to report the bill, amended so as to make it applicable to all the territories. This proposed legislation caused great excitement in Mormondom, and petitions against its passage were hurried to Washington, some of these containing non-Mormon signatures. As a further menace to the position of the Church, the United States Supreme Court, on May 19, affirmed the decision of the lower court confiscating the property of the Mormon Church, and declaring that church organization to be an organized rebellion. And on June 21, the Senate passed Senator Edmunds's bill disposing of the real estate of the church for the benefit of the school fund. The Mormon authorities now realized that the public sentiment of the country, as expressed in the federal law, had them in its grasp. They must make some concession to this public sentiment, or surrender all their privileges as citizens and the wealth of their church organization. Agents were hurried to Washington to implore the aid of Mr. Blaine in checking the progress of the Cullum Bill, and at home the head of the church made the concession in regard to polygamy which secured the admission of the territory as a state. On September 25, 1890, Woodruff, as president of the church, issued a proclamation addressed, "To whom it may concern," which struck out of the necessary beliefs and practices of the Mormon Church, the practice of polygamy. This important step was taken, not in the form of a revelation, but simply as a proclamation or manifesto. It began with a solemn declaration that the allegation of the Utah Commission that plural marriages were still being solemnized was false, and the assertion that, "we are not preaching polygamy nor permitting any person to enter into its practice." The closing and important part of the proclamation was as follows. "Inasmuch as laws have been enacted by Congress, which laws have been pronounced constitutional by the court of last resort, I hereby declare my intention to submit to these laws, and to use my influence with the members of the church over which I preside to have them do likewise. There is nothing in my teachings to the church, or in those of my associates, during the time specified, which can be reasonably construed to inculcate or encourage polygamy. And when any elder of the church has used language which appeared to convey any such teachings he has been promptly reproved. And now I publicly declare that my advice to the Latter-day Saints is to refrain from contracting any marriage forbidden by the law of the land." On October 6, the General Conference of the Church, on motion of Lorenzo Snow, unanimously adopted the following resolution. "I move that, recognizing Wilford Woodruff as President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and the only man on the earth at the present time who holds the keys of the sealing ordinances, we consider him fully authorized, by virtue of his position, to issue the manifesto that has been read in our hearing, and which is dated September 24, 1890, and as a church in general conference assembled we accept his declaration concerning plural marriages as authoritative and binding." This action was reaffirmed by the General Conference of October 6, 1891. Of course the church officers had to make some explanation to the brethren of their change of front. Cannon fell back on the revelation of January 19, 1841, which Smith put forth to excuse the failure to establish a Zion in Missouri, namely, that, when their enemies prevent their performing a task assigned by the Almighty, He would accept their effort to do so. He said that, it was on this basis, that President Woodruff had felt justified in issuing the manifesto. Woodruff explained, "It is not wisdom for us to make war upon 65 million people. The prophet Joseph Smith organized the church. And all that he has promised in this code of revelations, the Book of Doctrine and Covenants, has been fulfilled as fast as time would permit. That which is not fulfilled will be." Cannon did explain that the manifesto was the result of prayer, and Woodruff told the people that he had had a great many visits from the prophet Joseph since his death, in dreams, and also from Brigham Young. But neither seems to have imparted any very valuable information, Joseph explaining that he was in an immense hurry preparing himself to go to the earth with the great bridegroom when he goes to meet the bride, the Lamb's wife. Two recent incidents have indicated the restlessness of the Mormon Church under the restriction placed upon polygamy. In 1898, the candidate for representative in Congress, nominated by the Democratic Convention of Utah, was Brigham H. Roberts. It was commonly known in Utah that Roberts was a violator of the Edmunds Law. A Mormon elder, writing from Brigham, Utah, in February, 1899, while Roberts's case was under consideration at Washington, said, "Many prominent Mormons foresaw the storm that was now raging, and deprecated Mr. Roberts's nomination and election." This statement proves both the notoriety of Roberts's offense, and the connivance of the church in his nomination, because no Mormon can be nominated to an office in Utah when the church authorities order otherwise. When Roberts presented himself to be sworn in December, 1899, his case was referred to a special committee of 9 members. The report of 7 members of this committee found that Roberts married his first wife about the year 1878. That about 1885 he married a plural wife, who had since borne him 6 children, the last 2 twins, born on August 11, 1897. That some years later he married a second plural wife, and that he had been living with all 3 till the time of his election. That these facts were generally known in Utah, publicly charged against him during his campaign for election, and were not denied by him. Roberts refused to take the stand before the committee, and demurred to its jurisdiction on the ground that the hearing was an attempt to try him for a crime without an indictment and jury trial, and to deprive him of vested rights in the emoluments of the office to which he was elected, and that, if the crime alleged was proved, it would not constitute a sufficient cause to deprive him of his seat. Because polygamy is not enumerated in the Constitution as a disqualification for the office of member of Congress. The majority report recommended that his seat be declared vacant. 2 members of the committee reported that his offense afforded constitutional ground for expulsion, but not for exclusion from the House, and recommended that he be sworn in and immediately expelled. The resolution presented by the majority was adopted by the House by a vote of 268 to 50. 147. The second incident referred to was the passage by the Utah legislature in March, 1901, of a bill containing this provision. No prosecution for adultery shall be commenced except on complaint of the husband or wife or relative of the accused with the first degree of consanguinity, or of the person with whom the unlawful act is alleged to have been committed, or of the father or mother of said person. And no prosecution for unlawful cohabitation shall be commenced except on complaint of the wife, or alleged plural wife of the accused. But this provision shall not apply to prosecutions under Section 4208 of the Revised Statutes, 1898, defining and punishing polygamous marriages. This bill passed the Utah Senate by a vote of 11 to 7, and the House by a vote of 174 to 25. The excuse offered for it by the senator who introduced it was that it would take away from certain agitators the opportunity to arouse periodic furors against the Mormons. That more than half of the persons who had been polygamists had died or dissolved their polygamous relations, and that no good service could be subserved by prosecuting the remainder. This law aroused a protest throughout the country, and again the Mormon Church saw that it had made a mistake, and on the 14th of March Governor H.M. Wells vetoed the bill, on grounds that may be summarized as declaring that the law would do the Mormons more harm than good. The most significant part of his message, as indicating what the Mormon authorities most dread, is contained in the following sentence: I have every reason to believe its enactment would be the signal for a general demand upon the National Congress for a constitutional amendment directed solely against certain conditions here, a demand which, under the circumstances, would assuredly be complied with. The admission of Utah as a state followed naturally the promulgation by the Mormon Church of a policy which was accepted by the non-Mormons as putting a practical end to the practice of polygamy. For the 7th time, in 1887, the Mormons had adopted a state constitution, the one ratified in that year providing that bigamy and polygamy, being considered incompatible with a republican form of government, each of them is hereby forbidden and declared a misdemeanor. The non-Mormons attacked the sincerity of this declaration, among other things pointing out the advice of the church organ, while the Constitution was before the people, that they be as wise as serpents and as harmless as doves. Congress again refused admission. On January 4, 1893, President Harrison issued a proclamation granting amnesty and pardon to all persons liable to the penalty of the Edmunds Law, who have, since November 1, 1890, abstained from such unlawful cohabitation, but on condition that they should in future obey the laws of the United States. Until the time of Woodruff's manifesto there had been in Utah only 2 political parties, the People's, as the Mormon organization had always been known, and the Liberal, anti-Mormon. On June 10, 1894, the People's Territorial Central Committee adopted resolutions reciting the organization of the Republicans and Democrats of the Territory, declaring that the dissensions of the past should be left behind and that the People's Party should dissolve. The Republican Territorial Committee a few days later voted that a division of the people on national party lines would result only in statehood controlled by the Mormon theocracy. The Democratic Committee 8 days later took a directly contrary view. At the territorial election in the following August, the Democrats won, the vote standing, Democratic, 14,116, Liberal, 7386, Republican, 6613. It would have been contrary to all political precedent if the Republicans had maintained their attitude after the Democrats had expressed their willingness to receive Mormon allies. Accordingly, in September 1891, we find the Republicans adopting a declaration that it would be wise and patriotic to accept the changes that had occurred, and denying that statehood was involved in a division of the people on national party lines. All parties in the territory now seemed to be maneuvering for position. The Mormon newspaper organs expressed complete indifference about securing statehood. In Congress, Mr. Kane, the Utah delegate, introduced what was known as the Home Rule Bill, taking the control of territorial affairs from the governor and commission. This was known as a Democratic measure, and great pressure was brought to bear on Republican leaders at Washington to show them that Utah as a state would in all probability add to the strength of the Republican column. When, at the first session of the 53D Congress, J.L. Rawlins, a Democrat who had succeeded Kane as delegate, introduced an act to enable the people of Utah to gain admission for the territory as a state, it met with no opposition at home, passed the House of Representatives on December 13, 1893. And the Senate on July 10, 1894, without a division in either house, and was signed by the President on July 16. The Enabling Act required the Constitutional Convention to provide, by ordinance irrevocable without the consent of the United States and the people of that state, that perfect toleration of religious sentiment shall be secured. And that no inhabitant of said state shall ever be molested in person or property on account of his or her mode of religious worship. Provided, that polygamous or plural marriages are forever prohibited. The Constitutional Convention held under this act met in Salt Lake City on March 4, 1895, and completed its work on May 8, following. In the election of delegates for this convention, the Democrats cast about 19,000 votes, the Republicans about 21,000 and the Populists about 6,500. Of the 107 delegates chosen, 48 were Democrats and 59 Republicans. The Constitution adopted contained the following provisions. Art. 1. Sector 4. The rights of conscience shall never be infringed. The state shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. No religious test shall be required as a qualification for any office of public trust, or for any vote at any election, nor shall any person be incompetent as a witness or juror on account of religious belief or the absence thereof. There shall be no union of church and state, nor shall any church dominate the state or interfere with its functions. No public money or property shall be appropriated for or applied to any religious worship, exercise, or instruction, or for the support of any ecclesiastical establishment. Art. 111. The following ordinance shall be irrevocable without the consent of the United States and the people of this state. Perfect toleration of religious sentiment is guaranteed. No inhabitant of this state shall ever be molested in person or property on account of his or her mode of religious worship, but polygamous or plural marriages are forever prohibited. This Constitution was submitted to the people on November 5, 1895, and was ratified by a vote of 31,305 to 7,687, the Republicans at the same election electing their entire state ticket and a majority of the legislature. On January 4, 1896, President Cleveland issued a proclamation announcing the admission of Utah as a state. The inauguration of the new state officers took place at Salt Lake City 2 days later. The first governor, Heber M. Wells, in his inaugural address made this declaration: "Let us learn to resent the absurd attacks that are made from time to time upon our sincerity by ignorant and prejudiced persons outside of Utah. And let us learn to know and respect each other more, and thus cement and intensify the fraternal sentiments now so widespread in our community, to the end that, by a mighty unity of purpose and Christian resolution, we may be able to ensure that domestic tranquility, promote that general welfare, and secure those blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States. The vote of Utah since its admission as a state has been cast as follows. Republican-Democrat. 1895, Governor 20, 83318, 519. 1896, President 13, 49164, 607. 1900, Governor 47, 60044, 447. 1900, President 47, 08944, 949. 25. The Mormonism of today. An intelligent examination of the present status of the Mormon Church can be made only after acquaintance with its past history, and the policy of the men who have given it its present doctrinal and political position. The Mormon power has ever in view objects rather than methods. It always keeps those objects in view, while at times adjusting methods to circumstances, as was the case in its latest treatment of the doctrine of polygamy. The casual visitor, making a tour of observation in Utah, and the would-be student of Mormon policies who satisfies himself with reading their books of doctrine instead of their early history, is certain to acquire little knowledge of the real Mormon character and the practical Mormon ambition. And if he writes on the subject he will contribute nothing more authentic than does Schuller in his History of the United States, wherein he calls Joseph Smith a careful organizer, and says that it was a part of his creed to manage well the material concerns of his people, as they fed their flocks and raised their produce. Brigham Young's constant cry was that all the Mormons asked was to be left alone. Nothing suits the purposes of the heads of the Church today better than the decrease of public attention attracted to their organization since the Woodruff Manifesto concerning polygamy. In trying to arrive at a reasonable decision concerning their future place in American history, one must constantly bear in mind the arguments which they have to offer to religious enthusiasts, and the political and commercial power which they have already attained and which they are constantly strengthening. The growth of Utah in population since its settlement by the Mormons has been as follows, accepting the figures of the United States Census. 1850 11,380. 1860 40,273. 1870 86,786. 1880 143,963. 1890 207,905. 1900 276. 749. The census of 1890, the religious statistics of the census of 1900 are not yet available, shows that, of a total church membership of 128,115 in Utah, the Latter-day Saints numbered 118,201. What may be called the Mormon political policy embraces these objects, to maintain the dictatorial power of the priesthood over the present church membership, to extend that membership over the adjoining states so as to acquire in the latter, first a balance of power, and later complete political control, to continue the work of proselyting throughout the United States and in foreign lands with a view to increasing the strength of the church at home by the immigration to Utah of the converts. That the power of the Mormon priesthood over their flock has never been more autocratic than it is today is the testimony of the best witnesses who may be cited. A natural reason for this may be found in the strength which always comes to a religious sect with age, if it survives the period of its infancy. We have seen that in the early days of the church its members apostatized in scores, intimate acquaintance with Smith and his associates soon disclosing to men of intelligence and property their real objects. But the church membership in and around Utah today is made up of the children and the grandchildren of men and women who remain steadfast in their faith. These younger generations are therefore influenced in their belief, not only by such appeals as what is taught to them makes to their reason, but by the fact that these teachings are the teachings which have been accepted by their ancestors. It is, therefore, vastly more difficult to convince a younger Mormon today that his belief rests on a system of fraud than it was to enforce a similar argument on the minds of men and women who joined the saints in Ohio or Illinois. We find, accordingly, that apostasies in Utah are of comparatively rare occurrence, that men of all classes accept orders to go on missions to all parts of the world without question, and that the tithings are paid with greater regularity than they have been since the days of Brigham Young. The extension of the membership of the Mormon Church over the states and territories nearest to Utah has been carried on with intelligent zeal. The census of 1890 gives the following comparison of members of Latter-day Saints churches and of all bodies in the states and territories named. LD. Saints all bodies. Idaho 14,972 24,036. Arizona 6,500 26,972. Nevada 525 5,877. Wyoming 1,336 11,705. Colorado 1,762 86,837. New Mexico 456 105. 749. The political influence of the Mormon Church in all the states and territories adjacent to Utah is already great, amounting in some instances to practical dictation. It is not necessary that any body of voters should have the actual control of the politics of a state to ensure to them the respect of political managers. The control of certain counties will ensure to them the subserviency of the local politicians, who will speak a good word for them at the state capital. And the prospect that they will have greater influence in the future will be pressed upon the attention of the powers that be. We have seen how steadily the politicians of California at Washington stood by the Mormons in their earlier days, when they were seeking statehood and opposing any federal control of their affairs. The business reasons which influenced the Californians are 1,000 times more effective today. The cooperative institution has a hold on the eastern firms from which it buys goods. And every commercial traveler who visits Utah to sell the goods of his employers to Mormon merchants learns that a good word for his customers is always appreciated. The large corporations that are organized under the laws of Utah, and this includes the Union Pacific Railroad Company, are always in some way beholden to the Mormon legislative power. All this sufficiently indicates the measures quietly taken by the Mormon Church to guard itself against any further federal interference. The mission work of the Mormon Church has always been conducted with zeal and efficiency, and it is so continued today. The church authorities in Utah no longer give out definite statistics showing the number of missionaries in the field, and the number of converts brought to Utah from abroad. The number of missionaries at work in October, 1901, was stated to me by church officers at from 1,400 to 1,900, the smaller number being insisted upon as correct by those who gave it. As nearly as could be ascertained, about one-half this force is employed in the United States and the rest abroad. The home field most industriously cultivated has been the rural districts of the southern states, whose ignorant population, ever susceptible to preaching of any kind, and quite incapable of answering the Mormon interpretation of the Scriptures, is most easily led to accept the Mormon views. When such people are offered an opportunity to improve their worldly condition, as they are told they may do in Utah, at the same time that they can save their souls, the bait is a tempting one. The number of missionaries now at work in these southern states is said to be much smaller than it was 2 years ago. Meanwhile, the work of proselyting in the eastern Atlantic states has become more active. The Mormons have their headquarters in Brooklyn, New York, and their missionaries make visits in all parts of Greater New York. They leave a great many tracts in private houses, explaining that they will make another call later, and doing so if they receive the least encouragement. They take great pains to reach servant girls with their literature and arguments, and the story has been published of a Mormon missionary who secured employment as a butler, and made himself so efficient that his employer confided to him the engagement of all the house servants. In time the frequent changes which he made aroused suspicion, and an investigation disclosed the fact that he was a Mormon of good education, who used his position as head servant to perform effective proselyting work. By promise of a husband and a home of her own on her arrival in Utah, this man was said to have induced 60 girls to migrate from New York City to that state since he began his labors. The Mormons estimate the membership of their church throughout the world at a little over 300,000. The numbers of souls in the church abroad was thus reported for the year ending December 31, 1899, as published in the Millennial Star. Great Britain, 4,588. Scandinavia, 5,438. Germany, 1198. Switzerland. 1078. Netherlands. 1. 556. These figures indicate a great falling off in the church constituency in Europe as compared with the year 1851, when the number of Mormons in Great Britain and Ireland was reported at more than 30,000. Many influences have contributed to decrease the membership of the church abroad and the number of converts which the church machinery has been able to bring to Utah. We have seen that the announcement of polygamy as a necessary belief of the church was a blow to the organization in Europe. The misrepresentation made to converts abroad to induce them to migrate to Utah, as illustrated in the earlier years of the church, has always been continued, and naturally many of the deceived immigrants have sent home accounts of their deception. A book could be filled with stories of the experiences of men and women who have gone to Utah, accepting the promises held out to them by the missionaries, such as productive farms, paying business enterprises, or remunerative employment, only to find their expectations disappointed, and themselves stranded in a country where they must perform the hardest labor in order to support themselves, if they had not the means with which to return home. The effect of such revelations has made some parts of Europe an unpleasant field for the visits of Mormon missionaries. The government at Washington, during the operation of the Perpetual Emigration Fund organization, realized the evil of the introduction of so many Mormon converts from abroad. On August 9, 1879, Secretary of State William M. Everett sent out a circular to the diplomatic officers of the United States throughout the world, calling their attention to the fact that the organized shipment of immigrants intended to add to the number of law-defying polygamists in Utah was a deliberate and systematic attempt to bring persons to the United States with the intent of violating their laws and committing crimes expressly punishable under the statute as penitentiary offenses, and instructing them to call the attention of the governments to which they were accredited to this matter, in order that those governments might take such steps as were compatible with their laws and usages, to check the organization of these criminal enterprises by agents who are thus operating beyond the reach of the law of the United States, and to prevent the departure of those proposing to come hither as violators of the law by engaging in such criminal enterprises, by whomsoever instigated. President Cleveland, in his first message, recommended the passage of a law to prevent the importation of Mormons into the United States. The Edmunds-Tucker Law contained a provision dissolving the Perpetual Emigration Company, and forbidding the Utah legislature to pass any law to bring persons into the territory. Mormon authorities have informed me that there has been no systematic immigration work since the prosecutions under the Edmunds Law. But as it is conceded that the Mormons make practically no proselytes among then Gentile neighbors, they must still look largely to other fields for that increase of their number which they have in view. As a part of their system of colonizing the neighboring states and territories, they have made settlements in the Dominion of Canada and in Mexico. Their Canadian settlement is situated in Alberta. A report to the Superintendent of Immigration at Ottawa, dated December 30, 1899, stated that the Mormon colony there comprised 1,700 souls, all coming from Utah, and that they are a very progressive people, with good schools and churches. When they first made their settlement they gave a pledge to the Dominion government that they would refrain from the practice of polygamy while in that country. In 1889 the Department of the Interior at Ottawa was informed that the Mormons were not observing this pledge, but investigation convinced the department that this accusation was not true. However, in 1890, an amendment to the criminal law of the Dominion was enacted, Clause 11, 53 Victoria, Chap. 37, making any person guilty of a misdemeanor, and liable to imprisonment for 5 years and a fine of $500, who practices any form of polygamy or spiritual marriage or celebrates or assists in any such marriage ceremony. The Secretario de Fomento of Mexico, under date of May 4, 1901, informed me that the number of Mormon colonists in that country was then 2319, located in 7 places in Chihuahua and Sonora. He added, "The laws of this country do not permit polygamy. The government has never encouraged the immigration of Mormons, only that of foreigners of good character, working people who may be useful to the Republic." And in the contracts made for the establishment of those Mormon colonies it was stipulated that they should be formed only of foreigners embodying all the aforesaid conditions. No student of the question of polygamy, as a doctrine and practice of the Mormon Church, can reach any other conclusion than that it is simply held in abeyance at the present time, with an expectation of a removal of the check now placed upon it. The impression, which undoubtedly prevails throughout other parts of the United States, that polygamy was finally abolished by the Woodruff Manifesto and the terms of statehood, is founded on an ignorance of the compulsory character of the doctrine of polygamy, of the narrowness of President Woodruff's decree, and of the part which polygamous marriages have been given, by the Church doctrinal teachings, in the plan of salvation. The sketch of the various steps leading up to the Woodruff Manifesto shows that even that slight concession to public opinion was made, not because of any change of view by the Church itself concerning polygamy, but simply to protect the Church members from the loss of every privilege of citizenship. That manifesto did not in any way condemn the polygamous doctrine. It simply advised the saints to submit to the United States law against polygamy, with the easily understood but unexpressed explanation that it was to their temporal advantage to do so. How strictly this advice has since been lived up to what extent polygamous practices have since been continued in Utah, it is not necessary, in a work of this kind, to try to ascertain. The most intelligent non-Mormon testimony obtainable in the territory must be discarded if we are to believe that polygamous relations have not been continued in many instances. This, too, would be only what might naturally be expected among a people who had so long been taught that plural marriages were a religious duty, and that the check to them was applied, not by their church authorities, but by an outside government, hostility to which had long been inculcated in them. It must be remembered that it is a part of the doctrine of polygamy that woman can enter heaven only as sealed to some devout member of the Mormon Church, for time and eternity, and that the space around the earth is filled with spirits seeking some tabernacles of clay, by means of which they may attain salvation. Through the teaching of this doctrine, which is accepted as explicitly by the membership of the Mormon Church at large as is any doctrine by a Protestant denomination, the Mormon women believe that the salvation of their sex depends on sealed marriages, and that the more children they can bring into the world the more spirits they assist on the road to salvation. In the earlier days of the Church, as Brigham Young himself testified, the bringing in of new wives into a family produced discord and heartburnings. And many pictures have been drawn of the agony endured by a wife number one when her husband became a polygamist. All the testimony I can obtain in regard to the Mormonism of today shows that the Mormon women are now the most earnest advocates of polygamous marriages. Said one competent observer in Salt Lake City to me, as the women of the South, during the war, were the rankest rebels, so the women of Mormondom are today the most zealous advocates of polygamy. By precisely what steps the Church may remove the existing prohibition of polygamous marriages I shall not attempt to decide. It is easy, however, to state the one enactment which would prevent the success of any such effort. This would be the adoption by Congress and ratification by the necessary number of states of a constitutional amendment making the practice of polygamy an offense under the federal law, and giving the federal courts jurisdiction to punish any violators of this law. The Mormon Church recognizes this fact, and whenever such an amendment comes before Congress all its energies will be directed to prevent its ratification. Governor Wells's warning in his message vetoing the Utah Act of March, 1901, concerning prosecutions for adultery, that its enactment would be the signal for a general demand for the passage of a constitutional amendment against polygamy, showed how far the executive thought it necessary to go to prevent even the possibility of such an amendment. One of the main reasons why the Mormons are so constantly increasing their numbers in the neighboring states is that they may secure the vote of those states against an anti-polygamy amendment. Whenever such an amendment is introduced at Washington, it will be found that every Mormon influence, political, mercantile, and railroad, will be arrayed against it. And its passage is unlikely unless the Church shall make some misstep which will again direct public attention to it in a hostile manner. The devout Mormon has no more doubt that his Church will dominate this nation eventually than he has in the divine character of his prophet's revelations. Absurd as such a claim appears to all non-Mormon citizens, in these days when Mormonism has succeeded in turning public attention away from the sect, it is interesting to trace the church view of this matter. Along with the impression which the Mormon power has made on some of its close observers. The early leaders made no concealment of their claim that Mormonism was to be a world religion. "What the world calls Mormonism will rule every nation," said Orson Hyde. "God has decreed it, and his own right arm will accomplish it." Brigham Young, in a sermon in the Tabernacle on February 15, 1856, told his people that their expulsion from Missouri was revealed to him in advance, as well as the course of their migrations, and he added, "Mark my words. Write them down. This people as a church and kingdom will go from the west to the east." Tullidge, whose works, it must be remembered, were submitted to church revision, in his Life of Brigham Young, thus defines the Mormon view of the political mission of the head of the church: "He is simply an apostle of a Republican nationality, manifold in its genius." Or, in popular words, he is the chief apostle of state rights by divine appointment. He has the mission, he affirms, and has been endowed with inspiration to preach the gospel of a true democracy to the nation, as well as the gospel for the remission of sins. And he believes the United States will ultimately need his ministration in both respects. They form not, therefore, a rival power as against the Union, but an apostolic ministry to it, and their political gospel is state rights and self-government. This is political Mormonism in a nutshell. Tullidge further says in his History of Salt Lake City, writing in 1886, "The Mormons from the first have existed as a society, not as a sect. They have combined the two elements of organization, the social and the religious. They are now a new society power in the world, and an entirety in themselves. They are indeed the only religious community in Christendom of modern birth." Some of the closest observers of the Mormons in their earlier days took them very seriously. Thus Josiah Quincy, after visiting Joseph Smith at Nauvoo, wrote that it was, by no means impossible, that the answer to the question, "What historical American of the 19th century has exerted the most powerful influence upon the destiny of his countrymen, would not be Joseph Smith." Governor Ford of Illinois, who had to do officially with the Mormons during most of their stay in that state, afterward wrote concerning them, "The Christian world, which has hitherto regarded Mormonism with silent contempt, unhappily may yet have cause to fear its rapid increase. Modern society is full of material for such a religion. It is to be feared that, in the course of a century, some gifted man like Paul, some splendid orator who will be able by his eloquence to attract crowds of the thousands who are ever ready to hear and be carried away by the sounding brass and tinkling cymbal of sparkling oratory, may command a hearing, may succeed in breathing a new life into this modern Mohammedanism, and make the name of the martyr Joseph ring as loud, and stir the souls of men as much, as the mighty name of Christ itself." The close observers of Mormonism in Utah, who recognize its aims, but think that its days of greatest power are over, found this opinion on the fact that the Church makes practically no converts among the neighboring Gentiles, and that the increasing mining and other business interests are gradually attracting a population of non-Mormons which the Church can no longer offset by converts brought in from the East and from foreign lands. Special stress is laid on the future restriction on Mormon immigration that will be found in the lack of further government land which may be offered to immigrants, and in the discouraging stories sent home by immigrants who have been induced to move to Utah by the false representations of the missionaries. Unquestionably, if the Mormon Church remains stationary as regards wealth and membership, it will be overshadowed by its surroundings. What it depends on to maintain its present status and to increase its power is the loyal devotion of the body of its adherents, and its skill in increasing their number in the states which now surround Utah, and eventually in other states. The end.